Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields,
Trey Lance, Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields,
Trey Lance, Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields,
Trey Lance, Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
this is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields,
Trey Lance, Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
this is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields,
Trey Lance, Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
this is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields,
Trey Lance, Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
this is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Trevor Lawrence,
Usher in the Monday morning of draft week. And so that's what we're going to do here today. We're going to be combining all the rankings, all the rumors, what we're hearing. We're going to try to, differentiate between what's actual fire and reports and what's actually smoke screens. But this is what it's all about, Brentley. How you feeling, man?
Man, feeling good. Excited that it's draft week. It's been a lot of time, a lot of preparation, a lot of excitement. Can't believe we're here, and gosh, it's only, 4 days away.
I know.
So excited.
And it's funny because everybody, it feels like, drags with draft season. Like through April, like you're just like, oh man, I just want it to get here. Or almost some people are like, oh, I just want it to be over. And then the second Monday of draft week hits, they're like, all right, I'm all in. Like, what do we do? Like, I'm making a million mock drafts. I'm figuring out what's happening. I'm reading every single report that I can. And so draft week's a great time. So you and I are going to go back and forth. That's what we're going to do here to open up our draft week coverage. We're going to go through a live first round mock draft. And there has been a lot of rumors and reports that have come out over the last 24 hours. So this one's going to be very fun. We'll alternate odds and evens, as you guys often know we do here. You want to go odds or you want to go evens?
Yeah, I can handle the odds.
Okay, all right, you're going with odds then. So that means that you're up. Number 1 overall, Jacksonville Jaguars. Are you going to drop a bomb on us here? First mock of draft week. Or are you keeping it pretty chalk here?
No bombs will be dropped. Yeah, it's pretty boring at the top, but not because of the player. Trevor Lawrence will be a Jaguar, and again, he's going to be, their next franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
He's everything you want in a franchise quarterback. He has the size, he has the athleticism, he has the arm talent, he has the competitive makeup. He's a guy who I think can come in as a rookie and really look like a lot what Herbert looked like last year. His explosive arm, he's able to move outside the pocket. And I'm really excited to see him with Coach Urban Meyer and see what kind of offense they cook up.
I see you giving a little bit of props to your Oregon Ducks there with Justin Herbert. No, it was an incredible rookie season, and that's what they're certainly hoping that Trevor Lawrence can be for him too. Not a lot of excitement here at number 2, at least I don't think. Some people still believe there might be a chance Justin Fields could go number 2 overall, but I'm not buying it. I think that it's going to be Zach Wilson, so we're going to go with Zach Wilson here at number 2 overall for the New York Jets. Don't have to spend a lot of time on 1 and 2 just because we figure we know, but here at number 3, this is where things get really interesting. We got a couple of different prospects that are on the board here for the San Francisco 49ers. A lot of news over the last 24 hours. So tell me, what do you think about all the reports that you've heard?
Yeah, so like you mentioned, over the past 24 hours, the reports are that they're down to Mac Jones or Trey Lance, right? And just reading the tea leaves and understanding kind of what I would do based off my evaluation of the 2 players, I think Trey Lance is going to be the pick. I think it's going to be Trey Lance at number 3. When you think about what Kyle Shanahan wants in a quarterback, he wants a guy with arm talent, a guy with size. He wants a guy with athleticism and outside the pocket. And really, if you think back to in the middle of the season when they played Buffalo, right?
Right.
And they got stomped. Josh Allen ran all over them, threw all over them. Kyle Shanahan
To be fair, Josh Allen did that to a lot of teams last year, so.
He's, when Mahomes broke out, his second season, everyone's like, let's find the next Mahomes. I actually think finding the next Josh Allen is something we're going to start to hear more and more of through the process.
You go Bills fans, come on, you gotta love that.
And so I think Trey Lance has a lot of similarities to Josh Allen. Little raw coming out of a smaller school, but huge upside, big arm, big physical kid, athletic, can run. I think that's exactly who Kyle Shanahan wants. I think that's exactly who he had his eyes on before he made the trade. I think the rest was just smokescreen. If it's Mac Jones, I won't be shocked.
Yeah.
But as I sit here today, I think Trey Lance is the pick.
I just have such a hard time believing that they moved 3 first-round picks for Mac Jones. Like, I think Mac Jones is going to be good, and I know we're going to get to him at some point in this mock draft. But 3 first-round picks for Jones, I'm just not so sure that that's actually giving me the thing. So we're going to go with Trey Lance here at number 3 overall to the San Francisco 49ers, which puts the Atlanta Falcons up at number 4. There are so many different ways the Falcons can go here. I mean, over the last 24 hours, we've even heard about them potentially trading Julio Jones, which I think is crazy. And, if there's actually something to that trade, that makes me think that it's going to be a quarterback here for Atlanta, because if you're moving on from Julio Jones, then all of a sudden the dream of, say, Kyle Pitts, Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Matt Ryan, like all of that feels like it no longer matters. It's more of we're turning the page, we're going to the next chapter, new GM, new head coach. I think it's a quarterback if they're actually thinking about trading Julio Jones. But if they're not, I think that Kyle Pitts has the most steam here at number 4. So I'm going to go with Kyle Pitts, the tight end out of Florida. I feel like no matter who you ask, if you say, give me one guy in this class that you would bet $100 on who's going to become an all-pro player, most people are going to say Kyle Pitts. Most people are going to say that guy is the most surefire, difference maker, highest floor kind of an impact guy in this class. And, I mean, he's got a high ceiling as well. So I'm going to go with Kyle Pitts here.
I like it. I like it. All right, so now Bengals are on the clock.
Yep.
Okay, so
Yep.
this is what it comes down to, right? You have Oregon's Pettis, the left tackle.
Yep.
You know, everyone's been saying all season they got to protect Joe Burrow. You got to, you know, kind of protect your investment. He's a great rookie franchise quarterback, right? You need to be able to keep him upright. The other player I think they're considering is LSU's Jamar Chase.
These are the two. I think that this is the two.
So this is the two, and this is what I think. The first two picks are going to be, in some order, a receiver or offensive tackle.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think taking Chase at 5 makes more sense because I like the top of the second round. I like the tackle position better than I like what could be available at receiver.
I mean, yeah,
I
feel like that's what the Bengals might be.
My rationale, right? And so I'd rather have Chase and like a Liam Eichenberg rather than Sewell and like a Kadarius Toney.
Okay.
So
all right.
I'm going to go ahead and make Chase my pick. I love the idea of reuniting Chase with Burrow.
Record-breaking duo there.
You think about the trio of T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, and Jamar Chase. That's going to put a lot of stress on the defense to try to defend in 11 personnel. And so I think Chase makes a lot of sense, and that's my pick.
I noticed that when you listed off those receivers right there, you did not mention Auden Tate, and this is Auden Tate slander. I won't stand for it, Bradley.
Hey, he's a solid number 4. He's a solid number 4.
I'm just messing with you. You're talking about a really good receiving room either way. I mean, I agree that I think that's the way the Bengals are going. I'd probably go with your boy, the Oregon Duck, Penei Sewell, but if it's a predictive mock draft here.
There's no bad pick at 5.
And I do agree with you there. I think that at worst between the two, you get a fantastic wide receiver 1, right? So I guess that's a great problem to have. That leaves the Miami Dolphins up at number 6. They made a couple of moves in succession not too long ago where they moved from number 3 overall to number 12 overall, but then immediately from 12 back up to 6 with the Philadelphia Eagles. And I think that was with 3 different players in mind, okay? I think that it was either Jamar Chase, Kyle Pitts, or Penei Sewell. That's who I think it was for. And so with Penei Sewell still on the board, I thought at the time that's the direction that they would go. But since that point, I've heard that Waddle might be their guy, that they actually might have moved up from 12 to 6 thinking we can't let both Jamar Chase and Jalen Waddle get off the board for us. So as much as I've preached those top 3 players, Pitts, Chase, and Penei Sewell, I'm actually going to go with Jalen Waddle here at number 6. I feel like it's a predictive mock. This is what I believe. And I think the Miami Dolphins have their eyes on him.
Yeah, no, I like that. You reunite Waddle with Tua. You got to surround Tua with playmakers to see just what you have in him, right? You can't go into this season with the same playmakers they had last year. And I know they signed Will Fuller, but can you really count Will Fuller to play 16 games? I mean, I certainly can't. So
my
I think Waddle makes a lot of sense.
about that because I remember there's a streak where he just had like 5 touchdowns in 5 games. But yeah, you're right. He hasn't been able to play the full season that he wanted to. So you're up now with the Detroit Lions, number 7.
Yeah, I think this is where it gets really interesting. I think in a perfect world, Detroit would like to trade down. You know, the quarterbacks available right now.
And there's a lot of rumors about teams maybe trading up.
There is a lot of rumors. You know, I do think teams like the Patriots, teams like the Bears, teams like the football team are going to want to get up ahead of Denver.
There's even been some talk about the Chargers maybe moving up, right? Because they might want to solidify that offensive line offseason plan that they've currently had. So I feel like maybe because if we're looking at the board right behind us right now, if you're the Chargers, you might be able to move up ahead of Carolina, who we think is probably going to take an offensive tackle. I don't know. I'm totally throwing that out there. I'm looking to hear what you think about it because you've got your roots in scouting with the Chargers organization. So I wonder if that's what you think that they might do.
I think they would love to get their hands on Penei Sewell. I also think that the cost of doing business in the top 10 is so substantial, given what the Niners tried to trade to get up to 30.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about
with the 2 quarterbacks on the board,
exactly my point. So when we're talking about trading up into the top 10 with 2 quarterbacks on the board,
right?
That's just too hefty of a price. And so actually, the more I think about it, I think a team would be more willing to trade around 10 or 11 and see what Denver does, right? Because if Denver doesn't take a quarterback,
Right.
Who's going to take a quarterback? So if I'm the Patriots, why trade up to 7? So actually, I'm gonna have Detroit make a pick here.
Okay. All right.
And it comes down to
I'm glad that we talked that out right
it
there.
comes
We're talking
down-
it out live on the mock right now.
exactly
We're getting our
right.
feelings
It
out.
comes down to 2 players for me. It comes down to Penei Sewell,
Yep.
and it comes down to Micah Parsons.
Oh, okay. Parsons, yeah.
And so I'm actually going to go with Parsons here.
Whoa,
It's
all
a little
right.
bit of a shock, but when we think about Detroit's in it for the long haul. You know, the coach and the GM are on 6-year contracts.
Sure.
There's no real urgency to win next year. Their defense is terrible. Their defense is god-awful. They are going to be switching over to a 4-3 from a 3-4. Their linebacker.
And a funky 3-4 too. Like it's not even like a normal. Like
Patricia
the
had
guys
all
that
messed
Patricia
up.
wanted to bring in the building. It felt like were just fits for his defense and nothing else. So I'm with you. We might be in a total rebuild here for Detroit.
You lost Jared Davis.
Yep.
You have Jalen Reeves-Maybin.
You got Jelani Tavai.
You got Jelani Tavai.
Yeah.
I think you have Jamie Collins still there.
Yes, you do.
But none of those players are Micah Parsons. You need Micah Parsons in there as your Mike linebacker, be the heart and soul of your defense. Because his intensity, his passion he brings to the game,
Yeah.
that's the kind of guy who can build a culture around. And so when you think about just Micah Parsons, his skill set,
Yeah.
I love the idea of adding him to the Lions and kind of being that quarterback of the defense moving forward.
Number one thing for the Detroit Lions is, do they have a taste for kneecaps? And so I feel like that's got to be what they kind of get down to the bottom to when it comes to Micah Parsons. All right, so number 8 overall, it's the Carolina Panthers. This is a dream scenario, right? I mean, they got both offensive tackles on the board. They got
both
Penei
corners.
Sewell. Yeah, that's true too. I've talked about this before. A lot of people looked at this Carolina off season and thought, man, to think that Sam Darnold is their guy at quarterback going in when they were in the conversation for Matthew Stafford, for Deshaun Watson, how they could have traded up from 8. Some people are looking at that like it's a little bit of a failure, but you've got to look at it through a realistic lens. And I think you've got to look at what Carolina's been able to do, the steps that they took this offseason, both with free agency and it seems like they're doing in the draft as well. And you got to think, this is their plan all along. They wanted to set themselves up to be a pick number 8 with good offensive tackle options, good cornerback options, and the option to trade back as well. That's exactly what Carolina has right now. So I feel like it is a job well done by them and what they were trying to execute this offseason. All that to say, I'm going to stay at number 8. I think that they would entertain calls. Okay, now that I'm saying it out loud, maybe actually now I'm having second thoughts about it. No. Okay, so I'm talking to myself here, which is great for a live broadcast. Everybody loves that. Carolina Panthers are number 8. I'm selecting Penei Sewell. I'm doing it. Okay, there we go. Left tackle, throw him in. It's their biggest area of need, and he gets the top offensive tackle, I think.
You think about Taylor Moton on the right side. You think about Penei Sewell on the left side.
Let's go, baby.
That's a hell of a bookend tackle
Yes.
combination, and so I like that a lot.
Crowd liked it as well. We got a little crowd in here around us, and so they like the offensive line pick.
So now we got Denver at 9, okay, and you have Justin Fields is still on the board.
And Mac Jones, right? We got 2 quarterbacks.
You got
on
2
the board
quarterbacks
here.
on the board.
There's no way Denver's making this pick if it's not a quarterback, right? I mean, it's your pick. You do whatever you want. I'm not gonna tell you what to do.
I think Denver's gonna have to take a quarterback.
Okay.
I normally don't give Denver a quarterback because I normally have Fields off the board. But if Fields is still on the board, Denver has to take him.
Yes. Yeah.
Drew Lock showed some promise, but for the most part, he's very inconsistent. You know, his decision-making and accuracy is spotty at best.
And the regime isn't really married
They're
to him,
not-
right?
they're not married to him.
Right. George Payton came in, and he's the new guy, and he talked about how it's not Drew Lock's team
And
immediately. And
You think about an offense that has Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton returning from injury.
KJ Hamler,
Tim Patrick, Noah Fant,
Yep.
Albert O. I mean, this is an offense that has firepower at all levels. And you think about Justin Field and the talent he brings with running and throwing the football in a division that has Mahomes and Herbert already.
Yeah.
This just makes too much sense. So I got Justin Fields going to the Broncos, and I got him, starting from day one.
Wow. All right. So there we go. I also noticed that you said Albert O instead of having to force out his whole
Hey,
last name.
I pick my own battles.
That is a pro broadcast move right there, not having to say his full name. I'll say it, Albert Okwuegbunam, just to flex a little bit.
Okay.
He's an SEC guy, and I've watched so many SEC guys, so I already have it. But that's the veteran move right there. Okay, we're at number 10 overall with the Dallas Cowboys. It's got to be cool. It's got to be one of the 2 guys on the board, right? I mean, I think that they would be tempted by Rashawn Slater, but is Rashawn Slater also going to play corner 2 for you, corner 1 for you?
Good.
Because if he's not, I mean, you could play both sides of the ball like Sunshine did in Remember the Titans, but I think
could.
it's a little bit of a different situation here. So I got to go with cornerback.
Yeah.
It's tempting to go J.C. Horn. I
Yeah.
get it. The aggressive mentality, how he could play man coverage against basically anybody. But Dan Quinn is DC right now. Give me Patrick Surtain.
Yeah.
Give me that guy. I think that's the more impactful corner for them. It gives them the ability to almost cut off half the field. That's how good this guy is. And I really do think that Patrick Surtain's the man in charge for him.
No, I like that pick. You reunite Trayvon Diggs with Patrick Surtain, have a little Alabama duo. That makes a lot of sense.
Not bad.
The Giants at 11, and this is a dream scenario. They are running the card to the commissioner.
Yeah.
I didn't even have to talk about this. Rashawn Slater to the Giants makes so much sense. Like they have some hole at left guard. Rashawn Slater can slide in there easily, be a 10-year starter at left guard, and between Thomas, between Rashawn Slater, that's a strong left side of the offensive line.
Right.
That's a home run pick, and so that's a no-brainer right there.
Yeah, no, I think that this is going to be well on Dave Gettleman's radar. He is an offensive line guy, and I think that this could absolutely
Hog
be the
mollies.
selection. Right, hog mollies is the term that he uses, no doubt about it. I think that Jalen Phillips and Micah Parsons would be on their board. I mean, Parsons is off the board here, but I think that it makes sense for them to have all of those players on the board. Those are their biggest needs. So Philadelphia is up now at number 12.
Some interesting options on the board.
This is a predictive mock. I think it's going to be J.C. Horn.
Yeah.
I think that it's going to be J.C. Horn over Devontae Smith,
Yeah.
over any of the offensive linemen that are there, over an edge rusher even. I think they love Horn. From what I have been able to inquire around the league, I will say, I think that they would really be interested in J.C. Horn. And getting J.C. Horn on one side, Darius Slay on the other, that's an awesome 1-2 cornerback duo. And I believe that the Eagles, they're going to be able to get a wide receiver, I feel like, somewhere on day 2 that they are very happy with. So I think that that's why you go Horn here, because you're not going to get a corner of Horn's caliber in round 2. So I think the Eagles are actually going to go J.C. Horn, which puts you up with the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, my former team. I think this is an interesting slot for the Chargers. Unfortunately, they missed out on both corners. Mm-hmm. I do think if Horn is on the board, that's who they'll be their pick.
Yeah.
I don't love
You think even over, like, what is there an offensive lineman that would still be on the board that they would pick over Horn? Like, if Sewell or Slater are there, are they picking them for sure over
For
Horn?
sure, no questions asked.
Okay.
I do think it's a conversation between Horn and Darisaw.
Yes. All right.
I'm thinking long and hard about Darisaw, but I'm also thinking Mac Jones is still on the board. And I see the Patriots at 15. And I see the Chicago Bears at 20.
At this point, yeah, you're calling
And
some
I think
teams.
about how Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy, they're desperate to not
Here we
roll
go.
out.
Oh, here
Andy
we
Dalton.
go. Here we go.
I'm thinking Chicago's going to make a move to trade up to 13.
Let's go. Yep.
They're gonna get Mac Jones. I see Paige DeMarcus,
Can we get a can we
CEO
get a camera?
of the Draft Network.
Turn the camera around. We need a camera on Jamie and on Paige to get their live
This,
reaction.
this trade is happening though. Chicago's going to make the move to 13.
Okay, what are we doing? 20,
I
13.
think a 2021 second and a 2021 third could get the job done.
You could probably do it for. You could probably do this trade because, unfortunately for the Bears, even though it's not that much of a jump, you're probably going to have to bid against, I don't know, maybe Washington, maybe New England.
Well,
so I think that the price will. What if we did a second this year and a second next year?
Yeah.
I feel like that could work.
I think just the fact that the Chargers will be getting an extra 2 in this deep class, right?
Yeah.
This deep tackle class, this deep
Oh,
receiver
the
class.
Chargers will love it.
This makes so much sense for the Chargers, and so I think a 2 this year, a 2 next year, they'll be thrilled with
Yeah,
that.
that
Just
could-
to move back 7 spots. Oh yeah.
And I think that that's probably around the right price.
Yeah.
Although, everybody looks at the draft trade chart evaluator,
Yeah.
but like that is, there's so much that's always changing there because every trade almost has its own value depending on who you talk to because general managers, they hold the value of their picks differently.
Yeah.
Like it's not just, this is pick number 54. It has a value of this. That's the draft chart is simply just a starting point. You just never know, and especially because you're moving up for a quarterback, I think you got to play a little bit more. So, yeah, let's send this trade in. Let's get this one in. We'll put Chicago on the clock, and then you're taking Mac Jones, right?
Yeah, Mac Jones, and really just thinking about they need a quarterback. The Chicago fan base does not want to see Andy Dalton, the unquestioned starter. It's okay if he starts.
QB1, to quote the team.
It's
To quote
okay
the
if he
social media.
ends up starting week 1, but the fact that the social teams out tweeting QB1 and that's just not something. They just suffer
Nick
with Mr.
Foles is still on
Trubisky,
the
right?
roster, right? Ben,
come
Nick
on.
Foles is still on the roster.
This is a proud franchise.
Nick Foles won a Super Bowl like 3 years ago. What has Andy Dalton done?
Three
Why
years
he
is a
out
long
here-
time.
Why are you out here tweeting QB1 for
It's
Andy Dalton? Whatever,
The,
man. All right,
the disrespect.
all right, yeah, we're moving on to the next pick. We got
Yeah,
it.
so Mac Jones is the guy.
Minnesota Vikings here at 14. I'm going to do something that Rick Spielman does not often do here in the first round, and that is look at defensive line.
Oh,
Last first
okay.
round defensive lineman that he had was Sharif Floyd back in 2013. Okay, like ever since then, he's always kind of found value in those interior defensive linemen and edge players. I think throughout the draft, more in the mid rounds, like rounds 3 and 4. I'm gonna have him make a big splash here, and I'm gonna go with Jalen Phillips, the pass rusher from Miami. Best pass rush tape in the class. I don't think there's any doubt about it. I mean, like, this kid is so talented. Former #1 overall recruit, kind of a duh moment. If the concussion history kind of checks out for you, if you are comfortable with that, because he started his career at UCLA and ended at Miami because he thought he was almost going to have to give football up because of those injuries, even more so than the concussions. And so if he's good to go, like if you are great with where he is as a football player right now, then I think what you saw at Miami, you were very happy with that. And we saw the Vikings try to get some extra juice into their edge rush group during the season with Yannick Ngakoue, and it just did not work out. So Jalen Phillips here at 14, I think this is the right pick for him.
I love that. I love that fit. You think about Mike Zimmer and kind of the scheme he ran, his running with the Vikings and going back to his Cincinnati days. He's always had good edge rushers. And so I just think
at
their best.
Which
And so
you can say for most NFL teams, but still, you need the edge rushers.
Phillips with Zimmer, I think, is an awesome fit.
Love it.
So Patriots. Okay, I'm going to go a little off the reservation here. I know Devontae Smith is still on the board. And Benjamin Solak's over here.
Take Kellen Mond. We're not doing that.
We're not gonna do that.
The world's
but
not ready for this.
What I am going to do is I'm going to go Caleb Farley.
Oh, nice.
I'm going to go Caleb Farley to
Okay.
15. And hear me out. This is my thought process. Stephon Gilmore,
Sure.
J.C. Jackson.
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they're both free agents after this season.
Stephon Gilmore is for sure, yes. I think J.C. Jackson is because he signed an RFA. tag.
Exactly right.
Yes.
So, corners may not be an immediate need.
And they had Gilmore on the trade block.
Exactly right. So it might not be a need today, right?
Right.
But when you project to next year,
Man.
it's a major need. And so also when you think about Caleb Farley, who's coming off a back surgery, and again, the news is he'll be ready.
Right.
But now he doesn't have to be ready. Now you can take your
That's a
time,
great point,
develop
actually.
him,
Wow.
let him learn from Stephon Gilmore. Come 2022, you lock down corner with Bill Belichick. I think Caleb Farley is a better player than Greg Newsome. And so Newsome isn't, he comes with injury history as well. And so I don't really see a scenario in which Farley doesn't go before Newsome. And so I'm here to tell you, I think Farley's still going to be corner 3.
I've been doing mock drafts for like the last 8 months, and I have never done Caleb Farley to the Patriots at 15. And the more you talked about it there, the more I actually really loved it, especially with the board the way that it is now. We know that in reality, on draft night on Thursday, I think the Patriots are probably going to want to kind of trade up in the top 10, try to get one of these quarterbacks. But if they're sitting here at 15, and if this board falls the way it does, Caleb Farley, man, I think that's a really good pick. We've got the Arizona Cardinals here at number 16. Got a couple of different ways they could go. I'm sure they would love Caleb Farley as well, right? I mean, we just took him off the board. Greg Newsome, I still think, could be a big-time target for them. But from what I have heard, with this being a predictive mock draft, I'm going to go with my sources a little bit, and I know that they really love Elijah Vera Tucker, the interior offensive lineman from USC, or the offensive tackle from USC, whichever one that you want to say there, because some people believe he's a guard, some people think he's a tackle. Whatever it is, I think that they believe that Vera Tucker really upgrades their interior offensive line. And they've got their 2 tackles I think they're happy with. They went and they got Rodney Hudson, one of the best veteran centers in the game. You put Elijah Vera Tucker next to him on the interior, and man, I just think that all of a sudden that offensive line is where it needs to be for where I think the Cardinals believe they are. This past offseason, we saw the addition of J.J. Watt, the addition of A.J. Green, going out and getting Rodney Hudson. Like, they think they're all in here. Like, they want to compete for the division.
Now.
So they're doing it, and I think Vera Tucker is a great week 1, year 1 impact kind of player for him. So we're going Vera Tucker here.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, so the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yep. Always
Oh,
a
man.
tough
My
call.
mom's a diehard Vegas fan, so I can't mess this one up here.
You can't
So-
disappoint
so
Mom here on the first
I
Lock show.
the right tackle is obviously a huge need. They traded
Yep.
Trent Brown to the Patriots. You
Yep.
have Brandon Parker there. You can't really, you don't feel good about that. Defense has been a struggle for them over the past couple of years, and you bring over Gus Bradley from the Chargers, and he's running that kind of Seattle cover 3 style defense, and
Right.
that really requires your linebackers to be able to drop in coverage. And
Moved on from Mo Hurst as well, which I did
Yeah,
not think
yeah.
they were going to do.
they need a free safety. I mean, the Raiders obviously have a lot of needs, but
Yeah.
I am going to go with Tevin Jenkins, the right tackle out of Oklahoma State. You think about his competitiveness, you think about his toughness and physicality
Right.
on the right side. He's a Gruden grinder, right?
Oh, there
That
he is.
he is
we
the-
got it in the show.
that is the epitome of a Gruden grinder. He always plays to the will, so looks to embarrass his opponent.
Yes.
And you think about
Yes.
a duo of Colton Miller, who's more of the finesse kind of athletic movement type of left tackle, and Tevin Jenkins, who's more of the fit you up, really physical mauler type on the right side.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. And so I think Tevin Jenkins, to me, if he's there at 17, will be the no-brainer pick. But again, I do think linebacker and free safety is considered.
I think they're going to love Tevin Jenkins.
yeah,
Like, I
no
feel
question.
like the only other prospect, I really believe this, that could tempt them away from Tevin Jenkins if Tevin Jenkins is on the board is Micah Parsons. Like,
Yep.
if Parsons is still there at 17, they're probably going back and forth, and they might have some split voices in their room. But with him not on the board, I think it's going to be pretty unanimous for them. I believe that they're going to really love Tevin Jenkins. Miami Dolphins here at number 18. We got a couple of different options. They went with Jalen Waddle at number 6. Why don't you go Devontae Smith? No, I'm not going to pick Devontae Smith. Calm down, Dolphins fans.
I wouldn't hate it.
It'd be hilarious because then it's just like you're just getting Alabama's receiving.
Why
core.
not?
At that point, you got to trade back up into the back end of the first round to go get Najee Harris. Just like bring the whole band back together. But
Get
I'm
Nick
not-
Saban.
You're right. I'm not going to
Damn.
do that. I think I'm going to go with Kwity Paye. And I haven't heard much of Kwity Paye specifically going to Miami, but I have heard that Kwity Paye is going to be going a little bit higher than what current mock drafts have him. So I think the NFL is pretty in on him. We look at him as a 4-3 defensive end, kind of more of a heavy-handed guy, a player who's very dense, can stop the run. Pass rush is still a work in progress, but I believe that a lot of teams like the versatility that he brings, the agility test that he showed, how a lot of his athletic tests were really, really good for a player that was his size. And I feel like Miami and Brian Flores feel like they can get a couple of different positions out of him. So I'll go Kwity Paye here at 18 for the Dolphins.
I like that. All right, football team. Okay, this is tough.
Football team.
I really
Darisaw's still
struggle.
there.
I really struggle with the fact that Devontae Smith is still on the board. I'm not gonna lie. I love Devontae Smith.
Oh, man.
I want to make a trade. I kind of want to entertain Baltimore going up here. However, like you mentioned, Darisaw's staring the football team right in the face. They have a huge hole at left tackle, and he's such a good fit. But gosh, Devontae Smith. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Christian Darisaw.
Okay.
Long, athletic,
Okay.
really good player. I think he fits what Washington wants to do on the offensive line. It just makes too much sense. So I got to go with Darisaw.
All right, so Chargers are up now. You were initially picking for the Chargers.
Yeah.
And so I'll kind of piggyback off you here with this
Sure,
selection. So you move back from 13 to 20. Is there somebody that you really had in mind? I'm sure that you were hoping one of Darisaw or Jenkins was still on the board.
Even
but,
Elijah Very Tucker, I wish was still on the board.
right, so we had kind of an unfortunate offensive line run for the Chargers with their trade back. But we've talked about corner from them, potentially edge rusher. Azeez Ojulari is still there. I mean, who would you be looking at here if you're the Chargers? I mean, Greg Newsome is still there. You could go with Newsome. He's still on the board.
Yeah, the trade back didn't work out as well as I would have hoped. In this situation, I'm going Devontae Smith. Yeah. In this situation, I'm going best player available. It's going to be Devontae Smith. I think, Mike Williams, he's going to be entering his contract year soon.
Right.
It's no guarantee that he gets re-signed.
Yeah.
You love when he's on the field, but he's not on the field as much as you want. And you think about 11 personnel that has Devontae Smith in the slot,
Oh, it's
Keenan Allen, Mike Williams,
Unbelievable.
with Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
It's just unfair. And so I think Devontae Smith, he has the character you want. He'll be a great fit in that locker room. He'll be able to work with Keenan Allen. This makes too much sense.
And I think that, in a recent mock, this is probably about a month ago, I had the board not exactly falling the way the Chargers wanted, and at 13, Jalen Waddle was still there, and I gave them Jalen Waddle because of this exact reason. I thought to myself, like, look, I feel as though the Chargers have done a good enough job bringing in Matt Filer, bringing in Corey Linsley, obviously getting Brian Bulaga back. They've done enough to where they can go, okay, we don't have to take offensive line in the first round. If Darisaw is there, or if Tevin Jenkins is there, if Elijah Vera Tucker is there, sure, great. But they opened up the opportunity for them to potentially move back, pick a wide receiver at 13, pick Devontae Smith here, and be happy about it. Because like you said, they moved back a little bit. They've got some extra picks now in the second round. We're not doing the second round in this mock draft, but in this situation, you've mentioned how deep the offensive tackle class is, so
Tom Telesco's not a guy who's going to sit there and read all the mock drafts about how he needs a left tackle.
Well,
he's not going to.
He's not reading my way. Tom's not reading my mock draft.
He might be reading our mock draft, but he's not reading anyone else's.
As long
mock
as
drafts.
okay, that's fine.
But
that's fine.
he's not going to feel the outside pressure to pick an offensive tackle just because the perceived narrative is they need an offensive tackle. He's going to sit there, be smart, be diligent, and pick the best player available on the board.
Love it. All right, so Indianapolis Colts now at number 21. Man, they can go a couple of different ways. Offensive tackle is definitely one that I feel like they're going to look at, but we've kind of depleted the tackle board here, and this might be what happens on Thursday night. With this being a predictive mock, I think I might go with Liam Eichenberg at 21. I'm not going to pick him here. I'm not going to pick Eichenberg in this one because that's what I would do. I think Eichenberg is solid enough as a left tackle to where you put him on the other side of Quentin Nelson, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Because when you look at Eichenberg, you say, he's not nearly as athletic as some of these other guys. Well, okay, if you're not as athletic and got some speed guys coming around the edge, you're probably opening up your outside shoulder a little bit. So as an offensive tackle, you probably got to compensate for that by overcommitting to the outside move. Well, then if you do that, best pass rusher in the NFL, they're going to do what? They're going to kick inside, right? But
Good
instead,
thing you got Q Nelson right there.
You got Quentin Nelson right there. So I think that this is a perfect spot for Liam Eichenberg, but I don't think Eichenberg goes at this spot. So we're actually going to go with corner. I faked out our producer there for a second. I'm going to go with Greg Newsome because I also think that corner is the bigger need. I think Newsome is the player who's more of a lock to go in the first round. And so I think that this makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to go Newsome at 21.
Yeesh. The Titans were hoping that Newsome would still be on the board because I think corner's by far their biggest need.
We had two picks I felt like that were just like knives to the gut. Darisaw at 19 right in front of the Chargers, and then Newsome at 21 in front of the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah. Man. I'm looking at Rashad Bateman.
I think it's got to be wide receiver.
Get somebody to replace Corey Davis to pair alongside A.J. Brown. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Edge could be considered. Yeah, I'm going to go with Rashad Bateman, the receiver out of Minnesota.
Be, right?
I'm a big fan of this player.
He's good.
Yeah, I'm a
he's
big
great,
fan of this
man.
player. From tape, I didn't see a low 4.4 guy, but he that time is excellent.
Yes.
For Rashad Bateman.
Yeah.
He's really good at all three levels of the field. Outstanding hands, outstanding route runner. Has really good separation quickness. Really good after the catch. To me, he's Keenan Allen-esque. And when you think about what A.J. Brown brings to the table from an athletic and physicality standpoint, that's a really good kind of duo. So I got Rashad Bateman to Tennessee as a home run pick.
Just you saying that the 40, you were surprised by it, it reminds me a little bit, not totally, I don't want people to take this so out of context, which of course you will, and it'll be clipped and it'll go everywhere, and that's fine, whatever. All publicity is good publicity, I suppose. Bateman running as fast as he did and people not expecting it reminds me a little bit of when Chris Godwin tested as well as he did, right? Because a lot of people really loved Chris Godwin's tape, and then when he tested really well, people were like, whoa, I already like this tape, but I didn't see that from him. That just tells you that you already like what you see, and then in testing, he gives you that, okay, but my athletic ceiling's even higher. Like when I need to go to a next level, when I need to get maybe a little bit of outside of my speed comfort zone, I have that ability, and I think that that's really alluring. I love Rashad Bateman. His 2019 tape is fantastic. I hope he goes as early as he possibly can in the first round because he's awesome. 23, New York Jets. Caleb Farley's off the board. What edge rushers do we have left? I want to see. I want to see edge. We have Aziz still on the board, right? Okay, so Aziz could be an option for them. Look at Robert Saleh's defense. You could have you could have Carl Lawson do a lot of what Nick Bosa was able to do. You can have Aziz Ojulari do what Ford's been able to do. Let me see corner. I don't think anybody's going to tempt me for corner because I think Stokes is the next highest guy on the board. All right, no, I'm not going to go Stokes. Let's go with Aziz Ojulari. I'll go with Ojulari here. I think that edge, for as much as they invested the money and the resources into him, and I believe Vinny Curry as well, they need to keep investing in edge rusher. I mean, like, the pass rush, you can never have too many of them. And it feels like the Jets for many, many years have just not prioritized the position. Make up for it this year. Go get a lot of guys who you love to throw at the pocket, especially with Quinnen Williams in the center. I think that's a really good option.
I like that. I like that pick, Trev. Just to think about what Robert Saleh had on the defensive line with the 49ers. All the horses.
Yeah, dude.
You gotta get more to the stable.
It propelled him to the Super Bowl. No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Steelers. Okay, so I know Najee Harris is the
predictive mock.
Predictive mock. Honestly, a predictive mock is going to steer me away from Najee Harris. And look, for you bettors out there, I think the over/under for corners is 4.
Yes.
And while I don't think there's more than 4 first-round talent corners,
you think we might get a 5th one in here?
I think we could get 6. When you think about how often corners come off the board, corners are a priority position. And GMs aren't going to sit and wait. They don't care about the perceived notion of if they're going to kill for taking them early. Like they need players who can cover the pass.
Right.
And I think the Steelers, I think corners a huge need for them. I think Eric Stokes makes a lot of sense out of Georgia.
You know, I think the corner need for the Steelers is not really talked about enough because. You know, right now you look at they move on from Steven Nelson. They don't have Mike Hilton anymore, who's one of the best slot corners in the NFL. You're looking at an aging Joe Hayden. Justin Lane just had his incident, so we're not even sure what the status is there. They've got Sutton as well, who I know that they like, but I feel like corner is still a big need because we talk about the arms race in the NFL with offensive weapons, right? It's just all of these teams trying to get as many good wide receivers, good tight ends in the pass game as possible to overwhelm defenses. But it's now time for defenses to really say, okay, it's no longer about just having CB1 and locking down their best wide receiver. It's about having CB2 and CB3. Like, you've got to have these guys on the roster where you could put them in, and I think that they could really help. And so I don't totally hate this.
Yeah.
So you like Stokes probably the best?
I like Stokes. I mean, he ran a 4.2 5.40. He's really good in coverage.
I saw that with
you
my
saw it.
own
You timed
eyes.
it. I wish he was a little more physical on run support, but I think that's something Tomlin can get out of him. And again, it really comes down to I think corners are going to go off the board, and so it's just a matter of finding slots. And I think Steelers are a prime location for a corner to go off the board.
Okay. All right, so no Najee Harris. We've got Eric Stokes going number 24 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That leaves the Jacksonville Jaguars at number 25. Now, I'm conflicted here with the Jaguars pick because I have heard that Christian Barmore, the interior defensive tackle from Alabama, is going to go higher than we believe. Like, that he really is a first-round kind of a player. Great landing spot for him. Here at 25. I think this can make a lot of sense. You know, it's a spot where the Jaguars need interior defensive line help.
Taven Bryan hasn't worked out well.
That experience is done.
Gator boy.
Okay.
Sorry.
Can we? All right. So you're just attacking my alma mater like that, and it's like 10 a.m. on the East Coast. I'm not ready for this.
I was a big Taven Bryan fan. I was a diehard supporter of Taven Bryan.
I love the flashes, but yeah, he clearly was not able to round out his game for the physicality in the NFL, and so I think that his time with the Jaguars is probably done. So all that to say, I think Barmore could be an option for them. But when I look at this pick, and when I look at how confident Urban Meyer is selecting Trevor Lawrence at number 1 overall, he's then going to sit there for 2.5 hours, and he's going to be like, speed, 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 speed. That's what he's going to want. And so I ultimately think that's where he goes. I'm going to have Kadarius Toney going off the board here at number 25. Obviously, you got the Florida connection with Urban Meyer, but even more so than the Florida connection, I feel like it's just juice. He looks at this offense and the wide receiver room in Jacksonville. It's fine. They've got DJ Chark. They've got Laviska Shenault. They have Marvin Jones. They have Colin Johnson, and they like a lot of the guys that they have. They don't have that rare speed player, right? I mean, like, Laviska Shenault could be that playmaker for them, but I don't think that he's going to Urban Meyer is the kind of just to be like, oh, yeah, we got that one guy. We're good. He's going to, I think, load up as much speed as he possibly can to get more dynamic. We're going Kadarius Toney here at 25.
I like that. I like that pick a lot. Okay, Cleveland. So I think it's going to be defense. I think it's definitely going to be on the defensive side of the football. They just signed Clowney, and they still got Myles Garrett, obviously. Barmore's still on the board. That's probably going to be in some consideration. But
I think this is also a spot for Barmore. You're right.
I'm actually going to go at linebacker. I think linebacker, just holistically, is their weakest spot on defense. They need guys who can really cover and has range and lateral mobility, and a guy who can play sideline to sideline. I think that's Kentucky's Jamin Davis.
Ooh, all right.
His tape, to me, is fantastic.
He can move,
It's unbelievable.
That dude can move.
He can move. He has a quick trigger. He's physical. He has length. He has pop. I love his film. I think he's a really, really good player.
Okay.
I would not be shocked if he goes even higher. I almost actually wanted him to go to the football team.
At 19?
At 19.
Wow.
Don't be shocked if he goes higher than you expect. I really like him. I know the league likes him. He's a physical freak. I think he makes a lot of sense with Cleveland.
I mean, we've been told that he's gonna go. There's a good chance that he goes in the first round. Him going 19, man, that would be the highest that I've seen him yet. I see him sometimes a little bit around this range. So I mean, I can't hate it here. I'm not sure. I don't know if Cleveland's gonna take a linebacker. I agree with you on the need potentially there for him, but who knows? Cleveland's all of a sudden got one of the best rosters in the NFL, top to bottom. I mean, they just don't have a lot of holes. They're ready to compete right now as long as Baker can
A lot of pressure on Baker.
This is no doubt about it, but you draft the guy number 1 overall to have this kind of pressure on him. So Baltimore Ravens at 27. They got 2 selections now in the first round because they moved on from Orlando Brown. All of a sudden, they have an offensive tackle need, but I don't love any of the tackles that are on the board. Edge rushers, we just took Azeez Ojulari off not too long ago. I think that Trayvon Merrick is a good pick for them as the safety that they want. It's not, I'm trying to think if there's a wide receiver. Because Bateman's off the board. Elijah Moore actually makes a lot of sense for the Ravens. We got Dre in the background yelling at us to take Zaven Collins. I think that Zaven Collins could absolutely be on the board for Baltimore as well. No, I'm going to take Trayvon Merrick. I'm going to go with Merrick here. We talked with Jeff Zrebic, who works for The Athletic, and he talked about how Baltimore is good with their safeties, like they're fine with it, but there's a reason they brought in Earl Thomas a couple of years ago, right? I mean, like, they want that single high potential, and the guys that they have now, I feel like from what he was able to tell us, they can do it well, but they'd love to have a guy who could do it great, play that single high free safety ability. And so I'm going to go with Merrick here at 27, but they got a handful of different ways that they could go, especially with them picking not too far down to 31 as well.
No, I like that. I like that a lot. And then one of the things that I've really began to understand about this class is deep with slot receivers. It's deep with strong safeties. It does not have a lot of players who can play single high, really be impactful coverage defenders.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that's just going to push Moorig's value even higher. And
I think so too.
I love Trevin Moerig. I have him easily top 20 player on my board.
He is for me as well.
I think he's a sensational player, and he'll be a great fit for Baltimore.
Yep.
But okay, New Orleans.
New Orleans is tough. New Orleans is always tough because you just never know which direction Sean Payton's going to go.
I think corner here could be interesting.
This could be that 6th corner.
I
after you already
think
took 5. Yeah.
offensive tackle could be interesting.
Ooh, okay.
You think about Teron Armstead. I think they're going to try to get out of his contract. They're going to try to get rid of Andres Pete. However, I'm going to go with Zaven Collins.
I'm going
to go with Zaven Collins out of Tulsa. Weak side linebacker is really a big hole for them. He has length. He has athleticism. He can do a lot. He's a playmaker.
Yeah.
I really like his film. He's a stud.
Dude.
And you play him next to
Demario Davis.
Demario
I was
Davis.
just about to say that.
It's
Because Demario
unreal.
Davis has, I feel like for a while now, been one of the more underrated linebackers in the league. I mean, he is just such a dominant takeover player. And when you look at Zaven Collins, you go, wow, okay, 6'4", 260 pounds. I mean, like, well, actually, he showed up 270, I think, to his pro day. So this is a massive linebacker. You talk about him being able to play on the line of scrimmage as a Sam type, but also he's got a great feel for coverage.
Sure
I mean,
does.
I feel like that's a very underrated part of his game, at least visually. I know we've talked about that a lot, how he's a lot better in coverage than you would think, but some people are going to look at him for the first time. They're going to look at his measurables and be like, wow, this guy's a line of scrimmage kind of player.
270.
For me to say that he's got good coverage skills at 270 is pretty crazy. Okay, Green Bay Packers at 29. This is another one. Could go a variety of different spots. Zaven would have been a great pick for them, so I think that they're probably kind of pissed here. Christian Barmore, I think, might be the area I want to go. He's more of a finesse interior defensive tackle than I think that they would like, but we're going to go with Barmore here. I think that either interior defensive line or corner is probably their biggest need, and I'm not going to pick corner 6 here for the Packers. I think that maybe Kelvin Joseph could be on their radar here. Maybe a Tyson Campbell if they want to go that direction. I think all those guys are still lower than Barmore, though, so we're going to go Barmore at 29.
I like that pick. I like that pick a lot. Okay. Buffalo Bills. Corner, I think is a big need.
Could, yeah, for sure.
I think edge rusher is a big need.
Yeah, when you look at this team and you look at them competing for AFC championships and Super Bowl berths, I feel like that's where you got to look, you know?
They re-signed Matt Milano.
They did? Yep.
But I hate that Owusu-Koramoah is still on the board. Like, how is he not drafted yet?
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to be quite honest with you. If he makes it to 32, he's not going to get past 32. But don't let that sway you one way or the other.
Oh, man. It is so tough. I'm going to go with the edge rusher out of Penn State, Jason Owe.
Okay, all right.
Don't feel great about this pick. I could easily see this being a corner, but I do think holistically the Bills' biggest need is an explosive edge rusher to really put stress on the quarterback and affect guys like Patrick Mahomes, if they get to the Super Bowl, Tom Brady,
Right.
Lamar Jackson, right? They need a guy who's just a little more dynamic of an athlete than Trent Murphy, right? And so Jason Owe, you're betting a little bit on his potential and his upside.
Yeah.
But I think with a team that has the foundation like the Buffalo, that's a really solid space for him to develop and really meet that potential. And so I really like that fit. It's a risk-reward type of fit, but I think Buffalo's in a position to make that risk.
All right, pretty quick here because we only got about 30 seconds each for these last 2 picks. Baltimore Ravens on the board. I gave him Trayvon Marey at 27. I'm going to give him Elijah Moore here at number 31. I feel like this is the wide receiver that they need. I really do. Everybody's going to look at, oh, they have the deep speed players, but they don't have the reliable underneath guys. And I feel like that is exactly what Lamar Jackson needs. He needs a guy that he could go to in any kind of situation.
Yeah.
I feel like that's Elijah Moore. And that puts you up with the Buccaneers at number 32.
Well, like you said, we can't let Owusu-Koramoah not, be drafted in the first round. And so he'll be the pick with the Bucs. And
Yeah.
I think about he may not be a linebacker for them because I already know they have Devin White. They have Devin White.
Yeah,
they
Levante
have
David and Devin White,
Levante
yeah.
David. I think they'll put him at more strong safety.
Yeah,
I think Jordan Whitehead, is he coming off a
He will be a free agent next season.
Exactly,
They have
right?
Mike Edwards, but
Yeah.
he's more of a rotational guy anyway. So,
So-
Owusu-Koramoah could play anywhere.
You put Owusu-Koramoah in dime, let him do a lot of nickel stuff, and that makes a lot of sense. And
Dude.
so for a team that has no holes, this is a luxury pick.
Absolutely.
But why not?
Hilarious speed at the second level then with Tampa Bay. With Devin White and Owusu-Koramoah just sitting there, I feel like that's... I've been able to do this like once or twice before, and I kind of love it. Like, he's not getting out of the first round.
No.
I know that because the Bucs
No.
are going to pick best player available. That was a lot of fun, man.
Yeah.
That was a great mock draft. I feel like we nailed this first one. We're going to be doing a lot more mock drafts throughout the rest of the week. It's going to be here on doing live shows. It's going to be through podcasts, all that kinds of stuff. Don't go anywhere though, because Brentley and I we're narrowing our scope. We're getting to the AFC West. We're going to be doing a full AFC West preview coming up next. Stay tuned to Brinks.tv. We'll be back right after the break.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields.
Trey Lance, Quiddy Pay.
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the 2 letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Brinks TV, winners, winners, and more winners. Freeze sleeve. Freeze it. Sleeve it. Relieve it. Go to freesleeve.com. Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning. From Kill Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
As a reward for making Kill Cliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Kill Cliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to KillCliff.com to get your discounts on
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields.
Trey Lance.
Quiddy Pay.
Art Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the 2 letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Brinks TV, winners, winners, and more winners. Freeze sleeve. Freeze it. Sleeve it. Relieve it. Go to freesleeve.com. Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning. Oh yeah. From Kill Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
As a reward for making Kill Cliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Kill Cliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to KillCliff.com to get your discounts on
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields.
Trey Lance.
Quiddy Pay.
Art Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the 2 letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Brinks TV, winners, winners, and more winners. Freeze sleeve. Freeze it. Sleeve it. Relieve it. Go to freesleeve.com. Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning. Oh yeah. From Q Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. QCliff.com.
As a reward for making Kill Cliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Kill Cliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to QCliff.com to get your discounts on
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields.
Trey Lance.
Quiddy Pay.
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Brinks TV, winners, winners, and more winners. Freeze sleeve. Freeze it. Sleeve it. Relieve it. Go to freesleeve.com. Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning. Oh yeah. From Q Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. QCliff.com.
as a reward for making Kill Cliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond. We've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Kill Cliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to QCliff.com to get your discounts on
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields.
Trey Lance.
Quiddy Pay.
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Draft Network's Draft Week coverage here at Brinks HQ, broadcasted on Brinks TV, and also everywhere on the Draft Network's social channels. Appreciate our audience right there, giving us a little bit of a clap of encouragement here. As Brentley and I are back again, this time narrowing our scope a little bit. We just did a full first round mock, and we got the blood flowing. We stretched it out a little bit during the break, and now we're honing in on the AFC West. We're going to talk about the 4 teams in the AFC West, look at their roster up and down a little bit, talk about some draft needs that they might have. And so let's start at the bottom. Sorry, Broncos fans. You finished 5-11. Denver Broncos finished 5-11 last season. They're picking number 9 overall. What do we think about the Broncos' just overall outlook? Like what you thought of their offseason, maybe their roster, and then maybe some draft options at number 9. We can have a little conversation here.
I think the Broncos are in an interesting spot. I think offensively, they have a lot of talent, right? You think about the receiver core.
Talent, too.
Young talent. You think about Courtland Sutton, who's coming back from injury.
Yep.
Courtland Sutton is a great, great player. He's really, really good. And I think a lot of NFL fans don't.
We're smiling here and you say that he's a real good player.
He's a problem when he's healthy. And so, you compare him with Jerry Jeudy, and I think Jerry Judy's going to, turn a lot of heads in his sophomore season. I think he's really putting in the work.
Well, I had him wide receiver 1 last year, so we certainly hope that's the case.
And so, again, they have really good talent on the outside. They have really good talent at tight end with Noah Fant.
Yep.
The offensive line's actually pretty good. They re-signed Garrett Bowles, who's taken a lot of steps at left tackle.
Right.
They have Juwan James, who opted out last year, but he's still a pretty talented right tackle.
Right.
They have Dalton Reisner at left guard. They have Lloyd Cushenberry at center. Offensive line is pretty solid. I think they could look to maybe address the interior a little bit.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a big pressing of a need. The big thing for their offense is quarterback. They're really for the whole team is quarterback, right? Because if they have a dynamic option at quarterback, this is a playoff team.
Yeah.
Or at least a team that's competing for the playoffs. I personally don't know if Drew Lock is that guy. Mm-hmm. If I'm Denver, what I would do, I would sink or swim with Drew Lock.
Okay.
I know there's rumors and there's kind of narrative that potentially Teddy Bridgewater could be an option.
Yeah.
I personally think that's ludicrous. Like that, it would be an absolute terrible move, because
it would kind of be pointless. It'd be kind of just like moving. It'd be like sticks in one hand, half a dozen in the other, right? It's just like you're in the same quarterback situation.
You're actually gonna be stuck in limbo with Bridgewater.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
In my opinion, if I'm the Broncos, best case scenario, Drew Lock is that guy.
I mean, sure, yeah.
Worst case, but also best case, you're terrible and you get a top 2 pick next year, right?
Yeah.
And so I would not do any Teddy Bridgewater stuff. Really looking at their defense, it's aging. There's some guys who are coming on contract years. Thinking about Bradley Chubb.
I thought they made great moves, right? Bringing back Von Miller with the club option, that was the right move, okay?
100%.
They go out and they get Ronald Darby and they go, okay, we're addressing one of our big cornerback needs. We went and got Ronald Darby. Then all of a sudden, Kyle Fuller became available and they jumped on that, right? And so they went and they got Kyle Fuller. They brought back Kareem Jackson. They were able to sign Justice Simmons to a long-term deal. And I feel like the moves that George Paton did as first-time general manager really opened up the door for Denver to be able to do a lot of things in this draft, but specifically at number 9, because you mentioned potentially kind of like a ride or die with Drew Lock. Mm-hmm. Now, I think a lot of people would agree with you in the sense that they don't want Denver to have to trade so much assets to get from 9 to, say, 4 with the Atlanta Falcons, right? They don't want them to do that, but if they stay at 9, if quarterback falls to them, now all of a sudden you're in a great spot because you didn't mortgage a bunch of your future and you didn't have to because of the moves that you made during the offseason, because of how well you built the rest of the roster to give yourself that flexibility to either be aggressive or not be aggressive. We heard from George Paton, and he talked at his pre-draft presser, and he said, we haven't initiated any calls about moving up.
Yeah.
Now, that's not to say they haven't had conversations. If Atlanta called them and said, hey, what do you want to move up? All of a sudden, that's a conversation. He kind of get a little loophole, didn't have to say that. But I do agree with you. They're in a really good spot. And it's kind of weird to say that a team would be in a good spot without a solidified quarterback. But I feel like Denver has to look at this situation a little bit even more long-term than this draft and say, we're either getting our quarterback this year or next year. Either it's going to be a guy who falls to us at 9, Drew Lock himself, or a guy next year.
100%.
Or we're drafting a guy next year. So I feel like that's a great spot to be in, right?
No question at all. And I do think if a quarterback like Fields or Trey Lance is available at 9, I do think he'll be the pick.
Yeah.
Because like you said, you are thinking about it kind of long term, right? And just forecasting who could be available next year, you would certainly rather have a Fields or a Lance. But again, if they're off the board, I would stick with Drew Lock for the year, sink or swim. Mm-hmm. If you swim, great, you got your quarterback.
Right. If you swim, that's the best case scenario.
If you sink, well, great. You hopefully have a top 5 pick, right? And so
the only thing they don't want to do is be in that limbo.
You do not want to be in limbo if you're the Broncos.
Right.
In a division that has Mahomes, Herbert, even Derek Carr, right? You cannot be in limbo because otherwise you're just going to be in that 6-11 now, 17 games.
Oh yeah, caught yourself there.
Yeah, sheesh.
I'm glad that you did that because I am 100% going to mess that up so many times this week. I'm going to try my best to not, but look, it's ingrained in my head. CMC, this is what it is. But.
So if they don't go quarterback at 9,
yeah,
I think players that are going to be in the conversation are both corners, Horn and Surtain.
Okay, yeah.
You look at the corner right now, Kyle Fuller, Bryce Callahan, they're all free agents after this season. And so I think addressing corner, even though right now it's not a need, right? Mm-hmm. I think when you forecast it for multiple years, it is a big need.
They have Ojemudia, who played good, I think, to start, but then he, like as the season went on, it's like, okay, yeah, you're a rookie corner. Yep. But I have no idea if they like Ojemudia as a mid-round pick enough to say, oh, we would pass on a guy like J.C. Horn or Patrick Surtain. So I don't know about that. Linebacker's another one for me because A.J. Johnson and Josie Jewell, those are the two guys they have in the middle right now. And from everything that I've heard from people who cover the team and just looking at their different moves and their situations, how it feels like they've addressed linebacker, it feels like those two guys are fine. Like the word is fine. Like Johnson has been better than they have expected. And I think he's played well. And I think Josie Jewell has been able to hold up well for what they've wanted as another interior linebacker spot. But if Micah Parsons is there, or if you trade down and Owusu Koromoa is there, all of a sudden, I feel like this is now a different conversation with the Broncos. Do you agree?
100%. Vic Fangio, I mean, think about the linebackers he's coached, right? Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman, Roquan Smith, right?
Roquan Smith is the one that sells me, how early they drafted Roquan when Vic was there.
Those are the kind of dudes that Vic Fangio's used to being around. And so while Jewell and Johnson are fine players, they're not Micah Parsons. And so I do think Micah Parsons will definitely be in contention for that number 9 pick. And, even when you just think about in later rounds, other positions of need for them, I think the interior of the defensive line could be addressed. Shelby Harris, big fan of him, but, he is getting up there. And Shamar Stephen, Draymond Jones, I think those are all players who are really good, but potentially not necessarily difference makers. And so I could see that being an area of need as well. I think really even edge, right? I mean, Von Miller and Bradley Chubb are both going to be on contract years after this season, and so I think adding a young kind of a third rusher would make a lot of sense as well.
I agree. All right, so let's move on to our next team.
Yep.
This is a team that you were very familiar with. It is the Los Angeles Chargers. Chargers finished 7-9 last year, but the bigger story than their overall record, and maybe even the entire rest of the roster, is they nailed Justin Herbert. I mean, they got that one as QB3. Man, you get QB3 in a class, and it's as good as Justin Herbert looked last year. That's incredible. Yeah. So I think that it all starts with what you were able to do with Justin Herbert. But the big theme this offseason was protecting him. This offensive line was, I'll just say, less than ideal going into the offseason. I feel like they made a couple of moves that really helped out, adding Corey Linsley, adding Matt Filer. They have Brian Bulaga. Did they do enough? What do you think? Because they hold the number 13 overall pick. They upgraded the offensive line a little bit. Do you think they did enough on the offensive line to not pick one here in the first round?
To answer your question, no, I don't. I think they still need to pick one in the first round, but only if the value is correct.
Okay.
I don't think they need to reach for one, but left tackle is still by far the most pressing need on the team.
Yeah.
Trey Pipkins.
I was going to say, who do they have in there right now? It's Pipkins.
They have Trey Pipkins.
Tyree St. Louis, maybe?
No, Pipkins, they drafted him in the third round out of a small school. He was more of a project. I don't see it with him.
Sure,
and you can't go into the season having Justin Herbert and risk having Trey Pipkins be a liability.
Yeah.
You just can't do it. And so I do think left tackle is their most pressing need. I also think left guard is no sure thing. I know they signed Ode Abushi from Detroit, and he's not a bad player. But Coach Staley even said he's going to have to compete. And so I do think even in the third, fourth round, adding a guard would make a lot of sense as well.
Oh, I'm with you. I think that they've got their options.
Yeah.
You mentioned if it doesn't have to be an offensive tackle pick if the value is not right. Who do you think the value is right? Like, is it Sewell Slater? And that's it? Or do we think that there's like, is Darisaw enough for them as well? Is Elijah Vera Tucker enough for them as well?
Knowing what I know in terms of what they like in offensive linemen,
That's why we have you on the show,
I do
Brantley.
think Vera Tucker would be a little rich for them, right?
Yeah.
Darisaw fits what they want to do at left tackle. He can move. He's long, athletic.
Dude, he is.
He's
just
really, really smooth.
Incredible athlete for his size.
I think Darisaw would be in consideration for them at 13. However, I do think if one of the top corners was available, whether it's be Patrick Surtain, J.C. Horn,
Right.
I would think they would probably lean corner over a Darisaw at 13 if those two were available. But again, like if they were off the board and no team wanted to move back, I think they'd feel very comfortable taking Darisaw at 13.
All right, so I'm going to rapid fire you here, a little this or that from what you just said, okay? You tell me who you think they would pick.
Yeah.
All right? Elijah Vera Tucker, Christian Darisaw.
Darisaw.
Okay. Elijah Vera Tucker, J.C. Horn.
J.C. Horn.
J.C. Horn, Elijah Vera Tucker. Or J.C. Horn, Christian Darisaugh. I just said that, sorry.
J.C. Horn.
Okay. J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, they're getting progressively harder. That's why you got to keep watching the show, because they start easy and then they get a little more difficult.
I think Horn has a lot of similarities to what Jalen Ramsey had from the neck up. Just the swagger, the confidence, the demeanor.
Yeah.
That's going to really appeal
to Brandon Staley, who just utilized
and
Ramsey.
Horn is a little more physically gifted than Surtain. Now, granted, I like Surtain better.
Sure, yeah.
I like Surtain better.
Look, I gave you the disclaimer at the top. Who you think the team would
I think the team would lean Horn.
Okay, all right. J.C. Horn, Rashawn Slater.
Rashawn Slater.
And then J.C. Horn, Penei Sewell.
I think Penei Sewell is the number one player on their board.
Okay, well, then the last one that I was going to give was Rashawn Slater and Penei Sewell, but you just named it there. Okay, so then that gives us a little bit of an idea of, we talked about corner being something that the Chargers could definitely look at, but that quantifies it a little bit more. And
it's a huge need.
What do you think when you look at the rest of this depth chart as well? Because you could throw edge rusher in there, I think, as something that they would need. Who are some guys that they might target, like, top end of the second round as well? Like somewhere on day 3, some positions that you really think they might go after. Obviously losing Hunter Henry, like do they want to go after tight end as well? What are some, I know they added Jared Cook, but.
It's fascinating, right? Because we don't necessarily know what scheme Staley's going to run. The Chargers were a predominantly 4-3, cover 3 team last year, and Staley, he ran a lot of hybrid fronts with the Rams, a lot of 3-4, a lot of multiple fronts. So it's tough when you think about what edge rusher they could be after.
Yeah.
Do we want a guy who can stand up and do a little off-ball kind of 3-4 outside linebacker stuff? Do we want a guy who's more hand of the dirt, playing more of the 5-tech?
Well, who they got? So they have guys who could be potentially like
have
edge
Nwosu
guys for them. They have Nwosu. They've got whatever you want Jerry Tiller
He's
to
more
be.
of a 5-tech and a 3-4.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm looking at the depth chart now. Bosa can obviously be whatever you want, but you probably just want him as a hand of the dirt guy. Yeah, okay.
And so it's tough. And so whenever I do, because I do think edge is a huge need for the Chargers, but it's tough when I try to project a specific player without really understanding what Staley wants to do. And so I'm not going to give you a name. I will say I would be shocked if the Chargers don't take an edge rusher in the first 3 rounds.
Okay.
So that's truly what I believe.
That's good. That's good.
I think other positions that they'll target is a receiver.
I was just about to bring up receiver. Let's talk about how early you think they could target wide receiver. I remember doing a mock draft not too long ago, maybe like a month ago, and in this mock, this is post-free agency, so they were able to add their offensive line additions. Jalen Waddle was there for them at number 13. Could they even go after wide receiver in round 1? Or do you really, I mean, like, let's just think about it. Do you just think it's probably going to be either corner or offensive tackle?
I think it's going to be corner or offensive tackle.
Okay.
You know, like, taking Jalen Waddle, that means you'd be passing Darisaw.
Yes.
Like you'd be passing potentially
probably.
a Horn, right? Because
yeah.
the numbers are just going to allow one of those players to be available, right? And so
you're right.
I don't really see a scenario in which they take a receiver at 13. However, if they want to trade back, I could easily see like a Devontae Smith, being an option. But I do think a guy like De'Ami Brown II would make sense as a number 3 vertical threat. Let Keenan Allen do the intermediate underneath stuff.
What kind of wide receiver?
I think
we also had that conversation a lot where it's like, oh, this team uses wide receiver. Well, in today's NFL, there's so many different types that you like. Is it true X? Do you want a Z player that you can move before the snap? Do you want more of a pure slot guy? Like what kind of?
I think they need a guy who can be a field stretcher. whether that's
Okay,
De'Ami
that's-
Brown,
yeah, De'Ami
whether
Brown's
that's
right up
Elijah Moore. Those are the kind of guys who can really open up the offense. Let Keenan Allen get busy underneath. Let Mike Williams do his cross the middle stuff. Like, that's what they need. And I know Jalen Guyton got a lot of production. Tyron Johnson got a lot of production. Those guys are best suited as number 4, number 5 receivers because they're not really like super elite talents. And if I'm the Chargers, I'm doing everything I can to surround Herbert with elite guys. And so I think receiver you could easily see in the 2nd or 3rd round as well.
Okay. All right. What do you think the outlook is for Herbert here? Before we move on to the next team, I mean, this is a guy who really just started his NFL career, hitting the ground running, absolutely on fire. You love what you saw, especially even, with the bad offensive line working outside the pocket. I don't have the numbers of grades of clean pocket versus outside stuff, but it felt like Herbert was so comfortable making things work out of the pocket. As the offensive line gets their upgrades, as you hope the pocket is formed a little bit more for him, you're hoping that there's those in-structure plays that matter a lot too. So just very curious what your overall thoughts on Herbert are going into his 2nd season.
Well, I see no reason why he can't surpass what he did as a rookie. I think, like you said, the offensive line's going to be better.
Right, yeah.
He's another year just kind of being in a comfort level of being an NFL offense. You got to think, Herbert had arguably the best rookie season ever on a shortened offseason during dealing with COVID. So you think about all those factors, I think Herbert's going to be even better as a sophomore. And, potentially the Chargers can be in the playoffs depending how the coaching staff and the defense kind of handles themselves.
It's a competitive division.
It is.
So
It really is.
If you're stealing one from a couple of your division opponents, yeah, there's no doubt I think that you can make it into the playoffs with this 17-game, or I said it, regular season schedule. I'm just trying to emphasize as much as I can to drill it into my brain because I know that I'm going to mess up at some point. Let's move on to the Las Vegas Raiders. So this is a team that finished last season 8-8, right at the even mark.
Started 6-2.
Started 6-2, finished 8-8, and that's not so great. But when you're looking at this team, and I'll say, let's start with a more general at the top before we get into the roster. Mike Mayock's the general manager. John Gruden is the head coach. John Gruden's still working on that 10-year contract. He's a lucky man. I think that he makes all the decisions, but I feel like Mayock's kind of the fall guy for a lot of when it doesn't work. That makes me feel like Mayock might be on the hot seat this year. Like Mayock, if the Raiders have another somewhat disappointing year, I feel as though that Mayock might be at the point where they're not going to fire Gruden. He's got too many years left on that 10-year deal, so Mayock might be the guy to go. So, I don't know, do you feel like you get those vibes where it's a big year for Mike Mayock and this team?
100%. I almost think Mayock is such a prideful guy coming over from the media, right? Like, he's not going to want to just sit there and lose as a figurehead because, like you said, like he's not making the picks. And sure, he's the one who manages the personnel department, and that's
Right.
that's no easy job. So I'm not trying to discredit Mike Mayock in any way, but I just think if it came down to it, right, I think he'd walk away. I think he would just say, hey, it's not working.
Wow.
Like I'm gonna go out on my own terms.
Well,
like
obviously, Mayock had a great career before,
Yeah,
right?
like-
we all knew Mayock is the NFL draft guy on NFL Network, and I'm sure that he could have a position like that again. So you might be right. He might be comfortable walking away.
Yeah.
But a lot of other GMs might be like, no, this is it. Got to go down with the ship.
Because you got to think about it. He wasn't an area scout 20 years on the road driving from Montana to freaking North Dakota, right? Putting all of his life and passion into becoming a
It's
GM.
probably a beautiful drive, actually. Now that you're saying that Montana to North Dakota, I mean, you see some beautiful landscape at that point.
I do think, he's a prideful guy. Like, it'd be tough if I'm putting myself in his shoes to
Sure.
be in that position, probably wanting to draft certain guys and not being able to and then losing. I don't know how much more he has in him, so it is a big year.
All right, so let's get into the roster here. We can start talking about the offensive line because
Yeah.
I feel like that was the big change up for this Raiders team. I remember going into the year, this is probably like 2019, and I was reading about how offensive lines were doing midway through the season. Everybody was talking about yo, look how good this Raiders offensive line is.
Them and the Cowboys,
And
best line
they
in
were
football.
dominating,
Yeah.
and now all of a sudden Trent Brown is gone, Gabe Jackson is gone, Ronnie Hudson is gone, and Richie Incognito is still there, Colt Miller's still there, but other than that, they bring in Nick Martin. They've got Denzel Good. They're hoping that Brandon Parker can be something for them, I guess, but it is just so strange to me how willing they were to blow this up. And I know that there's I don't want to say excuses. Excuses feels like a bad word. Reasons, I'll say, for a couple of the moves. I was told that they were looking to move on from Gabe Jackson for a little bit. Like, that wasn't out of nowhere. It seems like the Trenton Brown thing, they liked him. He just wasn't healthy as much as they wanted him to be. So you move on. You try to get a more reliable right tackle. But then Rodney Hudson up and leaves. Like, this is a big deal. We talk about a make or break year for Mike Mayock. Derek Carr as well, you know, like this Raiders offense right now, I feel like is at a big tipping point of whether you believe in them or not. And getting rid of a lot of veterans and good players in the offensive line, I feel like that's the opposite of what you're trying to do.
Yeah. I mean, I think Rodney Hudson, from a leadership standpoint, I was there with the Raiders as an intern in 2015, and Hudson's just the way guys rallied around him, right?
Yeah.
He was the heart and soul of that locker room on a team that had Khalil Mack, Derek Carr, even Janikowski, right? Like, he was the dude, and so to get rid of him, it's really telling. And they have Andre James, who they gave some money to. They signed Nick Hudson in free agency, but none of those guys are Rodney Hudson. And so, Derek Carr's coming off as one of his best years as a pro. And you take away his center, it's tough. And like you said, it's a lot of pressure is going to be on Gruden and Mike Mayock to kind of prove themselves right.
So I feel like that's where we might. Yeah. We've got to start the conversation when it comes to draft outlook, because we're doing draft previews, obviously. And so at number 17 overall, there's a chance you could have some good offensive tackles on the board. We looked at guys. We mentioned Christian Darrisaw before. Tevin Jenkins is another one. Elijah Vera Tucker is, I think, another player there. Who's the ideal guy to get to the Las Vegas Raiders at number 17, you think? Let's just start with offensive line, and then we can open it up to some other prospects as well.
At 17, I think they love Tevin Jenkins, because right tackle to me is their biggest need.
They love Tevin Jenkins anywhere. I mean, like, just knowing John Gruden, he probably watched 5 minutes of Tevin Jenkins tape and went, get this guy. He
probably has Tevin Jenkins against Texas on a loop in the building. Just nonstop. But
that's his draft week prep, is just watching Tevin Jenkins highlights over and over.
No doubt. But honestly, though, I do think Elijah Vera Tucker, if he's there at 17, and say Jenkins isn't there, that could make some sense, because I do know folks in the building like Denzel Good at right tackle.
Okay.
So to be able to kick him outside at right tackle, have Vera Tucker be the right guard, could make some sense. And so that's something.
Vera Tucker's also got that tackle versatility.
100%.
I know he played left tackle, 100%. But I think he proved this past year that
I
he's
would say don't be shocked if Vera Tucker is a Raider. I know you've probably never seen that kind of pairing in a mock.
Yeah.
But it does make sense, because I do know that Good, in the team's point of view, is more of a right tackle than a guard.
So let's open it up a little bit, and let's get the defense involved as well as we talk about 17, and we'll get to some other picks kind of later in the draft that they might have their eye on. But I think when you look at the defense, linebacker's the big one, right? Because they've got Nick Witowski, they gave the money to Corey Littleton, and I don't think the return on investment has been there for those guys, especially in coverage. That's why you pay linebackers. That's why you bring linebackers in. You do it so you can get that coverage profile, and I just feel like it hasn't been there for them yet. Edge rusher, I believe, is also pretty big for them. They brought in Yannick Ngakoue, so I think that they hope that that's an infuse in there. They have Max Crosby as well. They still have Carl Nassib. I think they still have Carl Nassib, and then they also have Clune Farrell. What do you think about this defense? When you look at potential picks for number 17 overall and then just upgrades in general, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be completely honest with you, you could draft any player on the defense. I think it's justified. Like any position. I think you could upgrade edge. I think you can upgrade at linebacker, and I think you can upgrade at corner and safety. So, it's not what Raider fans want to hear, but it's just the truth. I do think the corners have some upside. I think
they're younger, right? You got Trayvon Mullen, you got Damon Arnett.
They're younger, they're big, tall, athletic, and I do think Gus Bradley will be able to get the most out of those guys.
Sure.
So we'll take corner out of the equation, but I do think, like you said, edge rusher. They were, I think, at the bottom 5 in sacks last year.
Yeah, it was not.
It's not pretty. And Max Crosby, he's a good player, but he's not necessarily a dynamic guy whose offensive coordinator is going to stay up at night fearing, right?
And I mean, he had the double-digit sacks his rookie season.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think we all knew he wasn't going to be a double-digit sack player every year.
Every year. So. And Yannick's a great signing for them. I love that signing.
I agree. Yeah, I think that's good.
But I do think adding another guy with more juice that could even allow Crosby to kick inside and sub, kind of like what Bradley did with Bosa with the Chargers the past couple of years, would make a lot of sense. So if a guy like Phillips did fall to 17, that would be great. Jalen Phillips out of Miami would make a lot of sense. Azeez Ojulari from Georgia, I think, would be justifiable. But really, I think linebacker is their biggest need because
Yeah.
Gus Bradley, he runs a 4-3 cover 3 where, the Seattle-style defense where you have linebackers in coverage a lot. And not just in coverage, but like man coverage, right? So they're going to be asked to cover receivers in the slot. And right now, like, Nick Kwiatkowski, he can't do it. Corey Littleton physically can do it.
Yeah, he just wasn't super reliable.
He did it. He did it with the Rams.
Yeah.
He was excellent with the Rams.
Yeah.
But last year, he was such a disappointment in coverage, tackling in space. I actually have some hope for him turning it around
And maybe
in a
they
new
do too.
scheme,
Maybe
right?
they do too. Yeah.
So if the coaching staff told me, hey, like, just wait till you see Littleton in this defense, I'd say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna believe you. Like, who am I to say? Because like I've seen it with Littleton.
Sure.
But I do think adding a guy like Jeremiah Usukoromora,
Right.
Jamin
Yeah.
Davis,
Yeah.
right? Even Baron Browning in round 2, like
Yes,
those
that's
are
a great name
those
as
are the
well.
guys I think would make a lot of sense for this defense, just from a coverage standpoint, at linebacker.
Okay. All right. We're going to play the game again. We're going to go back and forth. We're going to do this or that because I liked how that ended on the last segment. So before we switch over to the Kansas City Chiefs, we're going to do this here. Number 17 overall for the Raiders. You tell me who you think they would pick, okay? Owusu-Koramoah, Elijah Vera Tucker.
Usukoromora.
Okay. So we've got, all right, how about Owusu-Koramoah and then Christian Darrisaw?
I'm gonna go Usukoromora because
Okay.
I don't necessarily. They don't need a left tackle.
I could be with you.
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
And obviously, it's a little bit of a true
Yeah, it's-
projection. I just wanted to put him
Yeah.
on the radar, see what you thought. Okay, Owusu-Koramoah, Jalen Phillips,
Okay.
edge rusher from Miami. So we're
I
switching.
think
We're
I
going
think
over to
I
edge
think
now.
based on tape alone, Phillips, because I do think Phillips. My comp is actually Joey Bosa. I think
Oh,
they're
wow,
very
okay.
very similar, from play style, just technique, size, athleticism. I think they're very similar. And Joey Bosa. Phillips.
Jalen Phillips. Ben still like approved of it. He heard the Joey Bosa comp and he wanted to make sure he heard it correctly.
And so I could see that going down.
Okay.
And so I would lean Phillips, but again, there's
You
such
think they would go Phillips?
they would go Phillips, but I
Okay.
think it's a big question mark with the concussions. None of us know.
Okay. All right. So I think that Phillips is a good reference point. I wanted you to bring that up, but I'll go back to Owusu-Koramoah and I'll say Owusu-Koramoah or Micah Parsons.
Yeah, Micah Parsons.
You think Micah Parsons?
Yeah,
Okay.
Micah Parsons.
All right. So then the other one here, and this is the last one that we'll do for 17, Micah Parsons, Tevin Jenkins, the Oklahoma State offensive tackle.
Micah Parsons.
You think they pick Parsons?
I
Okay.
do. I mean, I value Parsons as a top 7 player in this draft. I mean, like
He's good, man.
I don't really
really good.
understand the narrative. Like Roquan Smith, he was a can't miss player in his draft class. Devin Bush, right?
You're right.
Out of Michigan, but 10th overall, and I think Parsons is a substantially better prospect than Devin Bush. And so, if Parsons is there at 17, there's no way the Raiders pass on him.
So, I mean, just kind of bringing that all together, I feel like the board for the Raiders is Tevin Jenkins 1, or no,
Parsons.
Micah Parsons 1, Tevin Jenkins 2,
Koramora.
or Jalen Phillips,
yeah.
and then Koramoah,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I think that most people out there would definitely agree with you as well, that would probably be the way that it would stack up for the Las Vegas Raiders. Last team that we were talking about here, it was the 14-2 AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs here. You got Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
And I feel like you could just do whatever you want after that. Well,
Yeah.
not quite, because obviously they fell short in the Super Bowl. But let's talk about why they fell short. It was that
Yeah.
offensive line, right? And it was unfortunate. The injuries were definitely unfortunate because, some people have talked about now you see what a team is like when you don't invest offensive line. Well, that's not totally true, because there's a difference between having a starting caliber offensive tackle and being in the situation the Chiefs were in, where you're starting to back up offensive tackles. And so, I think that conversation, it sways a little bit too far in the opposite direction. I don't think you can use the Chiefs necessarily as an example for why you do that, but for them specifically, getting an offensive tackle. Now, they trade for Orlando Brown from the Baltimore Ravens. Curious what you thought of that move, whether you think it was the right move, and whether you think that they've done enough now, adding Joe Tooney as well, having Kyle Long. I mean, having these guys now on the offensive line, did they do enough to fix the O-line?
Yeah, I think they did. Honestly, I think trading for Orlando Brown was an awesome move by the Chiefs. They had to be aggressive. what happened to them in the Super Bowl last year, you know, they got demolished up front. I mean, yes, injuries were a major factor in that, but even so, Eric Fisher's play was declining before he got injured.
Sure.
Mitch Schwartz was getting up there in age. Like, offensive tackle was a need for them. And so Orlando Brown is a big physical guy, and he played really well at left tackle, you know, coming in for Ronnie Stanley last year. And so when you have Mahomes and you have Super Bowl aspirations, you can't risk a rookie left tackle coming in and not performing at a high level right away. Like, not everyone's going to be Tristan Wirfs, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's not going to work. And so I do think adding a veteran, a guy who's done it, makes a lot of sense for a team who wants to win the Super Bowl
100%.
next year.
I mean, when I looked at the Chiefs at 31 and the offensive tackle options that they had there, I continued to go back to Liam Eichenberg.
Yeah, because he's the most pro ready, right? Like,
Right.
yeah.
I mean, this is a guy who, if you ask anybody, anonymous scouts, media people, whoever has watched his tape, the first words that they would tell you about Liam Eichenberg is that he's very in control. Nothing overwhelms him. I think the hand placement is consistent. I think just how he gets guys locked up. I mean, he never looks like he's panicking. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, he doesn't have the athletic upside of some of these other guys, but we're talking about a tackle that you want to start right away for a team that's already built to compete in a lot of different areas. And so that's why I always linked them with Liam Eichenberg.
Yep.
But Orlando Brown's even better. I mean,
Much
he's
better.
already proven it in the NFL. And so I agree. I think this is, you know, and honestly, if Orlando Brown wanted out, for the Ravens to go get a first-round pick and a handful of other picks as well, I mean, I think that's a win, right? It was a win for the Chiefs to go get a guy who could give them what they wanted right now. It was a win for the Ravens to go get a first-round pick for him. And it was also a win for Orlando Brown because, like you said, like he wanted to play left tackle, and now he gets to play left tackle.
Win-win trade for everybody, and
Yep.
all parties involved. I think you could feel really great about that trade.
What about the defensive side of the ball? I mean, like, I know that defense, we're not often talking about defense when it comes to the Kansas City Chiefs. Everybody likes to talk about the offense, and we're going to get back to that a little bit more. But when you look at this team, they've got Chris Jones in the middle. You know, their linebacker rooms, it's not as strong as it could be.
No.
On the back end, you've got Tyrann Mathieu, who is obviously still making a big impact as well. But who do you think could give them the big, if they were going to look defense there at the back end of, well, not in the back end of the first round anymore, whenever they come on the clock now in the second round, who is a player who you think they could really target, or at least a position that you might want to, knowing that you've got to take into account this position's a little bit deeper because it's going to be into the second round now.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you look at opposite Frank Clark at defensive end, I think that's a position where you could really improve. And, you know, when the Chiefs were at their best, they had multiple pass rushers, multiple kind of guys that they can get up at the quarterback up front. And so I think, you know, in the second round, that's a position I think I would target, would be that defensive end. Also linebacker, right? I mean, you drafted Willie Gay last year, who's a good coverage linebacker, but, you know, I do think there's some sort of rawness there. And Anthony Hitchens is an okay player, but he's not necessarily dynamic in any way. And so I do think adding a linebacker, maybe Pete Warner from Ohio State in the second would make a lot of sense.
Warner could be a great ad for him, no doubt.
And so, you know, I do think those two spots up front would make a lot of sense for the Chiefs.
I am actually looking at the draft order because I could not remember where the Chiefs went to the exact number. And it's funny because they're 58, and they're picking for the first time in the draft at 58. Right in front of them at 56, Seattle Seahawks picking for the first time.
Oh, wow.
57, Los Angeles Rams picking for the first time. So we go 56, 57, 58. Three teams in a row, they're going to be picking for the first time. And so it's almost like you don't know what these teams are going to do, because you could sit here and you could look at, okay, well, this is their biggest need, blah, blah, blah. But who do they want to make the biggest splash with? So players at 58, you mentioned edge rusher. So, like, let's go. I've got the TDN edge rush board up right now, talking about some guys that might be available at 58. It sounds like Joe Tryon's probably not going to make it there. And you got to think about this too. Edge rush need, big for both Seattle and LA right in front of them. So if an edge rusher makes it to him, like an obvious edge rusher, like a Joseph Osai or something, I feel like that he might be off the board for him already.
I think Osai will be off the board. I think Tryon will be off the board.
Right.
I think a guy like Carlos Basham would make a lot of sense for them.
Sure,
But
yeah.
even that would be kind of a fall for him.
Right, and like I think that even Seattle's going to like Basham, right? I mean, like Basham could easily go to the Seattle Seahawks. So now I'm Ronnie Perkins maybe. Peyton Turner, if you like kind of his versatility there as an
Love
edge
Peyton
rusher.
Turner.
So
Love
you like
Peyton
him?
Turner, yeah.
Okay. I feel like he might be a really good guy to target at 58 for the Kansas City Chiefs.
And then the Vanderbilt kid, Dio
Odiengbo,
yeah. I know he's coming off an injury, but that's an explosive player. He's a versatile guy. He can rush inside, he can rush outside. He has really good length. I think that's a position and a player that would make a lot of sense late in the second round.
Here is a name that I will throw out at you, and I want to see your reaction for it. Because it could be a reaction for multiple different reasons. Greg Rousseau. What do you think about Rousseau being a second-round pick, lasting to 58, being the pick for Kansas City? There's a lot of different angles here, but his stock seems to be kind of all over the place. So what do you think about Rousseau, maybe?
I'm apparently his biggest fan, I guess.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I'm talking to the right guy.
I'm a Rousseau truther, man. Look, I think he's a first-round player. I think he's arguably the best edge rusher in the class. I don't really care. Like, yes, I wish he played in 2020. Yes, I wish he was a little more fluid, a little less stiff. At the end of the day, he's 6'7". He has good short area quickness. I think he's stronger at the point of attack than he gets credit for. He has inside-outside versatility. And I think he's still a raw kind of piece of clay that can be molded. And I'm betting on the kid's upside. I recognize that there is some risk with him, right? He hasn't played a lot of football at the position.
Right.
But his upside is through the roof. And so I personally.
So you draft him in the first round. So if he
I
makes
would
the
draft him in the
58,
first round.
If he makes the 58, it's a home run for you, right?
If I'm Baltimore at 27, I'm taking Gregory Rousseau. But
All right.
if he's at 58, I'm getting some looks in the building right now, but if he's at 58, I will be floored. And I was talking to some dudes in the league, like, I don't know, I do think he is getting a little bit of a bad rap.
From people in the league, you think as
No,
well?
no, from just the general kind
Okay,
of consensus conversation.
Okay.
I do think there's more to like than not to, while also acknowledging, yeah, there is some concerns. Like, I'm not sitting here saying he's a perfect prospect. I'm just betting on the upside, the kid, and just the potential.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I got to sit down and interview Rousseau early on in the process, and yeah, I mean, he seemed very aware of both what people liked about him and what people said that he needed to do better with. And I think that he has worked over the last 8 to 10 months since he has opted out, really trying to hone that as much as he can outside of getting real reps in the game, because that's important, right? I mean, that's the big reason when you talk about these guys opting out, it's the live reps. It's not even that they haven't been working out or putting on weight or watching tape. Like, all of that is almost an understood. Like, you, of course, should be doing that. You're about to go to the NFL, but it's those live reps that you just can't really emulate. That you just go, all right, well, you figure his rookie season, he's getting caught up on all of those. And so there's a lot of reasons to love Rousseau, and I thought that he was very aware of the things that he needed to get better with, and even the truth about what people were going to say about him when it came to opting out. Yeah. So I think he's got a good head on his shoulders about it either way. Yeah. Let's talk about linebacker as well. So linebacker for the Chiefs, if linebacker were to be their first selection, because they have 58 and, I want to get this number right, 63, which is the second to last pick in the second round. So they've got 2 picks, just like the Ravens do. Obviously, it's just kind of reversed on day 2. Linebackers that could be available for them. And remember, it doesn't have to be at the expense of an edge rusher, because maybe they go edge early and they go linebacker afterwards. What about players like Jabril Cox? We talk about a coverage upside.
Yeah.
Cameron McGrone, the guy from Michigan, the middle linebacker there. Nick Bolton, but I don't know if Nick Bolton makes it all the way to the back end of the second round.
I do think, going back to Cam McGrone, I think that's his sweet spot, kind of a late 2, early 3. He's a guy who has a lot of physical upside. He's big. He has long arms. He can run sideline to sideline. I think he's a player whose best football is ahead of him. Okay. And so he's a guy I'd love for the Kansas City Chiefs. I've never even thought about that, actually, because when you think about McGrone, being able to kind of play him behind Hitchens in year 1, let him get his feet wet, let him kind of learn the defense and kind of unleash him in year 2, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Yeah. No, I like a handful of those guys that I feel like could be on the radar for them. I'm looking at Chaz Surratt. You probably don't have to draft at, end of the second round, maybe, especially since they're not going to pick until the end of the third round as well. Yeah. So if you really like Chaz Surratt, I feel like that might be an option for him. But yeah, those are a handful of guys. I think that makes a lot of sense. Do you think that that the Kansas City Chiefs are still absolutely, without question, the team to beat in the AFC? Or do you think a team like, I don't know, Buffalo, Baltimore?
Is Patrick Mahomes still the quarterback?
Yes, he is.
Then, yeah, they're still the favorites.
I had that coming, I think. I think that I had that one coming. All right, so we've got about 10 minutes left here on this little segment of us talking about the AFC West. What I'd like to do, I'm going to call a little bit of an audible here. Let's do a 3-round mock draft. Do you have the Draft Network up right now?
Let me pull it up.
All right, let's go to the draftnetwork.com right now. Let's pull up the mock draft machine. I'm loaded up, so I've got trades and everything in there. Let's select the 4 teams in the AFC West, and let's do a let's just say 3-round mock draft. And so we'll simulate the rest of the picks. We'll only pick for the teams that are in the AFC West. Obviously, you might have some trade options that come up for your screen that are a little bit different from mine, but I guess we could probably talk about the trades if we want to. I'd probably say don't do trades in this one. Keep it a little bit straightforward. Talk about some targets that they have, where they're actually picking. So, Chiefs, Broncos, Chargers, and where's the last team? The Raiders. So I got all 4 up right now. We're going 3 rounds. If you guys want to follow along at home, you could do so as well. Head over to thedraftnetwork.com. You can pull up the mock draft machine. Of course, if you're a premium subscriber, then you also get the trade function in there too. But we'll go 3 rounds, fast simulation. So that's what we'll have here. We've got it on both of our computers, so it should be pretty straightforward. You got the screen up?
Getting it right now. My computer is giving me some difficulty, but it's loading.
Wow. Okay. Wow. We're having technical difficulties on Brentley's end. All right.
One second.
Let me know when you're ready. We'll be able to get it going here. I mean, I agree with Brentley that I think that the Kansas City Chiefs are still the team to beat in the AFC. I think Buffalo is so close, and I honestly think it's close enough to where if the Chiefs played the Bills, let's say neutral site, out of 10 times,
ready?
I think that, okay, I got you. I feel like the Bills are winning 3 or 4 of them. Like, I think they're close. I think the Chiefs still win the majority of it, but I feel like Buffalo is really there, especially with the strong draft. I think that they could do it. You ready to go?
Yep.
Ready to start? Okay, let's just start.
All right.
First team, it'll be the Denver Broncos at 9.
So who do you got available?
Oh, should probably mute my computer. All right, so I have Trey Lance and Mac Jones available.
Same. I got Trey Lance, Mac Jones, and Surtain staring me in the face.
I think that Trey Lance, right? I mean, I'm glad that we said that in unison.
It has to be Trey Lance.
That's got to be the pick. I think if Trey Lance is there, that's what they're going to do. I think the Fields could also be an option for them. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I feel like Mac Jones could be an option for them too. I think that, like I said, they've given themselves the flexibility to stay at 9. And I feel like with that being the case, whoever drops to them, even if it's QB5, he'd be on the board for him.
Yep.
So maybe corner as well, maybe Micah Parsons if he's on the board, which we believe he probably will be. I think that the only team really a threat to take him is maybe the Detroit Lions at number 7. But with Trey Lance being on the board, I feel like this is an obvious one. We're going with Trey Lance here?
Going with Trey Lance.
Okay. All right. So we've got same mock draft so far. Next pick, it's 13. It's the Los Angeles Chargers.
I got a trade offer, but are we doing that?
I think we should probably, just for the sake of the people at home trying to keep up with this, we should do no trades. If you're at home and you're doing your own mock draft, feel free to do all the trades you want and respond to the tweet where the show is, how you guys started watching, and just send us your mock draft. If you're doing, even if it's just for the Broncos or the Chargers, whoever it is, reply to it, send us the mock draft, and we'll grade it next time we're on. So I got the Chargers on the board at 13.
I got Darisaw.
I got Darisaw.
Both the corners are gone.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Darisaw's the pick.
I think that this has got to be Darisaw as well. So we talked before, J.C. Horn could be very tempting for them, but with Christian Darisaw here, I think that it's got to be Christian Darisaw. 17 Las Vegas Raiders. Here's where it
I got Jenkins.
Jenkins still here.
Olusegun Moore. They just missed out on Micah Parsons for me.
Did he go 16 for you?
He went 16.
He went 16.
I think we're synced up right now. That's
okay.
solid.
Maybe I don't know if this is possible, but maybe we've got the exact. Wait, who went 15 for you?
Mac Jones.
Okay, I got Rashad Bateman went 15 for me for the New England Patriots, so that's a little spicy there.
I do think
Mac
here
Jones is still on the board
it has to be Tevin Jenkins.
I think so.
It has to be Tevin Jenkins. Right tackle is a huge need. Gruden is in love his kind of physical, just temperament. This is a Raider, so
I'm with you. So all right, 3 for 3 here. Tevin Jenkins going 17. So the only other selection that we have is it would be Kansas City at 31, but we're not having Kansas City, so we're going into the second round now, getting a couple of different trade offers. But
declining.
Next pick is the Denver Broncos at 40. So we gave the Broncos.
What are
Trey
some names
Lance
available
at
for
9.
you?
Who is? Oh, okay, so looking at their needs, Baron Browning is available at linebacker.
Yeah, I got him.
Corner, who's available? Man, corners took a big run. Aaron Robinson, Asante Samuel, those are the next guys that are on the board.
I'm honestly, is Levi
Onwuzurike
available for you?
He is here for me.
I'm telling you, I do think interior defensive line is a pretty big need for the Broncos. Getting some young guy in there, getting a guy with some juice, some length.
I like this. I like this idea for the Broncos, but I feel like we might be able to wait on it. I feel like you and I could wait till the third round on it. Is Baron Browning there for you?
Baron Browning is available.
I think we should go Baron Browning.
Yeah, they need some help at linebacker, a guy who can actually cover in space.
Okay, so we're gonna go. Let's go Baron Browning here. So Baron Browning at 40. So it's Trey Lance, Baron Browning here for the Denver Broncos. I think that's a really good start for them, honestly.
Chargers at 47.
47.
I got a name right here that's really intriguing.
Hit me with it.
Peyton Turner. Is he available for you?
Is Turner available for me? Okay, let's look.
Think about a guy with length,
go off the board? Where
with
is
explosiveness. He has really powerful hands.
Where's Peyton Turner? Where did he go?
I don't know, but he's my pick.
Oh, he went 2 picks before. Oh, no, he went 2 picks before. Okay, so you picked him.
Peyton Turner.
Greg Rousseau is still on the board here.
So, he went off for me.
Okay, so then I'm going to go Greg Rousseau here. Same similar angle, and we're talking about those longer interior defensive line players, very versatile guys. You can play them in a variety of different spots. So Christian Darrisaw in the first round for the Chargers, and now I'm going to go Greg Rousseau. You went Peyton Turner, so the same kind of edge emphasis there. Raiders now at 48. We picked for them Tevin Jenkins at number 17. So you got anybody that's really catching your eye?
Yeah, Nick Bolton's still available.
Nick Bolton is still there for me too, but we talked about them really wanting coverage.
Is Javon Holland on the board?
Ooh.
Nope.
I've got Jabril Cox on the board. Do you have Cox on the board?
Yeah, I do.
I think that this would be the way they would go, especially because they don't need like bodies to throw at linebacker, right? They need specific linebackers.
Yeah, they need a guy who can really play the will and be able to cover in the slot.
So I'm going to go with Jabril Cox here. So we'll make that the pick. And then I think Kansas City is next. Kansas City is our next one here at 58. And then they're also going to be picking at 31. So we mentioned edge and linebacker being big for them here.
So much trade offers. All right, here we go.
I don't have a great edge for them here at 58.
I got Basham.
Basham
staring me in the face.
Absolutely take Basham there. Yeah. Let's see. Who do I have? Dylan Radins. Okay, that's interesting. Nick Bolton is still here. Ooh, wide receiver. Could be wide receiver. Nico Collins, Dwayne Eskridge. No, I'm going with linebacker Pete Werner. Werner is still here for me, and I feel like that's the direction that I got to go. So you're going to go with Boogie Basham, who I believe is probably the best pick there, and I'm going with Pete Werner. So all right, 63 now.
All right, Chiefs back to back. So you went linebacker, I went edge.
Yep.
I'm gonna.
Should we switch it?
Brady Christensen's interesting.
Oh, is he still there for you?
He's still there. He tested really well.
Ooh, okay.
Mike Remmers, I know he's slated to be right tackle, but
let's do it.
Yeah, he's not a long-term staple there.
Let's do it.
I think Brady Christensen at the back end of the second round to be a right tackle in the future.
All right.
That would be an outstanding pick for Mahomes.
All right, I'm in. I'm entering the third round now. We got about 3 minutes left before we got to go to a break, so we're going to try to finish out this third round here. Denver Broncos at 71. We've given him Trey Lance and also Baron Browning. I feel like offensive tackle might be the move here. Oh, man, I would have loved to get them Braden Christensen, but he's off the board. Jax Carman's still there. Ooh, Jalen Mayfield might be able to give them that offensive tackle, interior offensive line versatility. But you also mentioned interior defensive line. Tommy Tungiai being in there. Milton Williams. What do you think? You tell me.
Yeah, I wish I had Milton Williams available because that would be a home run for the Broncos.
Okay.
I do like Tommy Tungiai. Sorry, I do like him a lot.
Yeah.
I think he's a versatile player.
Let's do it.
I think that would be a good fit.
All right, send it in. So now we've got the Denver Broncos. We just picked for the Broncos. 77, it's the Los Angeles Chargers. We've hit offensive tackle. We went Darrisaw. We also got Greg Rousseau.
Let's see what receivers do we have available.
Okay.
Tylan Wallace.
I got Tylan Wallace. Oh, that'd be fun as hell, man. I got Tyler
Let-
Wallace. Corner, corner
Is there
I
a
have.
corner? I have a Debo.
Yeah, I
that
have
has
Debo
that,
too.
that has to be the
Yep,
pick. Yeah,
gotta
that,
be a Debo.
That would be wow. So the Chargers got who they get? Darisaw. I gave them
Russo, you got him Turner,
Wow,
and then we got
that would
Debo.
be a home run.
Okay, we got back-to-back picks here for the Raiders, 79 and 80. Interior defensive line's a big need. Safety's a big need.
Safety's a huge need.
Ooh, what about Jamar Johnson?
Oh yeah.
Okay, Jamar Johnson. Okay, we'll go with that. And then interior defensive line, Jay Tufele, Tyler Shelvin. Give me one of those names there.
What about Deontay Brown?
Okay.
At guard.
Yeah. Who do we get? We get Tevin Jenkins. Oh, and then they get
Right.
Deontay Brown. All right,
That's
so-
another Raider.
All right, let's
big,
do it.
physical, smaller at the point, gap power kind of blocking scheme. That's a Raider.
I'm with you. Okay, so we got one more pick left. Oh no, I think we have two more picks left. I think we're gonna run out of time in the show, actually. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we've got the Chargers. This is the last one. Safety, corner, wide receiver. Who's wide receiver? Who's left? Who do we want? Who do we want? Kay Johnson, Seth Williams. We got 20 seconds.
Let's do Seth Williams.
Okay.
Let's do Seth Williams.
All right, Seth Williams. That was a fun exercise. I don't actually have time to recap everything that's going on. But all right, everybody. That was a lot of fun. Brentley Wiseman, Trevor Sickman. We just recapped the AFC West. We're going to be back. Stay tuned to Brinks TV. Got a Locked On NFL Draft coming up next.
A long time ago, people used to watch TV and win. Jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor. Winning never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me, Freund. Whatever he or she or me calls himself, herself or knee self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
When your mask comes off, your breath comes out. Make sure it doesn't stink. Stay healthy and fresh. Soul and science. Immune Fresh. The all-natural breath mint. Vitamin D3, vitamin C, zinc, Wellmune. Save yourself. Save us all from your breath. Go to immunefresh.com.
Thanks for coming, everyone. Laser Kitty and I, and the whole Killcliff team, that's a temporary name, are understandably upset that someone is claiming that Killcliff is not the world's first and best clean energy drink. Totally preposterous. Laser Kitty, the floor is yours. Let 'em have it. That was beautiful. Thank you, Laser Kitty. For the first and best clean energy drink, go to killcliff.com.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Quiddy Pay.
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Welcome inside the Locked On NFL Draft Podcast. I am Trevor Sikkema. With me is Benjamin Solak, live at Brinks HQ here on Brinks.tv, broadcasting this is our first live podcast in forever.
Last one we did was, it would have been in Indy, it would have been at the Combine 2 years ago because we weren't there this past year, so it would have been 2 years ago in Indianapolis.
Feels good, man. It feels good.
Back in the seat.
We've got it back in the draft saddle, if you will. So we had to do this right. It had to be a Mock Draft Monday episode because that's what we're doing here. We're doing a brand new Mock Draft Monday, given all of the news, the reports, the smoke screens, the lies, the deceit. We're going to try to sift through it all here on this live podcast and give you guys a brand new first round mock draft. Ben, how you feeling, man?
Everything is delicious.
There it is. We got it in,
Had
folks.
to be done. We just had both of our final predictive mocks go up on the Draft Network. What was it?
Finals is strong.
Well, okay, final is in is the last one we'll publish. We have until Wednesday to change and send it to the Huddle Report for our scores. So
And you better believe that I'll be on the back end changing
last
it
night
800 times.
I was
between
up
now
with
and
Trevor
Wednesday.
last night at 11:30, and Trevor's going, but what if the Giants take Michael Parsons? And he wouldn't commit to a final player. So the same conversations that happen live on air on the show also happen behind the scenes when we're writing the mocks as well.
People do wonder about that. I feel like people all the time are like, what do you guys like off camera? Because it's, you know, you guys are so like back and forth on camera, or like when the mics are on, I should say. And I go, it's the exact same thing. Probably with just higher volume levels. It's just me and you yelling conspiracy theories at each other, and somebody talking. Either one of us is talking us down off the ledge, or the other one going, "Oh, I'm going to tweet that out first, so actually you don't get credit for it."
And the other thing is that like instead of those moments where it's like, oh, like maybe he would be a good fit if they do this and he can develop, we're just like, nah, maybe he's actually just flat not good. But you don't say that on the podcast.
No,
you
of
say,
course not.
You're going through it, everything like that. So we're about to draft 32 actually good players here because it's live on air.
Sure about that?
Yeah. I don't make any bad picks. You make any bad picks?
Have you ever made a bad pick?
I never had a wrong pick in a mock draft before.
I've never missed on a prospect, actually. People do
For
forget
years,
about it.
everybody always
you know,
forgets.
as this process goes on, people do tend to forget.
That we have never missed on a mock.
It's either been, you know, hey, they went to the wrong team. Hey, you know, they just, you know, they had the wrong diet when they started their career.
Just
you know,
like a
whatever
poor
it is.
workman blames his tools, poor evaluators blame the prospects for not being as good as they should have been.
Listen, you don't know my finances. You can't call me poor. We can't do that. All right, so let's pull up the mock draft machine right now and get to it. We've got an hour of an episode for you guys. It's all, I was just about to say all 32 NFL teams, but that's not true. It's all 32 picks in the first round because we
29 teams.
a couple
Seattle,
of
Rams, Houston, and the Chiefs.
Kansas
28
City,
now.
Kansas City.
Yeah.
So we have not done a mock draft episode since the Chiefs traded for Orlando Brown. So this is going to be big now.
How did you like that trade?
I mean, I really liked it, honestly, for all parties involved. And by all parties, I mean Kansas City Chiefs got a win-now kind of offensive tackle that can play for them immediately, right away, which is key. The Baltimore Ravens, where moving on from Orlando Brown is not objectively a good thing because you liked when he was right tackle and Ronnie Stanley was left tackle. If Orlando Brown really was like, I'm not playing right tackle anymore, they get a first-round pick and other selections for him. So I think that that was at least good return value there for him on a guy who was like, I want out, which is hard. Anytime a player demands that they want out, it's hard to get
that's where
that kind of...
Any trade was going to be good for Baltimore because Baltimore had to move on from Orlando Brown because Orlando Brown wasn't going to play for them anymore because they weren't going to let him play left tackle. So like that sense for sure, it leaves it there. Yeah, I think when you look at like the Jimmy Johnson trade value charts and some of the other trade pick value charts, in that trade, which included like 7 picks, right, or 6 picks altogether, Orlando Brown comes out to be roughly an early mid-second round pick, which feels exactly on the nose, right? It feels correct, especially with no extension, which the Chiefs have yet to extend him, so they're going to stick around with a year and kind of see how he plays and make sure he transitions to the left well. The most interesting thing to me is how additions of players like Orlando Brown and Joe Thuney and Kyle Long is going to change the way the Chiefs execute their running game because these are not zone blocking players. Orlando Brown ain't here trying to get on a hoof and wide zone. This is a down power blocker. This is a guy who wants to move in the first level.
No, you're
so
totally right.
There's going to be ramifications in terms of some of the ways the Chiefs design and call plays. What's interesting now is, does Baltimore actually make 2 first-round picks, or do they do what they usually do and trade back?
Yeah, no, I think that's, you know, Orlando Brown is the other good situation here because he goes to a place where, he's allowed to play left tackle, and it just seemed like that was not going to be the case in Baltimore. So I really do feel like that this was a really good trade for all parties involved, and with that being the case, I mean, like, let's get this brand new Mock Draft Monday started. There's a lot of things and a lot of reports that have come out. We're going to get to them and talk to them, or talk about them with every selection as we get to it. You want to pick for odds or evens?
I'll do evens. Odds are boring. Trevor Lawrence.
Wait, that was too many words. What did you just say? Which one are you picking
I said
for?
I'm picking evens. Odds are boring.
Okay.
Trevor Lawrence.
So then, yeah, I'm picking for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they're taking Trevor Lawrence. Ben spoiled it there. I guess that he is getting one odd pick in. Like, I mean, this one's set in stone. Urban Meyer's going Trevor Lawrence. He couldn't even hide the fact that he was going Trevor Lawrence, and so this one is starting off pretty chalk here with Lawrence. I assume it's going to start pretty chalk at number 2 as well.
Yes. My number one greatest hope for draft day is that it's not Zach Wilson, because it'll be nuts and everybody will scramble and it'll be really fun.
Hold on here. Let's talk about that, because
I'm talking about it.
I agree with you that it would be hilarious and also probably like not that crazy to think another quarterback in this class not named Trevor Lawrence could be picked at number 2. But we always sit here and say, oh, like what if they pick Justin Fields? I think it's pretty clear at this point the NFL just does not view, unless we are all being completely bamboozled,
Albert
led
Breer,
astray,
run amok,
and
flat out deceived.
Yeah, then it just
Albert
feels like
Breer
he's not
said
even there.
this morning that he spoke to 4 teams so Fields ranked above Wilson.
Okay, well now I don't know. Now I don't know which way it's up.
It's absolutely.
Who did he say? 4 what?
He said we spoke to 4 teams, 4 guys from 4 separate teams.
What if it was MLS teams?
You've got me there.
What if it was like 4 NBA teams?
So I think it's obviously going to be Wilson at 2. It'd be very fun if it isn't. It changes the calculus for the Niners at 3 and whether or not they would take Wilson. But I think it's going to be Wilson at 2.
I think that you're right as well. I feel like we've gotten a lot of hints that have pretty much confirmed the fact that the Jets really love Wilson. And look, man, if it's Fields, then this is truly one of the greatest smokescreens of all time by Joe Douglas, and it's a job well done. And
again, we'd love to see it.
I feel like we owe the man a bottle of wine at that point, just because this is what we do. Number 3 overall, it's the San Francisco 49ers. We've been told, as the rest of the world has been told, that this is coming down to 2 players, not named Justin Fields. It is Trey Lance and it is Mac Jones. When the trade went down initially, if y'all will remember, the big narrative from big draft media was, this is Mac Jones. Like, it felt like all of the major players were like, wow, they're going up to get their quarterback. And we're like, yeah, cool, yeah, that's a good one, Justin Fields. And he goes, Mac Jones. And we're all like, excuse me? Like, and so I feel like I'm just going to say it. I'm going to go Trey Lance. I'm going to go Trey Lance here. You and I have had this conversation so many times before. We go with the back and forth. This is what people are saying. These are the reports. These are the rumors. But the 49ers, there's a difference. If the 49ers were picking at 3 overall initially, I could believe this one a little bit more, that it would be Mac Jones.
Sure.
But they're not. They moved 2 additional first-round picks to go up to this spot. To go get Mac Jones, I'm just not a believer of it.
Yeah. When I sat down and I went through film and numbers, I came away believing more that it was Trey Lance than I had when I came in. Like, he was the one who was most, I at least most increased my thought, right? You know what I mean? Like, his stock had risen in my mind for this offense. So he's the one who makes sense from a scheme perspective, in my opinion, more so than a Mac Jones, more so than a Justin Fields. And then also he has the additional value as well. Add in the fact that you have Jimmy Garoppolo to ease the onboarding process, at least for right now.
Right.
And that gives you the ability to sit him if you want. I think, by Friday, they're not going to have Jimmy Garoppolo on the roster, but...
Oh, you think he's getting dealt?
I think that once you draft your quarterback, and obviously everybody knows they're drafting the quarterback, you start to get the calls for Jimmy.
So, like, who's interested in Jimmy, though? Because what's the contract?
Okay, so you have the Patriots, the Washington football team, the Chicago Bears, all of whom are going to be fighting for the scraps on the quarterback pile in this draft. Once those guys, somebody in those teams is not going to get a quarterback. So then Washington internally asks who gives us a better chance, Ryan Fitzpatrick or Jimmy Garoppolo.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
New England internally asks who gives us a better chance, Cam Newton or Jimmy Garoppolo.
Cam Newton.
And Chicago asks the same question for Andy Dalton and for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay, maybe Jimmy Garoppolo.
And so you and I sit here and we say, you know what, just stick with Ryan Fitzpatrick, you're fine. But teams don't like to sit. Owners who expected to be able to trade up and get a quarterback don't like to sit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think if there's going to be a position where a panic buy occurs for Jimmy Garoppolo, it'll be Friday, day 2 of the draft.
I definitely agree with you that Friday is the worthwhile quarterback movement day. If he's going to get dealt, it's going to be sometime on Friday. I'm not so sure that a team is going to be willing to trade enough draft capital to the Niners that it will make it worth it. I know his contract, obviously, it's like you're paying a lot of cap this year, but again, if you draft Trey Lance, you get to sit him behind Garoppolo for a year. Like, I think, like you just said, that was the roadblock that was something that allows this to make a lot of sense. And so for them to just like trade it away and be like, oh, just kidding, Trey Lance has got to start week 1. I feel like that's a little bit of a different conversation. They've got more of a luxury right now.
The thing is, like, we're gonna keep Jimmy, and we're gonna be able to
First
be
name basis
flexible.
now,
Yeah,
just
sure.
Jimmy.
We're gonna be able to do this. That sounds great in theory, and then you're sitting there, and the board is on 48, and some dude you love is still there who you didn't think was gonna be there, and Washington comes calling with a pick, or Chicago comes calling with a pick. And now that's a lot harder to say, oh, we need to keep Jimmy. When, you know, who else does San Francisco need, right? Potentially a starting corner. You're sitting there and you love Tyson Campbell and he's there at 55. You didn't think Tyson Campbell was going to be there at 55. Well, now you don't want Jimmy. Now you want Tyson Campbell. So it makes it more difficult to resist that temptation. So I'm talking about if Jimmy's going to get moved Friday of draft day or after an injury in training camp.
That's what I think is probably a little bit more realistic. Anyways, Trey Lance, number 3. You're up at number 4.
With increasing intensity, this seems to be Kyle Pitts, the tight end out of Florida. If it's a non-quarterback, it's always made sense that I think it would be Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, I don't think it could be anybody else, not a quarterback.
What matters here is how much money is already tied up into positions across Atlanta's roster. Atlanta has 22 players under contract into next year, 2022, which is a lot. They're going to have $6 million in cap space off of just those players alone. So before the rookie class even gets brought in, right? And we don't know exactly.
Dimitrov, what are you doing out here?
Dimitrov knew he was out, so he's extended his guy.
You know
right?
what? Actually, we should respect.
Yeah.
We stand.
Now we don't know what the cap ceiling is going to be for 2022, so it is that
It'll
number
probably
moves
take
around.
a massive
Right.
leap if we're being honest.
But it is to say that Atlanta is tied up money-wise. If you draft Kyle Pitts, you're making him one of the highest-paid tight ends already.
Yep.
And for a team that used a lot of tight end snaps, Tennessee did under Arthur Smith, they liked to be cheap at that position. They had a third-round pick in Jonnu Smith. They had a restricted free, an undrafted free agent in Anthony Ferguson. They had late-round guys, Jeff Swaim and Michael Pruitt. So I'm not sure they want to spend the money that it would take to pay Kyle Pitts, top 5 drafted tight end. But on pure talent, I think Kyle Pitts is the one who makes sense, especially if they're maybe actually trading Julio. So Kyle Pitts at 4 to the Falcons to me still makes the most sense.
The Julio trade is a whole different topic of conversation, which we're going to have a full podcast devoted to just kind of those rumors and what we're hearing, I think, throughout the week. So we'll get into that Julio Jones stuff for sure. Cincinnati Bengals here at number 5. Do you think it should be Penei Sewell?
Yes.
Okay. So we're on the same page.
I don't think it's bad if it's Chase.
Well,
but I do think it should be Sewell.
This is a conversation that I recently had with Brentley Wiseman on one of the shows that we were doing. Can't remember if it was last hour or the hour before, where we came to the conclusion that, yeah, we think that this pick is going to be Jamar Chase. We would probably pick offensive line, but even with that being the case, when you have these 2 prospects on the board and these are your 2 probably biggest needs, you don't have a loser here. Like, I would go Penei Sewell because we've had this conversation before. I believe that he is the more rare player. This is someone along the offensive line who could play offensive tackle for you for years to come. I believe that every team in the NFL has the opportunity to go get a wide receiver 1 once every 3 years at least. I don't believe that's the case with a player of Penei Sewell's caliber. I think that drafting the athlete who weighs 300 pounds is a lot more valuable than drafting an athlete who's even like 200. And so all of that to say, Jamar Chase is a damn good football player. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jamar Chase is just like, he immediately makes the Bengals better. And so I think it's Chase. We're going to go with Chase here because it's draft week, folks. It's a predictive mock draft. So I'm gonna go with Jamar Chase at 5 to the Bengals.
All right. Miami Dolphins at 6.
Yes.
Long been rumored to be Jamar Chase. And recently you're feeling the swing more so towards Jalen Waddle. I was on with Travis Wingfield for Drive Time, which is he works with the Dolphins. He does their media stuff. And he asked me to try to like build an offense or build an approach if the Dolphins took Chase and if they took Waddle and if they took Devontae Smith and if they took Kyle Pitts. And the easiest one to figure out by a mile was Waddle. Even with the addition of Will Fuller, being able to present speed from multiple alignments isn't a problem. Being able to put Fuller and Waddle inside and outside and switch around is tremendous. Waddle's your best underneath separator in this class, in my opinion. He's your best run after catch threat in the class, in my opinion. Tua needs to bring his depth of target down. That's what you saw last year. They were a more shallow passing team under Chan Gailey when Tua was in, and then when they would pull Tua for Fitzpatrick, Fitz would start throwing his Fitz balls, right? He'd start throwing his contested 9 balls 20 yards down the field. So they need to become better in building a receiving core that works underneath, works separators, works breaking routes so that Tua can throw in rhythm, in time over the middle of the field. That player is Jalen Waddle. So if that is the approach, and obviously when the Dolphins traded out of 3, it was, they were rumored to be maybe replacing Tua. Now it seems they're in on Tua and they're going to build around him. Waddle's your best player. I do not think offensive tackle, which has been rumored, is in play here, even with Sewell still on the board. To me,
Yeah,
it's low.
I thought that Sewell would be on the board for them, but the more I talk to people, the more it just seems like that is not the case. Like, even the best offensive tackle, they're not going to have it as an option here. Detroit Lions, I think they could absolutely go Penei Sewell because he is still on the board, but let's make a deal.
Oh?
New England Patriots.
Yes.
Justin Fields still on the board.
I would like to see it. I would hate seeing it. But
This makes a ton of sense. I feel as though if Fields does have a fall on draft night, the New England Patriots are going to be the team to capitalize on.
Okay. Are you Bill Belichick or are you Brad Holmes?
I will be Bill Belichick.
All right, I'll be Brad Holmes. What's up, Bill? What's it like to have a losing record? Sucks, buddy.
Okay, I'm hanging up the phone. Give me somebody else that I could talk to. Give me an assistant. Okay. So we're looking at the Patriots. I actually did this the wrong way. I have the Patriots offering. Oh, well, okay. From 15 to 7, you're talking at least this year's one, next year's one.
And then something else.
We're probably looking at, I would say, a third-round pick this year. And I mean, I try to get away with a third next year as well.
Yeah.
A 1-1-3-3.
Yeah, I take that.
You take
For
that?
Sure. Well, the thing about the Lions is they don't have a lot of picks this year. Next year, they're going to have more picks. They're going to bring in a pick from the Jared Goff deal, the Matt Stafford deal. Okay. But that's all coming in the future. And so I do want to add something this year. So third next year. Third. Yeah,
Okay, so Justin Fields then, number 7 overall.
Take Mac, you coward.
No, I won't. You're up at 8.
Carolina Panthers. Oh, man. Just draft Mac Jones. Sam Darnold, Mac Jones, Teddy Bridgewater. Somebody's got to be good, right?
I mean, maybe.
No, so I like this spot for Penei Sewell.
It's a great spot for Penei Sewell.
The internal evaluation for the Panthers on this tackle class is really important because the Chargers are going to be calling and the Vikings are going to be calling, trying to move up to get Sewell or Slater. So if you love them, you stay and you take them. If you don't, you have trade back options. But I would imagine they got to like one of the two the most. They got to like one of the two enough to make the pick at 8.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think that you're right because they might want to get cute with it because I think that even if you don't have offensive tackle, like corner as well, you know, that's the other, I think, need that they would have, and trading back makes sense because you're still in a range for all of that. But I think you just got to go get a good football player.
Right. Now, it's Scott Fitterer, who's the new general manager in Carolina, comes from Seattle. They were really big on supersized offensive linemen, so I think they'd rather have a player of Sewell's size than Slater's size playing bookend. Greg Little was last guard's draft pick, so I don't think they view him as a big part of the future. Even Taylor Moton is only on the franchise tag, so they have no real future at tackle right now. Make Penei Sewell the pick.
Okay, all right. Mac Jones is still on the board for the Denver Broncos at number 9. Man, I wonder if they do it. I really do. Even though it's QB5 here at number 9.
At this point, I'm trying to trade back and let one of the Vikings or Chargers come up and take Slater.
And you definitely could. I mean, like, I think the Chargers are certainly in position to do that, but this is an interdivision trade. Are you going to want to do this? That's the thing that's holding me back a little bit.
I'll take the Vikings. I'm not going to take the Chargers call.
You think the Vikings will move up?
There was a report today the Vikings are calling into the top 10 to start gauging prices for a small move up to go get a tackle. Ezra Cleveland, drafted in the second round last year to Boise State, was projected as a left tackle. They had to put him at guard because of injury, and he was, like, awesome. Okay. So it's actually really frustrating because you don't know if the Vikings are going to be, as was our left tackle, we want Elijah Vera Tucker at guard. You don't know if they're going to be like, well, let's leave Ezra at guard and go get Rashawn Slater at tackle.
Right.
Both make sense. And so.
Okay, all right, let's talk about it here. Let's get Minnesota moving up. So this is our second trade into the top 10. Let's see, we got Minnesota offering and the Denver Broncos.
I love
here
talking you into trades. It's such a good time.
Well, I mean,
I can blame you if it doesn't go well.
It's so easy.
Yeah.
And also the Vikings have I'm searching for the correct term here, crap load of draft picks.
4 fourth-round picks, 2 fifth-round picks.
Yeah,
we don't need to be making those in this year's draft. Okay. That's not necessary.
Okay. So what's the final offer here? What are we throwing up there for the Vikings, Sid?
You want
to 9?
I'll give you, so they'll give this year's third-round picks. That's
Which
90.
One? 90?
90, yeah.
Okay, all right.
And then throw in one of the fifths.
Early fifth.
168.
Nah, give me a fourth. Give
168. No, stop it.
Nah, give me the second.
168.
Nah.
Absolutely,
nah,
yes.
You got 4 first-round picks.
I'm giving you a top 100 pick to move 5 spots.
Okay, then I'm going to stay here.
All right,
and I'm going to draft an offensive tackle myself.
I'll send you 143.
Fine, good.
If you send me 191 back.
191?
Yes.
No, absolutely not. I'll give you 7th.
Ridiculous television. Give me the 7th.
Okay.
Gosh, you're so irritating.
Man, how does it feel to get bullied on live broadcast for a trade? Man, that felt great. Okay, so the Vikings moved up from 14-9. And they're going up to get their offensive tackle, so they're picking Rashawn Slater.
All right, and is this me at 10?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing the evens. Right, okay. Dallas Cowboys 10, Patrick Surtain, J.C. Horn, no real tackle temptation. This could be a weird spot for early edge. They don't have a running mate to DeMarcus Lawrence right now, and nobody's super concerned about this. Aldon Smith not brought back. He's got a legal situation going on. Randy Gregory, not necessarily the most reliable guy. We've seen juice on Jalen Phillips recently. 24 hours ago, he was projected to pick 22.5 for Vegas. Now he's at about 18.5.
I mean, he should, fall.
Right.
Yeah.
And so he...
And by fall, I mean like on the
opposite
over
of fall.
Under. Yes,
Yeah, for sure. It's
Yeah.
great
When I say fall, what I meant was
the opposite.
The complete opposite
what
of
that
fall.
means. And so this could be a spot for early edge if they like Jalen Phillips, if they like Kwity Paye as a 5-tech for a Dan Quinn defense. But let's stay chalky. Patrick Surtain, J.C. Horn. I personally think Horn has a better chance of going corner one than people realize. But Surtain comes from Alabama. It's where they made the pick Trevon Diggs last year in the second round. They're going to like being able to pair those two guys together, move Diggs to be corner 2. And I think it's a good system fit. So Patrick Surtain at 10 to the Cowboys.
New York Giants here at 11. There's a lot of different options I feel like the Giants could go with. Could go offensive line, but I just don't think I don't think that that's going to be a priority over two of the guys that I think that they really love, Micah Parsons and Jalen Phillips. And both of those guys are still on the board at this point in time. I've gone Parsons here in the past because I feel like they're going to prioritize versatility. I'm going back and forth in my head right now. I'm not going to say it out loud because people are going to tell me that I'm pulling a Ben Solak, and I'm not going to do that. So
how could you?
I guess I've talked myself into it. I think Micah Parsons is going 11. I think there's a lot of versatility that they love here. Linebacker's a big need for him. I really believe it's one of the two. But I think they're going to settle on Parsons as their top guy.
The Giants won 5 games last year.
You can't prove that.
I'm positive I can.
I can't.
Giants won 5 games last year, right, Rob?
He's trying to prove it.
How many games did they win? Yeah, okay. Rob says 5. Rob's a Giants fan. They won 5 games last year. They're going to sign Kenny Galladay. They're going to sign Adoree Jackson. They're going to draft Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
And guess what's going to happen? They're going to win like 6 games next year.
Yeah, they're
not
the
addressing
extra
the
game.
offensive
Taking
line.
advantage of the 17-game season. That's one extra win than they had the year before.
Not good process.
You're taking the extra game that you get and turning it into a W. That's great process.
Last year we were having legit conversations about Dave Gettleman maybe being fired. And it was like, nope, you know what? He's going to keep his job. Then he drafted the worst tackle of the big 4 tackles before anybody else drafted a tackle. Yeah, added exactly two wins to the season total. And he's not even talking about replacing Daniel Jones. The Giants are perplexed. Micah Parsons?
Yeah.
Off-ball linebacker at 11? Reprehensible. Eagles at 12. Speaking of well-run football teams.
Speaking of the NFC East, all right, so let's talk about this Eagles board a little bit here because there's a couple of different options I think they could be looking at.
There's one player that they would look at, and they wouldn't look at anybody else.
All right.
J.C. Horn's floor is 12.
Jamie Davis, sorry.
J.C. Horn's floor is 12. I believe that strongly. If the Eagles stay at 12 and J.C. Horn's on the board, I think he's the pick. Jonathan Gannon, new defensive coordinator, was the DB's coach with Minnesota and with Indianapolis with Matt Eberflus. Matt Eberflus is all about hustle. You need to be a good tackling corner. You need to be a high-effort corner. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to be physical. We're going to make plays upfield. We're going to be dropping into zones. You better be able to rally and tackle and limit yak. Horn's intensity is going to be very, very, very attractive to this defensive coaching staff. Yeah. They have Darius Slay in hand. That's one press man corner. They need a guy who can play opposite that. That's what J.C. Horn did. How good is he going to be in zone drops? We don't really know that just yet, so it's a bit of a projection, but this is 100% to me a coaching staff sort of a pick. He's also going to appeal to analytic approaches. The Eagles need to improve corner room. They haven't drafted a corner since the Sidney Jones-Rasul Douglas draft in 2018, which went great. So J.C. Horn at 12 to the Eagles.
I'm looking at this offensive tackle board because we've got the Los Angeles Chargers up here at number 13. And I think that offensive tackle is where they're going to be looking. You've got Vera Tucker still on the board. You've got Christian Darrisaw still on the board. You've got Tevin Jenkins still on the board. Mac Jones is also still here. So would you entertain a trade down with, say, the Chicago Bears to move up to go get Mac? I don't know how likely Rivera would be with Washington to move up to go get a quarterback in this draft. I just don't know if he's going to want to do that unless it's really like a Fields or Lance, but Maybe they love Mac. These are the two guys that I'm thinking of.
Washington's only motivation to move up right now is if they think Chicago's going to move up and they want to beat Chicago for Mac Jones.
Yes.
So to me, I think a Chicago move up is more likely. I agree with you. I don't think Washington would do it.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
All right, let's roll the dice here. Let's get another Chicago trade in. Because I did this with Brent Lee. And
You're just doing this to bully Page, man.
I liked the
shameful.
thought process, and I feel like this is something that could actually happen. It's predictive mock. Page can't get mad at me. I just throw the word predictive in there, and it's like,
it's not me. It's not my fault.
Absolves me of all blame. It's just like I can't get mad at me. So all right, Chicago's won this year. We're talking about moving from 20 to 13. Chicago, man, the Chargers have a lot of picks here. They've got a second-round pick. They've got 2 third-round picks. They've got a fourth-round pick.
I was thinking about how I was going to try to bully into a bad trade, but then I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to hold grudges and be vengeful. I'm just going to be a fine, calm general manager over here.
That's stupid of you.
It's dumb. It's ridiculous.
Holding grudges is how it's how the NFL was built, I feel. Okay, so, oh man, Chicago doesn't have a lot of picks next year either.
Yeah, but Ryan Pace doesn't care about those. He's not going to be around to draft them.
Okay, I mean, you might be right.
Yeah, absolutely. Just mortgage the future,
So
buddy.
what are we thinking? Like 2/3? Can you get a third this year, third next year? Or is it way too light?
I don't really think I would want future picks if I'm the Chargers.
Okay, so
I don't need picks this year.
All right.
Give me next year's second.
Okay.
And 2023 third.
Oh.
Yeah. Again, Ryan Pace has no reason to care about these
This is
draft
great. Yeah, I
picks.
mean, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Give him up.
You're right. As much as I hate it, you're right. Okay, so Bears move up, and they are selecting McCorkle Jones at number 13.
Love to see it. We have no offensive line. We're going to have no wide receivers after next year, but that's okay. Mac Jones can elevate a team.
You got to start with the quarterback, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just build around.
You're up at 14?
Mac. All right, 14 Denver Broncos.
24. Get ahead of yourself here.
All right, so we moved back out of the Slater spot. Linebacker. I'm going to take Zayvon Collins, aren't I?
At 14? You think he goes 14?
I think he goes before Wusu Cormo. They would love him.
Predictive mock.
Okay, well, if the Broncos move back, it changes their board. They would love Caleb Farley, but I don't think they need to take that big of a swing. Jalen Phillips is interesting.
Tevin Jenkins, though.
They traded out of the Slater pick. They don't need to go take Tevin Jenkins.
Yeah, but it's a lot better. Now you get a couple of extra picks. You get the right tackle to plug him in. Maybe you don't believe in Juwan James.
Why am I not taking Zayvon Collins right now? A.J. Johnson and Josie Jewell, both of them are free agents after next year. Neither one have size.
Simply to annoy you. Did it work?
Zayvon's the one who makes sense. I don't like how the theme of this podcast has been frustrating me on live television here. I find mocks frustrating enough. I don't need you actively working against me.
Okay, all right, fine. Zayvon Collins. This is the highest that I've seen Zayvon Collins, and I don't hate it. I think that's...
So I'll tell you this. I'm looking at 14 with the Broncos.
Yep.
Zayvon makes sense. I'm looking at the Lions at 15. Zayvon also makes sense. And
He
I
does.
know that the Cardinals at 16 like Zayvon Collins. And then at 17, the Raiders, Zayvon makes sense. And at 18, Miami makes sense. So if he's not going here, he's going somewhere in the next 5 picks. Washington at 19 is usually where he ends up. So we're only 5 picks ahead of it.
Make the pick.
I'm picking Zayvon Collins.
All right, so
You
Zayvon
don't tell me
Collins.
what to do. I'm in charge. I'm a grown man. I'm 40.
Detroit Lions up at number 15. Wide receiver, big need for them. Reigning Heisman Trophy winner still on the board.
Heard of him.
I feel like this is a really, really good scenario for the Lions. You know, they get to trade back and add a big-time wide receiver. We constantly mock them a wide receiver at 7. They move back 8 spots. They get a couple of extra draft picks, and they still get a player of Devontae Smith's caliber. I think that this is really important.
Yeah.
This one makes the most sense. Don't even have to spend a lot of time on this one. I think that if you're the Lions and you're looking at potential trade back, not options, just hauls, you know, dream scenarios, if you will, this has got to be front of the list.
Brad Holmes is a huge intangibles guy. Devontae.
Yeah.
You know, if it's undersized,
The
fine back.
unquantifiable.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know why I just did like making a good pasta or so, but yeah. So, okay.
Devontae for sure. All right, 16 to the Cardinals. Caleb Farley here is fun. Elijah Vera Tucker here is fun.
Yep.
Zayvon Collins here is fun, but he's not here anymore because I made a good pick. I think Caleb Farley. I like the idea. I think the Cardinals are going to be aggressive. We've heard about them as trade-up candidates. We've heard about them as trade-down candidates as well.
Yeah, only 5 picks right now.
Yeah, no third-round pick, no fourth-round pick is the Rodney Hudson and the DeAndre Hopkins deals. But this team went and got A.J. Green on a 1-year deal. They went out and got J.J. Watt. They bring in Malcolm Butler. They are acquiring veterans who other teams do not want because of their long-term arcs, because they think short-term they can make some waves. And so a player like Caleb Farley, who maybe isn't more than a one-contract player, listen, if we're drafting him and we're lucky, we can get him for 13, 14 games. We can have him healthy for the playoffs. It's a very big deal for a team that right now has no certainty of the corner position. So the natural talent on Caleb Farley warrants the selection at 16.
Can I try to convince you to trade back by throwing out a certain scenario?
Who do you want?
Steelers.
Coming up for?
Darisaw.
How?
Darisaw's still there.
How much are you going to give me?
Well, I mean, I'll give you a decent amount this year, right? I mean, like, the Cardinals only have 5 picks this year.
I'm listening. Just
Okay.
let's make the freaking deal.
Okay, well,
Kevin Colbert calling me going, I'll give you something. What is the something?
Well, I mean, basically the bare minimum is what I'm looking for. So I will give you a 1 this year, obviously. We will give you a 2nd this year. They've got an extra 4th, but then probably a... Does a 3rd next year do it?
I want to pick this year.
All right.
Give me 140.
140.
Yeah, done.
Deal?
Yeah, I would have taken just 85, just 55.
All right, fine then. I want to pick next
No,
year.
it's already done.
I didn't send it in yet. Whoa! I didn't send it in.
I already hit
Check
accept.
the fax machine. It's not there. You're not gonna find it.
Christian Darisaw is picked on my screen. It says the Steelers.
You are just the worst.
You don't be like making fun of me, making fun of me, the Vikings trade. Your comeuppance is nigh. There you go. Reap what you've sown.
Mom, come pick me up. the
They're
Las
bullying me.
Vegas Raiders here at number 17. Tevin Jenkins is still on the board, and I think that this has got to be the pick, right? I mean, like, we've talked about this for so long. Potentially Micah Parsons could be above them, but Cole Miller on one side, you got rid of so much of the right side of your offensive line. I feel like you've got to get a player who you really can rely on, and I feel like Gruden's going to love Tevin Jenkins. Mayock's going to love Tevin Jenkins. I feel like he's going to be their guy at 17. Raiders fans are probably bored as hell at this point because I did a mock draft show with Brentley to open up today's coverage. We did an AFC West mock draft, and in both of them, we had the Raiders convincingly taking Tevin Jenkins.
I would say the player here that would contend with Jenkins is Jalen Phillips.
I would agree. I would agree with you.
You know, okay, they've added unique.
Well, are you saying outside of Parsons?
On this board, right now.
Okay.
Parsons is 100% there as well. But I would say I would expect them to like Phillips. They have Unique Ngakoue. They have Max Crosby. These are 2 40-pound players. They tried to get a big end with Cleveland Fertile, unsuccessful. Jalen Phillips can fill that mold for you. As it stands, 18 to the Dolphins. I'm taking Jalen Phillips here.
Okay.
I remember we had Cameron Wolf on the show during the guest mock series.
Yeah.
And we were asking, like, what's the priority at 18? Like, and I asked him, like, what body types are they going to like? And it's a Brian Flores defense. Do they want a Kyle Van Noy? Do they know the big end? He was like, they just need someone to get after the passer. Like, it's not about body type and this and figuring that out. They need somebody who can win a one-on-one rush rep. That's something that's lacking right now. Even if you really love Emmanuel Ogbah, which I do, they need that player and they need him to be stronger. That is Jalen Phillips. And again, it's not dissimilar to Caleb Farley. If he's healthy, if he's available, value at 18. For a team in Miami trying to get over the hump into the playoffs, if he's just a one-contract player, that's not great, but it's okay because they view themselves as a contending team now. So that's a good selection.
We've got Vera Tucker still on the board, correct?
Yes.
So Vera Tucker's still on the board, and I'm debating between 2 hyphen-named players. It is Vera Tucker or
Jeremiah
Owusu-Koramoah. I think that these would be really great selections for the Washington football team if they're staying at 19. I mean, if they want to get more aggressive, try to go up and get a quarterback, okay, that's a different conversation. But if they're staying here at number 19, I feel like this is almost best-case scenario having both of these players on the board. You're hoping that one of them is here, and the fact that they have both, I think that they're pretty to the moon about that. I'm going to go with Elijah Vera Tucker. I will go with the offensive lineman here simply because I think it's the better value. I think that there's a better path to him being able to play and impact immediately right away. I've been told that Washington, they don't hate the left side of their offensive line. I mean, it's developmental. It's not there yet. And so maybe they think that that's enough to go Owusu-Koramoah here. But in this mock draft, I'll go Elijah Vera Tucker, and I'll leave Owusu-Koramoah on the board.
Right, so they just re-signed Chase Roullier, so center's locked down.
Correct, right.
Brandon Scherf's on his 2nd franchise tag now, so eventually they got to do something with this. And then Wes Schweitzer's contract is get-outable, right, at left guard. And so, you have spots where Vera Tucker can.
And they have C.D. Charles, who I think that they're hoping that could develop.
You're talking about left tackle,
right? I'm just saying for the Vera Tucker pick of where he could end up for him.
Yeah, Jerron Christian excuse me, Deron Christian actually played better last year than I thought he did. I went back and I watched.
Well,
I've been giving them
maybe
left
that as well.
tackles for as long as I can remember. Okay, 20 to the Chargers. So we've had the Chargers now on the move back spot. Caleb Farley.
Yeah.
Not
I think that's a good one.
Right. Vera Tucker and Darrisaw just went, so it's Leatherwood or Cosme or Eichenberg. Don't need to do that.
Yeah.
Pay was like, yeah, it's Caleb Farley. Right now, the Chargers like their corner depth. You like what you have Chris Harris being able to play the nickel and outside. You like Michael Davis as a corner, too. This is what Daniel Popper was telling us when we had him on Guest Mock. They like a dude who's more so line up head on with a wide receiver 1 and feel confident in that matchup for 4 quarters. That player's Caleb Farley. A little bit more raw than you'd like probably for that role, so he's going to have to learn as he goes. But back half of the season, you expect him to be strong.
I really like the idea of Caleb Farley getting to work with Brandon Staley. I mean, that's a great.
I like the idea of pretty much everybody getting to work with Brandon Staley on defense. That's a good deal.
He proved that we should be fans of him last year. So I think that makes a lot of sense there. So sitting here now at 21, Indianapolis Colts are on the board. I think it's Greg Newsome. I think that this is going to be a
that's
Greg Newsome
early.
spot. Yeah, and corner is such a big need for them. I feel like if Darrisaw would have made it, if Tevin Jenkins would have made it, heck, if Elijah Vera Tucker maybe would have made it, they would have gone that direction. They could go they could go defensive line in a couple of different directions, but I keep going back to corner. I keep going back to when we look at this Indianapolis team, like, go upgrade the cornerback position. And so, yeah, I think this is the one. I think this is the one I'm most comfortable with. I think Newsome's going a little bit earlier than you and I have been recently predicting.
You've been on this for a while now.
I just feel like every time Newsome's name is brought up, everybody goes, yeah, he's good. Like, I feel like there's nobody who's really pushing back on Newsome a lot.
Well, I think the injuries push back on it. So you've got Xavier Rhodes under contract for another year.
Right.
And you have Rocky Sin 2 years left on his rookie deal, but I don't really think Rocky Sin stops you from doing anything.
I don't think so either.
Kenny Moore is back, TJ Carey is back, Marvell Tell is back. They had no changes at corner from last year's depth chart.
Right.
So I'm not sure it's as big of a need. Versus the change they had at left tackle, which was decently significant.
Yeah, but it took them a while to bring back Xavier Rhodes, right? Even after a bounce back year, like, it took them a while to kind of sign his contract.
Well, yeah, but it's the same thing. They did the same thing with T.Y. Hilton. You know what I mean? They're just running it back with everybody.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying that the timing of what they did with Xavier Rhodes, if I'm remembering that correctly, it's not like they had to bring him back. Like, he came on a 1-year kind of prove-it deal after his time in Minnesota didn't really end well, and now he's back on another It's a 1-year deal, and they were happy with how he played last year. But that's not to say that they were jumping to give Xavier Rhodes a 2-3 year deal. It's another 1-year deal. So even though I hear what you're saying, I don't know if it's. I think that your angle opens it up to other positions. I don't think it necessarily closes corners. Does that make sense?
Yes. I just think, I just look at such a glaring need at left tackle, and it's so hard for me to go any other position.
I hear you.
Yeah, I think they're going to like Alex.
I could definitely go Eichenberg here, but we're doing more of predictive, so I'm going to go with Newsome.
Leatherwood is the one I watch out for here because
Leatherwood's going this early?
Ballard loves good jumpers on the lines, the offensive defensive line. Leatherwood 90th percentile in the jumps, 80th percentiles on the agilities. He checks boxes for him.
All right.
I don't know if he goes round 1 or not, but he checks boxes.
All right.
22 Tennessee Titans. Should I take somebody besides Rashad Bateman, or should I take Rashad Bateman?
I think it's got to be Rashad Bateman.
So
we both were just like,
there was a report today. Todd McShay said that of the teams he's spoken to, no team doesn't have Elijah Moore as their wide receiver 4. Now, there's a lot of reasons to like. Every team he's spoken to has Elijah Moore as their wide receiver 4. It was a very simple double negative. It's not how you do it in your head. Okay. It's interesting.
I just feel like it's hilarious that there's chaos both above and below, but Elijah Moore is 4.
Right.
He's just 4.
And that's okay. So let's say that Tennessee is in the spot Elijah Moore and Rashad Bateman. A lot of what you like about Bateman's ability to work across the middle of the field is also true of Moore.
Yep.
Elijah Moore, very quick transition, receiver to runner, which is great for middle of the field breaking routes. Really tough hands, snag outside the frame, catch in stride, explosive, and he's better after the catch than Rashad Bateman is. There's 2 issues. One, Tennessee needs the receivers to be able to block in that running game. Elijah Moore does not have the size to do that, and that leads to the second issue. Tennessee, over the last couple of years when they were with Arthur Smith, did not draft undersized players. Vrabel has no interest in this. If you're small, no. I need you to be able to out-physical the opponent, right? They are
and that's a big part
predicated
of
on size.
That's what Vrabel is. That's
exactly.
his MO, no doubt
and
about it.
While I think Elijah Moore works well for them in theory, I do not think he's a philosophy fit. So while if I had to bet right now, I would bet on Elijah Moore being the 4th receiver off the board. In this case, I'm going to make Rashad Bateman with the Titans.
Okay, I think that logic makes plenty of sense there. Jets at 23. Is Jalen Phillips on the board? Did we take him?
No, I took him at Miami.
Yeah, you did. You took him at Miami. So we're going a different edge rusher here. Since Caleb Farley's off the board, and I would have taken Caleb Farley as well, I'm going to go with Azeez Ojulari. You and I talked about them adding Carl Lawson, but then on the other side, getting the opportunity to have more of a stand-up speed kind of rusher. So
well, I think that's my thing is I think that if you look at the way Saleh had it built out, I think that Lawson fills your D Ford role. I think they'd be more likely to take Kwity Paye, who plays the big 5 tech role now.
I like the faster aspect of it. I like if you switch it a little bit.
Which I'm fine with. I'm just saying I think that what's your base down
We
first
also,
and 10?
you're right though, because I got a little bit into what I would do there with that one.
Right.
We've also heard that Kwity Paye, it could go higher than what we're projecting right now. So you might be right here.
I gave them Kwity my predictive mock, and just what it circles back to with me is that in that offseason, that 2018, 2019 offseason, where they traded for D Ford, extended D Ford, and drafted Nick Bosa in a month. Right, I mean, it was the span of the same 40 days.
I got no reservations of loading up on edge rushers for sure.
And so I think that edge at 23 is very much in play. People talk about corner, wide receiver. I think edge is very much in play.
Okay.
I think it would be Kwity Paye because of the body types and because of the roles. Azeez is a great player.
You're right. I'm a little too much. I might take Azeez here, but I think the NFL is higher on Kwity Paye than they are on Azeez Ojulari. So we're gonna go with Kwity Paye at 23.
Excellent. Okay, I'm at 24 now.
Correct.
With the Arizona Cardinals.
Correct.
Who traded back with the Pittsburgh Steelers out of the Caleb Farley pick, which was a great deal for everybody. Christian Barmore is interesting. Azeez Ojulari is interesting. How funny would it be if this ends up being Najee Harris here instead of...
I don't think they do that. I mean, the Cardinals are a giant wild card, I feel. Just from what we've seen over the last couple of drafts, we don't really know what the Cardinals are thinking.
Don't think they would be interested in Najee Harris?
See, again, we're getting into like what I would do, and I'm just thinking, okay,
I'm getting a thumbs up from my Cardinal source literally right over there on Najee Harris.
We just had them trade back. I'm getting big giant no's from basically everybody else in the room. They just traded back to alleviate the problem of not having a lot of draft picks. So then you're going to go take a running back in round 1?
What else does the offense need? It needs interior offensive line or running back. That's the big need right now in Arizona, a team that is trying to compete in a loaded NFC West, just loaded up on players. Roddy Hudson, A.J. Green. Alex Leatherwood moving into guard, maybe. Other than that, the best option to improve the offense is Najee Harris. Corner, we already took Greg Newsome off the board, so unless we're reaching for Eric Stokes, that's where I would like to see them go. Edge is possible. So, okay, take Azeez, right? They lost Hassan Reddick. Put Azeez Ojulari in the Hassan Reddick role.
No, because they brought, I mean, I don't know if they're going to draft. Well, maybe they could draft Azeez Ojulari.
Depends on how much you like Marcus Golden, again, because they have Marcus Golden back on the roster.
I just don't think that they would do that.
Okay, you tell me to pick them. I don't freaking know. Barmore?
It could be Barmore.
I'm trying to remember. So you got J.J. Watt, you have Lecky Fatu, who they drafted 3rd round last year. Zach Allen hasn't really been it.
Obviously, they have Chandler Jones as well.
Yeah, but he's an outside rusher.
No, I'm just talking about. I'm talking about the line, like the passers in general.
All right, I'm going to take Christian Barmore here then.
Okay.
Because I think that interior defense line's pretty weak for them. I don't think they have a good interior rusher right now. It's mostly space eaters and Lecky Fatu and Jordan Phillips. Zach Allen, Michael Dogby are like your 3-4 end type, so I don't think they're very successful. So Barmore's going to have to. It's a scheme change for an already raw player, so it's tricky projecting year 1 impact, but it's a good penetrating player, and they don't have that right now on the inside.
Jacksonville Jaguars now at number 25. This could have been a spot for Christian Barmore, but even if he was on the board, I've said this before over the course of this morning and far before this, I think that Urban Meyer is going to get that itch to get more dynamic at 25. I think that, yes, he's going to look at the selections that he has in the 2nd round, and he's going to say, oh, I got plenty of ammunition to work with, but I think that he's going to want to devote the best non-Trevor Lawrence pick that he has to a player that he thinks can bring the most dynamic speed to his offense. Could be a handful of different players. Could be Terrace Marshall. Could be Rondale Moore. Could be Elijah Moore. I'm going to go Kadarius Toney. Right. Yeah. I'm going to go with the Kadarius Toney selection because I think that Urban Meyer is almost going to flip the wide receiver depth conversation on its head, and instead of saying, oh, I have picks in the second and third rounds, like I can just wait to pick wide receiver, he's instead going to go, oh, I have picks in the second and third round, I can wait to pick interior defensive line, safety, whatever else he wants to pick there, and he's going to go get the most dynamic playmaker he possibly can at 25. That's what I believe.
That's what I believe. Okay. Cleveland Browns out on Barmore, out on Kwity Paye here at 26. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is still staring at me here a little bit.
Yeah, that's.
I'm pretty sure they like him.
I mean,
now,
I feel like. I mean, you know, they help the hybrid safety idea by bringing in Johnson and having Harrison and having Grant Delpit. So that takes a little bit away from that.
That's my problem, right? Is it's like how many different guys of this body type can you get? Their linebacker room is unquestionably weak. Jacob Phillips, Anthony Walker, who they just brought in from the Colts, Sione Takitaki. But I don't think that Owusu-Koramoah is a traditional linebacker, so I'm not sure he solves that problem for you. I'm going to take Joe Tryon on the edge out of Washington.
Oh, okay. So how confident are you in Tryon going first round?
68%.
Come on.
70%. Joe Tryon. Joe Tryon at 26. The size is important. Cleveland's historically had bigger edges. They haven't gone for these undersized guys. Physicality is awesome, but the best part is that with Clowney already in hand, you have a year now for an onboarding process. Tryon's hype is largely future production based. He never really was that guy at Washington consistently, game after game, rep after rep. Didn't take over the way like a first round edge to take over. So talked about Tryon, thought about Jason Oweh, thought about Azeez Ojulari, but it's the size for Tryon. It's the ability to carry 250 plus that I think is important for him here.
Okay, all right. So now we're sitting here with the Baltimore Ravens at 27. They could certainly go edge rusher as well. Could go safety, could go wide receiver. I just have the itch to give them a different kind of wide receiver. I don't know if they're going to do it, though. I don't know if they're just going to stay tried and true to what they've been able to do.
I've been trying to make you take Terrace Marshall here for years.
Yeah, I know.
Since we first started podcasting years ago. I was like, Ravens, 27, Terrace Marshall.
Right, I know.
Lock it in.
And now
he's perfect for them.
Now not only do I pick once, but twice for the Ravens. And I'm
That's
not
right,
going to give
they're
it to
both
you.
odds.
No,
ridiculous.
I might give it to you. I might give it to you at 31. I don't think I'm going to do it here at 27.
You confident he's getting to 31?
Yes. I don't think. No, I guess that Green Bay is the threat and potentially New Orleans the threat.
That's me at 28. Hello,
yeah,
how are you?
That is you at 28. But it's a predictive mock.
Oh, predicting that Mickey Loomis takes an extremely good player?
No. Hold on. Okay, one, check the attitude at the door, okay? Leave your shoes and your attitude at the door when you come to me with this conversation. Two, didn't we just learn that his recent injuries or his injuries in his history might pop him from the first round? I feel like that's something that could be the case.
That was a conversation with Cesar Ruiz, and then the Saints took him at 24.
Okay, he's got me there, folks. Look, he's got me there. Okay,
attitude's back.
All right.
It's funny because
all of that to say,
Ravens at 27.
Ravens at 27.
Make a pick.
Man, all right. Fine, Terrace Marshall, wide receiver out of LSU. Fine.
I was never going to take him at 28. No, not a chance. This is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah 100 times, and I'll tell you why. Malcolm Jenkins is in hand. Mm-hmm. He plays your box safety role. He plays it around 220 pounds, which I think is what Owusu-Koramoah is going to play at. He's getting older. Malks was already deteriorating a little bit when he was in Philadelphia, and then they end up cutting him. The Saints bring him back, homegrown guy, playoff push. It's nice, but his athleticism's fallen. That's not a problem you have with Owusu-Koramoah. So you're able to bring him on behind Jenkins, who's one of the premier pre-snap mental game diagnosis, is going to be a big help for Owusu-Koramoah playing close to the line of scrimmage. Yes, you have Jenkins and C.J. Gardner-Johnson now, so you already have a couple of 210-plus pounders playing around there. But also the Saints have no linebacker depth, so there's still room to get Owusu-Koramoah on the field in year one. That's a home run pick.
Yeah, I think that the Saints are going to love Owusu-Koramoah. We talk about this all the time, the versatility of the player. Where do you play him? You got to have a plan. You know, you looked at what Arizona did with Isaiah Simmons, and they truly did the, we'll draft him now. We'll kind of come up with a plan for him later. Well, his rookie year, it didn't look like they had a plan, or at least the plan that they wanted him to implement, he was not able to do so. So I think it's a different situation here in New Orleans. I think that Owusu-Koramoah, like you said, can run next to Demario Davis if you wanted to, get a lot of speed at that second level, or potentially, be more of that safety type. And, I've brought up on this podcast before, I look at the impact that Jeremy Chin had his rookie year and how a lot of his great plays, his impactful plays, were up creeping towards that second level and playing with the linebackers. And yeah, he played back in coverage a lot as well, which is something that Owusu-Koramoah isn't as comfortable with as a back end safety defender. He just doesn't have a lot of experience doing it. But all that to say, I think that he'd be a good fit in New Orleans. I feel like they'd be able to find a good space for him. Green Bay Packers at number 29. There's a lot of different areas the Packers could go. I know that they would love corner, but are they going to reach for a Tyson Campbell, and Ifeatu Melifonwu, Kelvin Joseph? I'm just not so sure they're going to. If Zaven Collins was on the board, I feel like this would be a good pick for them as well. Maybe Owusu-Koramoah even, but he goes the pick before. I think it's got to be interior defensive line, and I'm looking at Levi Onwuzurike. I feel like we've heard some buzz that he could potentially pop into the back end of the first round. And that's not just recent. I mean, we saw from a lot of the big draft media guys in February and even into March, Onwuzurike's name there at the back end of the first round, sitting around those top 30, 40 rankings. And so I do think that there's certainly a defensive line need. I don't know if it's the most pressing need for them, but with Terrace Marshall off the board, I guess they could go Elijah Moore. That's really the only other player that I'm weighing between Elijah Moore and Levi Onwuzurike, but I'll go Onwuzurike here, and I feel like they might be able to get another receiver because they like a lot of the guys in their receiver room already somewhere on day 2.
Right. I looked at Jamin Davis as well, linebacker
that could
for
certainly,
them.
yeah, if they believe in Jamin Davis, definitely.
We've all been conditioned to be like, the Packers will never take an early linebacker, but it is a new defensive coaching staff.
Right.
And that linebacker room is really bad. And so it's not in a good spot. But I think, we've heard more and more Onwuzurike first-round gas over the last couple of days now, and I don't really get it, but I get it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, you understand the type. All right. Buffalo Bills at 30. Pick I've made before many times. Pick I will make again is Azeez Ojulari, the edge out of Georgia, going to Buffalo.
This is a really fun pick.
Last year, Buffalo invested very heavily in a big framed rusher who could play the run and push inside on the interior and on late downs. Mario Addison, AJ Epinesa. It did not go well. Mario Addison was 9 sack per year guy for 4 years, then he had 6 sacks last season. They tried to bring Epenesa's weight down, and they got it down way too low, and they had to ask him to mass back up. So his weight was all over the place in year 1. They now need to invest in a mold of a speedier, quicker, outside, high side rusher, like you were talking about with the Jets when you were going to draft Azeez Ojulari there.
Yeah.
That high side rush track to go with Jerry Hughes on third down and to eventually replace Jerry Hughes. Hughes now is 29 going on 30 on first down in the years to come. So Azeez Ojulari checks all those boxes. If you're going to play for Sean McDermott, you've got to be able to defend the run.
Yeah.
Azeez Ojulari can defend the run.
Yeah, I'm with you there. All right, we only got 2 more picks left. Before we get there, Paige, can you get the time of when I need to get out, please? Just because I don't have it in my ear. Cool. All right, so we've got 2 selections
We
left.
get out whenever we want.
I mean,
We'll
you're
talk
right.
as
We
long as-
do.
We'll
We
do this for hours.
You're right.
Round 2, starting now.
It is my podcast.
It's my podcast.
So we've got the Kansas City Chiefs up. Just kidding. No, we have the Baltimore Ravens up at number 31. They obviously, they move. Did you?
Creed Humphrey.
I was going to say, you looked at me like the trade was wrong. The trade was not wrong.
No.
I just don't think Landon Dickerson's going to go round 1, even though it pains me so. Creed Humphrey could be on the board for them for the Baltimore Ravens, but I'm going to go with Merrick. I'm going to go with Merrick here.
Yeah.
We had Jeff Zaribik on from The Athletic, and he was really great in his insight. And he said they like their safety room. But there's a reason why they brought in Earl Thomas, right? And it was to have that over-the-top center fielder kind of athleticism at safety. I don't know if Merrick makes it into the first round, but we're here at the back end at 31. I think it's a great fit for them. They get Terrace Marshall at 27. Now they get Trayvon Merrick at pick number 31. This could very well be trenches as well. I feel like I neglected it a little bit for them here, but I wonder if they believe they've got to make sure they get trenches with one of these 2 picks. Maybe it's the case. Maybe it's an edge rusher. You took Tryon off the board, but maybe a Gregory Rousseau, I suppose.
Jason Owe.
Jason Owe is still on the board if they really want to bet on his athleticism there. So there's guys on the board that they could work with, but I'm going to go Trayvon Merrick even if it might not happen.
Well, for no defense, is safety more important than this defense in Baltimore, right? This heavy man blitz approach, because you're going to ask 5 guys to cover 5 guys. You're going to send 5 or 6 on the rush, and you're going to have one dude in the back and try to tell him, hey, solve all my problems for me. That's why they wanted a guy like Earl
I feel like
Thomas.
there's a lot of flexibility
That's
there.
what you need in a guy like Trevon Merrick as well. 32 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah.
Help me.
I would love to.
Yeah, I'm looking tackle Alex Leatherwood.
Okay.
Running back Najee Harris. Edge Carlos Basham. Those are the 3 players that I'm looking at right now. I would love to give them Najee Harris. I'm just not sure they actually care that much. Now that you've got James White, you don't really need the receiving down back, which is what was really.
James White.
Oh, Gio Bernard.
You were so conditioned that it was going to be James White. You
going to be James White, but no. They got Gio Bernard, who they've got.
Yeah.
So Alex Leatherwood, potentially. You're probably hoping he can play either guard or tackle for you.
I think it's probably going to come down to, if they want a running back, they could draft one. I think Najee and Travis Etienne are both going to be on the board for them. But the edge rushers they have, Carlos Basham, and also Jason Oweh is still there, correct?
Yeah, but Jason Oweh.
Well, I mean, you're talking about a developmental kind of a guy.
For
Doesn't have to start
Shaq
right
Barrett.
away. You're getting crazy athleticism you get to put on the bench. I mean, like, I will give you the table now, and I will tell you that they would probably draft trenches because that's the way that they want to go. And I would tell you that it's either Basham or Oweh. You can make the call.
Peyton Turner. Okay. No, actually, I didn't think about Oweh because I was so locked in for a Jason Pierre-Paul replacement.
Yeah.
But if they're willing to go lighter and willing to have more stand-up guys, maybe play 2 at the same time, then yeah, I think Oweh is your best developmental player, because I'm just trying to remember the other 240-pound players who ran 4.3s. There are none.
I'm looking at mock draftable now.
That's
they do
all
not
of them.
exist. Yeah.
So Jason Oweh, in terms of athletes, we typically don't get athletes like this on the defensive side of the ball. Rare opportunity to draft this player and bring him in.
All right, there we go. That is the last mock draft that Ben and I are going to do. I'm just kidding. I can't even get through the lie. That's not even going to be the last mock draft that we probably do tonight. So we're going to be running through all of these throughout the week. We're going to have plenty of great shows as well. It's going to be Ben and I. We're going to be in also a kind of like a roundtable format as the week goes on. Our draft week coverage is going to be fantastic. We're going to have a lot of different things for you guys. Stick around to Brinks.tv. As we take a break, we're going to be getting into a lot of the Hear Me Out episodes. We're going to be getting into some prospect interviews, all that kinds of stuff. So stick around. Thanks for listening. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
It's been about a year since you fell in love with me. I'm gonna love you with a song about my favorite feline, Laser Kitty.
I never seen a cat that looks quite like that. She drinks Kill Cliff Clean Energy. Don't give no milk to this pussycat. Don't let her cuteness fool you. Those lasers cut right through you. She's soft to the touch. Don't betray your trust. No, 'cause she laser kitty. Destroys the city. To my surprise, she had lasers in her eyes. Could think that she's one of
my favorite feline, Laser Kitty. A long time ago, people used to watch TV and win jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor winning. Never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me, Freud. Whatever he or she or me calls himself, herself or me-self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
When your mask comes off, your breath comes out. Make sure it doesn't stink. Stay healthy and fresh. Soul and science. Immune Fresh. The all-natural breath mint. Vitamin D3, vitamin C, zinc, Wellmune. Save yourself, save us all from your breath. Go to immunefresh.com.
Thanks for coming, everyone. Laser Kitty and I, and the whole Killcliff team, that's a temporary name, are understandably upset that someone is claiming that Killcliff is not the world's first and best clean energy drink. Totally preposterous. Laser Kitty, the floor is yours. Let 'em have it. That was beautiful. Thank you, Laser Kitty. For the first and best clean energy drink, go to killcliff.com.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Thank you for coming today. I have important announcement. Killcliff is world's first and best clean energy drink. It come to my attention some people claim they are first clean energy. Fake. I hate fake people. Exhibit A. Here I am in secret lab making Joe Rogan Flaming Joe. Best-selling clean energy drink in world. Exhibit B. Type world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It's Killcliff.
It's been about a year since you fell in love with me. I'm gonna love you with a song about my favorite feline, Laser Kitty.
I never seen a cat that looks quite like that. She drinks Killcliff clean energy. Don't give no milk to this pussycat. Those lasers cut right through you. She's soft to the touch, but don't betray your trust.
favorite feline, Laser Kitty. A long time ago, people used to watch TV and win. Jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor. Winning never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me for all I know. Whatever he or she or he calls himself, herself or knee self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
When your mask comes off, your breath comes out. Make sure it doesn't stink. Stay healthy and fresh. Soul and science. Immune Fresh. The all-natural breath mint. Vitamin D3, vitamin C, zinc, Wellmune. Save yourself, save us all from your breath. Go to immunefresh.com.
Thanks for coming, everyone. Laser Kitty and I, and the whole Kill Cliff team, that's a temporary name, are understandably upset that someone is claiming that Kill Cliff is not the world's first and best clean energy drink. Totally preposterous. Laser Kitty, the floor is yours. Let 'em have it. That was beautiful. Thank you, Laser Kitty. For the first and best clean energy drink, go to killcliff.com.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Thank you for coming today. I have important announcement. Kill Cliff is world's first and best clean energy drink. It come to my attention some people claim they are first clean energy. Fake. I hate fake people. Exhibit A. Here I am in secret lab making Joe Rogan Flaming Joe. Best-selling clean energy drink in world. Exhibit B. Type world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It's Kill Cliff.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Quiddy Pay,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning. Brinks TV, winners, winners, and more winners. Brinks TV,
Loving on you.
with lots of cash and prizes.
All right, here
is indisputable proof that Kill Cliff is the world's first and best clean energy drink. Now, in your interweb thingies, just type world's first cleanenergydrink.com or world's best cleanenergydrink.com or world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It all leads to killcliff.com right there on the interwebs. Boom! Mic drop. Yeah. Freeze sleeve. Freeze it. Sleeve it. Relieve it. Go to freesleeve.com.
Oh yeah. From Kill Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Quiddy Pay,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the 2 letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning. Brinks TV, winners, winners, and more winners.
Welcome back to the Draft Network live coverage all week long. A little TDN Fantasy live stream here for you. Chris Schubert, Jamie Eisner here with you. Jamie, I don't know how we worked ourselves into being able to be put in front of a camera, yet here we are. We're going to be doing this all week. Very interesting.
Look, we had to drag Trevor kicking and screaming.
Yeah, I mean, he was on for 3 hours. He was like, no, guys, I can talk fantasy.
Dude over there soaking up all the camera time. None of the rest of the TDN crew got to do much, but that's okay.
Yeah, so we'll be with you here for the next 40 minutes or so. And Jamie, we get to do, listen, a lot of mock drafts done earlier today. We get to do something a little special. We get to look at these top rookies, and we get to pick where we want them to go. We don't have to worry about the way the mock draft falls. We don't have to worry about the way other teams pick. No, we get to do this the way we want to do it. So if you are ready, I got a big list in front of me.
Okay, let's hit me with it. And I tried to be realistic, though.
Okay.
Like, I'm not going to say, like, well, Jamar Chase's best landing spot, the Chiefs.
Okay, so we're being fair. We're being fair in our analysis here in being able to do this. Okay, so
best case realistic scenarios.
Okay.
That's how I would like to put it.
So I'm going to do math here on the air, which you know isn't my strong suit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 names here that we're going to get to here today, and we got more throughout the week that we are going to give to you. So let's start here, Jamie. Yep. Jamar Chase, the first name up on this list. Again, you said ideal. You said you're going to be fair. Yes. So Jamar Chase.
It's got to be the Bengals, doesn't it? Like, look, there's 3 legitimate options here. I think that we could call reasonable. It's Cincinnati at number 5. It's the Miami Dolphins at number 6, and the Detroit Lions at number 7. Okay, so you're going to catch passes from Joe Burrow, your college quarterback, the guy you have all the connection with, and quite frankly, the best passer of that.
That doesn't suck.
You've got Tua Tagovailoa, who had some growing pains, let's say, last year.
I think that was being nice, but okay.
And then you have Jared Goff, who, last I checked, was Jared Goff.
Hold on. Let me.
So
Jared
who do you
Goff.
want your
Nope, still Jared Goff. Yeah.
I mean, who do you want your fantasy wide receiver catching passes from? By the way, the time Joe Burrow got hurt in that catastrophic knee injury, the Bengals had the 2nd most passing attempts in the NFL at that period of time. So, like, they're going to throw the ball a lot because they're still not going to be very good. You want a lot of opportunities. You want a high skill level. You want a good quarterback throwing them the ball. That's a good concoction for fantasy production, right?
Mm-hmm, yep.
It's got to be the Bengals.
So I guess my question here for you is, we know the rumors that have started to come out over the last 24 hours or so about the Atlanta Falcons potentially trading Julio Jones. Has that thrown a wrench into your thinking here when discussing any of the players that we might discuss throughout the week, maybe even today?
No, I just think that really just at that point you're then choosing between Chase and Pitts. Because if the Falcons trade Julio Jones, I think at that point you're saying they're going after a quarterback. Like, it doesn't make any sense to say we're all in, we're taking Kyle Pitts, and then we're trading Julio Jones.
Right.
Like, doesn't kind of fit with the motif of what they've done with the restructure of Matt Ryan's contract. So I don't think he gets by the Bengals at 5. I think that's where he's going to be anyway. Predictively, non-predictively, best case scenario, I think Jamar Chase could be a top 30 fantasy wide receiver as a rookie in redraft PPR if he lands in Cincinnati.
Well, I think if he goes to Cincinnati, doesn't he immediately be their wide receiver 1? Don't you look at him that way when looking at this from a fantasy perspective? So yeah, it makes it pretty easy that he's back half of the wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 conversation right off the bat before he's even taken a snap in the National Football League.
And all of a sudden that becomes a really fun fantasy team if you sit back and think about it for a second. You got Tyler Boyd, who's been very productive for fantasy purposes. T. Higgins, who burst onto the scene last year as a rookie. Like, I don't know how you're not excited about that combination. And look, Joe Burrow's got to be healthy. We got to see him get out there in some of these preseason games and camp to kind of see is that leg ready to go for week 1. But if it is, kind of like what that offense can be. Now, not going to be a good team, but that's fine for fantasy.
Yes.
You want them to throw a lot in the second half.
And they certainly will. And you talked about Joe Burrow coming back from the injury, but certainly going to help him if he knows he has somebody on the field that he knows, has that intimate relationship with, somebody that he's thrown the ball to. That chemistry is really going to help him in year 2, right? His rookie season has the injury. Year 2, you want him to get off to a very good start. Well, give him Jamar Chase and he will get off to a good start.
And honestly, I think that's where they're going to go. Like, I think that's a really likely scenario. I know we've talked about it before, but it's also something I look at and say, I think they want to keep their franchise quarterback happy. And while you could say Penei Sewell is a player that could do that, and it's probably the more prudent choice, it's the safe choice to make, it's a responsible choice to make, it's a savings account choice to make, but I think they want to go shopping. And they're going to go with Jamar Chase, and they want a nice new shiny outfit and a nice new weapon for Joe Burrow, and that's the route they're going to go.
So I think of the list of receivers that we have put together today to discuss on this show, I think Jamar Chase is, the easiest to look at from the ideal landing spots, because the rest of the guys that we're going to talk about here on the rest of the list today, I feel you could throw 6 or 7 teams out that make sense and that are, based on the rules that we said at the top, ideal and could happen on draft day.
Yes.
Let's start with, I think, the top of that list. Jalen Waddle, wide receiver out of Alabama. Jamie, the floor is yours, my friend. How many teams do you want to discuss here?
Well, there's a few different ones. Right now, his underdog ADP for underdog fantasy is 103.2, so just outside the top 100 right now on underdog fantasy drafts, and they've got a lot of stuff going on early on. That's full redraft. They also have a rookies and sophomores draft, which is really fun and exciting, and obviously he's going much higher than that. I think we start to look at some of these interesting teams a little bit further down. Now, I think he aligns with the Dolphins at number 6. I think he's the guy who provides that speed element, that dynamic play they don't currently have in their receiving core, particularly inside of the slot there. So I think he's the player they're going to end up getting at number 6. But if he sneaks by there, let's say Falcons take a quarterback, Kyle Pitts goes there. Start to look at some of the other teams that might be really good spots for him. I think the Chargers are a great fit. That's a team that has a sneaky need for another wide receiver. You obviously have Keenan Allen, who's a star. I like Mike Williams, but he's like a 5-target-a-game type of a player. You were throwing the ball to Tyron Johnson, Jalen Guyton, and some of these players. You lost your number 2 target getter last year, from last season. He goes to New England. So to me, I think that's wide receivers a need. I don't think they're going to press, but if he falls to them, that's a really fun spot with Justin Herbert.
It was the running joke on the TDN Fantasy podcast with Jake Arians, where every time a receiver would come up, he'd be like, just go to the Chargers. So that team makes sense, and we've kind of had this ongoing conversation throughout the process. So yeah, certainly interesting that you mentioned the Chargers there. But I want to talk about the team that's right at the Dolphins. I want to talk about the Detroit Lions, because I wonder if the way the board plays out, that they don't go, listen, we know we're in a transition, we know we're trying to rebuild, but we also want to set up Jared Goff for these next 2 seasons maybe, and then whoever our next quarterback is going to be, set that person up for success. And I wonder if Jalen Waddle's there for the board for them at 7, they don't go, man, that would be a really nice weapon to add to our offense.
7's a really interesting spot in general, because there's been a lot of talk about that's a trade back spot for somebody to come up and get a quarterback. You know, do they take a Micah Parsons there? Do they take the best receiver available on the board, which I think at that point would be Jalen Waddle? It's an okay fantasy fit.
He's the wide receiver 1 there.
Yes,
right out of the box.
That's the biggest benefit. He's the wide receiver 1. They're going to be a bad team that's going to throw a lot. Jared Goff is a high volume thrower. He wasn't in Los Angeles. We'll see if that's going to continue to be the case in Detroit. They'd like to run the ball there, but I just don't know how effective they're going to be able to be long term, because that team is not very good, and that defense has a lot of issues and is right in the midst of, I guess I should say, the beginning of a complete rebuild in the post-Patricia era. I like it. I don't love it. Like, I think it's okay. Like, I won't downgrade his fantasy value if he ends up in Detroit. I just don't think that's like the ideal scenario for him.
So, do you have it in, let's say, your top 3 fits for him? No? So you're
not even... but we haven't talked about my number 2 fit yet. And you're going to love this, Chris.
Oh, boy.
The Arizona Cardinals.
No, I don't know. It's way too early in the week to do this. It's Monday.
I don't know why.
We're going to be doing this all week.
You're going to hear their name on here a few times.
Oh, no.
Tell me why not.
I don't know. Just from a pure football perspective, they have so many other things that they need to fix before they go that direction with a wide receiver.
But I think there's an underrated value here of maybe how desperate Steve Keim is to win right now and the pressure that actually exists in Arizona. Now, you and I both think they're a middle-of-the-road team.
Yeah, I don't think they're the best team in their own division.
They don't think they're a middle-of-the-road team.
No, they're acting as if they are the top team in their division.
They think they're major contenders.
Yes,
you bring
they
in
do.
J.J. Watt, you bring in A.J. Green, although I'm not sure bringing in A.J. Green's all that special, but you bring in A.J. Green, at least you bring in the big name. You're trying to make a run here. Team runs four wide a lot. Right now, your fourth receiver on the depth chart's Andy Isabella, who just has been a guy so far in the NFL. I'm intrigued by this. Now, he would have to fall, and they would have to trade up to get him. We'll talk about the other Alabama receiver in a second that would also be a fit there. But from a high-volume standpoint, from Kyler Murray throwing them the ball, that defense still has its issues, particularly at corner, so they might have to throw a lot in the second half of games to kind of keep up. They don't have an established runner right now. The combination of James Conner and Chase Edmonds in the backfield, a lot of pass attempts for Kyler Murray. That's a really strong spot for Jalen Waddle.
I guess my skepticism of that as a fit, Jamie, is we've seen in the short tenure of Cliff Kingsbury in Arizona, no one's emerged as that wide receiver two. They've tried a bunch of different guys in the offense to go next to, and then this year they had DeAndre Hopkins as their wide receiver one. I just don't know if I trust Cliff Kingsbury in the play calling enough to get the volume, to get the targets, to be able to be a productive wide receiver, especially in his rookie season.
My counter to that is who's been their wide receiver two?
No, it's a fair counter, right? Because we can go through the list of
at the very end of his career with a very limited amount that he can do.
Christian Kirk's never developed.
It's been Isabella briefly. It was like Keyshawn Johnson for some games. I mean, they've never had a tight end presence with him. I mean, Dan Arnold did some stuff in the red zone here and there, but not even the running backs were major players. I mean, Chase Edmonds from time to time with some volume, but the level and talent difference between Jalen Waddle and the number twos they've been running out there in the Cliff Kingsbury era is just massive.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it that you're going to talk about some other wide receivers that make sense for the Cardinals. I think this is going to be a conversation. I joked at the top, but this is going to be a conversation all week, right? This team is being linked heavily towards either taking a receiver if one gets to them at 15 or trading up if the guy that they really like starts to fall a little bit. So they are going to be in this conversation throughout the entire week, and I wouldn't be surprised if they miss on any of the top three guys that we talk about, that they're not in conversations on the later rounds of the draft to trying to get a wide receiver, because they are trying to solve that wide receiver two spot for a team that, again, has pushed all of the chips in the middle. They are all in. They are trying to not only win the division and make the playoffs, but they're trying to go to a championship. That is what this team is trying to do. That's where they think they are in their life cycle with Kyler Murray as a quarterback.
Fairly or unfairly, that is what they're trying to do right now. And I think that level, I mean, we've talked about the level of desperation a lot with like Chicago and Ryan Pace and some of these other teams trying to move up. I think it's low key. This Arizona team is really trying to make an impact there. And they could be an interesting spot there. I don't think Surtain or Horn gets there. So do you take Caleb Farley, who's a top 10 talent but has the back issues? Do you take him there? Do you reach for Greg Newsome? I think that spot's not a heavy reach, but it's a slight reach there. Do you really like any of the other defensive players on the board at that point?
Right.
I mean, I think if you're there and those top two corners are gone and maybe the receivers are gone, probably trade back. But if one of these receivers fall to them, I think they're going to take him.
And we're spending a lot of time here on the Arizona team, but I think it's important to note. Do you think
the next name?
Yeah, well, Devonta Smith. I think you're going to bring up the Cardinals once again, so we can kind of just segue right into Devonta Smith and talk about him with the Cardinals, and then you can mention some other teams that maybe make sense for you. But the target share for DeAndre Hopkins was. You've mentioned it on the pod a couple of times. Bigger than what you thought it was going to be when he was traded from Houston to Arizona. I guess my question is, how much of that target share could go to somebody else, right? Or is Kyler Murray always going to look for the guy wearing number 10
the thing is,
more often than not?
Sure, but I still think there's room in that offense for DeAndre Hopkins to be DeAndre Hopkins and get 90 targets for Jalen Waddle over 17 games.
Okay.
And if that sort of volume, even if it's 80, 85, like if that sort of volume with a playmaker like him in that offense and the amount of times they're going to throw, I like that a lot. We're starting to, we're talking flex, wide receiver 4 type territory at that point in redraft leagues. I mean, that's kind of where we would be discussing him at that point. But that's more intriguing to me than a lot of these other options.
Yeah, I think so. I think I would agree with that. So for Devonta Smith, Cardinals, where would they rank on your list of landing spots?
They're number 1 for me.
Are they? Okay.
They're number 1 for unrealistic. I don't think he's going super high. And I don't think, with all due respect to Ben Solak, I don't know where he ran off to after the set. I don't think the Eagles are a good landing spot for anybody. They might take a receiver.
Okay.
They're probably going to take one. Maybe not in the first, but in the second round. But until we see more from Jalen Hurts and just what that team looks like in general, that's not ideal, and that's what we're doing here, ideal landing spots for anybody. Right now, Devonta Smith, 96.7. So he's the number 2 wide receiver off the board in underdog ADP. So he's got a little bit of hype around him. I do not expect him to be the number 2 receiver off the board in the real draft. I like him a lot in Arizona. I just like what he could do there for all the same reasons as Jalen Waddle. Start to look at some of the other teams that are interesting if he falls. I mean, Tennessee can use another number 2 threat there. He's nothing like Corey Davis, but he could fill that void in terms of just the volume that is missing in that offense. And that's a more efficient offense on a lower target volume than we'd see in Arizona. I don't think the Dolphins are a terrible fit for him either. I think he would be a decent fit for them as well. Same deal with Detroit of it's fine. He gets to be the number 1 there, which is a big benefit. But, like I said at the start of the show, Jared Goff is
still Jared Goff, yes.
Jared Goff.
Yep. And, I can check again if you'd like. But
and obviously, if they're going to take a quarterback, they're not going to be in a position to take Devonta Smith. So you can't even do this maybe they take a – no, it doesn't work here. So I could see Smith falling to 16. I could see him falling even into the early 20s. That's a worst-case scenario, but I don't think it would be crazy to see him fall out of the top 15.
I just want to make it known to everybody here. You've been on camera, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes. You've already taken shots at both Trevor and Ben. You are just, you're going right for him here on a Monday. You're going right at them. So I just want everyone to know.
Ben's over there.
Keep a list. Oh, Ben is in the room.
To be fair,
okay.
I take shots at Ben. I took shots at the Eagles.
I mean, you did kind of say, hey, is Ben in the room? You kind of made it pretty clear what you were trying to do.
But he's the one that suffers through all that.
Okay, that's fair. But I just want to, you did kind of mention his name.
Wait till I get to you, Jets fan.
Let me just check the list here. I don't know if my team's going to come up in any of these conversations. Maybe later.
Maybe they have a shiny new quarterback in a few days.
So they more than likely will. Rashad Bateman, the 4th name here on our list. And I think when we look at Rashad Bateman, we're talking more the second half of the first round in terms of teams that make a ton of sense for him. Who jumps off the page for you there?
Well, originally it was going to be Kansas City was going to be the ideal destination if he got there at 31. Obviously, they've traded out of that pick. Baltimore's interesting, but I don't know. There's been this fantasy narrative that's been going around the last few days that there's just no chance that a wide receiver that goes to Baltimore could have any fantasy success. I understand what the concern is. The run-heavy offense, we haven't seen really any sort of consistent wide receiver in Baltimore fantasy production-wise in the Lamar Jackson era. But it's also Willie Snead and Miles Boykin and Hollywood Brown. To me, this is a team that's going to want to throw over the middle a ton, and that's where Rashad Bateman can win for them. So they're an interesting team to me. Tennessee would be probably my favorite fit right now. It's a very commonly mocked spot for them. If they don't go corner, a lot of people have them taking Rashad Bateman there at 22. I would love to see him in Green Bay, but we'll see if they ever want to actually
you asking Green Bay to draft a wide receiver. Okay, yep, that'll work.
When's the last time they drafted first-round wide receiver? 2002?
You're putting me on the spot. I can look it up if you'd like.
I don't think it's going to happen in the Aaron Rodgers era, put it that way. So, but those would be really strong spots for him. I'll say this. I think there's just from what people we've talked to, 10-15% chance he falls out of round 1?
10-15%. I'm going to hold you to this. I'm going to hold to anything you say you're in the show.
But I don't know, how do you quantify that? I said 10-15%.
I'll be the judge of that.
Oh, okay.
Let me be the judge of that. Indianapolis here?
I don't think Indianapolis can come out of the first round without a tackle.
That's not really the question I asked you. You kind of spun it back here. Indianapolis, from a fantasy perspective, a fit for Rashad Bateman.
I don't know. Did you watch Carson Wentz play football last year? Does that feel like an ideal fit for anybody?
I don't know. We should ask Ben.
Where's Ben?
Yeah, where's Ben? Maybe Ben can answer that question for us. But I've seen him mocked here a lot. I've seen this conversation is about Indianapolis needing a wide receiver.
They do need a long-term wide receiver. Well, quite frankly, they need a short-term wide receiver one. I think T.Y. Hilton is
TD and fantasy favorite.
In the twilight, the sunset of his career. Michael Pittman Jr. is a nice complimentary piece, but he's not going to be a number 1. You have Paris Campbell speed guy. But is it ideal destination? We're talking about ideal destinations.
This is ideal fits and ideal landing spots.
No.
Okay. So maybe the next guy on the list, Kadarius Toney. Are we going to get Indianapolis at all here in this conversation, or you're completely against the idea of them going first-round wide receiver?
We're talking ideal. That's the thing of we're talking ideal scenarios for fantasy perspective, where you want these guys to go, what you're rooting for if you're fantasy football players on Thursday or early on Friday. You're not rooting for I can't wait to see this guy catch passes from Jalen Hurts and Carson Wentz and Jared Goff.
Right,
Like,
and I don't have your
there'll be
quarterback.
some value there, but that's not the ideal. Like you want the late round teams. You want there's target volume to be had in Tennessee, unless you truly believe Josh Reynolds is ready to take that next step as a receiver. There's target volume to be had in Green Bay because there always is in Green Bay because they don't really have a solid number two. With all due respect to Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Alan Lazard and Reggie Bagleton and all the other complementary pieces they have that are not Devontae Adams. But
there wasn't that much respect there. But that's okay.
It's like, what do you want? I mean, are you intrigued by some of these other teams? Maybe. But you want good quarterback situations, a prominent role in the offense, and an offense that throws a lot. Like, those are the kind of big three combination for fantasy. We're not talking real life football in this particular case where this player will help this team win football games quicker. We're talking who's going to help you win your fantasy matchup quicker.
Yeah, and I don't have your quarterback rankings, which you can find over at thedraftnetwork.com, in front of me, but Carson Wentz very low on those rankings.
He's not high.
You're not high on him.
You're not taking him as a single quarterback.
So if that's how you feel about the quarterback situation, then you obviously are skeptical of what the wide receiver production can be considering how you rank their quarterback. So again, Indianapolis, I think from a pure football perspective, this is a conversation that needs to be had, but you're right. If you're going to be down on what Carson Wentz is going to be as a fantasy player next season, that certainly impacts the way you look at the rest of these guys. All right, Kadarius Toney, I mentioned his name, the ideal spots that you have for him.
Green Bay 1.
Okay.
I think that'd be Jacksonville's really fun. I love the idea
that's
of that
interesting.
adding to that Jaguars offense. Like, that's exciting to me. Because, again, we talked about this. I still think they're going to have to throw a ton. They're a bad football team. Without Lawrence, they're still a bad football team.
The assumption is they'll be down late and have to throw it a bunch, and they're going to need somebody.
Have a lot of different options. I think their DJ Chark can be down the field guy. I mean, I love the idea of just all the games you could play with Marvin Jones and DJ Chark and Kadarius Toney and LaVisca Chenault, and that's a really.
But do you worry about target share then at that point?
A little bit. But I do have a little bit of a concern there, but I still think that offense is going to have enough volume to sustain. Like, we have seen the Keelan Coles and the D.D. Westbrooks of the world kind of sneak up into that fringe fantasy value just because of them throwing the ball a lot. And that's what Gardner Minshew.
Trevor Lawrence better than Gardner Minshew. I feel confident in being able to say that here on the podcast today. Yeah.
Doesn't have a better look.
Listen.
I think Gardner Minshew's like thirst traps beat Trevor Lawrence. I need your expert opinion on this, Chris.
I think, man, from the Gardner Minshew style is one that I think we all wish we could aspire to be. So yeah, I'm interested.
Very Duval.
He is very Duval. Is the Trevor Lawrence flow Duval? I don't know.
I don't know. It is what it is. But I still think that's really interesting to me. I think the Saints could be a fun spot for them too. They have room for another receiver there. I don't know what to make of that offense right now. I'm assuming Jameis Winston's going to be the starter, but good luck.
Taysom Hill is still around. Yeah, Taysom Hill's still there, so you might worry about that.
He's still going to get way more usage than he should, but it's something you have to account for. And if Taysom Hill ends up being the starter, run away from every Saints pass catcher.
Is this a spot for Tennessee? I mean, how many of these guys ultimately end up on their list? Because you and I both feel that after A.J. Brown, there's a massive drop-off with who's going to be the wide receiver too, and there's an opportunity there to get a lot of targets.
Yeah, I think he would be a solid fit there as well. A guy who manufactures some touches for. Tennessee is going to be a fit for a lot of these guys because rarely do you see a team that has been as efficient as that offense has been in recent years. Now, new offensive coordinator, you're down your top tight end, you're down your number 2 wide receiver. So you got to see what that offense looks like in this newly revamped Tennessee team. But there's a lot of opportunity there for a team that's been very efficient from a passing offense standpoint. So they're intriguing.
Pulling back up the list here so we can go through the next receiver. Terrace Marshall is the guy that we have next up on this list. And again, I think we're having that same conversation in the second half of the first round with teams that are fit. So who is leading the list for you there when it comes to Terrace Marshall?
I have an irrational love for Terrace Marshall in terms of fantasy value.
Okay.
I think there's we're going to do percentages again?
Yes, please.
I think there's a 20% chance he is the most productive fantasy wide receiver from the rookies this year.
Well, we've had that conversation on the pod, right? And the idea being that he's going to have this kind of strike zone, this landing spot of playoff teams in which you're going to have a lot of opportunity to be a part of an offense that is successful. You're not going to be in a situation like Jacksonville where you're constantly behind, and that there are really good opportunities and really good landing spots there. So again, when we talk about productivity, some of the guys that we mentioned going inside the top 10, yes, they're going to be wide receiver ones, but they're going to be on bad football teams. And you have to factor that in when discussing what their fantasy value is going to be. So, okay, so you say that you think he's going to be the most productive. Where is he going to be the most productive?
Well, we've talked a lot about Green Bay and Tennessee already. So we'll just throw those are like the boilerplate names there at the end.
Put them to the side.
The other name that could be interesting if he gets in the second round and the Bengals don't do what we think they're going to do at 5.
Yeah, you spent the whole first half of the show talking about Jamar Chase at 5.
So, but if he's not, if let's say something weird happens between now and then and they make a prudent choice and they go with offensive tackle there, I would love Terrace Marshall to join that offense. Reunite with Joe Burrow. There's, again, plenty of volume on that team. That team was throwing like 41 times a game with Joe Burrow when he got hurt. Like 41 times. A lot. Only Dallas threw more at the time of Joe Burrow's injury. So there's a lot of volume there to be had. I love Terrace Marshall's size. It's going to be a real asset to him in this class. Like, I think if he goes to, like, the Green Bays of the world, there's 90, 95 targets there over a 17-game stretch I think he can take and really be successful with as a wide receiver too.
Yeah, the extra game, which we've talked about on the show a bunch, certainly kind of impacts the way you have to look at these things. It's an extra game to be able to get that fantasy value out of there. And Baltimore, maybe? I mean, we haven't really discussed them here in terms of this wide receiver.
Interesting, but like I'd put them distant behind the other three. Green Bay.
So the tier break.
Yeah. I don't know what to make. Like, I like thinking more of the like slot, middle of the field type players for the Ravens in terms of fantasy production. Like, I don't think that's the best case scenario for Terrace Marshall.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see. You know, they have 2 picks in the first round. I tend to assume that one of them is going to be a wide receiver.
That
it's
seems
just,
to be the assumption, yeah.
You know, which one do they ultimately settle on? Which one do they necessarily like? Rondale Moore. Next up.
By the way, before we get off this, Marshall right now, so if we did some of this order, because I do want to kind of go through for those of you that are interested in early ADP on some of these receivers. This is the order they're going in right now in terms of underdog fantasy ADP drafts for redraft leagues. So 64.7 is Jamar Chase, 96.7 is Devonta Smith, 103.2 is Jalen Waddle, 118.7 is Rashad Bateman, Terrace Marshall 5th off the board at 134.4, and Rondale Moore number 6, right outside the top 150 at 151.2. Got to stay healthy. Doesn't matter where he lands if he doesn't stay healthy.
So let's go back to that list that you just read real quick, because I think there's a very interesting note. We did this in the order of Chase, Waddle, Smith, and the ADP says there's a flip there.
Yes.
It's Chase, Smith, Waddle.
I think the TDN collective is higher on Waddle than maybe anybody else. In terms of our scouting department, he's the consensus wide receiver 1, which I don't think you're going to see really anywhere else for the most part. But I also think that Devonta Smith is just a more exciting player in the mind of a casual fan. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with it. Devonta Smith is a hell of a player.
He did win the Heisman.
Really exciting to watch. Yeah, he did win on that one trophy thing.
It's one trophy, yeah.
So I get it, but there's going to be more hype around him than Jalen Waddle right now going in. So I'm not surprised to see his ADP being a little bit higher.
Okay, the guy that you read 6th off that list, the guy we're talking about right now, Rondale Moore, you mentioned the big question here, and when discussing these landing spots, are the injuries. Can he stay healthy? We think if he's healthy, the talent is certainly there to be a productive wide receiver. Do we feel that this is a back half of the first round, or are we more talking about now kind of round 2 fits, maybe early part of round 2, the teams that we mentioned in discussing the Chase, Waddle, Smith strike zone?
I think he's got a pretty large window. Like, I think we're talking late 20s to middle of the second round. Like, I could see him going anywhere in that stretch. My best case scenario for him, Green Bay and Arizona. I love the idea of him being in Matt LaFleur's offense, kind of being a little bit of a do-everything piece.
That would work,
yeah. You know, be like, I shouldn't call him Gadget Player Plus. Like, he can do all of those things and still be a hell of a receiver in his own right. I would love him there. I would love him to go to Arizona. They have that kind of, they don't really have that dynamic piece in the receiving corps. Where I like the Devonta Smith part, but they don't have that piece. So I really, really like him landing in one of those 2 places. But I could see him coming off the board and right around that Green Bay, New Orleans spot. I've seen him mocked a couple times to Tampa Bay, which would be really intriguing. That would be another team that just, if they don't bring back Antonio Brown, there's still room there. Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are awesome, but they've had a lot of soft tissue injuries these last couple years. That offense is going to throw the ball a lot. They don't care.
So just add another receiver that's had a bunch of injuries into the mix. Yeah.
Well, you know,
just add him in there.
Hey, he'll be productive when he's out there. Like, he's so interesting because if you told me, if we sat here a year from now and he ended up being the number 1 or number 2 fantasy wide receiver, and as a rookie year, I don't think I would be shocked. But I also could imagine, like, he plays 6, 7, 8 games, and it's like, oh man, he's a what could have been fantasy player. I think both those have an equal chance of happening.
Yeah, I think next year at this time, if you and I were sitting here and I uttered both of those sentences, I don't think there would be sort of this shock and awe conversation that we would have about it. We'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, I'm not surprised that happened. And I think that's what makes him so polarizing of a player in terms of landing spots and strike zone. You mentioned there's a wide window here. And I think it's because both of the statements that you just said could easily be true for a year from now.
Yeah.
And teams are obviously factoring that in when they're looking at him from a real football perspective of, yeah, this guy, when he's on the field, super productive, can really help our team, but is also...
He's got to be on the field.
But he's got to be on the field.
What's the cliche? Like, your best ability is your availability?
Yeah.
Like, that's my only concern. I don't have a talent concern. I have a guy's played 7 games in 2 years concern.
So where would he be for you? Because he was what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 7th receiver we read off of this list that we're doing here. If you didn't have the injury concerns, take them completely off the table, they don't exist. Where does he move on the board for you?
4. Maybe 4 or 5. I would start to debate him and Terrace Marshall, who I'm really high on.
So you have Chase, Waddle, Smith, Marshall, and then you would then slot Rondale Moore kind of in that conversation.
Yes, if he had clean bill of like never had any major injury issues, never missed a ton of games, just purely talent level, like that's where I'd have him.
Wow. Okay. That's certainly not.
I think there's a difference between somebody that has missed a lot of time with a lot of different ailments, and we've had some like not sure where he's going to play, than a guy like Jalen Waddle had one freak injury. Like I think there's a difference in terms of like projecting long term and like where's the injury risk. As much as we can predict the future, I think it's apples and oranges to me.
No,
feel like
I agree.
I can hear people coming through the camera that Jalen Waddle got hurt. I know. Like, but I'm just saying.
No, there is a difference, right? And when you have multiple injuries and you have sort of a laundry list of things that have made it so that you're not on the field, Jalen Waddle's injury, a freak injury, and oh, by the way, came back. Like,
yes.
There's that's another conversation to have here. So I think when we look at Rondale Moore, the talent, we're talking in the same spot that I think we were talking about Bateman and Tony and Marshall. I think
it's at the top of that tier 2.
Right, and I think we would have that conversation of some of the same teams that we talked about when discussing fits for those players. Rondale Moore would fit right in, but I think the injury risks kind of bump him down to where flex, wide receiver 4. I mean, it depends on the spot, but
no, he's got to be. I think at the moment in a redraft league, he's got to be wide receiver 5 at this point. Like, there's some risk. There's some boom or bust to that, but. You've seen the list of the rankings I have up at thedraftnetwork.com. The list of like quality wide receivers
is lengthy. That's fair.
Is massive.
Yes, it is a long list.
There are going to be a lot more established players that you're going to want to take there before you take the shot there. Like he's somebody you want to have best ball. He's somebody you want to have on your bench. Just to, hey, if he pops and he's healthy and he looks good, you want to have him on your team. But I don't think he's somebody you're going to prioritize over a lot of these other like top options that you've seen out there. Just so many good receivers, and especially if you play in a league where you're only starting 2 receivers and like 1 flex. I don't know, man. Like, there's so many good options. Until leagues start to adjust and add a guaranteed 3rd wide receiver on every roster and maybe multiple flex plays, you're going to be out. There's this depth of the wide receiver run in fantasy football is going to be massive, and it's going to leave really talented players out there. And it's going to leave us undervaluing a lot of these talented wide receivers just because there are so many options.
It was certainly, of the rankings of yours that we broke down on the pod, the wide receiver one was, I think, the most fascinating conversation because we found ourselves just constantly being like, but what about that guy? But wait a minute, what about that guy? And we just kept ping-ponging back and forth with guys that didn't even come up in the course of the initial conversation that we had, that we went, wow, I kind of really like that guy if you can get him here in this round, or this guy as a late round sleeper. And now you're adding really talented rookies into the mix, and most of those guys we were talking about were established NFL wide receivers already. So now you add this group to the list, and it certainly makes that conversation a little more difficult. All right, I got one more name on the list, and then we can kind of wrap and discuss the whole list, in totality at the end. Elijah Moore.
Yes. He's somebody that has also got a wide range because there's a lot of talk. I think you heard Ben Solak talk on the show about the report that he is the consensus wide receiver 4 for all the teams. I believe it was Todd McShay talked to. And he's somebody we've seen mocked in the back part of the first round quite frequently.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen him I've seen him mocked to Tennessee. I've seen him mocked to Tampa Bay. I've seen him mocked to Green Bay. We've seen a few of these options. Slot guy is just a dynamic athlete, like incredibly agile. Like I'm intrigued by him. I think he's still a little bit raw, but he's a big play threat. And if the league is this high on him, and they're high on him in the back part, we're going to start to see a lot of those same teams we talked about, the Green Bays, the Tampa Bays, the Tennessees of the world. Those opportunities are going to be there, and all those would be good spots. I think Tampa Bay would be another really good spot for him. Just, it's a luxury pick, but the Buccaneers are probably making a luxury pick if they pick at 32. They don't trade out. They don't have a team that gets antsy for QB6. They're making a luxury pick there, most likely.
And I wonder, Jamie, we talked a little bit about it earlier, but Baltimore having that second pick, right? Does that maybe, I don't want to say reach, but do they go maybe with a guy that's higher on their board than a lot of other people's board, and maybe this is a landing spot.
It could very well be. I would still go, like my order right now would be Tampa Bay, Arizona, Green Bay, and then I think I would go
You just love
Tennessee.
mentioning Arizona. They just
they need a piece like this. They do.
I know, but
they've been playing.
I know, but it's 16. Like
Well, I understand.
you have the whole week
No,
to sell me, but so
I'm
far you're
saying
not
they
doing a
should
good
take him
job.
at 16
Okay.
necessarily. We're talking about potential landing spots. I think that would be the absolute ridiculous peak, but they could trade back. What stops them from moving back in the first round?
No, it's fair. It's fair.
Nothing stops them,
nothing
Chris.
stops them.
That's what I'm saying.
It does
So,
take two to tango. You need somebody else on the other end of the phone.
So
But
I
yes,
think that's kind of the range where I think things would be really interesting for him. Again, there's another guy that would probably be in that wide receiver 5-ish territory, somebody you have on your bench, not somebody that's a weekly starter for you, but somebody you can you draft, see how they perform, and could be a player that just gives you some boost from time to time with bye weeks. And I know we're going to deal with this more with running backs than we are with wide receivers, but that extra game, there might be more players that, play at 50% or sitting out a game or, you know what, I'm not going to risk it this week because I have another extra. Like, I think that's going to be a factor. I'm interested in having some shares of Elijah Moore. Right now, his ADP is undrafted and underdog. So he's not going inside the top two, I think 220 right now. So he's interesting for me, flyer. And, he has to go to the right team.
I want to take this list, and I want to have two separate conversations.
Okay.
I want to have redraft formats. Are these guys draftable?
Okay.
Go through all of them. And then I want to have the dynasty conversation.
Got it.
So I want to have both of these conversations, and we'll go through all of them for one, and then we'll piggyback to the other. Okay. So just redraft formats.
Yes.
Jamar Chase is a yes. Jalen Waddle, yes. Devonta Smith,
Yes.
Rashad Bateman,
Yes. I mean, we're talking draftable, so yes.
Kadarius Toney.
Yes.
You hesitated there. There was a slight hesitation
No,
there.
he's draftable. Well, here's the difference between draftable and priority.
You just spent 5 minutes talking about all these great receivers on the list, and
Sure, yeah,
I
understand,
waxed poetic about them, and you're coming out here, nope,
but we're
draftable.
But we're talking, but again, there's a difference between draftable and throwing him on your bench, and I think this guy you should target. I think Jamar Chase could be a top 30 wide receiver.
No, I think there's a tier
Smith
break,
are
right? I think, okay, let's have this conversation.
Okay.
In tiers, just from redraft rookies.
My pound the table, I want these guys, it's the top 3.
It's Chase, Waddle, Smith.
And
then there's
Marshall
a break.
For me. There's a break, and then there's Marshall.
And then Marshall is 4.
Yes. Then I'm in, so those are the, I definitely want to have those players on my team. I am intrigued. I would probably take the Batemans of the world and the Rondell Moores and the Kadarius Tonys.
So that's a third tier. So we've split into 3 tiers.
That's top to middle bench tier.
And you're putting Bateman and Toney in that spot.
Correct.
And then is there another tier break?
Yes.
With the 2 Moores?
Yes.
And there's another tier break, and is that tier break, I'm not drafting him in redraft?
Rondell's in the flyer, barely the middle of the bench type of one.
So I think that's our third or fourth tier.
I don't think after that list you have to prioritize anybody. I think after that list, if you want to take a chance on one of those guys on your bench, awesome. If you don't, you don't. Who's to say that Amari Rodgers can't come in and just give you, 50 catches?
We're talking about him later in the week, okay? Don't jump the gun.
I'm just saying.
It's fair, but
I'm not going to prioritize grabbing the rest of this list. The Elijah Moore is the guys we're going to talk about tomorrow on our show here. I'm not going to say don't draft them. I'm just going to say I don't think you have to prioritize it. And I think a lot of times rookie names get all the hype, they get all exciting, and you just want to go out there and grab them. Grab the elite options, but you have to remember where, again, we'll talk about the exact situation fits in the weeks to come as we actually see where they're going.
Right.
But I don't think you have to prioritize anybody else.
Also, because earlier you were like, I can hear it through the camera. Yeah. I can also hear it through the camera. You guys didn't talk about Kyle Pitts. Is it another
draft Kyle Pitts?
Yeah, draft Kyle Pitts, but that's going to be a separate conversation. Okay, we will have that conversation later in the week. Okay, so I believe we have completed how we feel about these guys in redraft formats.
Yes.
So we want to have the dynasty conversation.
We can.
How similar are these tiers?
Well, I think the top 3 are still going to be the top 3.
So that tier's the same: Chase, Waddle,
I
Smith.
think there's a bigger break at that point.
Oh, really? So you think in the redraft format we had tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. You think in the dynasty it's tier 1, nobody in tier 2, and then we're going to a tier 3.
And here's why I say that, because some of the concerns get alleviated the longer you go for some of these top receivers. Because the concern there is they're going to land in disadvantageous quarterback situations, and it might take them a little bit of time to get to where they need to go. But long term, you want to believe talent wins out. Mm-hmm. And at some point, trying to project who's going to be the quarterback in Detroit 2 years from now, who's going to be the quarterback If it's going to be Tua or somebody else in Miami 2 years from now, is Jalen Hurts going to be the quarterback in there 2 years from now? Who's Denver?
Right.
I don't know who's quarterback Denver's is going to be on Thursday
No, but
night.
but to add another team to the list.
So all of those things come into play for you. Or even if, let's say, the Patriots could take a receiver or one of those guys. So, and we have no idea what their long-term quarterback situation is. So I want to believe that talent wins out, so they get to get a little bit more of a gap where I think some of those good but not elite receivers get bumped up in year one because they might be in better situations with better offenses, but overall their talent level doesn't match the top of the draft.
Okay, so who is in that tier? Which guys are
Very
you?
top?
Yeah, no, I'm talking that secondary tier because you said that those top three are the same in tier one for both redraft and dynasty. But we talked about that tier break, and now we're in that tier three. Who falls into that tier?
Bateman, Marshall, and Rondale Moore.
So Bateman, Marshall, Rondale Moore. So no Kadarius Toney, no Elijah Moore.
No.
You have both of them.
In the next tier.
Still draftable in dynasty.
No, all of these guys are draftable in dynasty.
Okay.
All the guys were all of these top 10, top 12 receivers, even probably top 15 are all draftable in dynasty. But I just think we're talking about tier break, and why I put more push him up in here is because you start to think about, well, what if? Because the what if on Rondale Moore is really fun to think about.
Sure. I can also say, what if he continues to not be on the field?
Look, there's high risk, high reward there. Where I think,
which I think plays better in a dynasty format than it does in a redraft format.
I think the difference between Moore and Toney, for example, is I think Toney's got a higher floor,
which again plays
lower ceiling,
plays better in a redraft.
So, again, you're starting to split hairs with who you like. But if everything clicks for Rondale Moore, he's a game breaker. But I could also see him being a different type of player. I get it completely, but I could also see him having from an injury standpoint, a John Ross career. Just guy can't get on the field quick enough.
Good thing Joe wasn't here when you said that, because that would have been.
It is
I could
if
have
you can't get on the field, doesn't matter, especially in such a loaded position, even in dynasty.
Again, we've talked about it throughout the course of the show. The wide receiver list is very lengthy, even without the incoming rookies. It's a lengthy list, so you have to really remove all of the question marks if you want to be high up on the list that you put together, which I believe was 60 deep. Ultimately, is where it ended up.
60 receivers right now for redraft on draftnetwork.com.
If you want to crack that top 60, if you want to be a top 40, a top 30 wide receiver, you have to eliminate all these question marks. You have to be a bona fide. I know what this floor is. I know how good the ceiling could be, and there's not a lot of things that concern me. And with Rondale Moore, there is a big concern that I think probably stops him from being a guy that you are going to immediately in a redraft league run to go and get.
Yep, I totally agree.
And that's
again. You want to take a shot. I am a subscriber to you take some bench shots with some of these guys at the end of the
You can't take too many.
No. You don't want your whole bench filled with them, but you take one or two shots, especially if you have an extended bench. Like if you have a 3-man bench or something weird, which I have seen in some leagues, it's more of a baseball thing than football, but then no, you really can't. You need players that are going to play for you right away and play for you during your bye weeks. But if you don't take any shots, to me, it's just why are you going to draft a player that's just going to be there? Why are you just going to draft a player that's got no upside, you know what you're going to get? To me, you want to take a chance. And look, with Rondale Moore, you might be able to make a choice. You might know in the first 2 or 3 weeks, is he healthy? How is he being used in offense X? And is he productive? And if he's not, you move on.
I think also an important thing to note there is it also depends on how your draft went the first couple of rounds.
Yeah.
How stacked are you at the wide receiver position, with your first couple of picks? Does it allow you to take more of a risk? Or did you kind of take some fringe guys in the early part of the rounds where you have to get a more sure thing on your bench, right? That factors into this as well.
Yes. Look, draft composition is
massive.
Huge. It's massive. So in fact, if you take more risks early, you can take fewer risks late. If you were safer early, take more high upside late. I think that's the way you build a championship roster.
No, agreed 100%. And that's why when it comes to these wide receivers, I can see these guys going either way. I can see some people saying, no, I'm comfortable taking this risk. Well, yeah, if I look at the rest of your roster, you kind of have some studs. You can take a chance.
I'm also a big proponent of go get your guy. If you've done the research, you've done the effort, you put the work in, you say, this is a player I like. This is a player, whether you're higher on them, lower on them, whatever it might be, this is a player that I trust. Go after him. Go after your gut. This is your team. Don't worry about my rankings. Don't worry about everybody else's rankings. Go after your guys. When I talk about this stuff, it's always about what I personally would do. I expect everybody to operate their own team and run it to their best capabilities and what they want to do. If you really believe in Rondale Moore, you really believe in Kadarius Toney, you really believe in Elijah Moore, you think Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to just take the league.
Go get your guy.
Go get your guy.
Sure. But at the same time, right, it's there's risk associated with that.
Sure.
Again, if the rest of your
Be
roster,
accountable to yourself.
Yes, and this is why when we've had these conversations throughout this entire offseason, we have said, show your work along the way, so when you get to draft day, you feel comfortable about where you're at. It's why we went through the rankings. It's why we're having these conversations now, so that when draft day comes around in, let's say July and August, you've had enough of a conversation to where you know what guys you feel comfortable taking a risk on.
Absolutely.
Both rookie and the rest of the wide receiver group. You know which guys, you know what? No, they're on the Jake do not draft list. They're on the we're not having that conversation, right? And so I think it's really important to throughout this process have moments like this, have conversations like the ones that we're having, so that there isn't sort of this, big wave of panic that can come on draft night when you're like, yeah, or I don't know about this guy.
The greatest player in the world on draft night. Every promo package, everything else is just amazing.
Right. Well, that's going to do it for us here, Jamie. We have a big week ahead, more wide receivers, running backs later in the week, special guests that will be joining us throughout the week. So more to come between us. We're going to break down all of these rookies and their ideal fits throughout the rest of the week. Stay right here, Brinks.tv, more draft week coverage coming next.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson.
A long time ago, people used to watch TV and win. Jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor. Winning never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me, Freud. Whatever he or she or he calls himself, herself or knee-self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Thank you for coming today. I have important announcement. Killcliff is world's first and best clean energy drink. It come to my attention some people claim they are first clean energy. Fake. I hate fake people. Exhibit A. Here I am in secret lab making Joe Rogan Flaming Joe. Best-selling clean energy drink in world. Exhibit B. Type world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It's Killcliff.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning. Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
All right, here is indisputable proof that Kill Cliff is the world's first and best clean energy drink. Now, in your interweb thingies, just type world's first cleanenergydrink.com or world's best cleanenergydrink.com or world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It all leads to killcliff.com right there on the interwebs. Boom! Mic drop. Yeah.
Brinks TV, winners, winners, and more winners. Freeze sleeve. Freeze it. Sleeve it. Relieve it. Go to freesleeve.com.
Oh yeah. From Kill Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
It's the Killcliff $1 Million Mega Stimmy Sweepstakes on Brinks.tv. First, register on Brinks.tv and automatically get your first entry. Next, get bonus entries when you buy Killcliff at retail. Confirm your entry by uploading your receipt at killcliff.com. Then, repeat. The more you buy, the more chances to win. To find the retailer that sells Killcliff nearest you, check out the store locator at killcliff.com.
As a reward for making Kill Cliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Kill Cliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to killcliff.com to get your discounts on.
Brinks TV, winners, winners, and more winners. Freeze sleeve. Freeze it. Sleeve it. Relieve it. Go to freesleeve.com.
Oh yeah. From Kill Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
It's the Killcliff $1 Million Mega Stimmy Sweepstakes on Brinks.tv. First, register on Brinks.tv and automatically get your first entry. Next, get bonus entries when you buy Killcliff at retail. Confirm your entry by uploading your receipt at killcliff.com. Then repeat. The more you buy, the more chances to win. To find the retailer that sells Kill Cliff nearest you, check out the store locator at killcliff.com.
As a reward for making Kill Cliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Kill Cliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to killcliff.com to get your discounts on.
Brinks.tv, where winning is like a wiener. The bigger, the better.
A long time ago, people used to watch TV and win. Jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor. Winning never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me, Freund. Whatever he or she or me calls himself, herself or knee self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
When your mask comes off, your breath comes out. Make sure it doesn't stink. Stay healthy and fresh. Soul and science. Immune Fresh. The all-natural breath mint. Vitamin D3, vitamin C, zinc, Wellmune. Save yourself, save us all from your breath. Go to immunefresh.com.
Thanks for coming, everyone. Laser Kitty and I, and the whole Kill Cliff team, that's a temporary name, are understandably upset that someone is claiming that Kill Cliff is not the world's first and best clean energy drink. Totally preposterous. Laser Kitty, the floor is yours. Let 'em have it. That was beautiful. Thank you, Laser Kitty. For the first and best clean energy drink, go to killcliff.com.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my.
Thank you for coming today. I have important announcement. Kill Cliff is world's first and best clean energy drink. It come to my attention some people claim they are first clean energy. Fake. I hate fake people. Exhibit A. Here I am in secret lab making Joe Rogan Flaming Joe. Best-selling clean energy drink in world. Exhibit B. Type world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It's Kill Cliff.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Quiddy Pay, Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Welcome back to the Draft Network's Draft Week coverage. Chris Schubert here, and Kyle Krabs is with me, a little Draft Dudes live. Now, Kyle, are we going to get the what's better than this from you? Or can you supply me with that?
I could put my best foot forward and try to give you a what's better than this, guys being dudes, but there's a 0% chance that I would give you the grumbliness and the jovial energy that Joe Marino brings. So I'm just not even going to waste anybody's time. Chris, happy Monday.
Hello.
Draft week. It's nice to be on with you, man.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. I'm excited to do this for the next 45 minutes or so. Now, I want to show you something. I have a prop here. This is going to be yours. I'm going to give this to you to wear around the draft studio the rest of the week. I don't know if you can see this, but this is the Panini Rated Rookie Chain. And this thing, man, it's heavy, but it looks good. It looks good. So I'm saving this for you. I will give it to you later today. You will be able to wear this the rest of the week.
Prestigious honor.
I mean, you're just a draft dude. You're one of my friends, so I figured I would put this aside for you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for, my guy. Where do you want to start? I mean, it's draft week. There's a lot of stuff to get into. Is there something that here on a Monday is really kind of piquing your interest as we are just 3 days away from the NFL draft?
I mean, I think it would be worth our time to kind of explore the report that came out that the San Francisco 49ers choice at quarterback is down to 2. Obviously, that pick at 3 is such a big domino for what we're going to see throughout the rest of the top 10 and potentially throughout the top 20 with other quarterback-hungry teams. So I think that's first and foremost at the front of my mind this afternoon.
Justin Fields, which if the assumption is that it's going to be Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and now either one of Mac Jones or Trey Lance, we now can have the realistic conversation of where does the Justin Fields slide stop? Is it at 4 with Atlanta? Does a team try to trade up maybe to where Miami's picking at 6? Does Detroit go quarterback at 7? This is now a realistic conversation I think we can have, knowing that San Francisco, at least according to reports, have narrowed their focus of who they want at quarterback.
And I think for Justin Fields, his potential fit with that Arthur Smith offense is really appealing. So this has a potential to not be too far of a slide. If you feel Atlanta and the reports coming out that they're interested in, or they're listening to offers for Julio Jones at this point as well, they kind of have to figure out what boat they want to be in. Do you want to be a team that's trying to win now? Because if you are, then you have Matt Ryan. You should probably pick an asset that's going to help your team try and win this year. But if you're going to start listening to offers and potentially offloading guys like Julio Jones, then if that right quarterback is there for you at 4, maybe you want to make that decision. And so I think it's interesting that you're hearing these reports of the trade offers, how open-minded they are to it, how open-minded that's the first step to deciding how far the Justin Fields slide is.
And listen, answering a phone call and talking to teams about Julio Jones that are interested is one thing, but if you're actively having these conversations and you're the one making the phone calls and you are trying to potentially move him, that's a rebuild to me. You're not going to then sit there and take Kyle Pitts and try to go all in with the way Arthur Smith's going to run things with Matt Ryan. If you're trading away easily the best receiver on that team, you're no longer trying to win, and that's when you can then start to entertain the idea of Justin Fields there at 4. But again, it goes back to a conversation we've had on the show many times. If they don't necessarily like Justin Fields as their top quarterback option or even their top 2 quarterback option, then all of a sudden we have to talk about Detroit at 7.
And Detroit is the team for me that is now in the driver's seat for the next pivot point. You know, that's been some discussion about Miami having traded back up to 6 and potentially trying to manipulate the board if the right quarterback falls. But we saw this last year when there were teams that interested in a quarterback but couldn't really get the traction that they needed to get a deal done to move up. And we saw Miami stay put at 5 and pick a quarterback. We saw the Chargers stay put at 6 and take a quarterback. So Miami, I think they have the issue of being out in front of where the urgency is for teams that are interested in trading. Detroit has some level of receptiveness to taking a quarterback themselves. And we've heard reports Carolina might take Justin Fields if he's there at 8. So Miami, it's like, I don't know how they're going to twist anybody's arm into getting a spot higher in the order than what they need to when Detroit has all indications that they're open for business.
Atlanta at 4 is maybe the trigger to a Washington, a New England, a Chicago being like, oh, this slide is real, we can go get our guy?
Yeah, I think some of those teams are more likely than others. I think Chicago is the team that has the most urgency to find a quarterback, given that, you know, they had the Trubisky experience and then they bring in Nick Foles, and they haven't really stuck the landing at quarterback yet with this regime, which is crazy because like Matt Nagy has been the head coach there for a while and has not had a chance to pick his own quarterback yet. So, you know, if you're looking for an argument to sustain his career as the head coach of the Chicago Bears, let him get a quarterback. But you as Ryan Pace, you know, you're on the hot seat, so you should not be shy about being super aggressive if that opportunity strikes. So I think Chicago would be the one I'd be most fascinated to see just how aggressive they're willing to be, how much they're willing to give to go up and make something happen.
This cycle can rapidly spiral and a new thing can come up, you know, at any given moment. But this feels like the biggest storyline of the week so far, that San Francisco has narrowed their focus, and now we play the butterfly effect of what their decisions, whether they pick Mac Jones or Trey Lance, what that can do to the rest of the board. Let's say it is Trey Lance, Kyle, because we've spent a lot of time on dudes in the mocks that we've done recently of Mac Jones at 3. We've discussed other options, and sometimes in the what we would do mock, it's gone a different direction. But let's say it is Trey Lance. Let's say Trey Lance is the pick at 3. Does that change anything? Does that change how the way the rest of the board plays out? Does that change what Atlanta does at 4? Does it change the way 7, 8, and 9 could play out?
Chance if he doesn't go to San Francisco, being in for just as big of a slide as what Justin Fields would be in for, if not even bigger, because you hold those two guys up against each other. And of course, the reason we're talking about Mac Jones being this high of a prospect is because of the association with San Francisco. So I don't know if the butterfly effect so much impacts teams as much as it impacts Mac Jones, because you start going through the other quarterback hungry teams. Carolina at 8, they worked with him at the Senior Bowl, but they made the trade for Sam Darnold. Like, we've heard that they might take Justin Fields. Would you take a lesser toolsy player in Mac Jones? I don't know. I don't think so. Denver, are they going to, you know, go out and get Mac Jones to compete with Drew Lock? What's the upside there? So then I think Mac Jones is the big X factor for what is going to be the biggest butterfly effect for a Trey Lance upset. And I would consider at this point an upset at number 3.
Earlier today, he did a mock draft with Brentley, and one of the things they were discussing is as the quarterbacks started to fall and both Mac Jones and Justin Fields were on the board, the conversation kept coming up. Is this the spot that a team's going to jump on? Is this the spot? 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 And on draft night, and again, the butterfly effect of what that does, not to the quarterbacks, but to the other players. What that could do to the wide receiver, the edges, the offensive line class. There are so many ripple effects from that one decision, and San Francisco is kind of potentially steered in a direction where we could be looking at chaos on Thursday night.
Again, goes back to Atlanta. They have to be tempted by the right quarterback to make that move at quarterback. And if you get 4 quarterbacks in the first 4 picks, then like it's all bets are off. It's going to be insanity as far as what the waterfall effect is going to be, what you're going to end up seeing doubling back around for the wide receiver position specifically, where, you know, Jamar Chase, does he get picked by Cincinnati? And then Miami, presumably if Kyle Pitts is there, they take Kyle Pitts. So then you have both the Alabama kids, potentially Jamar Chase. If the Bengals go with Penei Sewell, you could have 3 of the top 3 wide receivers on the board. And we saw that last year where these top 3 wide receivers ended up making it out of the top 10. And these receivers are generally perceived to better than what those 3 receivers were. So it's crazy how you're getting better prospects at the same position that saw a little bit of a drought to start the draft last year. Amid this year, we might not see a single defensive player called in the top 8. And I'd say at this point, it's probably likely that we won't get a single defensive player in the top 8.
Looking at 9 and 10 and at the 2 potential corners coming off the board, maybe this is where the first edge or maybe Micah Parsons comes off the board. Is that kind of the landing spot that you think makes a lot of sense?
The right situation, and then definitely Dallas at 10. Those are the 2 spots that, for me, really stand out as defensive prospects. And I think Dallas, I don't think they're going to get the kind of temptation, Kyle Pitts, Penei Sewell, maybe Rashawn Slater. I think those are the kind of offensive prospects that would move the needle for them. I don't foresee them really getting to sniff any of those guys. So unless they're moving out because they don't like what the board looks like, and they have so many defensive needs that it's hard to get my head around them not going defense. But top 8, unless somebody's trading up. Detroit, we've talked about how they're a little open for business, might be willing to make a deal. Somebody wants to get out in front of that run. That's, I think, the pathway to getting that top 8 cracked with a defensive player.
I wonder, and I was sitting here when you were discussing that, and I was thinking about it. How many teams right now currently inside the top 10 are actively thinking or at least seriously considering getting out of the top 10? Like, you know what? Please come on up. You want a quarterback? You want to take one of these receivers? Please roll out the red carpet. Roll out the red carpet. Roll out the red carpet. Roll out the red carpet.
Well, and I think the other thing there too is we're now getting reports that despite the fact that we had a medical combine that was meant to collect medical information on a lot of the prospects, that teams aren't happy with the end results of what they got. And this has been one of the more fascinating subplots for me specifically amid the COVID-19 pandemic and the restrictions that are in place with the pre-draft process. What teams are just going to punt, and they're going to say, you know what, we might have a premium asset, but we're going to get out of there. We're going to try and take that next year when things are closer to status quo. We'll take a reduced rate to get out of this spot. We'll be willing to lease our premium asset for 12 months and give it to somebody else, knowing we're going to get a first-round pick back next year, and we can double dip when things are closer to normal. So I bet, and that's, again, part of the problem with the teams that are higher in the order that are trying to get down, is teams might feel they might not have to move that high because of how many teams would be receptive to getting out of a high pick.
Right. It sort of becomes this, it still takes 2 to tango, right? Just because you want to trade out, just because you're interested in moving back, somebody has to feel this overwhelming need to move up. And another point that I think is interesting here, as we said on a Monday, Kyle, is I wonder how many teams, because of the medicals that they're not necessarily happy with, and because it's been difficult to go and scout games, right? A lot of these general managers, if they left their team's bubble to go scout, they got to then quarantine for 14 days coming back in. So it certainly made it a tough task to get to games and to be able to see players. I wonder how many teams are just going to be, maybe go off the board, maybe go with guys that we're not talking about here that they feel more comfortable with, and maybe their boards are a little different than ours because of how different this process has been this year.
Well, you've heard Kevin Colbert just had a pre-draft press conference and talking about the tie is going to go to the guy who played in 2020. And I would expect that will be the overwhelming majority in a lot of cases. If you have 2 guys who have the same grade that are the final 2, and you're trying to figure out who is going to be your choice, the guy who has the tape that's more recent versus taking 12 months off is I mean that's a very easy sell as far as knowing what you're signing yourself up for. And that's the big issue with the NFL draft process as a whole, is none of these guys have played at the pro level before. Every single player is a projection, no matter how good they are. But the more unknown variables you introduce, the more skittish teams are going to get.
Which team do you think is most going to go maybe outside the box, and why is it the Las Vegas Raiders?
Yeah, the Raiders certainly march to the beat of their own drum, don't they? I think some of the whispers that we're hearing suggest that there might be some other teams in the teens who have some surprises up their sleeves. The Raiders are a team that, it wouldn't surprise us for them to make the surprise pick, just because that's kind of how they've always been. They need interior defensive line help. Is this a spot for Christian Barmore to come off the board? Are they going to go with a linebacker? Would they go with a surprise linebacker, even if a guy like Micah Parsons was still on the board? I think the Raiders are definitely a fascinating team, but man, I look at that need at right tackle and the offensive identity of this team, and the departure of Trent Brown, and they've kind of reshuffled the deck there a little bit. But that spot, to me, I think if you're picking where the Raiders are picking, despite the fact that this is a deep offensive tackle class, if you wait till round 2 to try and get an offensive tackle, I don't think you're going to necessarily like what you see to the same degree of which Tevin Jenkins or somebody like that is staring you in the face there at 17.
It was the name I was just about to bring up. I was just going to shout out Joe and be like, Joe, this is for you. Tevin Jenkins makes a lot of sense there for the Raiders.
It won't happen.
No, like you mentioned, they'll probably go Christian Barmore. They'll go with that Alabama player. Get on with our lives. Is there another team outside of the top 10 that really intrigues you in terms of like different directions that they can go in, and you don't really have a good gauge on what they might do?
Yeah, I think there's two. There's a ton of smoke around quarterback, and we're anticipating that they're going to potentially make a run at that. But this is uncharted water for New England based on how they handled themselves in free agency, the transition and segue that they're making in the organization. They've been so dialed into continuity, the same nucleus. Well, now the nucleus is completely shifted. So are they a team in the twilight of Bill Belichick's career that's going to push all the chips in on the table and say, we're all in, this needs to happen for this guy? And then the other one is another quarterback hungry team in Washington, who with Ryan Fitzpatrick picking at 19, adding Curtis Samuel to the mix along with Terry McLaurin and having Antonio Gibson and assuming Fitzpatrick's going to keep the starting job. And if he plays to the caliber in which he played the last 2 years for the Dolphins in a NFC East division that saw a 7-team win it last year, I could see them potentially going a different direction and drafting for need instead of even being in the conversation for a quarterback at all.
What's so funny to me, Kyle, is the two teams that you just mentioned there are teams that we mentioned about moving inside the top 10 to potentially get a quarterback if one of those quarterbacks falls. So all of this stuff really feels kind of interconnected, and there's so many different ways we can untangle this web when it comes to draft night on Thursday. And my gut tells me if there's a team that's more likely to move up for a quarterback, it's probably Washington. I'll believe Bill Belichick moves up in a draft when I see it, right? Like it's just not something I feel comfortable being like, yes, I absolutely believe that he's going to do that. But it's something that you've pointed out so many times on the show. There's a wins record that he's chasing down, and there's not a lot of years left to do it. And I think that's really going to influence their direction. It certainly felt like it influenced their direction in free agency. And now when it comes to the draft, I feel that they might double down.
Yeah, it's they filled so many needs with what they did in free agency, bringing in the volume of free agents that they did. They spent like 3 times as much in 2021 as they had in the previous 10 years. New England did.
Yeah, it was something like that. Some crazy number.
So yeah, it's there. You definitely feel the urgency because you looked at what they did, and they were hit. They were harder with opt-outs for COVID than anybody else was. But even with the players that they would have brought back, I don't think it would have necessarily fixed the issues that roster had. So you can tell that there's a different sense of purpose in which New England is moving this year, and it's. I agree with you. It's such a drastic departure from what they've always done. To trade up, go get a quarterback, right? Like they haven't had to worry about quarterback in forever, which is must be a great problem to have.
Yeah,
nobody else across the NFL would know anything about that. But now they're getting a little bit of dose of reality as far as what it's like, and they're kind of looking and surveying the space. And you're hoping that the board breaks a way in which it's going to allow you to have a swing at the bat to try and go get a guy, because otherwise you're in quarterback purgatory, which that's not a nice place to be. Just ask teams like Chicago.
Yeah, or a team like Washington that we just mentioned, right? That's going to, it's more than likely a bridge guy in Ryan Fitzpatrick, either because they draft somebody this year or if they move on from him next year and draft somebody down the road. Okay, we've been having the conversation all day, both in front of the camera and behind the camera. Can we talk about what the Arizona Cardinals might do at 16? Because I think they're on that list of fascinating teams, because we're seeing all of these talks about them, liking all these receivers and potentially being interested in trading up. And I look at this regime that has put all their chips in the middle, that is clearly going all in, that clearly thinks they can win the NFC West and clearly thinks that they can make a playoff push. And I don't know if I look at their list of needs, how high I put wide receiver up on that list.
Let me say this. This organization has always been a team that wants and desires to have headlines. And the hire of Cliff Kingsbury was a quote-unquote sexy hire for a high-flying offense. The decision to draft Kyler Murray at 1 was a decision to go after a sexy, modern, spread, high-potent scoring offense. would it really surprise you for a team like Arizona, despite the fact that they acquired DeAndre Hopkins last year? I'm not giving him any credit for bringing in A.J. Green at this point in A.J. Green's career. And maybe A.J. will prove me wrong in 2021, but it did not look promising. And obviously, availability has been an issue for him down the twilight of his career in Cincinnati. For them to go out and get a headline name at the wide receiver position to give Kyler Murray every opportunity to be the best version of himself that he can be. Now, I would personally advocate for offensive line. I would advocate for defense. But if they're going to choose to adopt the model that Cliff Kingsbury tried to win with at Texas Tech, which was we're just going to score 55 and hope we hold you to 49, then yeah, I can absolutely positively see wide receiver being a move that Arizona makes.
Well, the question that you asked at the beginning, would it surprise you? No, considering that this has been the mantra of Steve Keim and Michael Bidwell. They like to make a splash. They like to grab headlines, good, bad, or indifferent, right? Whether or not the headlines work out or not. And I think when it comes to Cliff Kingsbury, I'm on the side of, I don't know if this is necessarily working. Now, listen, he's entering his third year. I'm not going to say that he's an awful football coach, but he's certainly not good, and he's certainly on the hot seat because they don't make the playoffs this year. I think he's gone. But Kyle, I just struggle, even though it wouldn't surprise me, I just struggle looking at the way this roster is constructed. They need another corner. Like, I know they signed Malcolm Butler, but they need help in the secondary. I think they can use help at the linebacker spot because I don't know what Isaiah Simmons is going to be for them. He certainly didn't get a whole lot of on-field time in year one as a rookie. Maybe Vance Joseph will be able to find a role for him in year two, but I think they need help there. I think they need offensive line depth, potentially a starter or two. So it's tough for me to put that wide receiver position so high up. And for a team that's already down draft capital, right? They traded their third round pick in this year's draft. They traded a pick in the DeAndre Hopkins trade. They're down draft capital. So to take those chips and put them in the middle for a position that I don't think I would rate 1, 2, or 3 on their needs list, boy, do I struggle with that.
Well, the justification you'll hear is, well, we traded a 3 for Rodney Hudson, and he's arguably the best center in the game of football, and he can make both guards playing on either side of him better because he's that good. So we addressed the offensive line. Obviously, the cornerback position, losing Pat Peterson, they always had a need opposite Pat Peterson to begin with, and now they still have that vacancy. That is unquestionably a need, but I don't think they're going to sniff the top two corners. Like, are they going to get Pat Surtain, or are they going to get J.C. Horn available to them? Not, in my opinion, not with how much of a need it is, not unless they make a splash. They lost Hassan Reddick. So I think that's a good case of potentially a position that we could see if the right player is there. But to your point, Chris, they struggled at least early on. Simmons stabilized his availability a little bit in the back half of the season, but they struggled early on to find the right role to use Isaiah Simmons and keep him on the football field. That's not necessarily something that was different than what happened with Hassan Reddick before Hassan Reddick settled into the role that he had. You know, you think about how they drafted him to play off-ball linebacker, and there's injuries in the pass rush. They move him back up as an edge rusher, and then they move him back to off-ball linebacker, and it's like you bounce these guys around, so you almost have to just pick a lane. So, you know, is Isaiah Simmons going to be a coverage mismatch back 7 player? Because if he is, then you can still go out and get a hybrid linebacker to play forward in an attack role, but they kind of have to make that assessment on what Isaiah Simmons is going to be for them. And personally, I would rather see him spending time back away from the line of scrimmage than closer to it. So, yeah, I think linebacker, hybrid linebacker, corner are more pressing needs than wide receiver, but they can easily justify the offensive line address and say, hey, this is also a deep offensive line class. We can get day 3 talent that we can feel play one of the least valuable positions in the football field, which is guard. And for a spread offense that predicates on getting the ball out quick and having a mobile quarterback, it's going to be really easy to also sell on not having high-end assets rolled into an offensive line, because sacks, you can make the argument, are a quarterback stat just as much as anything else.
Listen, Kyle, I appreciate the attempt at the positivity. I appreciate the attempt at the spin. But here's the problem I have. If they trade up for a wide receiver, I don't know if they're going to have the draft capital to do what you say, to get an offensive lineman later in the draft, because they might not have any more picks.
So you can also pull from, again, this goes back to what teams are comfortable with. If there's a bunch of teams that want 2022 picks, what happens if you can make a trade and a pick swap and send a late pick this year, but the premium asset that's going to sweeten the deal comes in 2022 as compared to 2021? I think you might see more of that this year. Teams that are, if you're going to trade up, you borrow from the 2022s and use that stability to the draft process as the selling point to the teams that you're trying to trade up with.
Certainly, specifically in this situation, right, for a front office that has clearly already showed we are all in. We are willing to put everything in the middle. We know that if we don't make the playoffs this year, Steve Keim's probably gone, and then that probably means Cliff Kingsbury is gone. I want to transition. I don't want to spend too much more time on the Arizona Cardinals, but I do want to transition because you mentioned them being a potential spot at corner, and I certainly think they could be one of the teams at the higher end of where the Caleb Farley slide could stop after the first two corners come off the board. But let's have that conversation. Let's have the Caleb Farley conversation of where you think a realistic strike zone, knowing everything that we know here on a Monday, where you think his strike zone could be.
I think the back half of the first round, I think he's too talented to fall out of the first round. And it sounds like the medical release for him has been nothing but positive. And among some of these other prospects that don't have that same luxury, he plays a premium position. He's a top-level athlete at the position. He has untapped potential because he only recently converted to the defensive side of the football. I think there's too much in his favor that would let him get through a gauntlet of teams, particularly in the 20s, that have needs at corner. So I think about Tennessee, especially at 22. I think about Pittsburgh at 24 with their issues in turnover, and Mike Hilton and Steven Nelson are going off that roster. Think about potentially the Green Bay Packers. You think about the Buffalo Bills. There's too many teams that need corners, and it's too high priority of a position, and he's too promising as a prospect to fall completely out of the first round. But I would agree with you. Right there in the mid-teens is probably about as high as I'm comfortable projecting that to take place.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's safe to say that with the way that this is trending, he's not going to be one of the first two corners coming off the board.
Correct.
So that probably rules out him being in the top 10. Then you start going team by team. New York, that doesn't feel like it makes a ton of sense. Philadelphia, then you start talking about, the Chargers, Minnesota, New England. Like, you start to go through these teams and it's just hard for me to think that that's a realistic zone. So, yeah, I think he starts to slowly move back.
Let me jump out because I saw Brentley Weissman picked Caleb Farley to the Patriots this morning.
He went
on the mock that they did live. And, I had the same sentiment as Trevor when that pick was made. I cannot think of a single mock that put Caleb Farley on the Patriots. But if New England, for whatever reason, feels that they have other competent avenues to pursue at the quarterback position, or they feel like Cam Newton, between having COVID and the injury issue that he had and the time that he missed, they're going to get a better version of him in 2021, and they're willing to run it back completely and unquestioned with Cam Newton. I would love that value, and it would be a very Belichickian type move to make when you think about they're always that team that moves on from a player a year too early rather than a year too late. And I understand J.C. Jackson, Stephon Gilmore, both in contract years this year. But Stephon Gilmore's shown you he's still got plenty in the tank. But New England, would it surprise you if they draft his replacement a year out in advance? They let him redshirt, get healthy, and let Stephon Gilmore walk a year too early. He gets some $20 million deal from some team in free agency, and then he ends up not being the same player that he was because New England walked away at the right time? No, of course not. That's how the Patriots became the Patriots in the first place.
Yeah, no, I'll refer back to a previous part of the show. The only thing that would surprise me is them moving up to get a quarterback. Nothing else New England does would surprise me at 15. Okay, we talked about trying to figure out a landing spot for Caleb Farley, and I think a position group as a whole that it's really difficult to figure out where their landing spots might be. Let's talk about this edge class, Kyle.
Okay, let's talk about this edge class. So
11, New York?
I don't get the sense that New York's really in it.
So where's it going to start then?
Maybe Minnesota at 14. I think that's a reasonable place to at least ask the question.
Okay. But I will answer your question with a question. Do you think it's more likely at their spot they go offensive line help or they go edge? Because if there's an offensive lineman on the board they really like, I have a tough time thinking that they're going to pass that up to take an edge rusher.
Well, yeah, because they do this song and dance every single year, right? Where it's like, oh, we're going to take another uber athletic offensive line. But all of their successes at offensive linemen, and I don't want to make a blanket statement and say all of their successes, but they've had so many successes in the offensive line investments in the second round with guys that are very scheme specific type fits. You think about Brian O'Neill and how good he's been for them. Ezra Cleveland, I believe, is another one who was a day 2 selection. They took Garrett Bradbury in the teens at center, and he was a scheme-specific center who had a light anchor. Pat Elflein was kind of the same type. He wasn't drafted as early, but I don't know, man. Like, I could definitely see Minnesota. They love their corners. They love drafting corners early. They love drafting pass rushers. They've had success with pass rushers. They just haven't done it lately. So I think kind of the deterioration of that room for them, I could see them setting the tone with the edge run.
And then after Minnesota, I think the waters get a little murky again in where the next run or the next player could come off the board
18.
because. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not the New England, Arizona, maybe 17, maybe Vegas.
18 to the Dolphins. All of the smoke right now, and this was about the time last year that it started coming out that Miami wanted to walk away from their first 2 picks at 5 and 18 with a quarterback and an offensive tackle. And lo and behold, we start getting closer and closer and closer to the draft, and it starts coming out. Dolphins are going defense at 18. Dolphins are going defense at 18. Now, it could be a hybrid linebacker type, right? Like if Minnesota were to go with Kwity Paye and the Dolphins are comfortable with Jalen Phillips, maybe they go with Zaven Collins instead, who's a guy who can play and be a pass rush type player at times, even though he's predominantly an off-ball linebacker, or a Micah Parsons if he's there. But they'd use that hybrid linebacker in that pass rush type of role based on the flexibility of the Dolphins front seven under Brian Flores. So, but I feel really, really good about Miami going with a defensive player. It's just, will the edge run start and prevent them from starting that run themselves?
Well, I'll segue again to a team that I think is certainly an interested party in the edge discussion. And now I think with their now 2 draft picks that they will have in the first round, I think there's a Baltimore Ravens conversation that can be had here because I think, Kyle, and, listen, the board's got to play out. They're picking way too late to start to dream up fantasy scenarios of certain players landing to them. But don't you think that they're going to come away with, in some order of those 2 picks, edge, wide receiver, call it a night, lay their head on the pillow and feel good about what they've accomplished on day 1 of the NFL draft?
I wouldn't sleep on free safety if Trevon Moehrig from TCU is there for the Ravens. Given
I had a whole big setup there and you just came in and ruined it.
Well, you hate to see it, but here's the thing. We've been doing this podcasting thing a little bit together, so I can see through some of your smoke and mirrors. It's smoke screen season in the draft season, but it's also smoke screen season here on Draft Dudes Live. So no, I don't think Baltimore is a lock for those 2 things. I think their biggest challenge with wide receiver is finding the right valuation of a player whose strengths are going to cater to Lamar Jackson, because in a very different way, we talked about earlier, Atlanta having to decide what they want to be as an entire organization. I think the Baltimore Ravens have to look at Lamar Jackson and they have to ask, do we want to continue to surround him with players that do what we already know he does well, or do we want to bring in players that might challenge him to grow and further his skill set as a passer more than what he's currently doing? Because right now, throwing outside the numbers and throws to the sideline is not an area where he's very consistent as a passer. So do you want to get guys who are accuracy erasers, who have really big catch radiuses and big bodies? And I know they have Miles Boykin, but Miles Boykin was always draw coming out of Notre Dame. So do you want to get a big bodied possession guy, or do you want to continue to get the smaller, speedy guys and rely on your tight ends? But man, like, you watch that offense down the stretch, and every single team willingly just funneled everything into the middle of the field, and they relied on the congestion and said, Lamar's not going to throw outside and force us to take one-on-ones against him. So that's the big conflict for them at wide receiver.
This is the first opportunity we've had since the trade has gone down to have the conversation. We can talk about what Baltimore and Kansas City did, the reason why Baltimore has a second pick. This is really intriguing from the Kansas City side of things. They solve a need that they have, and I'm intrigued as to why Baltimore was, so interested in being like, hey, we'll just help you out here, no problem.
Well, it seemed as though Orlando Brown Jr. Had mentally resided. I'm a left tackle. I want to play left tackle. I'm not going back to right tackle and sit behind Ronnie Stanley. I don't care what happens. I'm interested in get out of here. And I think there is something to be said about, because Baltimore did this with Earl Thomas. Players that don't want to be in your building, no matter how talented they are, that's a dangerous game to start playing. So I give the Baltimore Ravens organization credit for understanding that Orlando Brown Jr., he's a player that has value, but he's also a player that's decided he doesn't want to play here anymore. So let's work to find the best value that we can, appropriate value and compensation for him. And they got a better valuation of a pick than what they actually spent to draft him in the first place. So they cashed out as a net positive. And typically when you take these draft picks and you drive them off the lot, much like a car, they lose 20% depreciation right on the spot the moment the tires hit the pavement on the road, right? So for them to cash out and get better value than what they invested to get him in the first place, that's a plus. But understanding the value of our locker room, we want guys that want to be here. He has his own aspirations. That's fine. But we're not changing anything with Ronnie Stanley coming back, because Ronnie Stanley's a better offensive tackle than Orlando Brown Jr. is. And I don't think that should be necessarily a slight, or that should be a hot take or anything like that. That's just, you watch the two guys play. And I think Ronnie does a lot more and is a lot more versatile as a player.
We've spent a lot of time here on the show talking about what would surprise us and maybe what wouldn't surprise us. And I would like to throw out to you, Kyle, it would not surprise me at all if Baltimore trades out of one or two of those picks and just turns this into, we have a ton of capital, right? If there's a team that really wants a running back, again, roll out that red carpet, please come on up. We will take whatever draft capital you want. Because that's kind of the way Baltimore likes to do things. I mean, yes, they have traded back into the first round in the past. They did so to get Lamar Jackson, but it certainly feels as though one of those two picks is a prime spot for a team that wants to jump back into the first round. If there's a guy that they really like, if a guy's starting to fall, or there's a player that they think we got to get in front of 3 or 4 teams, they feel like a team you should probably call first.
Yeah, I think, I wouldn't be surprised to see 31 be that pick, because you think about 27, their need at edge. You're probably going to have seen that edge run start by the time you get into the mid-20s between Cleveland and, Baltimore themselves, and potentially the Jets, and potentially the Dolphins at 18. So I think there's a number of teams that you would start to see this edge run go. And if Baltimore wants a top shelf guy, and let's be honest, they lost both Yannick Ngakoue and Matt Judon, both of which played on the franchise tag this past year. They lost both of them. So, they're going to reload there. It's just a question of what player is the most appealing for them. And if they feel that value is right, make the pick at 27. And then I would really be dialed in on, if I'm at Baltimore at 31, I'm calling all these teams early in the first round. Hey, the running back run hasn't started yet. Do you want to get up in front of the Jets? Want to get up in front of the Dolphins in the early second round? They're in the first 4 or 5 picks. Do you want to start the running back run? This was about where we saw it start last year at 32 with Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So I'd really be drumming up. I'd be looking at those positions where the run hasn't started, and I'd simultaneously be playing the game where you're trying to leverage them against the teams behind you to find a good, desperate team that has something worthwhile to give you.
And another interesting piece, I think, to the first round now after this trade that Baltimore made, and there's a ton of people in this room that will very clearly fact check me if I'm wrong here, but I can't remember a time where we had 4 teams have multiple picks. Right? The Jets have 2 picks, the Dolphins have 2 picks, the Jags have 2 picks in the first round, Baltimore now has 2 picks in the first round. You got a lot of teams picking more than once in the first round, and that in and of itself, to go back to what we were talking about at the top, Kyle, that is a web that we can untangle of what that does to teams' boards.
Yeah, and I think the fact that these teams have so much roped in already, I wouldn't be surprised to see somebody be aggressive, whether it's the Jets owning pick 34, the Dolphins picking 36, come back up and get number 3. You might as well, right? You're invested in this draft class. If you feel like you've got X number of guys that you feel comfortable with, you're top heavy right now. Just embrace being top heavy. Give up your early second round pick, give up an additional day 2 selection, potentially a day 3 selection with a day 2 selection in 2022. Go up and get it. And I think those teams already being invested in the way that they are, I'd be a little surprised to see them continue to trade back and kick the can down the road for 2021 assets. So if you're in that position already, you might as well just come up instead of down.
And I know we say this every year, and so that's why I have the smile on my face. But man, this really feels like a year where we might have a lot of trades. like, on draft night, right? And again, we say this every year. We have this conversation going into every Thursday night. We're like, wow, tonight just feels like a night. A lot of teams are gonna move, but you can feel it in the air that there's just all of these teams that want to do so many things, and there's so many different spots in which they can do it. It just feels that it is going to be a lot of musical chairs with different teams moving around and trying to get the most value in a draft. That this isn't an orthodox year, right? The scouting process has been different for everybody. And I think because of that, I think teams are more inclined, like we were talking about earlier. I think they're more inclined to be like, you know what? We'll take, if you want to give us some capital next year, please, by all means, we will take.
Yeah, for sure. And it's one of those things where I'm sure all these GMs have had nothing to do other than sit around and call each other. We didn't have a chance to go to Indianapolis to the combine, so we didn't have that big pal around opportunity there. You saw everybody was down in Mobile together for the Senior Bowl, but that's it. So like, it's probably prompted a lot of these GMs to have a lot of contingencies in place. And okay, if the board breaks for me this way, I'll probably look and recall this guy. We had this conversation, see if he's still interested in making a move. If it breaks this way, I'll go a different direction. But like, a lot of free time sitting around this year.
Making phone calls, shooting text messages.
Making phone calls, shooting text messages, getting a lot of things lined up. It's just a question of what are those early dominoes going to do, and how is that going to carry down the board? We get through the first 10 picks and there's one defensive prospect taken. Like, the waterfall effect is going to be phenomenal.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's part of it, right? That's where the chaos can really begin. So I guess we'll end here. We'll talk about chaos, and it'll be a 2-part question to get us out of here. We've only got about 3 or 4 minutes left. Where's your chaos index? Where's your chaos meter, 1 to 10, right? What kind of chaos do you, at least here on a Monday, do you anticipate us having on Thursday? And 2, what position do you think could cause the chaos in terms of teams trying to move up for a position, or because the way the board breaks, a team wants to get out of a spot?
I'd say my chaos meter is probably an 8.
That high? I was expecting maybe a 4 or 5 from you, and then you were going to let it kind of grow as the week went on. But an 8 out of the gate.
I'm already anticipating it, right? So I'm probably setting myself up for failure. I'm sure we'll talk about all this, and then we'll have like one trade on Thursday night, and then maybe a couple early trades after the board resets on Friday. But no, it's, I think because there is so much unknown about so many of the prospects, so many of the top defensive prospects didn't even play in 2020. Jamar Chase didn't play in 2020. And you start to hear some of the questions being asked. And let's be honest, every single team is going to have these conversations about every single player. It's just which ones are going to take it to heart and really internalize it and say, we have a fundamental issue with making this decision based on what we do and don't know. But because so many of the top prospects have an unchecked box or multiple unchecked boxes, there are going to be teams that are comfortable with it, and there's going to be teams that are not. And because of that, I think that added layer is going to allow the aggressiveness of teams to really bubble up on Thursday night, as we're probably surprised by some of the players who go early and surprised by some of the players who end up falling because they have those unchecked boxes.
Kyle, we got about 2 minutes left here. I got to ask, how's the predictive mock coming? How do you feel? Do you feel good? You got a couple days left where you got, how you feeling?
Let's see. I've got my notepad here on my laptop. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You have to do math. It wouldn't be a show without it.
I have about half of the first round where I have specific notes and specific tips if the board breaks the right way. And
so you feel good? Do you feel good about them, or are they just these are teams you just have notes for?
No, these were pretty good tip-offs that I've had.
Okay.
And to some degree or shape or form, most of these resources have come through in years past with some level of information. So I do my best to share what I can. If you ask, if you're on Twitter watching this and you DM me, no, I'm not going to share it with you. I apologize.
Oh, come on. Everybody DM Kyle at Grinding the Tape on Twitter.
Chris, we'll talk when I land tonight and get in. Okay?
My friend, you know what's waiting for you when you get here, okay? I have it ready.
That's why I'm going to give you what I've got, because I want to wear the turnover chain.
Yeah, this is our version of the turnover chain. We don't know exactly how we're going to use it yet. It's certainly something that we're considering here, and we've had a lot of meetings about it. So when you get here, this will be ready for you, okay?
Great. It's whoever scores the best predictive mock gets to wear it on Friday on the stream, because they will have the best predictive TDM mock.
Okay, you know what? I like that idea. That is a good idea. I will run it through. I will run it through the people that make the final say on these decisions, and I will get back to you. But dude, really appreciate you doing this. I know you're busy getting ready to get out here, so we will see you later. To everybody, stay tuned. More draft coverage. The Draft Network's Draft Week continues here on Brinks TV next.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance, Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage.
Thanks.
You know,
I'll see you
you're
guys
not
later.
afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Oh yeah. From Kill Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
When your mask comes off, your breath comes out. Make sure it doesn't stink. Stay healthy and fresh. Soul and science. Immune Fresh. The all-natural breath mint. Vitamin D3, vitamin C, zinc, Wellmune. Save yourself. Save us all from your breath. Go to immunefresh.com.
A long time ago, people used to watch TV and win. Jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor winning. Never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me, Freud. Whatever he or she or he calls himself, herself or knee-self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
Freeze sleeve. Freeze it. Sleeve it. Relieve it. Go to freesleeve.com. Brinks TV. Winners. Winners. And more winners.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance, Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
It was the Madden with Michael Vick on the cover. I think.
Oh,
it was
yeah,
04.
04.
Yeah,
04, baby.
Yeah.
Sycamore here, sitting down with pass rusher Gregory Rousseau. He is one of the premier players in the 2021 NFL draft class. Very excited for this little interview that we get to do to sit down with him. So, Gregory, my man, I know that you opted out early, so you've had a lot of things going on with working out and preparing for the draft, but I know Jordan Reed at TDN talked to you a couple of months ago, but it's been a while since then. So how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Just working.
Yeah, just getting to work, I imagine. And so,
Yes, sir.
all right, so for this interview, I wanted to take it back a little bit because in doing some research, I went back to your recruiting profile because you're a big dude, right? I mean, that's what pops out of the screen right away. Everybody talks about your measurables, how you can play a bunch of different positions, but I went back to your recruiting profile and it said you were about 6'6", 6'7", 220 pounds. And like, I imagine that was probably when you were 17 or 18. So my first question had to be this. As someone who has never dunked a basketball in his life, how old were you the first time you could actually dunk a basketball? I have to know this.
The first time, I want to say I was probably like 14, probably 13 or 14. Yeah. Like in the middle school, beginning like freshman year, like somewhere in between that time. Yeah, for sure.
Is it just like, because I feel like, look, I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, I'm 5'10", 5'11". It was never in the cards for me. I was never gonna dunk. That was never something that was happening for me. But I feel like that's got to be the coolest feeling in the world. Like the first time that you actually dunk a basketball.
Yeah. Not a lot of things beat that. It was pretty dope for sure.
So wait, did you play basketball? I actually don't. Do you have a basketball background on you?
Yeah, I played a little bit of basketball like in my earlier years of high school, like JV, and I played some like rec basketball like in middle school and stuff like that. But I was never like serious about basketball like I was about football. I like football a lot more for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you get out there and when you can dunk at 14, I mean, even if you're not serious about it, you got to play pickup a little bit just to make sure you flex on them and show them that you can dunk a little bit. So I like, okay, so you know, with you being able to dunk at such a young age and talking about how tall you were, how come you didn't play receiver? Like, or did you? Or actually, you did. I think play a little bit of receiver in high school. Was that just like was that the first position that you played? Was wide receiver?
Yeah, the first position I played like optimist, which doesn't really count, was running back. But then like when I got into high school, I was playing receiver. Yeah, I played running back when I was like 10, 11 years old.
Okay. I was gonna say if you were sitting back there like 6'4" being a running back, I'd have been like, what? That's a mismatch nightmare for anybody. So you played a little bit receiver. How long did you play receiver before you started to get into some other positions?
Well, like I want to say freshman year of high school, I was focused on playing receiver. But then sophomore year, I started playing a little bit of DN, and I liked it. I had got a couple sacks, some TFLs, and I was like, yeah, this is pretty fun. But then my junior year, I went back to playing receiver, played some outside linebacker, safety. So I was pretty much all over the field. But in senior year, I transitioned again back to playing DN because I knew that's what Coach Diaz was recruiting me to play at Miami. So I knew I had to, you know, get ready for it and hone in on my skills before I went to college. So I played pretty much like a mix of everything in college.
So yeah, I was gonna say you were that dude in high school football who it's like, okay, that guy's got a future playing D1 ball, so we're basically gonna use him wherever we can.
Yeah, wherever we want. Yeah.
I was gonna. Do you have like a? This is kind of out of nowhere, but like, do you have a play that's your favorite at not defensive end? Like, was there a play at receiver or like you said, like running back or safety or something that just sticks out in your head that you remember from having a high school memory?
Receiver, definitely fade ball for sure. Fade ball.
Yeah.
I used to love those. It was easy. It was an easy touchdown for sure.
I bet you were going up against dudes that were basically just like my height, like 5'9", 5'10". You're sitting there like 6'5".
Just going up and getting it. It was so fun.
So I was going to ask, what was the big motivating factor then, if you played so many different positions, moving to defensive end full time when it came to, you kind of honing in on a singular position? Mm-hmm. Was it really that recruiting cycle? I know you talked about Diaz there, but was it throughout the recruiting cycle the whole time? Like, were all of the schools looking at you as a defensive end, or were there some who thought you might be a wide receiver?
Yeah, I actually got some offers to be like a athlete and some to be a wide receiver. Like, for example, for wide receiver, I got Indiana, I got NC State as a wide receiver. But I started like realize and like notice a trend of like my bigger offers like LSU and Georgia. Those were all for like outside linebacker /DN. So I was like, man, I must have a lot more potential at that position than I do at wide receiver. So I was like, yeah, let me make sure I can make this work, and let me get better at playing defensive end and playing on the defensive side of the ball rather than playing wide receiver. But Coach Diaz, which obviously I went to Miami, obviously, and just talking to him, he just dropped so much knowledge on me about the position and the measurables of other people who played my position. And like, he coached at NC State when Manny Lawson and Mario Williams were there. So he was telling me like, yeah, man, they look just like you. They played, some of them even played receiver in high school. So I was like, yeah, that could be me for sure. So just Coach Diaz being in my ear and telling me all that stuff, it really helped me out.
Man, the name of the game is always getting athletes on that side of the ball, and so I could definitely see why they would want to move you there, dude. If you tell me you were listed as an athlete, I do a little bit of recruiting stuff. Like I'll go check out the recruiting list and everything. And if I would have seen a 6'6", 225, just ATH dude sitting there on the recruiting list, I'd have freaked out. So that's that's funny that you were listed a little bit as an athlete. So so going back to your recruiting profile and then getting into your Miami days, you were listed. Now you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think you were listed around like 220 when you got to Miami. And then of course you had a little bit of time there before you really broke out with that 15.5 sack season in 2019. So what was the body transformation like for you? Because, you know, you talk about you playing on the line, on the defensive line. That's a different even body shape, even for a tall guy, than when you're kind of playing receiver and athlete and everything like that. So what was that strength and conditioning like in your first couple of years in Miami before you really had that breakout year as a defensive end?
Well, it went like this. I early enrolled in January, and spring ball, I want to say, started like late March after spring breaks. But like for that whole like January, February period, I probably gained like 15 pounds of like real like solid weight, you know? So by that time, I was like in the high 230s, had a good spring. Had a good, gained a couple more pounds, maybe 5 more pounds that summer. I was like 245 my freshman year. I ended up getting hurt, you know, but I rehabbed and like trusted the process. And I came back the next year even stronger, weighing like 240. I want to say like 246, maybe. 245, 246. And I had a real good season, obviously playing at that weight. So yeah, that was it for me for my college career.
Run me through a day of eating. I gotta know, because you packing on. I think about that all the time. These guys, they get into these college programs and they do such a great job. I mean, like, you look fantastic on there. When I look at some of your high school pictures and then how you look when you were having that 15.5 sack season, I mean, you put in the work, you transformed your body. And I know Miami's got a great staff down there as well, but I'd love to hear, run me through a day when you were gaining, when you were going from like 220 to 235, go from when you wake up to when you go to bed. Let me know what happened.
I'd wake up and I would drink like a protein shake at some point in the morning before my lift. I don't really eat breakfast before my lifts, but so I'll drink a shake before my lifts. Then after my lifts, I would drink a shake again, like a post lift, workout shake, the Gatorade shakes or whatever. And then after that, I'd eat breakfast, because then it'd be like, freshmen work out early, so it'd be like 8 o'clock probably. Eat breakfast. Then I would chill out for a couple of hours. Then I'd get lunch, and then I would go to class, have my day at class, and then sometimes I'd come back and eat with the nutritionist. I'd eat like a slight meal with the nutritionist, nothing crazy, but a slight meal. Then I'd eat dinner later. And then before bed, I'd have like a peanut butter jelly sandwich. So I had like in the length of a day, I'd have like 2 or 3 protein shakes and like 4 solid meals. So like it was a lot of eating. I felt like a stuffed animal. Like, it was crazy.
I bet, but like, they know what they're doing, right? I mean, like, you clearly put in the work. And I wondered if you were gonna sneak that peanut butter and jelly sandwich in there, because I hear that all the time. When I ask people about some weight gains and when they're putting on muscle, especially for college football programs, that peanut butter jelly before bed, like that's what they swear
about.
It's
a staple. Yeah, it works. It works.
So when you got up to a weight that you didn't feel like an overinflated stuffed animal, when you were comfortable playing, I noticed that they have you playing all kinds of different spots. I mean, you played defensive end, you played 3 tech, you played nose tech. I mean, what was the motivation behind getting you in all those spots? Was it ever you asking your coaches like, hey, can I play here? Or was it just them seeing how much success you were having and them saying like, hey, Gregory, we want to put you inside on this play or something like that. Take me through like how you got so versatile, because you're all over the place on your tape.
Yeah. And it was really just me just finding the opportunity out there, because sometimes you can't. At the beginning of the season, I didn't start,
Sure.
So just finding a way on the field, whether it's I was going to do whatever it was, even if I was playing corner, not realistically, but you know what I mean.
Hey,
So
I've thought about it before. Don't get me wrong. You had wide receiver on your recruiting profile, and so I'm sitting over here like, dude, put this guy at corner. He's like 6'7", and he can move.
There we go. There we go. But what's it called? Yeah, basically just finding a way in the field, and just being relentless and not backing down from anything. Because like some people, when they're told like, oh, you're not starting, it'll break them. But for me, it made me want to go hard. It made me want to go harder. So I was just like, yeah, like you can put me on the field. My first couple of games, I only got like 13, 14 snaps in 2019. But it was just me like taking advantage of those snaps and just putting my best foot forward when I was out there and just doing what I could with the amount of time I had in the field. And then later my role increased and kept growing. And it got to the point where I was starting on third down and I was starting on base defense on first and second down at DN.
That's how it goes a lot, like whether it's offensive or defensive line, it's all, you just got to be ready. You got to be ready for your opportunity, and you put in the work to be ready for it when your name was called early on. Now, I want to tap into a little bit of your expertise, because you have had a lot of experience both rushing with your hand in the dirt from a 3-point stance and then also rushing from like a 2-point stance. Mm-hmm. What are the big differences for you personally when it comes to 3 and 2-point stance? And I know you've got plenty of tape out there that says that you could do both. I know that you could definitely do both. It's not like one or the other, but what are some of your like advantages or disadvantages you see right now when it comes to like when you feel like you're rushing from a stand-up position or when you're rushing from your hands in the dirt? Take me through like what you think the advantages of each are for you.
I feel like when I'm rushing with my hand in the dirt, I feel like I can get off the ball. I feel like I get off the ball better. Just being low to the ground and things like that. I feel like when I'm in the inside of my hands in the dirt, I feel like things happen a lot. They happen a lot quicker sometimes with the guards because you're right up on them. But I feel like it's also easier sometimes because they have shorter arms in the interior usually, and they're a little bit shorter.
Yeah.
So if I can get past them and get like, let's say work like a quick scissors move, I can get past them real quick and get some pressure on the quarterback real quick. I'm also a man closer to the quarterback because I'm pushed inside and I'm at 3 tech or nose. I'd say on the outside, I also do like standing up because I could see more, whether it's read option, whether it's like a motion, like a jet sweep coming from the other side of the field. I feel like I see more when I'm standing up. So, and honestly, for me, both of those are cool. Both of them they're both fun. Nothing really changes too much. It's just really like your first step that might change.
Yeah.
But I'm for sure comfortable in both positions.
Yeah, I know
it's standing up or inside.
Yeah, no, I know that for some guys it's just a little bit of a preference, but I know from watching your tape, you're clearly somebody who's working at both and you're comfortable with both. It goes into your versatility. A lot of like what you were saying, playing nose, playing 3 tech, playing as an outside linebacker, all this kind of stuff, which is why I know a lot of teams are going to be coveting you come April. So I know that this has been talked about plenty in some other interviews that you've done, but now that it is kind of officially draft season and there are a lot of fans that are going to be turning the page from their NFL season to now, who could my team be drafting? Your story is a big one because you were one of the first major names in college football to opt out due to COVID-19 and everything that was happening with the pandemic. And doing some more research, I kind of learned that it wasn't just hey, I'm doing this solely to prepare for the NFL draft, or I wasn't comfortable with my college situation. You did it for your mom. I was reading that you did it because she's a nurse. She deals a lot with COVID-19 things and being on the front lines there. And so just want to hear kind of in your own words, your decision to opt out, why you came to that decision and why it was something that you stuck with and you felt good with after a lot of thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, like you said, my mom, she was on the front lines, and for me to be able to just to help her out, I couldn't really pass the opportunity up, especially with everything and all this uncertainty that was going on back then. I didn't know what was going to happen. So it was just a move that I just felt like I had to make, for just me and my family.
Yeah, no, it's one of my favorite things about when I was doing some research about you, learning that and being able to do that with your mom. All right, so let's have some fun to round this out. Let's go into some fun questions here. I know you're a big Madden guy, and I know that because
I think I heard you bring up Madden like 3 or 4 times in other interviews that I was watching. And so I got to know, how'd you fall in love with Madden? Tell me the first Madden game that you played, who you roll with, like who's your team, like who you're rocking with.
It was the Madden with Michael Vick on the cover. I think.
Oh yeah, 04.
Yeah,
04, baby.
Yeah.
That one's that was also that was the first Madden I ever owned. And that's like I've been in love with Madden ever since. So yeah, that's a good one. That's probably the correct answer there.
Yeah, and my brother bought it, and I used to just watch it and just seeing how fun it looked. I was like, man, that sport looks really fun. So I just started when I was like maybe 6 years old. I started actually going outside and just running around with the football, playing with my older brothers and stuff like that, and just evolved into what the situation is today. But it was definitely Madden, and right now Madden has evolved a lot, obviously with next gen gaming and stuff.
Of course,
I still play Madden all the time on the PS5.
Who's your team? Who's your team you roll with?
I use the Browns. I like using the Chargers sometimes because Herbert's really nice.
Yeah.
Who else?
Browns. Browns.
The Browns are solid for sure. And also I use the Vikings sometimes too.
Okay, so you are all right. So now I'm picking up a little bit here. You got Herbert for like the arm, but then if you're going Browns or Vikings, I mean, you're pounding Dalvin Cook or Nick Chubb or something. I mean, exactly. you're just imposing your will on these people.
That's why I don't pick the Chargers too much, because I need the running game. I feel like if you can run the ball, it's like real life. If you can run the ball, you're gonna win.
There it is. Old school mentality, baby.
Yeah,
I love it. I do.
Yeah.
I love that. That's good. All right. My next kind of fun question I had for you. Are you a jersey guy? Like, did you have like a jersey, like jerseys that you collected of like pro players or like college players in high school? Were you a jersey guy?
I'd say I'm a jersey guy, but only for basketball. I like
all right. No. That's totally fine. That totally works, because I want to ask, because everybody's always got great stories when it comes to who their first jersey was. And so I'd love to know, what's the first jersey you ever got? And then just like, what's your favorite jersey you've ever had?
The first jersey I ever got was a LeBron James jersey when he was on the Heat, because I was like a huge fan.
All right.
You can't go wrong with that. Go. But my favorite jersey I ever got, and it's one that I wanted for the longest, is the throwback Raptors Tracy McGrady jersey with like the, you know what I'm talking about, the purple one? Yeah.
Yes. Dude, McGrady is one of my favorite players. So I grew up in Florida, and so I knew the Orlando Magic Tracy McGrady first. But that is great, because McGrady is that's a fantastic choice. And then the old school Raptors jerseys, those are sick. Those are dope. Sick.
They're so unique. You can't go wrong with them.
That's the thing about a jersey. Like, you got to have a unique jersey. That's why I think everybody loves throwbacks. Like whether it's Toronto or
the Vancouver, the Grizzlies one is pretty dope too. I'm trying to get one of those.
The teal one?
They're like the teal one,
Yeah.
Those are pretty cool. Yeah.
That one is sick. You got to get like a John Morant one, but it's just like the old school one.
Yeah. Because I think they switched their jerseys back to the old ones, right?
I think so.
I think I saw them wearing some teal, or the white ones with teal on them. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna get the John Morant jersey. For sure.
I'm down with that. These were fantastic jersey answers. You didn't let me down here. Okay, this is the last fun question, and then I got a little bit more of Miami ones, but then we'll get you out of here.
Okay.
All right, $1,000 on the line. Okay, you've got to beat me at something that's not football. Like, what are you good? Like, it can be video games, although I'm gonna warn you, I'm not bad at Madden, so I don't know about that. But like, it could be chess, cooking something in the kitchen, race car driving, like something. Like, if $1,000 is on the line and you got to beat me at something fun or different that's not football, you got anything? Tic-tac-toe, thumb wars, checkers?
I was gonna say rock paper scissors shoot.
But
I'd need a couple warm-up games to see how you throw and to see like what you lean towards to after you lose, and then I can play you for the money for sure.
Okay, so you might be a good coin flip guy. Like in the NFL, they send you out there and they're like heads or tails, because that's a big guessing game. But you can just stand there straight face and be like, yeah, I know it's gonna be tails. And then when it is,
sign me up for that. Sign me up for that.
Okay, all right. So All right, so rock, paper, scissors, you can beat me at that. The only other questions I had, man, talk about your time at Miami. I mean, when I was looking at that Miami sideline of the games I was watching, they got Ed Reed there. There's so many big connections. Like he's on a staff, and there's so many guys coming back. I mean, how special is that to be a Miami player, University of Miami player, and have those legends around the program like you did?
It's huge. There's so much history that goes into going to UM, and just being around people like Ed Reed and seeing people like Jonathan Vilma come around the facility and be able to talk to them and for them to be able to share some knowledge with you and put you on game about certain things, it means everything. And also while I was there, I had a great time with my teammates. The bonds I built there over the past 2.5 years, 3 years they're unbreakable. I had the time of my life when I was in Miami, and I'm so blessed that I was able to have the opportunity to go there and just be around such great people. Also want to shout out my medical staff. The medical staff over there, they really helped me out when I was trying to bounce back from my ankle. They really helped me put the work in, and for that, I'm forever grateful to Miami.
All right, so you gave a little bit of a shout out there. Time to give some shout out to your teammates. Tell us some guys that you played with. There's some guys coming up, whether it's in this draft class, maybe they haven't declared yet, but either this draft class or maybe the future ones. Like, who do we need to be looking out for the next NFL dudes who you got to play with at Miami?
For sure, number one on the D-line, Nessa J. Silvera. He's a dog. And
Ooh, all right.
Probably going to come out maybe next year. He came in with me. He's my class, 2018 high school. But yeah, he's a dog for sure, and he's only gonna get better, So he's really exciting to watch. He's like my best friend, but that's not why I'm shouting him out. Not because he's my boy. He's actually a real good football player, and I feel like he's gonna be on the rise next year. He'll have a lot of hype around his name for sure.
That could be both. Like he could be your boy, and he could still be good at football. I figure,
exactly.
Guys who are as good as you are probably aren't hanging around with dudes who stink anyway. So
yeah.
So that's good, man. No, well, Gregory, I really appreciate the time, man. Best of luck as you go through this journey, continue to work out, prove yourself to these NFL teams, man. We really appreciate it. We'll be talking to you soon.
For sure. Thank you.
That was great stuff from Gregory. Make sure you don't miss any of the other prospect interviews that we are going to be doing during this cycle by liking and subscribing to TDN's YouTube channel below. Also, if you're not already, make sure you are signed up for TDN Premium. Doing so gets you access to all of the features of the advanced mock draft machine. You will also get access to our TDN Slack. Of course, the draft portfolios that will be coming up as we get closer to draft day, all over at thedraftnetwork.com. First and 10, 11 seconds left in the game. Arizona's down 4. Here comes the snap. He rolls to his left. The ball is up. It's in the end zone. Caught! The Cardinals win! Justin Herbert to DeAndre Hopkins. Whoa, Justin Herbert? What happened to Kyler Murray? Oh, he's playing in the outfield for the Oakland A's. Ah, do I have your attention now? Because you're going to want to hear this one. Just hear me out. For many sports fans, their first encounter with Kyler Murray was when he was wearing number 1 for the Oklahoma Sooners football program. During his lone year as the starter at OU, Murray threw for over 4,000 yards and over 40 touchdowns, while also rushing for over 1,000 yards, on his way to being named the Heisman Trophy winner for 2018. But Murray's athletic journey goes back much further than that. Like many top recruits, Murray was a 2-star athlete in high school, but unlike most, he not only had the chance to be pro at both, he pursued both avenues. In fact, he was the first recruit to ever play for both the Under Armour All-American game in football and baseball. As a top infield prospect, Murray could have been drafted to Major League Baseball right out of high school, but he opted to attend college to have the chance to further explore both sports. Murray originally committed to Texas A&M to play both football and baseball, though he never actually played for the Aggies baseball team due to his early decision to transfer. Once he got to Oklahoma, Murray became a star in football, but he continued his baseball career too. As an outfielder for the Sooners in 2017, Murray had a batting average of 122 and 6 RBIs in just 27 games. But those numbers improved in 2018 as Murray batted .296 with 10 home runs, 47 RBIs, and 10 stolen bases that year. This was enough for the Oakland A's to draft Murray with the number 9 overall pick in the 2018 MLB draft. But we all know of Murray as a football player. he was never really going to play baseball, was he? I wouldn't say never. And that's because he had a handful of notable football stars who walked both paths before him. Prior to the 1983 NFL Draft, the then Baltimore Colts had the number 1 overall pick, and the top quarterback to choose that year was a man by the name of John Elway. But before that draft even began, Elway made it known he had no interest in playing for the Colts, not wanting to play for their head coach at the time, Frank Kush. We all know Elway is a Denver Bronco, so we know he got out of playing for the Colts, but he did so by leveraging a potential baseball career. Like Murray, Elway had been drafted to the MLB before the NFL. 2 years before the 1983 NFL Draft, the New York Yankees selected Elway in the second round. And Elway isn't the only notable football star to have baseball on the table. Both Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders, for as great as they were on the gridiron, had careers in the MLB as well. Former Notre Dame wide receiver Jeff Samardzija even chose baseball over football outright and made a career out of it. But since then, Seattle Seahawks quarterback Russell Wilson occasionally showing up to spring training in a baseball uniform is about all we've seen. But what if this wasn't the case? What if Murray never changed his mind and kept true to his word when he said he fully intended on reporting to A's spring training and beginning his baseball career after his final year at Oklahoma? No, he would have never done that, right? Oh, I can show you exactly how and why this was closer than you think. After being selected number 9 overall by the A's in 2018, Murray actually did sign with the A's for a $4.6 million signing bonus. In both 2018 and 2019, the A's won 97 games and lost in the AL wildcard round with a semi-young, scrappy roster. In theory, Murray could have been a budding star who rose through the minor leagues faster than most to play on a competitive team with championship aspirations. After about 2 years, Murray would have taken over as the A's full-time starting outfielder and instantly been an American League success. Despite the shortened season in 2020 due to COVID-19, Murray would have shined on the field and at the plate as Rookie of the Year, helping the A's reach the ALCS instead of getting knocked out in the ALDS like they did. Back in the NFL, the league would have undergone a huge transformation. With no Kyler Murray on the board as a draft option in 2019, Cardinals head coach Cliff Kingsbury would have had to stick with Josh Rosen as the quarterback for Arizona, which means pass rusher Nick Bosa would be wearing a different shade of red than we see him now, opposite Chandler Jones in Arizona as the number 1 overall pick. San Francisco subsequently would have then taken Quinnen Williams at number 2, and the Jets would have made a move for Kentucky edge rusher Josh Allen. With Josh Rosen not being the success story that many thought he would be pre-draft, the Cardinals would not have been a strong team with him at their quarterback for another year. They likely would have opened up their 2019 season with a loss to Detroit in Week 1 instead of the tie that they actually got with Murray, and likely also would have lost to the New York Giants in Week 7, putting Arizona firmly in the number 3 overall spot for the 2020 NFL Draft. As for the rest of the league, the Detroit Lions, after starting 3-1 in 2019, they end up mustering enough energy to beat the Green Bay Packers in Week 6, which was originally a Packers win, following their Week 5 bye, which would have sparked an up-and-down season that convinces the Lions ownership to run it back with Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia, leaving the 2020 draft order as Cincinnati at 1, Washington at 2, Arizona at 3, the Giants at 4, the Dolphins at 5, and the Chargers at 6. In this scenario, Joe Burrow and Chase Young still would have gone 1-2, but at number 3, seeing 2 years of Rosen and wanting to draft a new QB, Kingsbury would have had his eye set on the big-armed Justin Herbert to run his air raid attack. After the Herbert selection, Arizona sends Rosen to the Patriots for a couple of 2020 Day 3 picks, which eventually landed Cam Newton with the Dallas Cowboys once Dak Prescott went down in October. Disappointed by seeing Herbert off the board, Los Angeles Chargers GM Tom Telesco decides to call up his old pal Dave Gettleman, out with the Buffalo Bills in the early 90s when Telesco was a scouting intern for the Bills, and made the trade for number 4 overall to bring Tua Tagovailoa in to replace Phillip Rivers, who left for the Colts in free agency. Miami, seeing their top 3 QBs off the board, decided to bolster their offensive line by selecting Andrew Thomas at number 5 overall and snagging Utah State quarterback Jordan Love with the number 18 overall pick, before Green Bay had the chance to trade up to get him. For the icing on the cake, Arizona still trades for wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins because, well, Bill O'Brien. And the futures of both the MLB and the NFL now look forever different. All because of one man's decision to trade a leather ball for a leather glove. And all because I told you at the top to just hear me out.
One-man coverage, going up and winning 50-50 balls, batting them down.
Hey everybody, Trevor Sikkema here with another episode of Bust or Broken for you. We got a fun one this week. Today, the subject is former New York Giants cornerback Eli Apple, who has a very interesting story, a top 10 overall pick who we got to get to the bottom of. Why didn't it work out with the New York Giants? And to help us understand that, I have with me today Pat Leonard, who works for the New York Daily News. Pat is all over everything that happens with New York sports, specifically with the New York Giants. Pat, I really appreciate you joining me, man.
You got it, Trevor. I think what we're doing here with the Giants in your series is a great exercise in understanding the risk reward of the draft process, and also the fact that there's a lot of variables in certain people's control and out of other people's control that leads to how a guy actually performs. So I really like what you're doing here.
I appreciate that. It's been fun so far. We've talked some quarterbacks and we've talked some other kinds of positions, really getting to the bottom of, like you said, like context means a lot. That's why I had to get some people who really know the ins and outs of what happened with a lot of these situations. And for Eli Apple, let's take it back to draft night. Okay, this was a former 5-star overall recruit, going to Ohio State, redshirted his freshman year there, really started to come on in the years that followed, skips his final year of eligibility, goes into the draft. But he wasn't the only good corner in that draft. Jalen Ramsey and Vernon Hargreaves were also in the 2016 NFL draft. He ends up getting picked after Ramsey, obviously, but one pick before Vernon Hargreaves. My question for you, if you could take us back to draft night, is what did you think of the Leonard pick when it happened? Was corner the right move for the Giants at the time? And then what did you think of Apple being the selection overall?
It wasn't the right pick, and it wasn't the pick they wanted to make. The most interesting thing about Eli Apple's situation is so much happened on draft night that the Giants didn't even intend to have him on their team after the end of the first round. But what happened was they liked Jack Conklin, tackle from Michigan, and they like Leonard Floyd, the pass rusher from Georgia.
Oh.
So they're sitting there at 10. And what happens is the Titans traded over them to 8 to draft Conklin. And then the Bears drafted over them to 9 to draft Floyd. So Jerry Reese, the Giants general manager, as much as he had some big hits over the years as the GM, but he was always very reluctant to move around the board at draft time. And it really cost them here because even though they liked Apple as a prospect, he was not their target there. He just ended up being the highest player still on their board when their original plan fell through. And so the reason he was their highest corner and their highest player on the board there had a lot to do with how he did at the combine on the floor and the upside they saw in him. But interestingly enough, what ended up working against Apple and the Giants was he was only 20 years old. And as much as he had upside, the immaturity issues, whether it was off the field or on the field, he really was not as ready as the Giants needed him to be with the investment they were making in him. So it was a confluence of a lot of factors. And the other one I should point out to you is, of course, that was the Laramie Tunsil draft as well.
Right.
After Floyd and Conklin go, the Giants are sitting there at 10 and their phone rings and it's the Jets. The Jets wanted to move up for Tunsil. The Giants, however, did not see enough in the offer that the Jets were making to move back. When they did at that point, then look at Eli Apple and say, well, we really do love this kid's skill set. He essentially ran a 4.4 or a 4.39, whatever it was at the combine. And so they saw a long corner with upside. Again, only played 2 college years, but they felt like at that point, the most important thing was they did have a need at corner. It just wasn't what they were originally looking for. And so what Eli Apple's doing is he is walking into a situation where there's opportunity and a need, but he also wasn't walking into a team that had exactly penciled Eli Apple's name in from Ohio State as the Giants draft pick until they were on the clock, basically.
Man, that's fascinating because that's, if you're prioritizing an offensive tackle or an edge rusher, that's way different than picking a corner. Corner is very important. I'm one of those people who believes it is a borderline, if not premium position. You need good shutdown corners, but that is a crazy little inside story there to think of what could happen on draft night. And you've got to plan for so many different things because you never want to be left in that situation. Okay. So they make Apple the pick. That first year, believe it was Janoris Jenkins and Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie who were still on the team as the corners. And so Apple was kind of that CB3 guy. But then the following year, it was him and Jenkins who were running as the starting corners. What did you see over those first 2 seasons with Apple? Or maybe even not what you saw on the field, because a lot of people could see the things that were happening on the field. Was there anything off the field that we know it kind of all came towards a big head in 2018, which we'll get to in a second, but was there reason to get excited about Eli Apple in those first 2 years or that first season, or were the waters already getting a little bit choppy with him?
There were flashes of the kind of talent that he had and that he could become, such as just defending balls down the field in one-on-one man coverage, going up and winning 50-50 balls, batting them down. He had an up and down 2016 where you said to yourself, this guy's so young that I expect him to struggle a little bit at such a premium position defending really good players.
Sure.
But you saw enough plays on the ball. He could get his hands on the ball. He had those long arms. He did have instincts. What he did not have was the ability necessarily to bounce back when it went badly. Again, going back to the maturity issues. He was one of the guys in the back of the end zone in that wild card playoff game for Aaron Rodgers' Hail Mary that devastated the Giants in that playoff loss. And Apple was one of the guys who was right there who could have made a play and didn't. Like, he was really in position to and didn't. And you saw how the team fell off. He fell off. 2017 was different from 2016, though, in that people gave a guy like Apple time in a year like 2016 where the defense still was the strength of the team. They went to the playoffs, and you see a guy growing into a role. But 2017 was the year that the wheels came off on Ben McAdoo's program and on Apple's career with the Giants.
Right.
And this is part of what I really think is interesting with the debate that you're creating here over what happens with a prospect, because Eli Apple, on the one hand, there was a report that dropped in December 2017. My colleague, Dan Duggan, who's now at The Athletic, he was at the time working for NJ.com, and he wrote a story about a behind-the-scenes tug of war between Eli's very vocal mother, Annie, and some of his other family, particularly his stepfather, who had been a very stabilizing influence in his life prior to that, who, due to a falling out connected to his mother, according to Eli's brother. So this is all a secondhand story told.
Sure, right.
But essentially, the support system he had off the field collapsed. And so these allegations and comments from people close to him painted the picture of a guy who, already coming in from the draft, like there was a scout who told Bob McGinn, then of the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, that Apple was so raw and so young, a guy who couldn't even cook for himself. And the phrase that stood out to that was the one that went viral, that he couldn't even cook his own meals.
Right.
But the one that stood out to me and to a lot of people was that he scares me to death, is what this guy said. And what came to a head in 2017 was when it went badly for the team, a guy like Eli Apple, whose personal support structure, according to people close to him,
Right.
had also fallen by the wayside. In addition, in 2016, we go to London. This is going back to his rookie year now.
Mm-hmm.
In 2016, we go to London with the Giants. They're playing a game against the Rams. And I'll never forget, in the locker room after that game, despite all the fanfare of they're playing a game in London and all of this, we're asking Eli Apple after that game to answer for a story his mother had written for SportsIllustrated.com, in which she was, quite legitimately, I might add, criticizing John Mara, the Giants co-owner, for insensitive language he had used in describing why the Giants had tolerated the kicker Josh Brown on their roster for so long, despite knowledge of domestic violence. And Annie Apple, Eli's mother, being a survivor of domestic violence herself, it was poignant, it was appropriate, but Eli was on the Giants. So he was caught in the middle in this specific instance, as he is having an up and down rookie year, as he's facing questions about his immaturity.
Right.
Here's a 20-year-old, 21-year-old kid sitting in the locker room in Twickenham Stadium answering questions about his mother ripping his owner for being insensitive to one of the most sensitive issues you can talk about. So that's a window into, when I mentioned the report and the allegations of what's happening behind the scenes, those are the types of things that he was dealing with off the field that maybe no one would deal with appropriately, let alone a guy who already was known for kind of struggling with how to deal with things. And then in 2017, when the wheels came off, and this is what I was alluding to when you said, is it the team? Is it the player?
Sure.
Apple was one of the Giants who, when the wheels came off, was quitting on the field. Like, there was a game against the Rams where he basically quit on this 33-yard, I think it was a 33-yard touchdown. No, 3rd and 33 touchdown for Robert Woods, running through like the Red Sea parting of the Giants secondary. And Apple, one of the offenders of clearly not giving his best effort. And then another, I think it was the next week in Santa Clara against the Niners, quitting on the field. But now here in defense of Apple, there was a sentiment in the Giants locker room at the time that Ben McAdoo, as a fledgling NFL head coach, he was trying his best to be the player's buddy and also be the disciplinarian. And not just Apple, but even guys like Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie, he walked out of a meeting with McAdoo and got suspended for a week because they felt like there was a double standard where maybe a guy like Odell Beckham would do something crazy on the field and, you know, some antics that everyone was ticked off about, but then maybe there wasn't really any penalty as far as a fine or anything internal. But then Eli Apple felt like he gets burnt a couple times in a game against the Chargers and he lashes out and he gets benched. And now he's the public pariah. And Apple actually said publicly after the Chargers game when he got benched that the whole culture with the Giants needed to be fixed, that it wasn't just him. He was just the scapegoat. And that was a very real thing going on at the time, where Apple was one of the people who became the focus of what was going wrong. But McAdoo was struggling being consistent across the board. So a guy like Eli Apple, who was already prone to not buy in, was now calling BS on what this program really was and saying, I'm not the only one with problems, man. I'm just the one you guys are blaming. And so you could ask a very fair question, and we did at the time, and we're asking it now too, of would Eli Apple have been better off on a team with a coach who really had a firmer hand on not just managing Eli Apple, the person, but managing his team? Like, we look at Joe Judge with the Giants now, making sure guys buy in from the start, and that you're treating Saquon Barkley the same way you're treating the 53rd man on your roster, so that when it's time to discipline the last guy on your roster, he's not saying, well, you wouldn't do this to number 26. Because if you don't have that consistency, then you lose the locker room. And that's what happened with him. He lost the locker room.
Because I remember, I mean, that is fascinating insight and detail into what happened. I mean, I remember the most famous part was Landon Collins, right? Calling, I think, Eli Apple, or maybe it wasn't Eli Apple by name, but he was just saying like people were a cancer in the locker room. I remember like that's the point that we got to there. Now, that certainly explains things with McAdoo because his tenure did not end very well. And that was very public and people already knew that there. But when Pat Shurmur came in, and my follow-up question here is like, you could definitely, you know, from what you're saying, I definitely understand that. Like that just does not sound like a good environment for any player, let alone a young player, let alone one who needed a lot more structure and guidance that you could clearly see, which is not a big ask. You know, that should be a standard. Like you said there, like that should be what happens. But then in 2019, Pat Shurmur comes in and the report was that he said that Apple was going to get a clean slate, right? I think that those were his words of what he said there. Then midway through that season, Eli Apple gets traded. So
was it not really a clean slate with Pat Shurmur, or did Eli Apple just new regime, didn't matter, he was already kind of pissed off and done with the New York Giants organization?
Yes, it was basically a matter of that was an inevitability as long as so if the Giants had been competitive in 2018, if they had been a team that was growing and building and sticking with the unit that had gotten them to the playoffs only 2 years ago, and they had seen potential in building Apple, not only just turning around what had happened off the field, but also believing that he could buy into this new program and that they were surrounding him with a structure that they were about to take off as an organization, then he would have maybe fit, or he would definitely fit in as a young, still growing corner who could have been maybe a linchpin on a Giants team that was headed in the right direction, but still a part of a long-term vision. But he was also caught up at the time in the Giants not knowing who they were. And going into 2018, they hired Dave Gettleman and Pat Shurmur. And Dave Gettleman and Pat Shurmur, instead of coming in and saying, this is a rebuild, and despite a guy like Eli Apple's struggles, we want young, talented players we can mold, which is what Joe Judge has been doing now. At that time, they said, this kid can't help us win one more championship with Eli Manning. Remember, they drafted Saquon Barkley. Not that exact phrase, but that's how they're looking at the roster is we got to rebuild for the future, but we're signing Nate Solder. We're drafting Saquon Barkley. We got Will Hernandez plugging a hole in the offensive line. Let's go. And if you can't help us win, we're going to bring in a guy, B.W. Webb, who, he's not the best corner in the world, but he's a veteran. We know what his floor is, and his floor is higher to us than Apple's is. So, and this has been a problem with the Giants for years. Again, in Apple's defense, their inability to accurately assess who they were as a team and an organization leads to them saying it's the combination of they're already disgusted with what the prospect has been. They're also not looking at this as a long-term project that can turn around. So they're seeing him as this is the October 2018. This season, we tried to win again in our first year with Eli. It's already going south. We also now know that we have recent history of when things go badly here, who were two guys. Now I'm grouping Damon Harrison into this as well, because he was traded at that deadline as well. Those were two guys, Apple and Harrison, that when 2018 went south, Shurmur and Gettleman and the Giants organization said, we already have enough information to know that we misdiagnosed this season. And now these are two guys who, if we're not committing to the long term and we don't have the culture to support the issues going on behind the scenes, we got to get them out of here. And so it's not only the Giants, because obviously Apple, as we head into 2021, he's on his fourth team in 6 years.
Right.
With the Bengals now. So it's not only the Giants, but, we're talking a lot about, too, what happened with the prospect and the player and his immaturities. And there really was a lot to the situation he was in that wasn't conducive to success for him and many others. And interesting piece of trivia, too, is when he got suspended by the Giants at the end of the 2017 season, when everything went down with Landon Collins, you mentioned, who suspended him is an interesting trivia. It wasn't Dave Gettleman, who was on his way in. It wasn't Jerry Reese, who was already fired. It was interim GM Kevin Abrams. So that's an interesting piece of trivia, was Abrams actually was the one suspending Eli Apple and announcing conduct detrimental to the team in late December. So it's really interesting. You could tell the story of the Giants at that time through this player, and you can tell the player's story through the story of the Giants.
Man, I'm not going to lie, Pat. I went into this video thinking we were going to come up with the conclusion that, Eli Apple's a bust. You talked about even since his time with the New York Giants, he's bounced around the NFL. He's been on a bunch of different teams. He's on a new team again this year. So I'm like, all right, so there's some context in it. You go, okay, it might not have been all his fault, but I was thinking bust. At this point, when you mention his age going into the NFL, some of the surroundings that were there, and it's not like these things were totally unknown, right? I mean, even if you didn't exactly think you were going to draft a player. Once you do, you learn everything about them. You learn that, hey, you know, we might have to support this guy in different ways. And it just sounds like, both from a coaching perspective, lifeline perspective, playtime perspective, even maybe locker room perspective, they didn't. And that lends me to make you feel like, yeah, they're part of the accountability has to be on Apple, but more so the conclusion here is that he was broken by a franchise that was at the time broken. Am I correct? Is that the conclusion we're coming up to here?
I do think there's blame on both sides. I would say this, though, too, in blaming the organization part of it. Jerry Reese is a GM. You know, he drafted some players and took some chances. Let's say Odell Beckham Jr., whatever you think of him, that was an amazing player, an amazing pick, you know, and, you know, Jerry Reese, of course, drafting guys like Jason Pierre-Paul, you know, even David Wilson looked like he was going to be something before he broke his neck. But you look at guys like Eli Apple and Eric Flowers. Now, Eric Flowers, of course, he goes to the Dolphins, he changes positions, and he started a lot of games now in the NFL and almost seems like he's turned into a more reliable NFL player as he's gotten older and gotten through all of the bad stuff in those early years. But I bring up Eric because Flowers and Apple, when Jerry Reese was GM, are two examples of players that Reese, the GM, selected, seeing upside and a lot of physical talent, but almost underestimating how difficult and maybe how much of a hindrance their age and youth and immaturity would be.
Yeah.
And I think in hindsight, you can look back at that and see what the rationale was and what the mistake was compared to maybe selecting a guy who might not have had the same upside, but was more of a sure thing and a known commodity. And so, yes, I certainly agree with what you just said in that this is way less about just Eli Apple and way more about, there was plenty about the organization and the fit, the way they mismanaged the draft and the way the franchise was mismanaged at the time that didn't give him a chance. But I just would add that the silver or the qualifier there is that specifically to me, Apple's quitting on the field for all the off-field stuff and the immaturity that Landon was talking about behind the scenes, which was absolutely true. The quitting on the field and game stuff, to me, I don't care what's going on. When that happens in a game, you know, even DeAndre Baker, after McAdoo's gone, another misevaluation by a new GM and new coach. But when a guy quits on the field, you know, you just can't, even if you blame the coaches for, you know, not instilling fundamentals, whatever it is, that's on the player, that he doesn't care enough to chase a guy out of bounds or whatever it is. So, but certainly, yes, if you were going into this thinking Eli Apple was a bust no matter where he got drafted, there are certainly enough variables about the Giants situation that can tell you that it could have worked out differently if there were more structure to the situation he had been in.
I think you're totally right, because we actually just did an episode of this very show on Vernon Hargreaves, and we talked about how the system that he was brought into in Tampa Bay and how things kind of let him down or really didn't take him down the right path in his first couple of years. But ultimately, the reason why he was released by Tampa is the effort thing. It's because Bruce Arians saw him give up on one play and went, I don't care what's going on around you. I don't care what your past has been. If you quit on me on the field, I'm done with you. I can't work with you. And so, guys, I mean, I don't even need to say anything else. That was fantastic inside information. That's all the reason that I need to tell you guys to go follow Pat Leonard, both on Twitter, on Instagram. Go follow his work. He does an unbelievable job covering the New York Giants and really everything that happens in the NFL, wherever he could get his hands and his eyes on some stuff. He's one of the best NFL reporters out there. Pat, I really appreciate you coming, joining me, and shedding some light on a situation, topic, and player that is often debated, but I don't think ever covered to this detail, man. This is fantastic stuff.
You got it, Trevor. Thanks. And again, this is a great series. I love it. It's a terrific idea. I'm looking forward to seeing all the other discussions you've had on these different teams and players, because it really does. This context does not get discussed enough in our news cycle, and it needs to be, to really understand how the league works and how these players have progressed or declined.
We've had a lot of fun recording them so far. We're going to have more fun as the draft season rolls on. We will have a new episode of Buster Broken coming up next week. We'll see you guys then.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
This is where it starts, where your story begins. This is the trail you blaze yourself. And step by step, you get stronger, faster, better. This is where it starts. How will you finish? Angles, we're with you every step of the way.
Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
It's been about a year since you fell in love with me. I'm gonna love you with a song about my favorite feline, Laser Kitty.
I never seen a cat that looks quite like that. She drinks Kill Cliff Clean Energy. Don't give no milk to this pussycat. Laser Kitty. Destroys the city. To my surprise, she had lasers in her eyes. Good thing that she's one of the good guys. Laser Kitty. Don't let her cuteness fool you. Those lasers cut right through you. She's soft to the touch, but don't betray your trust. No, 'cause she's Laser Kitty. Destroys the city. To my surprise, she had lasers in her eyes. Good thing that she's one of the good guys. Laser Kitty. Laser Kitty. Laser Kitty. She destroys the city. To my surprise, she had lasers in her eyes. Good thing that she's one of the good guys. Laser Kitty.
My favorite feline, Laser Kitty.
Thanks for coming, everyone. Laser Kitty and I, and the whole Kill Cliff team, that's a temporary name, are understandably upset that someone is claiming that Kill Cliff is not the world's first and best clean energy drink. Totally preposterous. Laser Kitty, the floor is yours. Let 'em have it. That was beautiful. Thank you, Laser Kitty. For the first and best clean energy drink, go to killcliff.com.
Brings TV. Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Thank you for coming today. I have important announcement. Killcliff is world's first and best clean energy drink. It come to my attention some people claim they are first clean energy. Fake. I hate fake people. Exhibit A. Here I am in secret lab making Joe Rogan Flaming Joe. Best-selling clean energy drink in world. Exhibit B. Type world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It's Killcliff.
Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning. All right, here is indisputable proof that Killcliff is the world's first and best clean energy drink. Now, in your interweb thingies, just type world's first clean energy drink.com or world's best clean energy drink.com. Or world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It all leads to killcliff.com right there on the interwebs. Boom! Mic drop. Yeah. It's the Killcliff $1 Million Mega Stimmy Sweepstakes on Brinks.tv. First, register on Brinks.tv and automatically get your first entry. Next, get bonus entries when you buy Killcliff at retail. Confirm your entry by uploading your receipt at killcliff.com. Then, repeat. The more you buy, the more chances to win. To find the retailer that sells Killcliff nearest you, check out the store locator at killcliff.com.
As a reward for making Killcliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever had. We've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a Coke, it's not a club, it's the Killcliff Coke Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merchandise. And eternal awesomeness. To killcliff.com to get your discounts on.
Brinks.tv, where winning is like a wiener. The bigger, the better.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Oh yeah. From Killcliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. Killcliff.com.
When your mask comes off, your breath comes out. Make sure it doesn't stink. Stay healthy and fresh. Soul and science. Immune Fresh. The all-natural breath mint. Vitamin D3, vitamin C, zinc, Wellmune. Save yourself, save us all from your breath. Go to immunefresh.com.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Kwity Paye,
Mark Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Before we sat down here to do this, I said, hey, let's go in the order of where these teams are drafting. And we have the San Francisco 49ers first. And there's a nice quote that we should probably start this version of the show with, because Kyle Shanahan is certainly making some waves with some comments that he's made today.
Well, they had Shanahan and John Lynch at their pre-draft presser, which I think everybody was very excited about in the world, save for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Yeah. So Shanahan, who looks dog-tired, got asked if Jimmy Garoppolo was going to be, if he could guarantee that Garoppolo was the starting quarterback, or was going to be on the roster, on Sunday. And then he also asked for the question to be repeated, because I don't think he was listening. He got asked again. And he said, I can't guarantee that any of us will be alive on Sunday. So he's having a rough go.
Oh, okay.
He's ready
That's
for the
an approach.
draft on Thursday. Yeah, he's ready to go.
So which quarterback are they taking at 3 then? Because I guess that's maybe where we start, because if Jimmy Garoppolo's not going to be on the roster on Sunday.
Right. The chalk has been Mac Jones up until really the past 24 hours, when Trey Lance seems to be making a really big push. We had Rappaport share that he expects Mac Jones and Trey Lance to be the decision, and that Justin Fields is largely out of this process. Shanahan said in this presser that when they traded up to 3, they had a guy in mind to go get. At the time, obviously, all that steam was on Mac Jones. Since then, the decision's become more cloudy. It's become more occluded, and we've heard more smoke for Trey Lance. So the ship is steering in the Trey Lance direction. I think that's where we end up on Thursday, and I think it'll be a good pick.
And when we talk about this team, I think the obvious place to start is what they do at pick number 3, because I think it's not only going to dictate their success next season, but it's going to dictate how they go with the rest of the draft, right? What they do to complement a team that, in a lot of people's minds last year, just got the injury bug, and that's what stopped them from reaching their potential. Do you see it that way? Do you see this as a team that, if they're healthy and they can get the quarterback position right with 3, that they're in position in a division that we're going to talk about? We're going to talk about all these teams, that you feel that they are at the top of the division.
Top of the division, probably. You're going to have a change with the Rams at quarterback as well with Matt Stafford. And both the Rams and the Niners are contending with losing their defensive coordinators, who were so critical, right? When you have head coaches like McVay and with Shanahan, they are going to be so laser focused, so compartmentalized on the offense from a personnel perspective and from a game planning perspective, that you have to have a true quarterback of the defense, a true autonomous defensive coordinator. The Rams had that in Brandon Staley, had a real opportunity this year to make waves with that, unable to beat Green Bay. And so, all right, now that Brandon Staley's been hired away by the Chargers, they bring in a new defensive coordinator, right, from Atlanta, and they're going to hope that they can continue to have a strong defense to buttress this offense. Shanahan's got to do the same thing now, right? You're going to lose Robert Saleh to the Jets, promote DeMeco Ryans internally, so now we're trying to keep scheme cohesion. But man, Saleh meant a lot to that team. His intensity was important, right? His game planning was important. The premium on the pass rush that they spent under him, and they don't have those same bodies this year. It's going to be tough for the Niners and the Rams, not to so much project offensive success, but which team is going to be well-rounded between the two of them. And Seattle and Arizona are no sad shakes either. They're good teams.
And when we talk about the coaching turnover in San Francisco, there was coaching turnover on the offensive side of the ball. LaFleur goes with Saleh to New York, so they have that to deal with as well. But I'm looking at all the draft capital that San Francisco has, and listen, no matter who it is, quarterback's going at 3. That's what we feel is the direction that this team is going to go in. So now we look at 43. We look at a comp pick in the 3rd round, 2 fifths, and then a comp pick in the 5th. A lot of draft capital here for this team to work with. After they get the quarterback situation, they pick at 3. They're more than likely going to go to sleep on Thursday night, having their quarterback of the future. They wake up for Friday. They have a 2nd, a 3rd. We mentioned all the other draft picks. Where do they got to go from there?
Corner is the biggest position of concern right now for the San Francisco 49ers, very famously entering this offseason with literally no corners under contract. All of them were upcoming free agents.
Right.
Exclusive rights free agents and restricted free agents, certainly for a couple of them. So you return Emmanuel Mosley, you return Jason Verrett on a one-year deal. But it's important to know a guy like Jason Verrett took a one-year deal with the intention to bet on himself and go sign a big contract. The Niners weren't out there signing big contracts this year for their defensive personnel, excuse me. And so you've got guys who are rotational starters at best, filling out the top of the depth chart right now. You would love the ability to draft a player you're confident can take over a starting role in San Francisco at the corner position. So that's the big one. The other big one is in the interior offensive line, which remains a position of question marks for the past couple of years for San Francisco, and usually Shanahan can get away with it. And you really saw last year the combination of Mike McGlinchey and Trent Williams, who they acquired from Washington. Strong bookends, helped that running game, but they've always gone cheap on the interior. They bring in Alex Mack this year, who was cut from the Falcons for cap relief. Guard spots still remain average starters. Are you going to be able to find that guard on day 3, as other teams have done in the past, that can come in and be an immediate starter for you? Those are your two big positions.
So corner, we'll stay there for just a second. They're not going to pick again until 43. Can they achieve that goal of getting a guy that can be an impact player on defense at the corner position at 43? Or are we talking about a situation where maybe they get a little aggressive and they move up to a strike zone maybe a little bit earlier in the second round, maybe to the back half of the first round if a guy falls and that guy that they really like? What's the strategy need to be? Are they able to stay pat where they are right now with all of their picks and feel comfortable with what they're able to accomplish?
So it depends on what you prioritize. When Robert Saleh took over that job, he was coming from a Seattle background, right? What do Seattle corners look like? 6'1", 6'2", 31, 32-inch arms. We're going to go up the line of scrimmage. We're going to play press, cover 3. We're going to kick, step, and bail. So we acquired Richard Sherman. We drafted Ahkello Witherspoon. Even Emmanuel Mosley, who was a UDFA, fits that physical mold. Well, over time, Saleh wisely recognized that this meta of Seattle cover 1, cover 3 was not as successful in the late 2010s as it had been previously. Not every team's got an Earl Thomas and a Cam Chancellor. It makes the job a little bit
it's a little easier when you have those two guys back there.
When you got Red Bryant, Michael Bennett playing the defensive line,
Right.
Bruce Irvin rushing the passer, you can pull this off. You don't always have that personnel.
Right.
He started to play more quarters and playing more cover 4, more match quarters. You're able to get those bodies off the line of scrimmage, and it widens the scope, the parameters of what physical bodies you're looking for at corner. And that's where a player like Jason Verrett comes in, does not look like a Seattle corner, but was very successful for San Francisco last year. So, assuming that DeMeco Ryans is keeping the momentum towards more split field coverages, and they could have lost Jimmy Ward this year in free agency. They brought him back. Jaquiski Tartt brought him back. So they're keeping their safeties in place. I think they're staying a quarters team. That allows you to go get smaller body types at corner, move outside of that archetype. So if you're telling me Asante Samuel Jr. out of Florida State is there at 43, then yes, they can get a starting corner for their system at that spot. If they are dedicated to height, weight, speed corners, I think Tyson Campbell out of Georgia fits your bill. If Ifeatu Melifonwu out of Syracuse fits your bill, but those are overdrafts at 43, and I'm not sold that they can start impactfully in year 1 for you.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you have a coaching change. Can you keep that progression that we saw going from Saleh as a D coordinator of being able to recognize, hey, I got to adjust here, right? The league's starting to catch up to me a little bit. They're catching up to this model. We need to pivot. We need to learn to adjust. Can they continue that, and can they do that in the draft? Again, they certainly have a lot of picks to do it with, right? And listen, 3 is going to be a quarterback. They're not going to do anything outside of the box at 3, but 43, 103, they got 1 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th, a 6th, and a 7th. Plenty of assets if they want to move around or if they just want to stay pat. They can get things done there. Let's transition to the next team that's picking from the NFC West in the first round. The only other team in the NFC West, at least as of now, that is picking in the first round. That's the Arizona Cardinals picking at 16. And this is going to be a fascinating discussion. We've been talking about it all day, both on and off camera. I guess we start with this mentality that we've seen from Michael Bidwell, Steve Keim, the hiring of Cliff Kingsbury, the moves that they've made this offseason. This is a team that's all in. Whether or not you agree that they are able to succeed at that, with the moves that they have made, they are pushing their chips in the middle. They think this is our chance, quarterback on a rookie deal, we're going to go to try to win a division. Before we get into what they need to do during the draft, how do you see this team in the grand scheme of not only the NFC West, but the NFC as a whole?
Yeah, reckless spenders, which is always fun. It can go well, and there's times where it's worked. There's a lot of times, more times where it hasn't. The Cardinals don't have a 3rd-round pick or a 4th-round pick this year.
They have the opposite problem of San Francisco, right? San Francisco, lots of draft capital. Arizona, not so much.
Yeah. And it's actually really interesting and educational to talk about those picks. That 4th round pick is gone because of the DeAndre Hopkins trade.
Right.
That was good process. That was a future 4th round pick. You didn't know what it would become, but you certainly knew DeAndre Hopkins was a good ball player. Let's bring him into the building. So 4th round pick gone because of that. That's no problem. The 3rd round pick is gone because the Raiders were going to cut Rodney Hudson and then didn't cut Rodney Hudson. And instead of waiting to see if they could get through that market and make a cheap trade, they just sent a 3rd round pick for a guy who was nearly cut. That's not patient process. That's not studious process. That's diving all the way in, kind of head first there a little bit. And so no 3rd and no 4th this year with A.J. Green, with Rodney Hudson, with J.J. Watt, with Malcolm Butler. Yes, this is a veteran team that's looking to plug all of its gaps quickly and maximize the final years of Kyler Murray's rookie window, right? We have to recognize under the new CBA for the 2020s, that rookie quarterback contract isn't as valuable as it used to be. It's now, like, Kyler's one of the last guys who's really going to have a strong window for that. So the Cardinals, I understand why they're maximizing it. I maybe wouldn't have acquired the players that they did. Now I think you're left still with significant needs on offense and defense, and with only a 1st and 2nd round pick to address them, you got to hit.
I think when it comes to the Kyler conversation, right, you mentioned that the quarterback contract, he's probably one of the last guys that has that contract that you can do a whole lot with. But this might be the last year of that. We know that after year 3 for a rookie quarterback, that's when they can start to negotiate that new deal. And most of the guys don't get to the 4th and the 5th year options unless they're a fringe player that teams are making a decision about. Those conversations begin to happen. They're happening in Buffalo with Josh Allen. They're happening with that entire quarterback class, right? Kyler's next up. So this is kind of that last chance before that conversation and that noise is going to get really loud. And the way that the Cardinals have chose to sort of surround him with talent is, all right, Hassan Reddick, we're going to let you go to Carolina on a 1-year deal, right? Goodbye, see you later. We're going to replace you with a 32-year-old J.J. Watt.
Right.
Patrick Peterson, hey, you can go to Minnesota on a 1-year deal. See you later. We're going to bring in Malcolm Butler from Tennessee. So the decision-making has been a little weird to me. It's been, again, it's that all-in pushing all the chips in the middle, but I have a tough time thinking that right now, yeah, they're going to have, 16 and 49 early on that they can do something with. It's a challenge for me to see a team that is any higher than 3rd in their own division. I mean, I think they're the worst team in this division on paper right now. Right. It's tough to see them really making an impact here over the next couple of days to where I'll feel to a point, oh yeah, that's the 2nd best team in the division.
Yeah, it is difficult to say with certainty because there's been so much change, right? Like you lose Pat Pete. Pat Pete wasn't playing too good. You know what I mean? So like how much better is Malcolm? Like it's difficult to say. I think Hassan Reddick's 10 sacks were awesome. 5 of those came against the New York Giants. So the other 15 games of the year, how much was he impact on the snap to snap? So it is. There's arguments to be made, but I agree. I think that again, like I respect the approach. I'm not sure those players are the players that I would have acquired. And on top of that, I'm not sure we know enough about Kyler through 2 years to be able to say, oh well, we've got the quarterback to compete. Brother, that quarterback doesn't like to throw middle of the field. Some of that has to do with the offensive structure. That quarterback's a lot more effective on scrambles than he is on design runs, and some of that has to do with the offensive structure. So you can blame as much as you want on Cliff, but if, let's say you go another year with Cliff, you don't get what you want, all right, we're moving on from Kingsbury. It's time to, like you said, extend Kyler, and I don't think you know as much about Kyler as you wish you did to extend him with your chest.
And to compare it to another situation, right? Let's go down that negative path for a second, right? They don't make the playoffs. That's what we do here, right? So we go down this path of they go all in, they whiff, right? They don't make the playoffs, and we're having that conversation about Cliff, and they ultimately do decide, listen, this isn't working out. We gotta hit the reset button. Well, now you're bringing in a coach. We didn't draft this quarterback, didn't make this pick, and now you start to have this Matt Nagy Chicago situation where you hire a coach, you kind of strap him to a quarterback, and then if it's not their guy, you kind of just get caught in this purgatory, and you're just stuck in motion. And so that's why this is such a big year. Really important to hit in the draft. At 16. We've been talking about it, all day today. There's talks about them moving up to try to go get a wide receiver, and I just can't. I can't fathom that being the right approach for a team that needs another corner, right? For years we've been talking about, hey, they need another corner opposite of Patrick Peterson. Well, they had to replace Patrick Peterson this offseason and still have the hole on the other side. Right. They got a lot of older players. J.J. Watt, older player. Rodney Hudson, older player. They got to get some depth on the interior of their offensive line. They need some linebacker help. There's just so many things. I was talking about it earlier with Kyle. There's just so many things that I think are above the wide receiver list, and for a team that doesn't have draft capital, unless you're going to completely mortgage the farm, and we're talking 2022, 2023 capital to try to go up and get a receiver, that just doesn't feel like a wise decision to me.
Yeah, one of the when Kingsbury was first hired, there was a large conversation about how can you bring in a coach who just went 6-6, who won 7 games with Patrick Mahomes at the college level, and said, oh, well, he wasn't responsible for the defense, and you can't recruit to Lubbock, and it's a good passing offense, going to work with Kyler. And lost in that entire conversation is one of the most beautiful things about the air raid offense in college football, which is that you roster 120 kids.
Yeah.
Right? And so you put as many wide receivers on that sideline as you want. And over the course of a game, you take the team's best corner, you take your 6th receiver, and you tell him run as fast down the field as you can, and that corner's got to run with you. Then you swap him out real quick, you put your 7th best receiver, and you say you run as fast down the field as you can. What was beautiful about that offense is you could go cheap at wide receiver. You could go with a full blitz approach, a lot of bodies with very specific skill sets, and just get a bunch of them on the field and tire out that passing defense for 4 quarters, which is the exact opposite of what you're seeing happen over time in Arizona. So Cliff gets brought in, and they go, 2nd round, Andy Isabella. There's your speed. We're going to tire out this corner.
Do exactly what you talked about,
We're
right?
going to do 4th round pick, Hakeem Butler. There's our size, big guy, catch point. 9th round pick, Keyshawn Johnson, Fresno State. He's functional. He's clever. He's intuitive. He's got good routes. So we're going to bring in all these bodies, and we're going to go cheap. And then some of those bodies started to fall away. Hakeem Butler quickly out of the building. Yep. Keyshawn Johnson buried on the depth chart. Andy Isabella bust. Meanwhile, Christian Kirk's getting more snaps. Larry Fitzgerald's getting more snaps. Oh no, now we've got to go acquire DeAndre Hopkins, but we're only going to run him on 3 routes. Now I've got to sign AJ Green. He's a big time name. We got to trade up for wide receiver. The whole point, the whole beauty of this offense at the college level was that we didn't need to do this at wide receiver to have a dynamic passing game. And so because of the differences in how you substitute and how many bodies you're allowed to roster on game day, it's half of the NFL, 46 bodies. It changes the premium wide receiver. So this big advantage of this air raid offense is lost in the NFL. And that was something that was very much lost in the shuffle when people first started talking about the Cliff hire a few years ago.
So I don't know if that was you standing for them to move up to get a wide receiver, or was that you saying, listen, this hasn't worked out in the past, go a different direction? I'm not sure.
Right, it's saying that I understand why they feel the need to do it, because this passing game has not been as effective as you would expect for the names associated with it. But it's structural. It's in the air raid. Like I said, Hopkins ran like 3 routes last year. That's not how you maximize an NFL receiver. At the college level with the air raid, that's how it worked. That's what was successful. But because it's a different game in the NFL, it's different hash marks, it's different jersey numbers, it is a different game in terms of how you get these bodies onto the field. It means that I don't think the air raid approach in terms of the philosophy around wide receivers is intuitive for the league. And that's why you've seen, while they started with this, we're going to have a ton of bodies philosophy, they've been slowly working towards, we need top tier wide receivers. And that's reflected in, we have to go trade up for a guy, even with these other needs on our roster.
And I think the jury is still out. You were mentioning how there are still some questions about Kyler, but there's also a conversation to be had about, Cliff as a play caller, Cliff as a game manager, right? There's a numerous number of decisions that we can, list of him calling timeouts in bad spots, going for field goals, going for it, and just not having a good feel for the direction that the game is going. So those questions exist as well. And I don't mean to be negative, but I'm looking at a team that really got a hit on their pick at 16, and then they really got a hit on their pick at 49, and then they get to sit around for a little bit. And I don't know I don't know how aggressive this team can get. I really don't, unless they're going to completely go all in on what they've been doing and use the 2022 draft picks, use the 2023 draft picks, and just be super uber aggressive in order to fill their needs. I think you would agree, even if you understand, and I agree with you, you understand the reasoning for wanting to move up for a wide receiver, they still got to get a corner. They still got to get offensive line depth. They got to do it somewhere here over the course of the rest of the week. And I don't know if they're going to have enough swings at the bat to be able to do that.
Yeah, I will say last year, we know they loved Josh Jones, the tackle out of Houston, and they thought he was a round 1 player. A lot of people thought Josh Jones was a round 1 player. Right, and they were watching him fall, and they wanted to go up and get him, and they chomped on the bit. They waited, you know what I mean? They resisted temptation, and he eventually makes it all the way to them at 72. Of course, they weren't coming off of an offseason like the one they just had.
Right.
And so there's a little bit more of an urgency to go get your guy. But they showed temperance last year, which is good. And I do like what they've done in the offensive line in general. Rodney Hudson's a very big deal. When that running game deteriorated last year, some of it had to do with Kyler's health, right? He didn't want to take hits as much anymore. He's a slight build. But defenses were forcing the give on read option. Don't let the quarterback keep it. Don't let Kyler get outside of the pocket. Force the give. Let's make Kenyon Drake run up the middle. Let's make Chase Edmonds run up the middle. And they did not have the interior offensive line to pull that off. So Brian Winters into the building, Rodney Hudson into the building. That's meat on the bone. That'll help. So I like what they've done in the interior, but I do think that you need that left guard. You need that final spot short up if you're going to be strong there. With that said, to me, it's corner is need 1, corner is need 2. It is a desperate situation. I do not know how much faith you can have in Malcolm Butler at this stage in your life.
As your cornerback 1, right?
Yeah, exactly.
As the guy that needs to be the leader of that defense.
Yeah, and even then, you're looking at bringing in a rookie, hopefully having him beat out Butler. Now Butler's corner 2, which he was at times in Tennessee, and that wasn't going well. And then you have Byron Murphy, who's yet to find a stalwart home at outside or at nickel. He continues to split time and kind of be a half and half player. Corner is, to me, by far the weakest position on this roster.
Yeah, and so I guess we'll pivot to looking at 16 in general, and I really think this could be a landing spot for the Caleb Farley fall to stop.
Right.
It really feels like a prime spot where this team is going to watch the board play out, and they're going to be like, man, yes, there's the medical question mark, but this kid is super talented at a position we desperately need. How can we pass up this opportunity? Because if we do, and a team right behind us picks him, or a team a couple spots right behind us picks him, and this guy's an all-pro, we're going to look foolish.
Right. And what's important whenever we're talking about medical red flags, which is the case with Caleb Farley, multiple back surgeries and ACL injury, is we have to look at it in terms of a horizon. If a team thinks that Caleb Farley is a one contract player, he's just short horizon for the NFL, he's not going to be able to be a player with longevity, that may take him off of the board for the Titans, who figure to be like fine, probably not great this year, and maybe need to kind of retool this whole team. For a team like the Cardinals, who we believe is trying to win a
Based
football
on their
game.
philosophy, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah. If they're really oriented, like, listen, this front office knows, like Steve Keim knows, I'm not going to be around to see Caleb Farley's second contract, even if he is good. You know what I mean? Because I need to make sure I win games. Why worry about his long-term horizon? If you can be an impact player for me short-term, that's the player you go get. So I agree with you. Farley makes sense for them. I will say a similar argument can be made for Greg Newsome, the corner out of Northwestern, who has had multiple season-ending injuries, but is really talented when he's on the field. And so even if you don't like Farley, there's still other options at corner that do make sense for the Cardinals.
49, offensive line, is that a spot for a wide receiver in your mind? Because again, these two picks are so important for what they're trying to do based on their philosophy of being all in, and it feels as if, I don't know how risky they can get. I don't know how aggressive they can get. If they let the board play out to them. Now listen, if they want to move up in the second round a couple of spots because there's a guy that they really like and they want to give up a future pick, I think that makes a little bit more sense on day 2. But to me, that feels like a landing spot for some offensive line help there in the second round to really kind of give Cliff Kingsbury, Vance Joseph, okay, this is the roster, go win the division.
Right, and if you're looking at first and second round picks and then nobody in the third round and nobody in the fourth round, that second round pick becomes critical. He needs to start and have reps for us this year. Like, we take a wide receiver, how many reps does he get out there? So to me, I'd rather wait round 5, round 6 and take my developmental swing. Round 2, I want my left guard who can start. And we start looking about, all right, if Landon Dickerson's falling because of medical concerns, that's the same conversation we just had. You know what I mean? Or I'm looking at the interior defensive line. If there's anywhere for snaps to be gained, it's there. Right now, Leki Fotu, a third-round pick last year, is viewed as the starter at the nose tackle. Zach Allen, who's struggled to find a role as a tweener, is also up there. But they don't have a penetrating interior rusher at this time. All outside guys, right? J.J. Watt, who sure is going to play some sub-package interior stuff for you, but he's not going to base down on the inside. Chandler Jones, Marcus Golden, these are guys we want rushing wider than the guards. I can get Levi and Wuzarike out of Washington. I can get Davian Nixon out of Iowa in the A-gap on base downs going upfield against the pass. That's not a role they have filled yet, so there's a lot of snaps afforded to that player if they take him at 49.
Let's move on to another team, and we're just deteriorating slowly in terms of draft capital
as
we go. Now we'll get to Seattle. They pick next. They pick at 56, and there's only 3 picks for them to talk about. But in general, this entire offseason has been the Russell Wilson conversation. That has dominated the entire talking point around this team. It certainly feels as though within the last, I would say, month or so, it's quieted down. It has calmed down a lot. The tension, I still think, is to a point where next offseason we're going to have this conversation again. But at least for this year, I think they feel comfortable knowing Russell's our guy. We're not making this trade. We're going to go in with him as our quarterback. Where do you see this team falling in the power structure of this division? Because San Francisco, we talked about at the top. If with the injury bug, if they're fully healthy, they get the quarterback situation figured out. It's a good team. It's a good roster on paper. LA, who we're going to talk about in a little bit, they made an upgrade at quarterback. That roster is in win now mode. Seattle's kind of in a similar boat. They're in a win now mode, but it feels as though this is kind of where there's a tier break between the two teams the two teams I just mentioned, and then Seattle.
Russell Wilson's never started a full season and won fewer than 10 games. And Russell Wilson doesn't miss full seasons.
Is that a prediction? You going on the record with that?
But that's what I'm saying is I have no reason to bet Seattle is anything fewer than a 10-7 team. And I do believe that.
That's good. You got the 17th game in there.
Yeah,
that's good.
That's good. And we may say, oh, well, they've lost some of this and they've lost some of that, and these guys are changing, this is moving. We forget how tough this environment was. This defense was struggling just 2-3 years ago, and how much they were running the ball just 2-3 years ago, and they were winning 10 games every season. And so I've got faith in Russ, Pete Carroll, and what has just historically been ludicrous winning success in Seattle. But with that concern, right, with that noise that you've heard, I think it's a very interesting team to juxtapose with Arizona, because Seattle clearly thought they had a good shot to go deep in the NFC this year, right? They pass-happy approach. They got more aggressive on fourth downs. They got more aggressive with two-point conversions. They added to that defense aggressive trade, Jamal Adams, multiple first-round picks, right? They were we're gonna push deep into the NFC playoffs, and then they did not. And when you see an offensive coordinator fired, when you see frustration vocalized very publicly by the quarterback, it's because expectations were high. If expectations were average and they made it to the playoffs and had a good run, you're not going to get as much of a brouhaha. You're not going to get as much, animosity. But expectations were high. So this is what happens when you set those lofty goals. You have the potential to underwhelm and then have some interior instability. With that said, the good players in Seattle are still the good players in Seattle. Russ is still the man. Dwayne Brown's still lock steady. DK Metcalf's as dangerous as it comes. Did they overpay for Jamal Adams? Yes. Is he a doggone good football player? Yes.
Very much so, yes.
Yeah. And so Seattle is still a good team. The Rams and the Seahawks could be anywhere, and I would still expect them to play a one-possession game. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the way it goes with these guys. And so I think Seattle's up there with San Francisco. I think they're up there with the Rams because they simply never haven't been, and I'm not going to bet against that history.
For those of you that had brouhaha on your the Draft Network Draft Week bingo card, you can go ahead and cross that one off.
It's a good word.
Ben's
That's what it was,
there,
man. It was a brouhaha.
Okay, well, this team's not, at least as of the moment, doing anything on Thursday. Maybe they can be a part of our coverage here. Because they're not picking on night one of the NFL draft. They don't pick until 56. Top priority for them. What do you think needs to be the position that they attack? Is this a situation where they can just let the board fall to them and go BPA? Or is there a position that you think is so glaring for a team that, again, in win now mode, trying to compete in the NFC, that you feel overrides everything else, they have to go out after this position?
The Seahawks are never a team that's in a position to go BPA, and then they always do, right? Like, that's what it was. It was Jordan Brooks last year, and it was what and got, like, oh, you're getting ready for KJ Wright to leave? Like, you don't have an edge. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Rashad Penny, when they selected him, like, oh, the offensive line's bad, let's take a running back. You know, there's always, they always have a need, and then they always zag when you expect them to zig. So, lose Shaquille Griffin this year. Trey Flowers, who wasn't even really lock steady holding down that job, right? They brought in Quentin Dunbar to challenge for and replace him. And Trey Flowers, incumbent outside corner. DJ Reed, who's short but long. It might be a nickel, it might be outside. Ugo Amadi, who's their slot safety dude. They have bodies where if they walk out with those starting three, it's okay. But corner outside feels like the biggest need for them on this roster. They lost wide receiver depth this past year in David Moore, who's out. So if you expect more 11 personnel, which new offensive coordinator Shane Waldron, a Sean McVay disciple, you expect a heavy dose of 11 personnel. So if you expect more 3 receiver sets, then that wide receiver 3 role, right now Freddie Swain, becomes a little bit more important. And then the offensive line is a massive question mark. Seattle loves big bodies, right? You had Mike Iupati and Damian Lewis starting at guard last year. You had Ethan Poggi, who was like 6'5", starting at center last year. Huge dudes in the interior. Shane Waldron, like I said, is Sean McVay disciple. If we're running wide zone, we cannot do it with these bodies. But they got Gabe Jackson this year in the offseason. He's a mauling power guard. We don't know exactly what this running game is going to look like. Right now, it's built to run gap power inside zone duo. It is built to win in a phone booth. So they do need help at guard. They do need help at center. What body type they're going for is a little bit up in the air, but it's a really good interior class, so they're going to have options.
I guess when you look at this offense, and this will be the question that we wrap up at least the Seahawks conversation with, when you look at this team offensively, right, was a very different approach I would say, in the first half of the season, and then they kind of adjusted and made some changes in the second half of the season, and it wasn't the same, right? Russ wasn't cooking the way that we saw him in the early part of the season. They make the change at OC. What do you anticipate? What do you expect this offense to look like, right? Is it going to be more of what we saw in the first half, or are they going to try to refine and get their approach in the second half down to where they are running the ball a little bit more, they're getting the running game involved, and then the play action, they're getting – Russ is cooking off of that, and he's not the main focal point of the offense.
Absolutely. We like to boil down complex ideas into simple buzz phrases because it's
easy. Get the bingo card out.
Right. It's easier to fit into tweets, right? And that's what we're trying to do. I hear just get a tweet off. The Seahawks offense got bad because defense started playing too high. A little bit, but there were about 10 different reasons. Pass protection got worse, right? Russ himself simply started playing worse. Metcalf was getting more attention, and then Tyler Lockett got injured. And so Lockett wasn't able to make defenses pay for more Metcalf attention. There's a lot that goes on. The biggest thing that the Seattle passing game was missing last year wasn't Russell Wilson quick game. It wasn't better pass protection or Metcalf against Jalen Ramsey. They did not have a middle-of-the-field threat once Lockett went down. And Lockett's not even your ideal middle-of-the-field threat because he's 5'9", right? And so you really have to have a wide-open window, especially with a shorter quarterback, to hit that throw. They tried with Will Dissly, and they tried with Greg Olsen to bring in a tight end who could work middle of the field. And Russ does not want to throw to these fellas. They just had no interest in it. So the big signing this year above anything else is Gerald Everett, coming with Shane Waldron from Los Angeles. The Seahawks need, the priority in the passing game is to find a between-the-numbers intermediate hole target where if you do go too high and you do take away our vertical route from DK Metcalf and you are able to handle Tyler Lockett, we're going to be able to put an athlete up against your linebacker and make you pay all the way down the field in 8-yard increments. And that's who they need Gerald Everett to be. So the big change you should expect to see this year is, yes, the Seahawks will remain a play-action downfield passing team. They'll put Russ under center. They'll use some of the wide zone, split zone ideas from the Rams. It's all going to go great. But eventually you get to 3rd and 6, and the guy they need to move the sticks is Gerald Everett in the middle of the field. He's the important player.
All right, I'll use that as the segue. You mentioned Gerald Everett. Let's finish at least the conversation about these 4 teams, and if we have time, maybe we'll sneak in a 3-round live mock here with just the NFC West teams. I'll steal Trevor's idea from earlier today.
It's a good one.
If that's okay with you, I'll steal your idea from your Draft Guide show earlier today. Let's talk about those Los Angeles Rams, and how can you not start that conversation with the change of quarterback, right? They go away from Jared Goff. They make the upgrade to Matt Stafford. Just how listen, I think it's pretty clear that it's an upgrade, and it's pretty clear that it's going to change the way this team looks. But let's go a little bit deeper. What does this move from Jared Goff to Matt Stafford allow Sean McVay and allow this entire offense to do that they weren't able to do with Goff?
Do you watch baseball? You baseball
I do.
fan?
Huge
All
baseball
right.
guy.
Not a baseball guy at all.
Okay,
so
so
I'm
this is going to be interesting.
About to make a metaphor that may not make sense, right? But simply, we're giving a pitcher who's had a 100-mile-per-hour fastball all this time, right? We're giving him a changeup. We're giving him a 12-6 curve. With McVay's always had heat, right? He's always had his pitch, which has been difficult to beat, right? The way the system works, and the play action, and the play pass off the play action, which just devastates linebackers, and using condensed sets to work into the quick game. He's always had his bread and butter. But when you have the Miami Dolphins just lining 6 dudes up, all of whom can rush, and just full sending at Jared Goff, and Goff having no answers, McVay didn't have the changeup. He didn't have the 2 of the 1-2 punch. He didn't have another arrow in his quiver. And so when you bring in Matt Stafford, I brought up 3rd and 6 with the Rams, with the Seahawks, excuse me. 3rd and 6 now with the Rams. You can trust your quarterback to get you into advantageous looks, something Jared Goff wasn't able to do pre-snap, and to get you out of bad looks with his arm talent post-snap. Matt Stafford.
Better off-script player,
sure,
right? Guy that
and,
can make, if a play breaks down, I got more confidence in Matthew Stafford to be able to pick me up what I need rather than Jared Goff.
Exactly, and it's not that Stafford's particularly mobile. It's not that he's a good mover. We typically get off-script quarterbacks, we think they can escape pressure. It's just that he's more talented than Jared Goff. He's just got a better arm. He can hit tighter windows. He can be more aggressive on the football. He's flat out more accurate, right? So he's a better quarterback. So now we have a very talented offensive coordinator, and you ask me, what will they do differently? Structurally, nothing.
It'll just be better execution.
Exactly.
Right?
It's just when you saw the Rams, when they were gotten into clear passing situations, they wanted to go empty and they wanted to take advantage of matchups, and they did not have a quarterback who can do it. Now they do. So I don't think schematically
it's going to look a lot different.
Much will change. Right. I don't think much will change. You know, he's made the change from 11 personnel to 12 personnel, running more duo instead of wide zone. There will be changes, but it won't be because Matt Stafford's in the building. It'll be because they're necessary changes.
Let's talk about the defense. New defensive coordinator. This is a team that very much so has a sort of stars and scrubs kind of construction to it, right? They go all in on
Right.
3-4 guys, and then they kind of just round out the roster where they can. Is that an approach you like? Is that an approach that you think will be successful? Because we've mentioned it a bunch here with the other teams, but if there's a team not more all in than the Los Angeles Rams in the NFC West, when's the last time they picked in the first round? I forgot the last time this team is picked in the first round.
16, it was Goff.
So 5 years now
Yeah,
without
and
a first
it'll
round
be
pick? By the way, they don't
another-
have one here.
Another 2 years, yeah.
So it's going to be a little while. So this is their approach. This is the way that they've gone about it. Like it, don't like it. I mean, there was a Super Bowl appearance in there, so you
Right.
can't say it was all bad, but it certainly has its pros and cons.
As long as you've got organizational harmony, there's not an approach that's a bad one. You know what I mean? Like, when you have a coach like Sean McVay, you can do that because you expect McVay to be able to take a third-round wide receiver pick and a 24-year-old Cooper Kupp and get 1,000-yard seasons out of him, right? Because he's going to fill the role. He's going to be able to do his job, right? Now, the necessary caveat is that's what you wanted to do with Goff. And he did. He got to a Super Bowl. And then he lost patience. And he said, we got to make a quarterback change. And so you worry about that happening on the offensive line, where right now it's Austin Blythe and it's Austin Corbett, right? And it's guys who just aren't what you typically view as starting caliber offensive line players. On the defense particularly, it is worrisome. Aaron Donald is as good as it gets in the front four. Jalen Ramsey is as good as it gets in the back four. Having them both on the same team, awesome.
But, very much recommended.
Yeah, but Brandon Staley was able to make it work, using Donald and using Ramsey to create numbers advantages elsewhere. Brandon Staley was inspired by a lot of college-style defenses. He was using tight fronts taken from teams like Alabama and LSU with Dave Aranda. He was using match quarters coverages and 3 safety defenses, stuff taken from Iowa State in the Big 12. Very modern approaches, very bold and aggressive approaches. Raheem Morris is a cover 3 disciple. Not the same approach. This is a radically different scheme, assuming he does what he did in Atlanta in Los Angeles. And that scheme doesn't use Aaron Donald in creative ways. It lines him up at 3-tech. It tells him to win the B gap. It doesn't use Jalen Ramsey in creative ways. It lines him up at right corner. It tells him to take care of the left wide receiver. If you use your stars like that, you're going to lose in the other spots where you don't have stars. Staley got so much leverage, squeezed so much juice out of Donald and Ramsey, more than we've really seen any other defensive coordinator do in the last couple of years. There's little reason to believe that Raheem Morris is going to do that, save for the fact that Sean McVay has faith in him.
Okay. I think I know where you're going with this next question, but a defensive-focused draft here for the Los Angeles Rams, who have a little bit more draft capital than the team we just mentioned.
Right.
They still don't pick on day one, but a second, 2/3, a fourth, a sixth, and a seventh is what their draft capital looks like for the week. Defense heavy in your mind?
Absolutely. You were able to bring back Leonard Floyd. Very big deal because you didn't really have any true edge rushers behind him on the roster. If you lost him, I don't know who was going to get to the passer from the outside. You'd have to line up Aaron Donald at left defensive end. You can't do that. Well, you could, but not recommended. Regardless, edge is still a big need, even opposite Leonard Floyd. One of the beautiful things about this Rams defense last year was how cheap it could go at linebacker, right? Using a guy like Micah Kaiser, Troy Reeder. Not only do you lose Brandon Staley, but your linebackers coach is now the DC in Green Bay, Joe Barry. And so you've lost the coaching staff here that was invested in these late-round players. The biggest need on this team from a pure player perspective is linebacker. I don't think it's the biggest value concern because you also did lose your safety, John Johnson, who was a critical player on the back end. If anything, he was the third star on that defense along with Donald and Ramsey. And so at all 3 levels, there's needs. I do think you do want to go defense heavy in this draft, but if a good offensive lineman falls to me, I'm taking him because Matt Stafford on the wrong side of 30, big-time investment. You cannot have him get hurt.
Any players in your mind that you think could be there for them at 57 that make sense for what they're trying to do? I know it's kind of hard to hypothesize what it's going to look like when we get to day 2, but what are their options realistically going to look like at 57?
Absolutely. If they are a strict cover 3 team, right, then the ability to have a 3-down Mike is important. A player who you trust to be able to stay sideline to sideline, have impact, and then be able to play on passing downs. Player does not currently exist on the depth chart. If Pete Werner is there out of Ohio State, pick, full send.
Hand the card in to Raj.
Deep safety. Right now, Jordan Fuller is their
quasi-free safety. He was a 6th-round pick out of Ohio State who played admirably, but we don't like to rely on 6th-round picks to continue to hold down the starting job. It's a dangerous game. You can try it, but it's a dangerous game. Andre Cisco out of Syracuse, if he's available. Tyree Gillespie, once we start getting to the 3rd round out of Missouri. These are the bodies you want at your deep safety position. So that's why I'm looking at back 7 is probably where you want the investment, because with Donald, Sebastian Joseph Day, the nose tackle, and Leonard Floyd, you're decently set on the defensive line. But again, I'd be looking for a prototypical 5-technique build. That's your Carlos Basham or Peyton Turner in terms of round 2. Start to get into your round 3. A little bit trickier if you're going to be able to find a body there.
Certainly feels as if when we look at all 4 of the teams that we've discussed here, there are potential major red flags for all of them. This isn't a situation where you're just trying to fill a hole, or we'd like some depth here. I think what at least I've learned here in the conversation that you and I have had is go through all these teams. I can find something that I would put in Sharpie at the top of the page of fix this or else.
3 coordinator changes, 2 quarterback changes, right? Trade ups potential for Arizona. Trade up already happened for San Francisco. Trade downs for the other teams.
We haven't had that 2nd quarterback change just yet. It hasn't happened yet.
Okay,
they have not made the pick.
It's happening.
Okay.
And the NFC West is perennially the most volatile division, and this year was perhaps its most explosive of any year. So yeah, it's a ton of fun.
Yeah, and the thing that I think I'm most intrigued by is all 4 teams are in win now modes, right? They're all acting as if, hey,
someone's got to win this division.
We can win this division. But okay, somebody has to win this division, but also somebody has to lose it. And I think when you lay all of this out and you look at what these teams are going to try to accomplish over the next couple of days, man, it might be won and lost this weekend. It really might. When you look at the holes that these teams need to fill, the direction that they are trying to go in, I don't know. This is the division I've been most fascinated by, right? Sure. Of all the divisions, and there are more draft guides coming throughout the rest of the week of all of these divisions, but this is the one that, man, I just go back and forth of, yeah, all right, like today the Rams are the best team in the division. Oh, I know, maybe it's San Francisco, right? And I go back and forth, and you have an extra game this year. That matters. Like that. Listen, I know everybody's playing the extra game, but that extra game could be the difference.
But not everybody's playing the extra game against the same team either. Sometimes you get an easier draw or a tougher draw as well.
Fair enough. Team that has the most pressure on them this weekend.
San Francisco. You traded up from 12 to 3. You spent 3 first-round picks. Get quarterback right, win the division. Get quarterback wrong, get
pressure.
Fired. Yes, absolutely.
By the time we start, like 45 minutes in, it's going to be over. They're going to be done.
Yeah, but it is the most franchise-defining pick. The Rams already made their pick. They made Matt Stafford. They made their multiple first-round pick quarterback acquisition. It's Stafford, who we've known for the last 10 years, pretty doggone good quarterback. The Niners are going the rookie route. Much different, much scarier.
Okay, team with the least amount of pressure on them of the teams.
Seattle. We have Russell Wilson. You've won 10 games every season with Seattle with Russell Wilson. All you got to do.
You say this as if it's just like guaranteed that they're going to win 10 games.
Listen, it's never happened. All you have to do is, throw the guy a bone a little bit. You trade it for Gabe Jackson. Go get another offensive lineman. Show Russ, okay, we improved your offensive line. By the way, there's DK Metcalf. There's Tyler Lockett. This is a good situation. Let's go win some games. Seattle had more tumult this year than they've had in years past, but remain largely a steady organization. In terms of teams that have the same general manager, head coach, and quarterback for the past 9 years, they're one of what? 1 at this point now that Brady's out of New England?
Yeah, now that Brady's out of New
England.
England.
There you go. In general, it's been stable in Seattle.
That's the name of the game in the National Football League. If you have stability, you have an opportunity to create a very long runway for yourself in order to have success, and they've certainly been able to have it. Cardinals are trying to create that stability, right? But they're putting it kind of all on the line this year in a lot of ways. I guess we can end here and see where this conversation goes. Which coach is under the most pressure? Which coach's hot seat rating would you say is the highest? Because you said the 49ers have the most pressure on them this weekend, but I don't think Kyle Shanahan is the answer to this question.
Right, yeah. No, Cliff Kingsbury, I would say, right? Kyler for the past couple of years. Clearly at least some organizational buy-in, enough to give him some veteran players. You have to remember, coaches usually don't want rookies. Coaches want veteran players. No, I don't want to spend my time teaching up a rookie. Bring me a vet. He already knows what he's doing. He's got good habits. I'll just install him in my system. So they've clearly made the buy-in there, right? At least to some degree with Steve Keim, with Mike Bidwell. So now it's on Cliff. Listen, we've been a borderline playoff team the last couple of years. we just got you some juicy players, big name players, and they're going to sell tickets. You know what I mean? They're going to get the job done for Bidwell. Can Cliff get them into the playoffs, into the postseason? You got to play in January to be a successful coach in the NFL. So I think Cliff, if anybody's going to get fired of the head coaches this season, Cliff's that guy.
And there's sort of this weird kind of narrative, right? They go from 5 wins to 8 wins, right?
Mm-hmm.
They make this big leap, and obviously the expectation then becomes, we won 7, 8 games the year prior. Okay,
right. Just win another 3
We
games,
have to make that jump this next year, right? That's the way progression works. Now we'll win 10 and 11, and we'll be in the threat for the division. But when you break it down and you look at the way that the team finished the season, you look at the fact that they lost to some quarterbacks and some teams they probably shouldn't have lost to, right? They lose to the Rams at the end of the season, to
right.
John Wolford playing quarterback. San Francisco with all the injuries that we mentioned earlier, right? They lose to Tua in his second start. You have all of these things that could have made them, an 11-win team a year ago, and they weren't. They weren't that team. So, yeah, I think the pressure is enormous. I think from the league as a whole, there's a lot of pressure on that team, not only this weekend, but the whole season, right? And I don't know if I would say they're the team I'm most fascinated by coming into Thursday, but we hear talks about them trying to move up for maybe, Kyle Pitts, Jalen Waddle.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you're talking about a team coming from that far back to a
Right.
spot where they can make a big splash, your ears perk up.
Yeah, and they're going to stay put and draft Zayvon Collins, and their fan base is going to hate him for the next 4 months.
No,
and that's the way it goes.
The fan base would hate them if they stayed at 16 and took a running back.
Right,
They
yeah.
won't do that, signing James Conner, and they have
You think
Chase
they like
Edmonds.
James Conner enough not to get a running back?
Let's have this
I agree
conversation.
at 16, but I would not be surprised if they took a running back at some point.
Because I think once they signed Connor, that took 16 off the table,
Mm-hmm.
right? I don't think
Yeah.
Travis Etienne or Najee Harris makes sense at 16. Could they revisit it at their second round pick at 49? Maybe.
I said they
Who's
have
going to get there?
Javonte.
You think Javonte gets all the way to 49?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Javonte is a bruising interior running back. What did I say their problem was last year in the running game? Couldn't run between the tackles.
But how many running backs do you have going in the first round?
1, maybe 2. But even then,
He's what, RB3?
If Najee goes to Pittsburgh, and let's say Etienne goes to Buffalo at 30, the only other team that's a legitimate threat before the Cardinals in the second round to take a running back is Miami. So all you need is Miami to pass.
I certainly think the Jets are in that conversation.
No, Jets are edge, corner, and wide receiver. I don't think they're going to be that early on running back. This is Robert Salo and Mike LaFleur coming from a Kyle Shanahan offense where you plug in any UDFA, run sub 4.45, go pick up 800 yards in a season, brother.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
They're a committee approach.
But again, at least my mindset changed once they signed James Conner. That I kind of took that off the table for them, and they certainly would pivot to another direction. So all right, so Cliff's 1 on your hot seat. 2 is.
It's probably Carroll just by default, where there's the frustration that was vocalized in Seattle has as its nexus point Carroll sticking to what he believes to be the correct approach, even in modern football, which is we're going to win the turnover battle, we're going to win games by 4 points, we're going to start running with 12 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and we're going to protect our 4-point lead, and then Russ inevitably ends up bailing them out of some situations. So certainly there's frustration in Seattle with how Pete Carroll goes about things. They experienced a deviation from that path this year, had some success, had some failure, and now are right back on the Pete Carroll path that they were on previously. So it's probably Pete, but it is difficult to say. I don't think his seat is particularly hot at all. It's just the other guys in his division are Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay.
Yeah, I certainly think there's a massive break in terms of the hot seat conversation, right? Cliff's under a lot of pressure. If Pete and Seattle don't make the playoffs, if they don't have a great draft, if they don't necessarily build the team the way that everybody in Seattle wants them to, I mean, he's going to lose that power struggle, right? I mean, if they have to decide between Russ and Pete's.
Are you sure? Russ Wilson's on the wrong side of 30.
We have 3 minutes left. You can't ask me a question like that. Or you.
It's very difficult. The only way I think Pete loses that power struggle is if Russ says explicitly, it's me, or if it's Pete. If it's tacit and it's just ownership wanting to make a change, I think that you see Russell Wilson on the wrong side of 30 and you see teams offering 3 first-round picks, or you see firing Pete Carroll and getting absolutely nothing back. That one, that gives me 3 first-round picks, especially with my current draft pick situation, does look more attractive. So I wouldn't say Pete by default loses that power struggle.
All right. You want to have some fun to close out here?
No, let's do boring.
All right, cool.
instead.
Then we can just leave. We'll just out of here. You want to do a nice little 3-round mock real quick?
I always am down to do a little 3-round.
So I'm going to very quickly attempt to, on the fly, log in to be able to do this. So bear with me here because technology doesn't seem to be my friend today. But we don't have a lot of picks, right? We've kind of discussed it here over the course of this process that there's not a lot of picks for us to discuss here, right? We have 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and a third that
across 4 teams.
Across 4 teams. So this shouldn't be all that difficult for us to decide. So we're going to control those 4 teams here. Do you want to collaborate on this, or do you each want to do individual ones? Do we want to completely steal Trevor's idea from earlier today, where they each did one, or do you want to tag team and collaborate?
I think if we're doing 2 separate simulations, we got to do it separately because there might be a guy on my board that's not on your board. Yeah.
So let's do that. So I'm loading up my mock draft machine, and now I need to click the logos of the teams. The 49ers, Cardinals, Rams, and Seahawks are the teams that we are picking. And I have fired up a 3-round mock here. And let's see how the board shakes out at 3.
Look, the Niners, Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson are gone. Crazy. Okay.
What are we going to do here? I'm getting trade offers. No, I'm uninterested. I'm staying here. My board played out very similarly. Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson went 1-2, and I think it's pretty clear here. We go Trey Lance.
Yep, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, that's where I'm at as well. Listen, we know that it's between 2 at this point, but there's been a lot of momentum towards Lance. It makes me feel pretty comfortable with that. Okay, lots of trade offers at 16. I'm not accepting them. I'm going to stay here at 16. How did your board play out? Because Mac Jones just went off the board for me at 15 for the Patriots. There was a J.C. Horn at 13. So
Mac's already gone. I have Caleb Farley available, who we talked about.
As do I.
I have Jalen Phillips, who makes some sense. And then I have Zaven Collins, who I joked about the Cardinals liking earlier.
Well, this is an interesting approach. Tevin Jenkins is on the board. So listen, they need depth just across the board, and you just have this talented of a player. You get guys in there, but
they're not in a BPA position. That's what we talked about.
But you're right, and I think I'm gonna go for it. Listen. We're all in. Chips are in the middle. Caleb Farley's my pick.
Oh, okay,
no, Caleb Farley's my pick. I can't pass up.
I'm taking Caleb Farley.
That big of a talent, and I'll take the risk with it, right? Like I'll take the chance that He has that injury risk.
It's a big swing at the plate for a team that's already made a lot of big swings.
Right, so why not keep swinging?
What are you losing, right, exactly, by taking another big risk? Some are going to hit, some are going to fail. You might as well give yourself as many chances to hit as possible.
So now I get to sit here and wait all the way until 43.
Yeah, Niners. Oh, I have Travis Etienne, which is not a need at all, but is extremely fun for this team.
No, Javonte Williams is the best player for me at that position. I have an interesting name that's staring me in the face.
Who's that?
Landon Dickerson's on the board.
I have Creed Humphrey. I don't have Landon Dickerson. He's already gone.
They're both available for me.
Nice.
And I think I'm just staring at the board here, and I'm just looking at what else I can do.
At corner, I have Asante Samuel, which is a player that I view as a potential starter for them. And Afatu Melifonwu and Tyson Campbell, who I mentioned as their
all
more
three available for me.
Length guys as well. I'm inclined to go Asante Samuel. It is... do I think Creed Humphrey can play guard? Because I already have my center in place with Alex Mack. It is tricky. So Humphrey, if I really like his ability to play guard, is also potential for me, but I think I would lean Asante Samuel here.
Now, my board's a little different. I have Landon Dickerson available. If he was on your board, is that run
Landon
to the
Dickerson's
podium?
played all 5 positions on the offensive line.
But is that a run to the podium moment for you?
Depends on the medicals. You can't run to the podium with a guy who's got the knee history that Landon Dickerson has. I grade him as a better player on film, and I think that he makes more sense for San Francisco. Yes. So it's closer to that. I wouldn't fault you for that pick at all. My pick is Asante Samuel because I need the corner.
Listen, I took a risk at 16 with the Cardinals. Let's keep the risks going here.
Right,
Landon Dickerson is going to be my pick at 43, and now the Cardinals are on the board at 49. We took the same player at 49, at 16. We both took Caleb Farley, so I think we're looking in a very similar direction here with this pick. Javonte Williams is on the board, by the way, just in case you were curious. I can have that conversation.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a peek at the wide receivers.
Oh, yeah?
I'm just going to take a quick peek.
I have Creed Humphrey.
I believe Creed is still available. Let me go back to all here.
I said I was worried about him at guard. Now I'm less worried about him at guard because it's 6 picks later. And I have Levi and Wazirike as well.
Both
as I said,
available for me.
Interior defensive line matters to them. So my initial instinct is Creed Humphrey. I'm also fine with Javonte Williams. Who's a wide receiver for you?
Dyami Brown. It's the top
They
option
love
for me.
him.
Nico Collins.
Diami gives them speed and size. Don't have to worry about the Andy Isabella anymore.
See, this is why I didn't want to do this, because now you're convincing me to go against what I was going to do, and now I'm sitting here kind of debating whether or not.
There are only 2 outside receiver positions, and with Diami, AJ Green, and DeAndre Hopkins on the field, it does get a little bit dicey.
Does get a little.
Diami played the DK Metcalf role in college, and so he doesn't have experience playing out of the slot. I'm just angel on one shoulder, devil on the other.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the role that you're playing here
problem.
for me. No, listen, I spent the entire breakdown of the Cardinals talking about how I feel they need offensive line depth. Creed Humphrey's on the board. I can't pass this opportunity up. I'm going to listen to neither the angel nor the devil and go my own direction and chart my own path.
Yeah.
Pick 56.
Creed Humphrey as well for me.
He's still available.
I'm taking him at 49 for the Cardinals, yeah.
What does your board look like here at 56 for the Seattle Seahawks?
Okay, my best edge is Peyton Turner, which I may not even look at the rest of the board, to be frank.
Okay, we need to have a conversation.
Okay.
Gregory Rousseau, Joseph Asai sitting on the board for me here at 56.
Peyton Turner still there or no?
Peyton Turner, it appears, has gone. Let me take a peek here and just see. He went 47 to the Chargers.
Right, so it's an interesting conversation. Greg Rousseau, you have much more so the long model put out by Alton Robinson, who they picked in the 5th round last year to Syracuse. Joseph Osai, much more so Darrell Taylor, who they took in the 4th round out of Tennessee. So there's precedent for both players on the roster. Osai is valuable because of the versatility, because of the drop ability, right? Texas, he was a linebacker before he was an edge, not something Seattle's as interested in. So to me, Greg Rousseau makes more sense for what they like.
I was leaning that direction. You're taking Peyton Turner?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's
Peyton Turner is
available on
better
your
than
board,
both players,
Yeah.
physical, exactly the sort of guy they like. Not a problem.
He's not available to me, but I'm going to take the opportunity to address the edge position. They've been trying to solve it for the last couple of years. I'll take Greg Rousseau, and I'll solve that problem then. We don't have to wait long. We are back on the clock with the Los Angeles Rams, and I've only made one pick since with Gregory Rousseau and Wyatt Davis. I'm reading names, so just allow me to word vomit here as I do this. Nick Bolton, Jabril Cox, they could add some depth there. What does your board look like?
No Bolton, but I have Jabril Cox, who's interesting and exciting for me. I brought up the need to add to their safety room with the loss of John Johnson. Jamar Johnson is there, so another Jay Johnson, but a deep middle safety from Indiana. A little more hot and cold than you'd like for a player who's supposed to be a safety blanket, but still a very solid player. So Jamar stands out to me as interesting. I have Wyatt Davis. I don't like the tackle board. Jalen Mayfield, Jackson Carman, Spencer Brown. If anything, I'm taking Spencer Brown or Stone Forsythe here, but I'm not in love with that value at 57.
Board looks very similar for me at the offensive tackle position. Where are you going on this one? I might let the angel and the devil influence me on this one.
I'm going to take Tommy Tremble, the tight end out of Notre Dame.
That was not even one of the positions we even discussed.
I hadn't gotten there yet. You lose Gerald Everett. You're a heavy 12 personnel team. You have Tyler Higbee. You need your tight ends to be able to line up in line as the point man on a bunch in H-back, and ideally also be able to play the fullback role in the backfield with the way that McVay likes to disguise formations with personnel. Tremble can do all of that for you. He's a true F tight end. And so, yes, you can move him around, but he was such an experienced blocker at Notre Dame that he's going to be successful in the running game for them, which is the bread and butter of that offense. So Tommy Tremble, good scheme fit, replace Gerald Everett, and they'll continue to go cheap on the offensive line.
I'll be honest, I didn't listen to much of that because I was debating Nick Bolton and Jabril Cox in my head while I was making this decision because I knew I was going to have to make
I think Jabril Cox probably.
Yeah, that's where I'm leaning.
Yeah.
It's certainly the direction that I think makes a lot of sense. And you know what?
Tell me.
That's the pick.
There it is.
That's where we're going. So now I believe we move into the 3rd round where...
Yeah, we go deep into the 3rd round.
We go deep, so we just have to...
Pick 88. We're back at the Rams again, excuse me.
And you took tight end. Certainly is a position that I might look at again to see who's available for them when I get back around here. Oh, I got some trade offers. Uninterested in taking any of the trade offers here. Okay, I have some wide receivers at the top. That doesn't make a ton of sense. Pete Werner available. Janarius Robinson, Michael Carter, Kenneth Gainwell. I'm just looking at running backs. How did your board shake out?
So I got Stone Forsythe still on the board, which
Went
is great
2 picks before.
Right, because that's a player I was looking at taking at potentially 58. So I'm inclined to take that spot at 88. And the big thing is you have Andrew Whitworth, who came off of injury and was admirable, but you're not sold that the health and the availability is going to be there for as long as possible. So Forsythe 6'8", 315. He's going to have the length to be successful in a wide zone approach, get around those tough angles. To me, that's a no-brainer pick.
So listen. I'm gonna phone a friend. I'm gonna ask for help on this one because I don't like any of the options that I have here.
All right.
So offensive tackle.
You took who in the second round?
I took
Jabril Cox.
Jabril Cox.
Okay.
So I looked at tight end, didn't like any of the names there. James Hudson is my best offensive tackle available.
He was supposed to be billed as this top-tier athlete and then tested quite poorly. So it's either athletic concerns or preparation concerns. Scary pick in day 2.
Here are my top 3 interior offensive line: Josh Myers, Ben Cleveland, Trey Smith. Are my 3 options.
Trey Smith is interesting. He's the athletic profile that you want, and he's a guard tackle fringe guy, right? He's the size of a tackle, played guard in college. You're going to be able to play him at one of your guard spots if he wins it, and then he can challenge for the tackle spot when Whitworth retires. So that is a welcome sight.
Looking at edges here, Janarius Robinson, Quincy Roche, the top 2 names on the board there.
Who else?
Jordan Smith, Ellerson Smith.
See, Jordan Smith is interesting. That's what I was hoping for. Because he's got the necessary size to play hand in the dirt and be stronger at 5 tech. You can keep Leonard Floyd out wide, be a power rusher on the interior track. When you're working with Aaron Donald, you don't need to be a great pass rusher. You just need to be able to close down an escape lane, and Smith can rush long arm power, so you can get that job done.
You've convinced me I need to take one of the Smiths. And we said earlier this needs to be a defensive heavy draft. Give me Jordan Smith.
Jordan Smith's been projected by some people to be like top 60, 65 picks, so getting him outside there is fine.
We have 2 quick picks. We have a minute left, so these are going to be quick, and I'll just let you kind of spitball here as we go here. 102 and 103. How did your board shake out? What are you looking at here for San Francisco?
The Niners, I did not take interior offensive lineman yet because I took a quarterback and then I took Asante Samuel. I have Ben Cleveland on the board. I think I like Ben Cleveland as a starting caliber guard out of Georgia, so I'm going to take him on the interior offensive line. Los Angeles Rams at 103. I still have Trey Smith on the board. I did not take an interior offensive lineman. I took Stone Forsythe, who's a clear tackle. Take Trey Smith to potentially play guard for me.
So there you have it, the NFC West breakdown. We did a little 3-round mock there at the end. More draft guides coming your way. We will be previewing all of the divisions throughout all of the week. A rotating guests of members of the TDN team will be here to break down these divisions, give you kind of a guide to what these teams might be doing here over the next couple of days. But that's it for us. More TDN Draft Week coverage coming next here on Brinks.tv.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for their 2021 season today.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my.
I could hear you guys. I knew.
Thank you for coming today. I have important announcement. Kill Cliff is world's first and best clean energy drink. It come to my attention. Some people claim they are first clean energy. Fake.
I wasn't sure if we had or not.
People. Exhibit A. Here I am in secret lab making Joe Rogan Flaming Joe. Best-selling clean energy drink in world. Exhibit B. Type world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It's Kill Cliff.
Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning.
Good website.
I have to then go back, and I'm filibustering.
All right, here is indisputable proof that Kill Cliff is the world's first and best clean energy drink. Now, in your interweb thingies, just type world's first cleanenergydrink.com or world's best cleanenergydrink.com. or world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It all leads to killcliff.com right there on the interwebs. Boom! Mic drop. Yeah.
It's the Killcliff $1 Million Mega Stimmy Sweepstakes on Brinks.tv. First, register on Brinks.tv and automatically get your first entry. Next, get bonus entries when you buy Killcliff at retail. Confirm your entry by uploading your receipt at killcliff.com. Then, repeat. The more you buy, the more chances to win. To find the retailer that sells Kill Cliff nearest you, check out the store locator at killcliff.com. Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
As a reward for making Kill Cliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Kill Cliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to killcliff.com to get your discounts on.
Oh yeah. From Kill Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
A long time ago, people used to watch TV and win. Jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor. Winning never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me, Freund. Whatever he or she or me calls himself, herself or knee self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
I mean, it wasn't Lamar Jackson electric, right? It wasn't
right.
Holmes electric, but it was like, wow.
What's up, everybody? Trevor Sikkema here, welcoming you into a new video series that we have here over at TDN's YouTube channel called Bust or Broken. Okay, the premise behind this series, which we're going to have a couple of episodes here that we get into because there's a lot of topics that we need to discuss here. We're going to look at some notable prospects that turned into pros where their situations didn't exactly work out for them, no matter how high they were drafted. Could be a top 5 pick, just a first-round pick. Really, it doesn't matter. Just a highly regarded player who, let's say their NFL careers or their early NFL careers didn't pan out so well. So we want to know, is this prospect a bust, or did the team that drafted them break them? We know that fit matters a lot towards a lot of these prospects, and so sometimes that goes into the consideration. It's just that it's not always that these guys are just bums, and we are here to get to the bottom of it. We have a great one to kick off the series. With me, I have Lauren Cox of Locked On Bears, also Pro Football Focus does their social work over there. We're talking about Mitchell Trubisky. That's the quarterback that we're talking about. You knew we had to start off with a quarterback. And so, Lauren, I really appreciate you joining me for this maiden voyage here to talk about Trubisky, because we got a lot to get to, man. This is an interesting topic.
Yeah, I'm honored to be the first one. I didn't know heading in that I would be the first one, so I'll try and keep it gentle here for you. But yeah, it's a polarizing prospect from day one that still, I guess, 4 years later, still equally polarizing in Chicago.
I guess I forgot to tell you that you were the first one, but I wanted you to make sure that you didn't have any nerves for it, because you were the right man for the job to talk about Trubisky. So let's get right to it. Let's talk about draft night, when he initially came to the Chicago Bears, because this was only a one-year starter coming out of North Carolina, but everybody talked about the quarterback rating. I think he had the highest quarterback rating of any quarterback in that class, so he's very highly touted. It's like, okay, this guy just came into a starter. He's already hitting the ground running with UNC. Figured that was going to be the same case in Chicago. They trade up to number 2, and we don't have to get into the trade-in part of them moving up one spot to go get Trubisky, but give me your thoughts on draft night. What did you think of Mitchell Trubisky when it happened? Because, of course, everybody knows this is the draft class with Patrick Mahomes, with Deshaun Watson. What were your thoughts when they took Trubisky at 2?
Yeah, when they were trading up, I remember the feeling. It was like, oh, well, they want to make sure they get Solomon Thomas or whoever they were going to go with, Jamal Adams. They thought maybe San Francisco was going to take them, and they had to make that swap to make sure that they got the defensive player of choice. So, of course, when it was Mitch Trubisky, it was a surprise, but it wasn't as though at the time that Trubisky was this out of nowhere pick, right? I think when we look back, a lot of NFL draft analysts had Trubisky as the number 1 quarterback in that draft. I personally was a little bit more of a Deshaun Watson guy, but I wasn't ready to touch Patrick Mahomes with a 10-foot pole, at least not at that 3rd or 2nd overall pick.
It's okay to admit that. Patrick Mahomes is kind of crazy, Texas Tech.
The Chiefs obviously knew what they were getting into, but I think a lot of us didn't quite expect the Patrick Mahomes that we've seen. So, when it was Mitch, it was like, okay, they just signed Mike Glennon. He's going to be their starter for this first year. That's a whole other Bears quarterback discussion. But it was like, okay, the Bears could sit Mitch for a year behind Mike Glennon, at least a year. And, they had the Adam Gase offense with John Fox, a veteran coach that can bring the quarterback along slowly. Maybe he's going to need some work, but if you see only 1 year and these big flashes of that 1 year, you can give him some time and hope that becomes something greater, and maybe eliminate some of those flaws that you saw that were maybe just from a first-year quarterback without a lot of experience. And maybe at the time we were overlooking some of the negatives of why he was only a 1-year starter and why it took him that long to take over that starting role at North Carolina. As great as he was, there's some real questions that we needed to ask there that some people were asking, but I don't think we were putting enough weight behind.
I know a lot of scouts talk about games played and games started. That's often where the scouting sheet begins. You've got the name, what year they are as a junior, senior, but you also talk about games played, games started. And so that's something that they note, I think, for a reason. So then his first year, we get into the first year. Mitch, you mentioned the coaching staff that he had there in his first year, because it wasn't his coaching staff for long, but Mike Glennon started that year, I think, for 4 games, right? Yeah. And then Mitch took over for a little bit. When he took over, what was the vibe around it? I know he lost that first game. I think it was a Monday Night Football game, which was the first one that he kind of came in. But what was the vibe once he took over in that rookie season?
Electricity is the word that comes to mind, because he brought that mobility, and it was such a stark contrast from the giraffe in the pocket that was Mike Glennon. I mean, it was electric. I mean, it wasn't Lamar Jackson electric, right? It wasn't right. Holmes electric, but it was like, wow, Chicago has a mobile quarterback with a big arm that can, he can throw, he can make all the throws. There was never a question from the arm talent standpoint, but early on in the first game, I think he led a comeback effort toward the end that fell a little bit short. And a couple of weeks later, I get mixed up if it was the Ravens or the Vikings. He led a fourth quarter comeback it was sort of like, okay, maybe the Bears have something here. There were still flaws, right? He was not this perfect, pristine quarterback. He still
but he was a rookie, right?
Yeah, he was a rookie. He played like a rookie quarterback. There were missed throws. There were some questionable interceptions late in those games because he's trying to force those and trying to be a hero and trying to make those plays. Absolutely. But it felt like there was something there, despite, wide receiver core that was, I think, Kendall Wright and Dontrell Inman and a bunch of guys that, they're okay wide receivers, but they didn't have a number one and arguably didn't have a number two. It was a lot of number threes and number fours. And they, their running game was still kind of coming together. They had Jordan Howard running well, but there was a transition period certainly coming there. So it was kind of a weird end of a weird season, but it felt like the beginning of something starting to come together for Mitch Trubisky. Some justification of why he was drafted so early, but also some acknowledgement of why he still had some room to grow.
And then that was a big slingshot into year two, which is the year that, they changed the coaching staff, and we definitely need to get into the details of that. But under Matt Nagy in his first year, they go 12-4. I know the defense is a big reason for that. Defense is incredible. It was the number one defense in the NFL, but like they go 12-4. Mitch, I believe as a starter, he started 14 games. He went 11-3 as a starter. And so you talk about having that electricity and that hope in that rookie year. I mean, they turned that into a division title the year after. Was it all sunshine and rainbows that second year, or was there even moments of doubt that started to creep in his sophomore year?
Yeah, as we move forward in this conversation, I think about 2018 or the offseason leading into that season, it was sort of the offseason about Mitch Trubisky, right? It's like, okay, everything we do from here on out needs to be supporting this quarterback. And the results of actually doing that are mixed, and it plays into this discussion, but they hired the offensive-minded head coach to support Mitch. They brought in, the whole conversation during head coaching interviews is, what are you going to do with Mitch Trubisky? How are you going to maximize our young quarterback?
Which, when we talk about like the Buster Broken thing, I mean, that sounds like a team doing everything they can to help out their young quarterback. So at least the mindset was there with what they were going with Nagy.
Correct. Trying everything they can, I think, is the key word there, because the doing was more of a challenge. But right, that's why they hired Matt Nagy over some of the other coaches they were looking at, and why they go in and bring in Allen Robinson to be his number one wide receiver. And there were some other changes here and there. They drafted Cody Whitehair in 2018 to help that offensive line get better, and of course, they built up the defense to be the number one defense in the NFL in 2018. Like they tried to put together a supporting cast that would be as good as possible for Mitch Trubisky, because at that point they cut Mike Glennon. There's no going back from Mike Glennon. He was always there to be a 1-year starter. That was always going to be the plan. It was a 3-year contract, but the guaranteed money was all structured. So one and done Mike Glennon. This is the Mitch Trubisky show. And so you go into 2018, and it started out a little rough against the Green Bay Packers, which a familiar feeling, but he had that really strong game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He throws 6 touchdowns. And a game I'm sure you don't know anything about. You don't remember anything about that game.
I was there for that game, actually. Yeah. I was in the press box for that game, and I remember watching it going, wow, this Bucs team is really bad. And also Mitchell Trubisky ain't too bad.
Yeah, like it was working, right? I think it's naive to say everything was great from Mitch all season. The perception was certainly that he was doing fine and that he was doing everything well. And I know the guys at Pro Football Focus received a lot of criticism for grading him fairly average that season, despite the year that the team had as a whole. And it was largely the Bears offense that tried to make Mitch Trubisky's job easier. That's sort of the Matt Nagy offense. It's yards after the catch, West Coast Andy Reid style of offense. So Mitch didn't have to make spectacular throws downfield. He could throw it to Allen Robinson on the 10-yard curl and pick up easy first downs. Or, they were using Tariq Cohen in a lot of creative ways out of the backfield where, you just read your curl flat, your slant flat, and you check it down to the running back, and he turns a negative 2-yard pass into a 12-yard first down. And, Mitch was doing his job, but he wasn't asked to do a lot in that job. And so how good of a season is that from Mitch? I mean, when you try to isolate the quarterback from the rest of the offense, he really wasn't doing a lot of spectacular play, but he was leading them to victories. He was doing his job. He was game managing the way you might expect a second-year quarterback with limited college experience.
Now, I mean, you could be honest about this. At the time, because obviously it's kind of easy now to look back and say, it's the same thing that we do with Carson Wentz, right? A lot of people look back at even Carson Wentz's best year, and that now with hindsight, they go, actually, it probably was a little bit lucky in this regard. And so in the moment when you were watching that season as it was unfolding, were there did you notice those feelings of like, hey, what you're saying now, actually, it wasn't all him. The system was kind of great around him. Was everything coming together? Or were you guys just kind of like, heck yeah, like this is the dude now for Chicago?
It was I mean, so some of both. It felt like it was the next step forward. So it was not like
That's fair.
It was not Patrick Mahomes year 2. Like, oh, all right, give him the keys. It's his car.
Right,
Let him drive
sure.
it. He's got his license. But it was like, okay, he's making some more mistakes. That's okay. He's going to need to cut down on those eventually. But he can put up the 6-touchdown game against a bad defense like the Buccaneers. He's capable of that. There were some other stinkers along the way there. Some defenses took advantage of him, but he really had some big success against the Lions that season a couple times. I think the Cowboys maybe later on. There's some of these defenses that didn't challenge him in as many ways as some of the more complex front sevens. And so it was like, all right, this is progress forward. But like you get to the playoff game against the Philadelphia Eagles, that of course the double doink game that Bears fans love to forget. And like Mitch Trubisky was terrible for the first half or 3 quarters of that game, threw some really bad interceptions in the first half. But what we remember from that game is the fourth quarter. 2-minute drive. Trubisky completes 2 or 3 dimes down the sideline to Allen Robinson, sets up a touchdown to bring them up within 3 points, and then drives them down to set up the Cody Parkey potential game-winning field goal that, of course, hits both uprights. So, like, we remember the clutch throws down the stretch. They're like, oh, there's Mitch. There's the quarterback we drafted. Like, carry that into 2019.
Yeah.
We saw the flashes in the late moments, and we can clean up those first couple of quarters and kind of slow him down a little bit, make sure he's not trying too much, and help him work through progressions a little bit more as we go along. So further path along the same direction of heading in the right direction, but not there yet.
So then we're not going to go exactly year by year with it, because I really have 2 more areas that I want to talk to you about. The next one is, then when did we see a lot of those wheels start falling off? When did the allurement of, okay, he's young, like you said, this is the next step in the progression. At what point did you go, oh no, like he's not taking that net, like we've stopped progressing. This is no longer, we can no longer defend. He's on the path that he's supposed to be on. Instead, he has either hit his ceiling or he has started to regress. When did that really start? Was that 2019, more so in 2020? When did that really begin for him there?
It began actually fairly early in 2019 as the team started to get injured around him. The defense started falling off because they were missing Akeem Hicks. Khalil Mack was in the lineup, but not 100%. They didn't have some of those same studs defensively. And on offense, they started having some offensive line injury issues, and the receivers just weren't quite making as many plays after the catch. And Trubisky gets hurt early on in the season, and Chase Daniel came in against the Vikings and led them to some pretty good offensive success. And then Trubisky comes back in and things start to fall apart a little bit. Really bad game in London against the Raiders right before the bye week. And those were like, okay, now we got some red flags here, some question marks. Then as the season goes on, they go in this long losing streak down the middle of the season. It was 4 or 5 games where things really fell apart halfway through the year. And it's like, okay, we got to ask some real questions here about Mitch Trubisky. But then they start pulling you back in. Again, the Lions defenses under Matt Patricia were always Mitch Trubisky's fixer games.
Yeah,
like
right. I do remember this.
He just tear them up. And, the Bears won some games late in that season. They somehow got back in the playoff conversation and they finished 8-8. They were never a true playoff contender. But like 2019 ends and you're like, well, maybe it was just a terrible set of circumstances in the first half of the year and that everything was falling apart. And how was Mitch supposed to have that much success with everything falling apart? But, maybe the success late in the season was a little bit more of a mirage, and we should have put more stock in the failures they had early on in 2019, because that whole season, I think, really encapsulated some of the denial about Mitch Trubisky and some of the real serious concerns of where they were headed.
So then the next question, and this is really the big buster broken question. You mentioned a little bit of what Matt Nagy likes to do as a head coach. He likes to make things easy for the quarterback, get the ball out relatively quickly, West Coast style, yards after the catch kind of a guy. When you've seen Mitchell Trubisky struggle over the last 2 years to the point where, there's a good chance he's not in Chicago next year, that his tenure is already over with the Bears, were there times when you looked at Nagy trying to put a square piece in a round hole, or however you want to say that saying? I know it goes vice versa with people. Was it him trying to make Mitchell Trubisky something he wasn't? Or do we think that Matt Nagy was really tempering his offense because Mitch just could not do something one way or the other?
This was the prime debate of Chicago sports radio for probably the last 24 to 36 months at this point. It's very clearly Mitch having some real limitations, right? And Matt Nagy is not the perfect coach and has had some issues with trying to fit other players into specific round holes. But when it came to Mitch, it felt like they needed to push him, right? It's like to some extent, you made it easy on him early on, and then as his career goes on, you start to open it up a little bit more and see how he does. Like that's sort of the part of the progression of the quarterback.
Right.
And every time Matt Nagy tried to open it up a little bit more, Mitch would struggle. I mean, there's a reason why, going into year 4 of his career, Matt Nagy says in the offseason, Mitch needs to become a master of reading coverages. And you'd like to think by this point in his career, he's able to read coverages or not. Like you kind of either get it at this point or you don't. And he really has trouble.
At least to the point where your head coach isn't coming out and like criticizing that part of your game.
Yeah, right. And he wasn't trying to be like overly critical. He's just saying, here's where Mitch needs to grow, right? Which is
Sure.
sort of reading between the lines as being critical, but it wasn't like completely throwing him under the bus. But every time Matt Nagy tried to open things up a little bit more, Mitch tries too hard. He tries to do too much. You see him rush his footwork. You see him rush his delivery, and you see him really struggle to, understand the full field coverage when he's getting through his progression. Like when, if he can easily tell that it's man coverage before the snap, he can see it, he can throw it, and he can hit it downfield. But, when it's a zone coverage and he's getting to his 4th receiver crossing the middle of the field, he forgets or he doesn't realize which zone it is, and there's a defender waiting for him, and he throws the interception right into his arms, and he just never saw the guy because he wasn't quite sure what the coverage was. And so, like, there's only so much a coach can do with that. I think he can still be a winning quarterback in the NFL, but he's a quarterback that's going to need a lot of help to get there. And so that's what I come back to. I come back to bust more than broken. It wasn't a perfect set of scenario for him in Chicago. And if he goes to Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes comes to Chicago, Mitch Trubisky doesn't become Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. There's a certain inherent
Right, sure.
lack of ability there and a lack of understanding that maybe could a different coach have taught it to him in a slightly different way to help him get it a little bit better. Maybe, but he's been through multiple quarterback coaches, multiple offensive coordinators, multiple head coaches in Chicago, and it still hasn't quite clicked the way you want it for a number 2 overall pick.
Sometimes you look at that situation and when there's a lot of change with offensive voices, whether it's quarterback coach or play callers or whatever, you can use that as, I don't want to say an excuse, but that's just something that weighs on a young quarterback's development. But it just seems like every move the Bears have tried to make has been pro Mitchell Trubisky, and yet they can't figure it out with him. And now he's 26 years old. And I agree, his career's not over. Certainly he could pop around the league, be a backup, maybe be a spot starter, but I'm with you. I think we're labeling this first edition of Buster Broken with Mitchell Trubisky as a bust. Is that fair? You said it. I just want to make sure that's fair.
It's fair. You can defend Mitch by pointing to the flaws the Bears had in trying to build around him, missed free agents, missed draft picks, things like that. But at the end of the day, the quarterback is who he is at this point. And I don't know that a different set of circumstances would drastically change what Trubisky has been so far.
And I just don't think that when you draft a quarterback at 2 overall, you can't sit here and go, oh, like it wasn't exactly perfect for him to succeed. If you're going 2 overall and you're a quarterback, you got to overcome a lot of that stuff. Lauren Cox, you can see him everywhere. He covers the Bears basically in any form or fashion that you need him to. Lauren, I really appreciate you joining me for this first edition of Buster Broken. You did great, my friend.
Hey, I feel bad for whoever's got to follow up after me. So thank you.
That's the confidence that we love on this show. Hope you guys really enjoyed that. I'm really going to enjoy this format. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a lot more names, a lot of really great guests, and some prospects that we are going to get to the bottom to of whether or not they are bust or broken. We'll see you guys next week.
You're watching Pound the Table, and today's episode is all about cornerbacks. We're deciding between Eric Stokes at UGA or Asante Samuel Jr. at Florida State. Kyle Krabs, I'm going to let you go first and give me your 60-second sales pitch of why he's the better prospect.
I'm going to lean with Georgia's Eric Stokes. You think about what an outside cornerback looks like and the value of that position. You got to have length. You got to have explosiveness and range. And Eric Stokes has all of those things. And we had a chance to go down and see him in person at the House of Athlete Combine this past winter. And he ran in the 4.2s. And I don't care if it was 4.2 something. I don't care if in actuality it was 4.3 something. It was blazing fast. You see that on tape. He's got a ton of physicality and scrap to him as well. And he played at a defense in Georgia, which has taught him a lot of really good habits that should help him be able to make an immediate impact at the NFL level. I like his ball skills. Eric Stokes checks a lot of boxes for me, and I think he's the safer projection to play outside in the NFL.
Now, Asante Samuel Jr. obviously gained a lot of instincts from his father, but Jordan, what else do you like about him?
And that's the biggest thing that I like about Asante Samuel Jr. He has the NFL bloodlines, a very successful dad that played for the New England Patriots, as well as the Philadelphia Eagles. And a lot of people like to bring up his size. Is he an inside corner? Is he an outside corner? And he simply says that I'm an outside corner and I'm the same size as guys like Tre'Davious White and Jair Alexander. I'm the same exact stature as them. So why am I any different? And he's kind of like if you're ever outside and that bug is just in your face and you're just constantly swatting it away from you. He's just that type of player when he's out on the perimeter. And I just love cornerbacks that are like that. He has that dog and alpha mentality that you love to see at the position. So I like Asante Samuel Jr. a lot.
I do love the father-son story, so I hope he really does have great success in the NFL. So I'm going to go with Asante Samuel Jr. on this one. Comment below, tag us on who you think is the better cornerback between these two, and stay tuned for more content as we prepare for the 2021 NFL Draft.
To see, and you just love all the fighting, like how they have 1,000 arms when they're punching each other. And
Yes,
dodging, you know
yes.
what I mean? Just screaming when he's doing Super Saiyan is dope. Goku's my favorite character just because he's like the strongest guy.
What's up, everybody? Trevor Sikkema here for another prospect interview at the Draft Network. I have the pleasure and honor of interviewing right now Mr. Osa Odighizuwa from UCLA, the edge rusher there. And Osa, how are you doing, my man?
I'm doing well. How
All
about
right,
yourself?
so I said your last name correctly, right? Odighizuwa?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason why I better know how to say that name correctly is because not too long ago when I was starting doing draft work, I actually covered your brother coming out of UCLA. And so my first question for you is, obviously a UCLA guy yourself, what was the journey like for you as a recruit following your brother? Did you always know that you were going to go to UCLA, or was that kind of something that came about later in the process?
I was pretty set on going to UCLA just because I grew up admiring them. They were doing well, 10+ win seasons, ranked top 25, putting guys out into the NFL at a very high level. And obviously it's a great school. So I was my dream school. You know what I mean?
That's always good when you get the chance to go to the school you've had your eyes on. I just wasn't sure if that was your goal along with your brother going there, but that's great. That's great to hear. I also know, after doing some digging on your recruiting profile, that you're a wrestler. And I want to give you your props here. 3-time state champion, correct?
Yes, sir.
So a 3-time state champion, you transition over to football. Were you always able to play both? Which one did you do first? Did you wrestle first, or did you play football first?
Well, I started wrestling the year before I started playing football. So
Now, then what was that transition like going from a wrestler into football? Like, how did you get into it? Did somebody watch you on the wrestling mat and was like, damn, we got to get this guy some helmet and pads or something like that?
my brother had just gone to UCLA at the time, so I didn't really know much about football. I'm like, if he's getting a football scholarship for being a D lineman, they bring you all up and they're like, what position do you want to play? I'm like, I'll be a fullback and a D lineman. You know, I didn't know anything about football, but I'm like, my brother's good at it. We're from the same bloodline. We're going to have like the same build, so might as well start now. You know what I mean?
I know I totally know what you mean. If it was right there and you kind of saw the success with it. So I did not know that you played fullback. Were you like a blocking fullback, or were you a give me the ball on the goal line kind of fullback?
I was a little bit of both. Like I was able to get the ball, but the crazy part is like I didn't know. This is like my first time playing football, so I would never like run full speed with the ball. It's kind of like more of like a smooth run, stiff arm a guy, just try and get as many yards as I can. But they didn't give me the ball too much just because I didn't have knowledge of like the gaps and everything like that. It was all confusing as far as X's and O's.
Listen, so the best people play both sides of the ball, and they clearly looked at you and were like, we got to get this dude the ball on offense somehow. So I think that's high praise that they had you even play fullback there. But going back to your wrestling background, I love anytime I can find out that somebody's got a wrestling background who plays in the trenches, because I just feel like there's so many things functional strength wise that translate over to football. What for wrestling has been the biggest difference for you with that background and now coming into it, playing a different sport, but having that as your background?
I would just say my balance, footwork, hands, and then just my mental toughness. You know what I mean? I feel like wrestling is a very hard sport, one of the hardest in the world. So being successful and being able to succeed at a high level in wrestling, just carrying that mindset over to football, one, just gave me an edge in terms of toughness and just being able to push through pain and just go hard all the time in my effort. And then two, just as far as athletically, just balance, hand fighting, leverage, you know?
No. So you saying that you were going to football after wrestling, and then you mentioning there with being a fullback and learning different X's and O's and actually how it goes. When did you feel really comfortable playing football? Like when was football not as much as a, hey, I'm big and athletic kind of a guy, but now I know what I'm doing. I'm taking the next step. Was that a high school thing? Was it a college thing? When did you really figure that out?
As far as technique and being a D lineman, probably my junior year of college, like not junior year of college, but junior year of high school and senior year of high school. But then it just, obviously, it was still raw, just learning different things like that as far as using my hands, getting a feel for that. And as far as X's and O's, it came a little later, like junior year of college.
I know that
Took a
you
little
were
while, but
going through a little bit of a weight transition too when you were going from high school to college. What did you weigh when you were coming out of high school when you got to UCLA?
I was like 265.
Oh, were you really? So, and then what
Yeah.
was your play? What was your
By
play?
the time
Like,
I
what's your,
got there, huh?
what were you saying? By the time you got there?
By the time I got to UCLA, I was 265 because obviously during wrestling season, like in between like my senior wrestling season and my freshman summer at UCLA, like week after wrestling season, I gained like 10 pounds because, you know, it's all that cardio.
Right.
You can't really gain any weight. But I got to UCLA at like 265. You got that freshman 15, got all the food, like stuff in my face.
Right.
You know, so by the time I was going into fall camp, my freshman year, I was 280.
Man, they had
Yeah.
that is. I feel like that's so, but it's different though because you say the freshman 15, and you were packing on weight to play defensive line for UCLA. Everybody else, like
Yeah.
my freshman 15, that wasn't a good freshman 15. I was just getting fat. Like you were out here
And I mean,
actually making a muscle.
it was kind of the same for me. Like I would go up and down in terms of weight just because I felt like I didn't gain the best weight right away just because it was so fast. So I dropped down just to kind of build it back up over time and make it more natural, better body comp and things like that.
What's your most comfortable playing weight now that you've kind of, like you said, like gone up and down a little bit over the last 4 years of playing, 5 years being there? What's your most comfortable weight? What do you love playing at?
I like to play at 280 plus, like about, I'd say the heaviest I've ever been was 290, but that was like during fall camp. And obviously like you lose a lot of weight during fall camp and just over the season, but always going to the season at 280.
All right. So I know I had to ask about this because I know you're a big anime guy, right? And I was going through your Instagram and I actually saw you got a picture of Goku going Super Saiyan for the first time in Dragon Ball Z. So I grew up watching a ton of Dragon Ball Z. I didn't get quite into like the GT saga, so I didn't watch nearly as much as that, but I had to ask you about this. Who is your favorite Dragon Ball Z character? And then like, do you have a favorite moment in the show? Like one of your favorite moments from it?
I just like the fights. Every time he just does a new transformation, it's cool to see, and you just love all the fighting, like how they have 1,000 arms when they're punching each other and
Yes,
dodging, you know what I mean? The screaming when he's going Super Saiyan is dope. Goku's my favorite character just because he's like the strongest guy. But looking back on it, as I started to watch it later on, and they have Dragon Ball Super that came out recently, you realize something as an athlete. Like this dude is always training. He's like, you know what I mean? Like he just loves to fight, so he's always training. He's always perfecting his craft. So that's just things that I could take away from it now as I have a better understanding of just, and I'm on my own path. You know what I mean?
I love hearing that. Taking some DBZ lessons and bringing it to the football field. I mean, Goku's obviously fantastic because he's a main character. He's the man. You love it. I've got love for Vegeta though. Like as Vegeta has like come along, and the moment where he goes Super Saiyan for the first time, and then like you've got like the Saiyan Pride moment, like That show is awesome. I love that show so much. So I just had to talk a little bit of Dragon Ball Z with you. You talk
Vegeta
about
definitely has a little bit more character development.
which is good though. I like
Yeah.
the character art. Because
Yeah, that's dope.
like Goku's just good the whole time, but Vegeta is like he was bad. And then like it almost means more at the end of it when he does like the hero stuff because you remember
Yeah.
like where he came from, you know.
Exactly.
I think you saying that you realize that he's always training. I always thought it was hilarious. Anytime they had like a training session, they'd show them eating, and it's like they're eating like 20,000 calories at once. It's just like this giant spread of food. So
Yeah.
I kind of took that from it as well as a training thing. So one more DBZ question: if you could have one like move from the show, like what would it be? Would it be like the Kamehameha? Would it just be like going Super Saiyan? Would it be like the instant transmission thing where they could go anywhere? You think?
Instant transmission without a doubt.
I feel like that's sneaky. Like a lot of people
That's
might
the most practical one, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, for me and you, for sure. If we're like fighting an alien race or something, maybe I'd want a Kamehameha or something. But if I'm a normal human being, it's got to be instant transmission. Yeah,
Gotta.
you already got the move down. You already know. You never have to buy a plane ticket ever again. All
I'll
right, so
never be late to anything.
right. You can just feel like in bed and then just like boom, immediately where you need to go.
Exactly.
We'll pop it back. We'll pop it back to UCLA. I was reading up on some of your work and your coverage from this past season, and you were the veteran of the group. You were the guy that kind of everybody was looking to. You were the elder statesman, and I just wonder what that was kind of like going through that process. You know, it feels like in college you're always growing yourself, and you know, you going into the NFL, you're still growing, and yet at the same time, you're kind of being a mentor for those younger guys. So what was that like being that senior leader on the defensive line at UCLA?
I feel like being a leader is something that helped me grow the most as a player, because if you're going to lead by example, you're going to be the one that everyone's coming to. You have to be that much more strong, and just you're going to be under a lot more scrutiny, because when other guys mess up, it's on you too, because you're the one who's responsible and you're taking responsibility for more people. You know, like I am my brother's keeper, and just being able to be someone that has to answer to coaches and DC for things like that, and guys in my position room. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, I love hearing that. And then like taking it a little bit further, I mean, you were going into this season and there was a lot of uncertainty whether or not this season would even happen, not just in the Pac-12, but college football as well. You know, take me back to the summer when, you know, you're going through workouts. And like you said, you're being a leader for different guys and you're trying to make sure that you stay ready. What was that like going through the summer, not sure if you were even going to play football this season?
Man, we just knew we'd have to be ready for the opportunity. So one of the reasons why I did go back over the summer instead of just staying home. I felt like I was getting a lot of good work at home, but you know, I want to be able to get other guys in on that as far as like drills and just being able to drill as a group and make sure we're all progressing and growing. We got new guys that didn't really get to do spring ball as far as like the early enrollees, you know what I mean? So guys that I want to get up to speed as fast as possible. So just being able to organize drills, see everyone in person, keep our guys accountable, and make sure that we're all getting work, sharpening our sword quietly, hoping that the opponents are not doing the same. You know what I mean? So
no, I absolutely love it.
Like multiple times a week, and just being the one that organizes that stuff.
No, it's great. That's good stuff there. Let's talk about some of the stuff that you've been doing lately. Obviously, you had the Senior Bowl. I'd love to hear about that. I've been to Mobile, Alabama a couple of times, so I've got to cover players there, and they always tell me about how advantageous it is to be able to get there and get the NFL coaching. How was the week in Mobile for you?
Indeed. I definitely went into it with high motivation, because I knew it's always a good opportunity to increase your stock. And with the combine being canceled, it's even more important. You know what I mean? So I went in there with the intention of sneaking up some boards. You know what I mean? So I feel like I did a good job of that. I had a great time as well. It was long days. I feel like most of the time when I got home at night, I just right back awake. But I operate pretty well off of like not too much sleep or late nights. You know what I mean? Just because it comes with the territory. So just having to take advantage of that stuff. When we had time, I'll go to the massage room and make sure I was getting my body right for practice and things like that. Trying not to get hurt throughout the week, because I know that's one that's going to affect my stock, and two, it's no fun to be hurt. You know what I mean? So it was good. I enjoyed being with the Dolphins staff and Brian Flores and just Austin Clark, Rob Leonard, those guys. It was a fun week.
Do you have anything that, if I asked you, what's something that a coach told you throughout the week? I'm sure there are plenty of things that you remember and that you wrote down that you've got on, but is there like one thing that you heard, whether it was a technique, like you were going through a rep and they were teaching you something a little bit different, or maybe it was in the huddle after a practice about some motivation and keep it focused? Was there something that the coaches told you that really resonated with you?
I would say just being really square on the double teams and then just being patient in my gap with eye discipline, because the running backs at the next level are good. They can hit you with that head fake to get you to pop into one gap so they can take yours. You know what I mean? So just being able to stay and really make sure I'm waiting until the ball declares.
So then kind of going off of that, let's look a little bit forward, because we got a little bit of time here now between this and the NFL draft. You mentioned it, no combine, which is a bummer, but what's some of the things that you are looking to do, looking to learn, whether it's shaping your body a little bit or watching some NFL film, getting some extra moves down? What are some things that you'd love to make sure NFL teams know you're working on and that you're going to get ready for at the next level?
Well, right now I'm just focusing on what's in front of me as far as this pro day and making sure I'm ready for that and to perform well at the next thing. And then after that, I want to be able to get some access to the tape. Don't have Thundercloud or anything like that. So just looking over the Senior Bowl stuff on YouTube, just so I can have an idea of what I need to work on based on what I see on tape. And then just hammering away at those things going into mini camp and OTAs.
That's great. I got one last question for you. It's a question that I've asked our guests as they have come on this show. There's $1,000 on the line. Hypothetical, but we got $1,000 on the line. You got to beat me at something that's not football, and I'm also going to say not wrestling. So it could be anything, like karaoke, video games, cooking. Like what is something, like what's a hobby or something you would beat me at if we were doing this?
Ooh. I would say I'll probably beat you in a game of Jump Force.
Oh, what's Jump? Oh, what is that, a video game? What is this? I feel old here.
Yeah. It's like an anime fighting game. So it's like a bunch of different characters from a bunch of different shows are in the same fighting game. So I'm pretty good at that.
Is it like a Mortal Kombat kind of a game, or like a Super Smash Brothers kind of a game? What are we talking here?
I would say it's kind of more like a Dragon Ball Z style.
Okay.
Camera angles are crazy. You know what I mean? You get the whole ring and the camera rotates a bunch.
Okay. All right. He's beating me at Jump Force. That's what it is, right?
Yes, sir.
Now I gotta look it up. Now I gotta go on Twitch or YouTube tonight, and I gotta figure out Jump Force, because or else Osa is gonna whoop me at it. Osa, man, I really appreciate the time. Best of luck in everything that you have moving forward with pro days and then the draft, man. We'll be sure to check up on you later.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Special shout out to Osa Odigizua. We really appreciated the time there. It was fantastic getting to know him and learned that, he's an expert in all things anime as well as he is pass rushing. And I still got to look up Jump Force, man. I still got to make sure that I make that a priority here. If you love this prospect interview, we got a lot more coming up throughout all of draft season. You can see all that over at the Draft Network's YouTube channel. And then, of course, head over to thedraftnetwork.com, see all of our scouting reports of Osa and everyone else that is in the class. Get a TDN Premium if you don't have it yet. You'll get the enhanced mock draft machine features. We will see you guys later.
What's up, everyone? I'm Tamara Brown, and you're watching Pound the Table, where Kyle Krabs and Jordan Reed will go head-to-head and decide who their guy is. Our first category is wide receivers. We've got Kadarius Toney versus Amari Rodgers. Kyle Krabs, who do you have?
I'm making the case for Clemson wide receiver Amari Rodgers. Rodgers really impressed with his ability in 2020 to create explosive plays, much like what Kadarius Toney did, but Amari Rodgers has an interesting build. He's built like a running back. He wins in short spaces. He wins with the ball in his hands, and he showed that his explosiveness was back after a 2019 knee injury in which he played the entire year, but you could tell physically he was not 100%. So Amari Rodgers, you look at him versus Kadarius Toney, I think you can get him later in the draft. I think he's got better hands and ball skills, and he's shown throughout this draft process that he can win to all three levels of the field. Vertically, he did it at Clemson, in short spaces, and then in the intermediate field, he showed that he has the opportunity to win as well.
Thanks, Kyle. Now it's your turn, Jordan. Remember, I am the GM of football's 33rd front office. Kyle has made his case on Amari Rodgers. Now it's your turn to convince me why Toney is the guy.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with Florida wide receiver Kadarius Toney just because he started off his career mainly as a Wildcat quarterback, and then he kind of worked his way up the totem pole in a sense. And then last year he was fighting for targets with Kyle Pitts, who we're very familiar with, and then also Trayvon Grimes on the perimeter as well. But as far as just an electrifying type of wide receiver, Kadarius Toney is just everything that you want. As far as on the perimeter, he can play in the slot as well. And you better hold your breath when he touches the ball just because he can make defenders look silly. And that's why I'm going to go with Kadarius Toney.
Jordan, you did make a great case, but I'm going to go with Amari Rodgers. I am an ACC gal, but for consistency's sake, I have to go with him because he's going to be more consistent and catch everything. So stay tuned for more of Pounding the Table. Comment below whether you agree with Kyle or Jordan, and we'll have more for you as we prepare for the 2021 NFL Draft.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Trevor Sicker from TDN. This is Kellen Mond from Texas A&M University. Kellen, how do you feel like you did out there?
I felt really good. I felt like my feet were, as efficient and as fast as I worked on. Felt really good throwing the ball. I had one ball on the ground today, so I thought it was a tremendous day for me.
You went straight to the feet. Is that the area of your game you've been working on the most this season?
Yeah, it is, and that was something I studied this offseason before my senior season. And I studied Drew Brees, Tom Brady, just some of the greatest of all
Not
time.
bad. I mean, like, not bad. If you had to pick some guys to learn from, I guess Tom Brady, Drew Brees, not bad.
Yeah, some of the greatest with their feet, and it shows in their accuracy. So that's something that I wanted to clean up, and just being able to operate under center was something I've been working on with Hugh Jackson. So I thought I did a great job under center, and I only look forward to getting better for my pro day.
Now, you can do a lot of stuff in the pocket, no doubt, but like you're a weapon with your legs, as they say. You got a lot of speed to you as well, and when people talk about your game, they probably wouldn't mention Drew Brees and Tom Brady. Those guys don't exactly have that, but you're watching those guys. So was this offseason more of a, hey, I want to go after the areas where I think I can kind of like attack maybe a weakness or an area of my game that I want to get better at?
That's definitely what it was. And, obviously I wanted to focus on my feet, but also, how they operate in the pocket. You can read and see body language from them, and it's really how they protect the ball. They don't take sacks. They get the ball out their hands quick. So I think just being able to watch them and then see it translate to my game on the field was, truly tremendous.
You had so much starting experience at Texas A&M. What's the part of your game that you feel like you grew from the most from the beginning all the way to the end of your career?
I think the number one thing, and the number one thing I think going to the NFL is knowledge, and I think just being able to play with Coach Fisher and then being able to grow with him for 3 years and continue to learn each and every year, I thought that was tremendous by me, and just being a big self-critic of my game and understand that there's always going to be levels to where I need to go, and then once I get to the NFL, there's always going to be types of adversity that I'm going to have to overcome. So dealing with that certain adversity in college is only going to help me at the next level.
You've had so many different plays that you've been able to run that you've had so much success with over the last couple of years. What's the favorite? Like, what's one that, like, really, just like any play, pass play, run play, anything that just sticks out that you remember a lot, vividly?
I think my favorite run, 2018 in the bowl game, second play of the game, we ran a zone read. And, I think it was like a 75-yard touchdown on the second play of the game. So.
What'd you see? Break it down a little bit more. You said it was a zone read.
Yeah,
Take it like pre-snap, everything. Take me through it.
I mean, it was just a zone read, in squeeze, and I ended up outrunning. Hit the nickel with a little inside out.
There you go. Okay, I was getting to where the move was.
Yeah, and then the safety just literally safety took a bad angle and then literally outran the safety and then hit a little dance. In the
there you go. So. There you go. So you can tell that was one of your favorites. All right, before we get you out of here, can I get like a Jimbo Fisher impression? Do you do a Jimbo impression, or is there like a phrase that Jimbo does that you like love to say, or y'all talk about all the time?
I think the most wild one, and I personally didn't like it at the time.
Yeah.
But he asked me why, how could I miss a throw in practice? But in his voice, like, how could he miss a throw in practice? But he's truly a tremendous coach, and me and the other quarterbacks, all of us who have played for him, we got impressions for days. So, but I'm gonna just share that one.
Jimbo's a unique guy, so I had to get it for you. All right, everybody, that's Kellen Mond. He's gonna be taking the NFL by storm soon. We'll have some more prospect interviews from right here, House of Athletes Combine, later on the Draft Network's YouTube channel.
Brinks.tv, where winning is like a wiener. The bigger, the better.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Brings TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my.
Thank you for coming today. I have important announcement. Killcliff is world's first and best clean energy drink. It come to my attention some people claim they are first clean energy. Fake. I hate fake people. Exhibit A. Here I am in secret lab making Joe Rogan Flaming Joe. Best-selling clean energy drink in world. Exhibit B. Type world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It's Killcliff.
Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning.
All right, here is indisputable proof that Killcliff is the world's first and best clean energy drink. Now, in your interweb thingies, just type world's first cleanenergydrink.com or world's best cleanenergydrink.com. or world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It all leads to killcliff.com right there on the interwebs. Boom! Mic drop. Yeah.
It's the Killcliff $1 Million Mega Stimmy Sweepstakes on Brinks.tv. First, register on Brinks.tv and automatically get your first entry. Next, get bonus entries when you buy Killcliff at retail. Confirm your entry by uploading your receipt at killcliff.com. Then, repeat. The more you buy, the more chances to win. To find the retailer that sells Killcliff nearest you, check out the store locator at killcliff.com. Brinks TV. Loving on you. With lots of cash and prizes.
As a reward for making Killcliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Killcliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to killcliff.com to get your discounts on.
Oh yeah. From Killcliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. Killcliff.com.
A long time ago, people used to watch TV and win. Jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor. Winning never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me for all I know. Whatever he or she or he calls himself, herself or knee-self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
When your mask comes off, your breath comes out. Make sure it doesn't stink. Stay healthy and fresh. Soul and science. Immune Fresh. The all-natural breath mint. Vitamin D3, vitamin C, zinc, Wellmune. Save yourself, save us all from your breath. Go to immunefresh.com. Freeze sleeve. Freeze it. Sleeve it. Relieve it. Go to freesleeve.com. Brinks TV. Winners, winners, and more winners.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft. Nick Saban has changed football forever. As Alabama's head coach, he's built one of the greatest dynasties in sports. But he almost didn't make it to Tuscaloosa. In fact, if one decision would have gone differently, Alabama wouldn't be what we know it as today. And instead, the Miami Dolphins might be the ones dripped in football royalty. What decision was that? One surrounding a quarterback, of course. I'll explain the story of Nick Saban, Drew Brees, and a medical check that changed what could have been, if you just hear me out. Saban got his first look at Drew Brees long before his decision on whether or not to sign the free agent quarterback to Miami in 2006. For their first encounter, we go back to when Saban was the head coach at Michigan State. In his final 2 years as head coach of the Spartans, Brees bested Saban in both 1998 and 1999 as starting quarterback for Purdue. In his final game against Saban in 99, Brees threw for 500 yards and 5 touchdowns in a 52-28 victory. Fast forward to 2006, and both of these men were in very different positions. Brees, who had just finished his 4th season as a starting quarterback for the then San Diego Chargers, was a free agent. At the time, Brees was not viewed in the light that he is today. After being selected in the 2nd round, Brees didn't start his rookie season. And after starting all 16 games his 2nd season, was benched, then put back into the lineup following some up and down performances. This motivated the Chargers to draft a quarterback in 2004, landing Phillip Rivers in a deal with the New York Giants for the number 1 overall pick, Eli Manning. But Brees performed well with his back against the wall, leading the Chargers to the playoffs in the 2004 season as the starter. Not knowing exactly what to do with a highly drafted Rivers and a budding Brees, the Chargers gave Brees the franchise tag in 2005. Brees started for them again and set career highs in yards and efficiency, and there were talks of San Diego potentially trading Rivers because of it. But that plan was derailed when Brees tore his labrum in his throwing shoulder in the final game of the regular season. Brees, playing on the franchise tag, was once again a free agent, this time with a lot more uncertainty given his injury. Despite having Rivers and Brees' shoulder injury, the Chargers did offer Brees a hefty contract, though theirs was heavily based on incentives. This caused Brees to open up his market to other teams. Miami Dolphins general manager Randy Mueller saw the chance to get his organization a top 10 quarterback and jumped at it. In March of 2006, he sat down with Brees' agent to negotiate and ended up working out the entire deal on a cocktail napkin. It looked like the Saban era in Miami was finally going to have its franchise QB. After working out the financial details, the Dolphins brought Brees in to check out his shoulder to make sure everything was all right, and, well, they didn't like what they saw. Their medical staff flagged Brees' shoulder, and because of this, Saban and the Dolphins got cold feet. Instead of signing Brees and risking their jobs, Mueller and Saban traded a 2nd-round pick to the Minnesota Vikings for Dante Culpepper. That paved the way for Brees to sign with the Saints,
and what followed was a Hall of Fame career. Culpepper was coming off reconstructive knee surgery and only started 4 games for Miami before they eventually cut him. The following offseason, Saban left Miami for the Alabama gig, and that was that. But what might football be like had the Dolphins just rolled the dice on Breeze and brought him in? Let's just say Breeze goes to Miami, and in that first year had a comparable season to the one he had with the Saints in 2006. 26 passing touchdowns, over 4,000 passing yards with 11 interceptions. The Dolphins, with Ronnie Brown, Chris Chambers, Wes Welker, Randy McMichael, and a defense led by Zach Thomas and Jason Taylor, then go 11-5 rather than 6-10, finishing second in the AFC East behind the New England Patriots for a wildcard spot. But still, Miami would have lost to New England in the wildcard round. Picking later in the draft in 2007, Miami could have drafted cornerback Darrelle Revis in the middle of the first round instead of Ted Ginn up at number 7. They also could have grabbed Ryan Khalil in the second round instead of Samson Sattelli. Plus, they never would have traded Wes Welker to the Patriots if this was their situation. With the team on the up, they also don't trade Chris Chambers to San Diego. And in 2007, the Dolphins take a huge step forward, stealing a game from the Patriots, who in real life went 16-0, en route to a 12-4 season. Miami would have still been unable to get past the Pats in the playoffs, however, still setting up Eli Manning's throw to David Tyree in the Super Bowl. In the 2008 draft, Miami would have targeted safety Kenny Phillips from the University of Miami and tight end Martellus Bennett from Texas A&M, putting them over the hump and setting up an AFC East divisional crown and a matchup with the Arizona Cardinals in the Super Bowl, which Miami narrowly won on a game-winning pass from Breeze to Welker. The Dolphins would go on for the next decade with Saban and Breeze competing for division titles and occasional championships year in and year out. Meanwhile, in college football, with Saban having no reason to leave Miami for Alabama, the Crimson Tide would have had to find their new head coach elsewhere. They originally reached out to Rich Rodriguez, who was at West Virginia, and Steve Spurrier at South Carolina, but both turned them down, which in real life led them to go back to Saban again. But in this scenario, it's Rodriguez who Alabama goes back to and eventually gets to be its new head coach in March of 2006. With Alabama experiencing more of the same with Rodriguez and being in the middle of the road in the SEC, the Florida Gators continue to be the team to beat in the conference. Julio Jones, in the 2008 recruiting class, would have chosen Florida over Alabama, famously saying, "I was going to go to Auburn, but I just didn't like Auburn. They left a bad taste in my mouth." Florida, Oklahoma, and Texas Tech were the other teams that he was deciding between, so he probably would have opted to try to team up with Cam Newton in Gainesville. Florida, with Tim Tebow leading the charge, would have ended up winning 3 out of 4 BCS titles, taking down Texas in the 2010 BCS Championship. As the years go on, a slew of other would-be Crimson Tide signees go elsewhere because of the teetering Alabama squad. Trent Richardson to Florida State, Dre Kirkpatrick to Texas, Landon Collins to LSU, Amari Cooper to Florida State, Derrick Henry to Georgia, Calvin Ridley to Miami, Tua Tagovailoa to Oregon, and a whole bunch of other blue-chip recruits. All this means Urban Meyer probably continues to run the table at UF instead of going to Ohio State. So Oregon then probably would have won the first college football playoff title in 2015. Clemson would have gone back-to-back in 16 and 17, and so many other ripple effects. Both Breeze and Saban have built 2 incredible legacies in the game of football. But we were very close to the 2 of them building the same legacy together in Miami. That's why I told you at the top to just hear me out.
Hello, everyone. You're watching Pound the Table, where myself, Tamara Brown, will serve as the GM of football's 33rd front office, and Kyle Krabs and Jordan Reed are going to go head-to-head to tell me who is the best running back prospect in the 2021 NFL Draft. Jordan, you are up first.
And I'm going to go with Alabama running back Najee Harris, and I'll tell you why. I'm a big fan of running backs that obviously can play on all 3 downs. He can run in between the tackles. He can run on the perimeter as well, but also you can make him as a main option in the passing game. Over 20 red zone touchdowns last season on the way to a very impressive national championship victory. So I'm a big fan of Najee Harris just because he's a 3-down running back, but also he's really good in pass protection as well. And I think you can revolve a passing game around him as well. So I'm going to go with Najee here.
All right, now who do you have, Kyle? I know that the ACC has an outstanding running back that I would arguably say is better than Najee Harris.
And I will take you up on that, Tamara, and talk about Clemson running back Travis Etienne, who is my personal number one running back in the 2021 NFL Draft. The name of the game is speed, explosive plays. Travis Etienne has home run hitting capability, and I think that is the divide between him and a running back like Najee Harris and even Javonte Williams from North Carolina. His ability to get in the open field and create explosive plays is the differentiator. He is just as good in the pass game. He has evolved as a pass catcher over the last 2 years at Clemson to the degree in which he was one of the featured players in the passing game in the Clemson offense this past season. So from a player who was really dynamic as a rusher, but had no impact in the passing game to what he's become, Travis Etienne checks all the boxes.
Not to mention, he can also bring some addition to special teams as well as a kick and punt returner. So I would have to go with you, Kyle, on this one. I would love to know what everyone else thinks. Comment below with your picks and stay tuned for more content as we prepare for the 2021 NFL Draft.
I wish he would let me play running back more. I got really pumped up when I played running back.
What's up, everybody? Trevor Sikkema here with the Draft Network, sitting down with the OG of versatility for the 2021 NFL Draft class, LSU's Jacoby Stevens. Jacoby, thank you so much for joining me, man.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we got to get to this one first and foremost. I got a lot of questions for you, some about your background, some about the things that you're doing off the field, but we got to talk about that run last year, that incredible run that you were a big part of with that LSU team. First and foremost, because I actually heard a former national championship winning head coach, Gene Chizik, who said after a national championship, you don't go to sleep. He's like, you make that day as long as possible. You don't go to sleep. So I got to know, after you guys won it all, what was your night like? Did you not sleep? When's the first time that you went to sleep? What was that like?
I mean, maybe it's not good for ratings or what we want to hear, but after the game, I went straight to sleep. All I remember is getting back to the hotel, taking my shower, and kind of like just unloading, and just tired just hit me in my face.
Yeah.
And of course, after the game, I'm making plans with my teammates. Hey, yeah, we're gonna go out. We're gonna go celebrate. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. I mean, we're in New Orleans. We're basically home.
Yeah.
So I'm making plans like, oh yeah, we just won a national championship, whatever. But as soon as I got to the hotel, it was lights out.
As soon as that hot shower hit, you were out. But I
Oh
got
yeah,
man.
Oh yeah, I had to deal with my teammates saying that I flaked on them in the morning. But I told them like, look, I wouldn't have been in any fun last night, man. I was tired. I was gone.
Listen, you'll be a champion for the rest of your life, so you got plenty of time to celebrate. I mean, like, you talking about how it all kind of just like hit you that night, and you probably were tired, and it was almost like a weight off your shoulders. That season had so much energy to it. Now, I know y'all have probably been asked this a million times when it comes to taking us behind the scenes of that team, but I gotta know, as things went on and as you guys kind of progressed through the season, it really felt like y'all were a juggernaut. Like, it just felt like no one was gonna stand up to LSU. At what point in time did y'all really believe that? Of course, like, you go into the season, you think like, hey, we think we're good, we can have a lot of success, but when did y'all know that you were basically unstoppable?
Well, for me, when I knew we had a really good team, it was the Florida game at home. And I don't know, I just felt like it just kind of clicked for me. I think, Florida coming in, I want to say it was a top 10 matchup.
Yeah.
And at the end that year, Florida had talent all over the place. The two defensive ends, defensive linemen, the secondary. I mean, shoot, all the receivers that they had, Kyle Trask, and I think, in my opinion, a very underrated coach in Dan Mullen. I feel like he's very underrated, but that team coming in and how we were able to throughout the entire game, kind of basically almost dominate them in certain types of games. And then when it got to crunch time, we were able to pull it out. So I felt like just that entire game, for me, it was like, okay, we have a team to really make a push.
Yeah.
And this throughout the entire season, it was always about who's next. You know, after the Florida game, it was, you know, who's next. Or I know LSU, we play in the Magnolia Bowl with Ole Miss, and we play in the Battle of the Boot with Arkansas. There's been cases to where, you know, especially that year, we just left the trophy out on the field after beating those teams, because for that year, the mentality of that team was, you know, it's winning the national championship or bust, not getting there, but winning that championship or bust.
I'm a Florida Gator grad, and so I was certainly watching that LSU Florida game, and no doubt, man. I mean, like, that was a fun one, and that was the moment where it's cool that you mentioned that, because that was a big moment for me as an outsider, where I was like, wow, okay, like LSU is this good, because I thought Florida had a pretty good offense, and they were able to score consistently, and they could put up some points against y'all. But it's like when Burrow and that offense took the field, it was like snap, and that y'all scored immediately, and it was just like Florida gave everything they had just to keep up with you guys.
Right.
And obviously they couldn't, and nobody else could throughout the rest of the season. So let's go to this year a little bit. Going into this season, you changed your number from 3 to 7. You know, that's a number that carries a lot of history at LSU. You know, Burt Jones was the first one to kind of make it famous, but then Patrick Peterson, Tyrann Mathieu, Leonard Fournette, DJ Chark, Grant Delpit. I mean, Jamar Chase is going to wear, like, this is number 7 at LSU is such a big deal. And you had the opportunity to continue that legacy this year. What did that mean to you, given all the circumstances and some of what you've been through to get to that point to then be able to wear the number 7 at LSU?
Right. It meant so much to me. Just on the fact of Patrick Peterson wearing it, you know, he was the reason why I wore 7 as a little kid in middle school playing AU basketball.
That's awesome.
He's the reason why I wore a 7 in high school. I mean, he was the reason why 7 was my number growing up. So to be able to wear that number, I mean, you know, 7 is the playmaker of the team and somebody that makes plays and is very good. But for me, it was more sentimental because this is a guy that I can remember 5th grade, 6th grade. I'm sorry. 5th, 6th grade. I'm changing my home lock screen to this guy wearing number 7 at LSU. So when I had the opportunity to wear that number, of course I'm a jump at it.
Yeah, that's an awesome background to that. You know, you're not alone. There's a lot of people who looked up to a lot of those legends, and that's why it was really special when I get to see you get the chance to wear that number as well. So you mentioned a little bit of throwback, some middle school, some high school memories. I know you were a state champion in both, right? Football and basketball early on in your high school career, right?
Yeah, my freshman year, yeah.
Okay, so tell me, you got to let me know here. Which one was better, winning a state championship in basketball or winning it in football?
I want to say the win my freshman year, I think in basketball. I mean, I'm sorry, football, because matter of fact, we were down by a lot at the beginning of the game.
That state championship game, you mean?
That state championship game, we were down by. I can't even remember. It was so many points we were down by.
What position did you play? What position?
Well, at the time, my freshman year for Innsworth, I played outside linebacker for that team.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was playing outside linebacker, and I just remember he was a highly recruited cornerback, Rico McGraw. He got an interception. Donovan Sheffield, he ended up going to Vanderbilt. He had like 2 interceptions and I think like 2 pick sixes for that game. and basically the defense just kind of turned that whole game around.
Hmm.
We ended up rallying back and winning that game. And I think for me, I think that I would never forget that
Yeah.
game. Just being a freshman, and and at the time, Innsworth was a really dominant school in football in Tennessee, and a lot of freshmen didn't get to play. You know, it was they played JV or they played on the freshman team, and for me to start, as a freshman on that team was a lot, and to say that we end up winning a state championship meant to even more.
Man, you won a state championship and you were only a freshman there. You hadn't even put in the work yet, man. Some people go their whole sports careers putting in work and they don't get to win a championship. But you got to win one as a freshman. I'm just clowning though. That's quite the accomplishment to have 2 state championships in 2 different sports, and that speaks to your versatility, right? I introed this little interview by saying that you were the OG of versatility, and I mean that because you've played, correct me if I'm wrong or if I leave anything out, safety, linebacker, wide receiver, wildcat, quarterback. I mean, you played all of these in high school, right?
Oh man, I mean, we can stay here. We can have a whole Zoom call about all the positions that my coaches at Innsworth and Oakland had me place. I mean, I played so many positions, and I mean, and it wasn't the fact that I couldn't play one and they had to put me at another. It was just, hey, my coaches came in and they asked me like, hey, do you want to play this this week, or this team does this, and do you want to play here? And I was like, sure, why not? When we run a wing T my junior and senior year, allowed certain defense, rotate the coverage where they have 3 guys on my side of the field. So my coach was like, okay, well, if you want to do that, let's put him at wildcat quarterback, and there's no other way he's gonna have to touch the ball this play. So there's so many things that my coaches feel like I can handle on the offensive side and on the defensive side of playing safety. So sometimes I'll go out there and play corner and outside linebacker. I played so many things in high school, and it was the simple fact that my coaches asked me to do it, and I was willing to do it.
You were the classic high school player where it was like every coach points you out on film, and they're like, I don't know where he's gonna line up, but we got to figure it out and we got to do something about it. Do you have a favorite like position that you play? Obviously, you kind of like found a home at safety, and I know you played a little bit of wide receiver as well. But like, was there a time where you kind of like felt your adrenaline pump up, or when they said like, "Hey, Jacoby, go in this position," you were like, "Hell yeah, let's do this."
people gonna laugh at me, and my coach Creasy, he's gonna know, because I always kind of give him crap about it because I wish he would have let me play this position more. But I wish he would let me play running back more. I got really pumped up when I played running back. He did it maybe a couple of times, and he was like, we couldn't do it anymore because as soon as I got at running back, it was literally 11 in the box. So he was like, there's no way we're going to be able to put you at running back. So I wish I could have got more snaps at running back, but it is what it is.
Listen, all you got to do is just put you back there. Just like it's the same thought process with wildcat quarterback. Just put you back there at running back. They'll stack the box, just run a little play action, throw it over their heads. I mean, like this should be this. I could have done the pitch for you, man. I could have let that happen. But yeah. So from playing all those positions, for everybody that doesn't know out there, you were pretty highly touted recruit. You were a top 20 recruit, I believe number 18 in the ranking that I looked at in the 2017 recruiting class. And so I always hear in this age of recruiting, when you are this highly recruited, and I believe it was you were down to Georgia, Alabama, LSU, and what was the other one? Was it Tennessee, or what was the other school?
It was Georgia, Alabama, and LSU. That was my top 3, and my 4th one was Auburn.
Okay,
Yeah.
Auburn was the other one. Okay, so these are obviously the powerhouse names of the SEC, and you're a guy that everybody knows. You're one of the number 1 athletes in the class. I'm curious, what was the craziest part about going through recruiting? Like, I've heard stories of guys getting 300 letters like in one day or something, or like somebody calling them up out of nowhere, to try to kind of pitch them going to a school. Is there like a story or a moment or something that you remember about recruiting that was just almost blew your mind? It was just wild.
I think the best story I have was when Coach Saban came to the school.
Mm-hmm.
And we're in Tennessee, so you have a lot of people that are either UTK fans or they're Alabama fans. It's kind of where we are and where I kind of grew up in Tennessee.
Mhm.
So Coach Saban had come to the school, and the whole thing was to try to keep it secret because Coach Saban is a public figure and whatnot, and he came to the
Right.
school and came meet with me and met with the coaches, and literally next thing you know, as we were trying to like walk him back to his car, so many people just try to drive up to just see Coach Saban, and I'm like, dude, Coach Saban, I promise you, I didn't tell anybody you were here. You know what I'm saying? But there was this, even with Coach O coming to the school and
Yeah.
some of these big time head coaches coming to the school to see me. It was just pretty cool how my school reacted to that. It was definitely something that really hasn't happened at my school before. While I was before I was a recruit there. So just to actually give those experiences to my classmates, to my teachers, and to even now he's actually the head of the school district, my principal, giving those those memories and those type of
Yeah.
stories you can tell to your kids
Yeah.
and in the future. I think that was a crazy part to me, how all those people just responded to the seeing those people in person.
Yeah, no doubt. It's you. I think you definitely kind of get a taste of the monstrosity that is college football when you're going through that, and you see people who are just flooding just to see Nick Saban, and stuff like
Right.
that. I mean, like, it's wild, it's crazy, and the recruits that were as high as you, man, I can't even imagine kind of the high school life that you guys got to live. So getting to LSU, when you got on campus, when you committed to LSU, you played so many different positions. You were labeled as an athlete, but it took you a little bit of time to really find a home, find that consistent starting role. What was that like for you, knowing that you were such a highly touted recruit? I mean, like, you had offers from Georgia, Auburn, Alabama, all these different schools, and yet it took you a little bit to find that home, find your groove on the team. Was it frustrating for you? Did you ever have doubts about it? And what was that kind of part of the journey like for you?
Well, I think a lot of it, I mean, I would be lying to you if I didn't say it was frustrating. Coming because it was frustrating, just because, coming to LSU, I knew I was capable of playing just because of, just I believed in my athletic ability, just being
Sure.
able
Yeah.
to compete with these guys. And at the end of the day, it would just came down to skill and learning the fundamentals and really just learning different techniques. And you ask my family, you ask my closest friends, I should really struggle with patience. And that's really what made it frustrating because, before coming to LSU, talking to my dad, it was, I was coming to LSU, do my 3 years and declare for the draft. Well, it didn't go that way. And for me, it taught me I needed to be patient. It taught me how to be patient and just trust the process and just listen and learn from the older guys, such as the guys like John Battle, who came before me, and the Dante Jacksons, and the guys who came back, like Trey Whites, and the guys that always come back to teach me the game and teach me certain things that they see and certain things that they learn during their college process. So it was frustrating, but I'm glad that it happened that way because my freshman year I was not ready to play mentally and emotionally. So I'm glad that it did take it gave me time to grow, not only as a athlete, but it gave me time to grow as a person.
Sure. Yeah. So after doing a little peeping around on your Instagram, just checking out some of the things that you're interested in, some of the things you post, I found a picture of you speaking in a classroom in Baton Rouge and doing some other writing. I know that you were a leader in some of the conversations and initiatives when it came to raising awareness for social justice and racial inequality and things like that. And my question to you is kind of just, how does somebody from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, get so invested into the community in Baton Rouge, or called to be invested with those people around there for you to stand up and be a leader and step outside your comfort zone or whatever it is to make sure that these things are heard or these actions are taken? What is it like coming from a different place, finding a home in Baton Rouge, and what really called you to lead to kind of make those changes with some really serious topics?
I think for me, it's always been in me. My ethical radar has always been something that I had. Either in my eyes, either you're right or you're wrong, and I'm always gonna stand up for what's right, and I'm always gonna try my best to show people what I feel is the right way to do things or the right way to go. I had a teacher in 4th grade who used to call me a young Barney Fife, because for me it's always about right and wrong, and you know um, just taking those initiatives and just speaking to the young kids and stuff like that. And I think the biggest thing for me is that knowledge is power. I think that when I went to Strongman Academy and talked to those young kids, I think some of those kids, they were some of them probably would appreciate gloves, or they appreciate a signed autograph, a signed ball or something like that, or something that they can touch and they can have and they can forever have. But I think the best thing to give back is knowledge. I think telling them how my mentality were there in middle school going on into high school. I think once you start young in those age group, by giving them knowledge and giving them and kind of opening their eyes to the opportunities that they don't even see that they have, I think that's better than just let's throw money at a school, or let's just throw money at a organization, or let's just have a football camp and let them come in for a couple of days, and they go back home and go back to the same situation they have. So I think going back and being able to try to be a mentor, or just open their eyes and show them there is a way to be successful, playing football and not playing football. There's a way out, or there's a way through the situation that you're in. And when it came to the racial injustice, for me it was I just wanted to create awareness. It wasn't that I was trying to pick a political side or trying to push in a political agenda. I felt like doing the things that I did with having LSU do a march and having and just speaking out, I felt like that would create awareness, because I feel like there are I'm a true believer in the human race. I feel like that we're the smartest species ever, and I think the problem was, I think a lot of people weren't aware of the situation, and it's not their fault that they were not aware of the situation, because that's something that they never lived or they've heard or they've been through. So I felt for me, it was for me to allow them, tell them my story, or tell them stories that were told to me, so they can become aware, and then they can make the decision on what side or what they want to do with that information. But as of trying to push a political agenda or stuff like that, there was never the plan with me with the Strongman Academy or the march that we did.
No doubt, man. There's some serious stuff in it, and it's inspiring the mindset that you have towards the importance of taking those things. And so, getting back onto the field, I wanted to make sure that I asked you about that, because I really love that about what I found on your page and what you decided to kind of shine a light on. But getting back on the field, you are so unique. We joked about it here, the versatility, the playing these different positions, but you are a unique player that you played so many different positions. So a common question that a lot of people get asked when it comes to the NFL draft process is, hey, who are you watching? Who are the edge rushers that you're watching to get better at your pass rush moves? Or who are some of the wide receivers you're watching to, get better at your releases and getting off press coverage, all that kinds of stuff. But for you play a lot of different positions. And so there's not really or at least there's not many one-size-fit-all guys for what you can bring to the football field. So it is a pretty interesting question when I ask you, who are some of the guys that you love in the NFL? Who are some of the playmakers that you really watch and that you try to take some of their game and put it into your own?
I think for me, even starting at a young age, I never looked at just one player and was like, I want to be like him. I think for me, maybe it's how I was wired or how my dad raised me. For me, it was okay. I'm going to take from his game
Mhm.
and add it to mine. I'm gonna take from his game and then put it from mine. I'm not gonna try to I'm not gonna try to put myself in the box and just be like this one person. So for me, if I look at Jamal Adams, he's one of the best blitzing, best box playing DBs that we have in the
Yeah.
league.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm gonna look at, okay, what does he do, to set up his blitz, to set up his track? What does he do to defeat the running back? What does he do that separates him apart from the other safeties in the league that makes him the best box safety? Um, people, some people kind of, they get weird in my opinion, but I feel like with my own teammate, Grant Delpit, I feel like that he was one of the best middle of the field players that I've seen in person.
Sure. Yeah.
So in practice, I will look at, what does Grant look at? How does he come out his break in the middle of the field? What does he do? And what does he see to learn how to, jump the ball when the quarterback is, about to throw it. So I look at certain things like that and try to apply it to my game, and just try to execute it to the best of my ability. But I just kind of look at this, different guys when I get my iPad and I look at NFL film, and I just try to look at different things that guys do well, and I try to apply it to myself. Because I know sometimes I even did a study before he got hurt. I did a study on Canu Neal for the Falcons, and
Yeah.
then I turn around, then I go look at Eddie Jackson. Are our body types the same? But nobody should be able to, if a defensive coordinator were to ask me, hey, for Jacoby, for this play, I need you to play the middle of the field, or I need you to play half. I need you to play half coverage. I'll, by me looking at these guys and taking from them, I'll be able to do that for that play, or even more if they ask me to do that. So I always try to put myself in a position to where, if it's ever asked of me to do something, I'm always willing and able to be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you pop up the LSU highlights of your career there, I mean, the first 3 plays, you're getting an interception as a nickel linebacker, you're blitzing off the edge as a defensive back, and then there was one where you were playing, I think it was against Vanderbilt, where you were that like middle of the field safety, and you just sprinted to the sideline, you ended up getting that ball and affecting it. And so, I know you're training right now for the draft. What are some of the things that you're working on as you're watching some of these other guys? You mentioned, guys like Adams, guys like Keanu Neal. I mean, like those are hitters, like those are support guys. Those are in the box. Those are physical guys. Is that something that you're kind of trying to perfect, or you're trying to go for a different part, maybe like a coverage part of your game, or what are you aiming for right now when it comes to your training as we get to draft day?
I think the thing that I'm training on for the combine, I'm looking at the combine. At the combine, you gotta look at it as like this a interview, a big series of questions, a big series of analysis. So my thing is, and this is why you have agents, and this is why you listen to the analysts and stuff like that, so you can try to get the questions to the test.
Yeah.
And for me, paying attention and listening to that, I give those questions to my trainer, and all we do is work on how we can check those boxes and answer those questions to the test. So when it comes combine, I already took the test already.
Right.
So
right.
If somebody has a question on my athletic ability when it comes to explosiveness, okay, my explosive drills would be the vertical jump, the broad jump, and the 10, 20-yard split of 40. So that's what we're working on. Somebody's asking me on my durability, that's bench press. So I need to get a number on bench press. Somebody asking on my speed, I know that I need to get in this number for the 40. So that's my approach for this combine, for this part of the process, and I think it's been working pretty well.
You're also going to the Senior Bowl, right? I mean, you accepted a Senior Bowl invitation. I mean, Mobile is a lot of fun. It's a good time for us to go kind of watch players. I know it won't be exactly the same this year with everything that's going on, but you accepted an invite down there. You excited about getting to go do that as well?
Oh, definitely. Just be able to go, I think matter of fact, I think they just announced that the Dolphins and the Panthers are the coaching staff. So, man, I'm excited just to go down there and be able to compete and basically just show them, basically just show them all the things that I can do and that I'm capable of doing. I mean, although scouts are going to be, at the combine and we're going to have personal workout. You won't have a classroom setting with a team where you're going and getting an install and then you go have a walkthrough and then you have practice. You're not going to be able to have that.
Right. It's close to real football. It's Senior Bowl is a lot closer to real football.
And I think for me, that's what's going for me. I think that even for any scout that's looking at this interview or anything, I think the best thing is when you're looking at my film, don't try to look at my film as a safety or don't try to look at my film as a linebacker because how I mold my game and how I put my game together, I put it together to be versatile.
Yeah.
So, if you look at my film as a football player, someone who's out there playing football at a fast pace, someone who loves the game, who loves just love being on the football field, I think you're going to like what you're going to see. And I think that with that, being a football player and being put into a football environment, I think the Senior Bowl is really going to help me in this process coming up.
Brian Flores likes to get pretty multiple and creative with his defenses. I'm just saying, it could be a good landing spot for you. I'm just saying. All right, I got two more questions, two more fun ones, and then we'll get you out of here. The first one, I got to know. I'm taking it back to that national championship game because this is the big one. I mean, like a lot of people don't necessarily get to play for a national championship, but there are a lot of people who, as they go throughout their sports career, there's a big game, either like it's a rival or it's, it's opponent that you really want to beat, or maybe it is something with a title on the line. What's in your headphones before the game? Like, what are you, this is the national championship. Okay. Like this is the game. You said you worked your whole season to get to this game. Who do you have in your headphones? I want like an artist, maybe an album, something like that. Who's getting you focused for the biggest game of your life?
I'm trying to think. Who did I want to say I definitely had Young Thug running out of the locker room.
I mean, okay, that's a phenomenal choice. Yes,
I definitely had Young Thug running out the locker room and going back into the locker room to put my pads on is a very old group. You probably have to do some research. A very old group. Is their name is Mobb Deep.
Okay, I know.
Yeah,
I know Mobb Deep.
Okay.
I know
so
Mobb Deep.
Coming out of the locker room is Young Thug, and going back in is Mobb Deep. So that was kind of was going on going through my headphones.
And look, that's a good combo, and it clearly did well. I mean, like you having Thugger on there to get you hyped up going out on the field for the first time. I mean, that's it. Yeah, that was all I needed to hear. All right, last question. I asked this to our guest Gregory Rousseau last week, but I want to ask it to you as well. You got $1,000 on the line. Okay. You've got to beat me at something that's not basketball or football related. So like chess, driving cars, cooking, karaoke, video games, like something. What is something that you do outside of football that you'd be like, oh yeah, I could whoop him at that? Like something. What's something that you could do really well?
I think, we can use family recipes if we're cooking.
Oh yeah. Oh, you can use a family. If you're a cook, I want to hear it. Yeah, let's go.
All right. Well, if we can use family recipes, I think I can whoop you in cooking.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. What if you're making the dish? If you're setting the table, if you're like, all right, I'm gonna hit you in a cook-off. Like this is a straight like Food Network channel. You get to set what we're making. What are we making? What's the family recipe you're bringing?
Well, the family recipe, my papi and my dad will kill me and my Uncle Pooh, they will kill me if I give out the recipe.
No, you don't got to give away the secrets. We just got to know
but what I'll bring to the table is our barbecue, because our basil sauce is like the basil sauce we put on our meat is family legacy. Like nobody nobody can touch it. So is our barbecue, our mac and cheese is very legendary, our dirty rice, and what else? And of course you got to throw in some vegetables. You got to throw in some green beans.
Okay.
But that I think that dish alone will give me those $1,000.
You're speaking to my soul right here, because like, I am barbecue through and through. That's like my number one cuisine. So I'm gonna have to, when all this over, I'm gonna have to stop by the Stevens family cookout. You know, I'm gonna have to get one of these plates for myself. But Jacoby, that was fantastic, man. Really appreciate you hanging out with us, giving us a little bit of your time and background into who you are as a person beyond just the great plays that we get to see on the field. So best of luck throughout this 2021 NFL draft journey, my friend.
No, thank you.
Big props to Jacoby for being so gracious with his time. If you enjoyed this interview, make sure you don't miss any of the other interviews that we are going to be doing throughout this process by liking and subscribing to the YouTube channel below. Also, make sure you're signed up for TDM Premium if you haven't yet. We've got awesome features over on the website, like enhanced mock draft machine, the premium Slack channel, all the great draft portfolios as we get closer to draft day. And of course, that is all over at thedraftnetwork.com. What's going on, everybody? Trevor Sikkema here with Joe Marino and Brentley Wiseman. I had to get these two on the line because we got to talk about a topic that has just come up over the past week, and it has to do with Sam Darnold. We're still talking about Sam Darnold, even though he has already been traded to the Carolina Panthers. But we're talking about what could have been, because the report that just came out said the San Francisco 49ers, before they moved up to number 3, offered number 12 overall for Sam Darnold with the New York Jets, and this trade didn't happen. Brentley, I'm going to start with you. Tell me which part of this trade blows your mind more. Is it the fact that the Niners offered 12 for Sam Darnold, or is it the fact that the Jets didn't take this deal?
I think to me, it's the fact that the Jets didn't take this deal. Because when you think about what they did take, I think they got a 2022 second-round pick, a 2022 fourth-round pick, and a 2021 sixth-round pick. That's a lot less than the number 12 overall pick. And,
right.
what the reports are saying is Joe Douglas was hesitant to make this trade because he wasn't confident in Zach Wilson's shoulder. That tells me two things. One, that there must have been some legit concerns with the shoulder that maybe not many people were talking about. Obviously, it's cleared now. But two, they must think that Zach Wilson is so much better than Justin Fields, because Joe Douglas could have had the number 12 pick and Fields if he weren't confident about Wilson's shoulder. And so to turn that opportunity down, they must think it is light years between Wilson and Fields, because otherwise, I'm not sure how you can justify this.
Joe, just to expand upon that a little bit, we've heard some whispers that the NFL really believes that it's Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson at the top, and then it's kind of pick whoever you want after that. It depends on who you ask, but it's just not in that same bucket of those two guys. We've heard, the reports come out, some NFL teams would say that Sam Darnold would be QB3 in this draft behind those two guys. What's your opinion? As somebody who has watched all of these quarterbacks in detail, what's it like to kind of hear that even a player like Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Mac Jones, like they're all so far behind what Sam Darnold has been so far in the NFL?
It's really interesting because I think I disagree initially with the idea that the tier from Trevor Lawrence to Zach Wilson to everyone else is that steep, because I have Zach Wilson and Justin Fields very closely graded, with Fields ahead of Wilson. So I don't understand why there's such a big discrepancy. And so I kind of want to focus there to start, because Justin Fields has all of the physical talent that Zach Wilson does. More. He's got more physical talent. He's a better athlete. He has a better arm. He has better size. And he has a better resume against better competition for a longer period of time. We are very quick to dismiss 2018 and 2019 from Zach Wilson. I know that 2020 was special. My jaw was on the floor watching Zach Wilson play football in 2020. But I didn't forget about his struggles against San Diego State and Hawaii and San Jose State from 2019 to 2018. We want to focus on Justin Fields having a down game against Northwestern without his top 2 wide receivers.
Right.
Come on.
Right.
I can't buy into this at all. So that's like, as soon as you bring that up, I just don't understand the tiering that we perceive or have been told the NFL values these quarterbacks, because to me, I rather have Fields than Wilson. Now, when you talk about slotting in Sam Darnold to this equation, the challenge is that Sam Darnold was in a situation with the Jets that I don't think anybody could have succeeded in, right? The worst coaching in the NFL, the worst roster in the NFL around him. And he came out of USC kind of raw, right? He didn't have a ton of experience under his belt, had turnover problems at USC, and nothing goes away after 3 seasons in the NFL. Are we surprised? So it's hard for me to really gauge, okay, where's Sam Darnold at? The betting for Darnold's going to be this fresh start in Carolina, Joe Brady, smaller market team, good receivers in Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey's in the mix. I'm excited for Sam Darnold, but I almost go back to where I had Sam Darnold as a prospect at this point. And I had him as a 2nd-round grade. Well, I have a 1st-round grade on Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, and Zach Wilson. And then that's it for this draft class. So he's in that tier with me, with Sam Darnold, would be with Trey Lance, and then the Mac Jones of the world. So I think he's definitely behind those first 3, but you could probably convince me that he's close to a Trey Lance or a Mac Jones.
Brentley, I want to ask you about this part of the report, because this, of course, we don't know if this is 100% fact. These are just the reports that have kind of come out. The shoulder part that you brought up, where it's like, okay, the Jets said no because they wanted to see if Zach Wilson's shoulder was okay. Well, if Zach Wilson, I guess, had a bum shoulder, then that would have propelled Sam Darnold to QB2 for them in this class. Like Trevor Lawrence would have been the only guy that they would have taken over him. I guess that's what that report would have said. I want to ask you about that part of it, and also just the part of pro days in general. Like, do we really think that pro days mean this much to these teams? Because we also heard, okay, the 49ers traded up to number 3, and some people said, hey, they moved up to 3 and they're not exactly sure who they want yet. I don't know if I buy that, but that again came from the premise of we don't want to do something, or we don't have our mind made up yet in January and February. We're waiting for these pro days. So do you believe that pro days matter a lot more than we thought?
No, I think the 49ers knew exactly who they're drafting the minute they made that trade. Otherwise, you don't make that trade. And so, I think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are doing their due diligence, attending all these pro days. And, if something sways them drastically, that's possible. But again, I don't believe that they did not know exactly who they're targeting at 3, because they had to have known the Jets are looking at Wilson. There's too many connection points between the Jets coaching staff and the 49ers coaching staff. So the Niners knew between Fields, between Lance, between Mac Jones, this is who we're going to draft at 3. Let's still do our homework to see if anything potentially could change our minds. But ultimately, we feel comfortable with this guy to be our next quarterback.
Joe, you mentioned the Carolina landing spot for Sam Darnold, and I want to touch on that a little bit, but specifically the trade itself, because after the Niners moved from 12 to 3, when Darnold was traded to Carolina, I believe it was Ian Rappaport who said that the Panthers were the only suitor for Sam Darnold at that point. So what do you then think about what they had to give up? A 2nd-round pick, a 4th-round pick, and a 6th-round pick, basically just bidding against themselves. Are you still comfortable with Sam Darnold? Like you said, getting a fresh start, better spot, better weapons around him. Is that still okay? Or would you think that the Panthers probably could have got him for less?
It's tough to say, but I will say this. I don't think a 2, a 4, and a 6 is that much to give up for Sam Darnold. I don't think that they overpaid, even if there's nobody else at the negotiating table. I think you still have ethics that are involved where you have to give market value for a player, right? I mean, at the end of the day, Sam Darnold's still in his early 20s and came into the NFL not long ago as a number 3 overall pick. And I always like to separate reasons from excuses, but there are a lot of reasons why Sam Darnold didn't succeed with the New York Jets. And so I think that there's still a responsibility to have fair market value on a trade for a player, even if there's nobody else at the table. And again, I just don't know that a future 2 and a 4 and a 6 this year is that much to take a swing on Sam Darnold, especially when you think about the salary implications where it winds up being a pretty modest deal, a 2-year deal. They picked up the 5th-year option, like a 2-year, $25 million deal for a quarterback. I mean, they're paying a lot more than that for Teddy Bridgewater. So I'm not sure that I really take much exception with what Carolina gave up to get Sam Darnold.
What could have been. The conversations that we love to have surrounding the NFL draft. For Joe Marino, Brentley Wiseman, I'm Trevor Sikkema. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Brinks.tv, where winning is like a wiener. The bigger, the better.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my.
Thank you for coming today. I have important announcement. Kill Cliff is world's first and best clean energy drink. It come to my attention some people claim they are first clean energy. Fake. I hate fake people. Exhibit A. Here I am in secret lab making Joe Rogan Flaming Joe. Best-selling clean energy drink in world. Exhibit B. Type world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It's Kill Cliff.
Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning.
All right, here is indisputable proof that Kill Cliff is the world's first and best clean energy drink. Now, in your interweb thingies, just type world's first cleanenergydrink.com or world's best cleanenergydrink.com. or world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It all leads to killcliff.com right there on the interwebs. Boom! Mic drop. Yeah.
It's the Killcliff $1 Million Mega Stimmy Sweepstakes on Brinks.tv. First, register on Brinks.tv and automatically get your first entry. Next, get bonus entries when you buy Killcliff at retail. Confirm your entry by uploading your receipt at killcliff.com. Then, repeat. The more you buy, the more chances to win. To find the retailer that sells Killcliff nearest you, check out the store locator at killcliff.com. Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
As a reward for making Kill Cliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Kill Cliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to killcliff.com to get your discounts on.
Oh yeah. From Kill Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. Killcliff.com.
A long time ago, people used to watch TV and win. Jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor winning never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me, Freund. Whatever he or she or me calls himself, herself or knee self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
When your mask comes off, your breath comes out. Make sure it doesn't stink. Stay healthy and fresh. Soul and science. Immune Fresh. The all-natural breath mint. Vitamin D3, vitamin C, zinc, Wellmune. Save yourself. Save us all from your breath. Go to immunefresh.com. Freeze sleeve. Freeze it. Sleeve it. Relieve it. Go to freesleeve.com. Brinks TV. Winners. Winners. And more winners.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Thank you for coming today. I have important announcement. Killcliff is world's first and best clean energy drink. It come to my attention some people claim they are first clean energy. Fake. I hate fake people. Exhibit A. Here I am in secret lab making Joe Rogan Flaming Joe. Best-selling clean energy drink in world. Exhibit B. Type world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It's Killcliff.
Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning.
All right, here is indisputable proof that Killcliff is the world's first and best clean energy drink. Now, in your interweb thingies, just type world's first cleanenergydrink.com or world's best cleanenergydrink.com. or world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It all leads to killcliff.com right there on the interwebs. Boom! Mic drop. Yeah.
It's the Killcliff $1 Million Mega Stimmy Sweepstakes on Brinks.tv. First, register on Brinks.tv and automatically get your first entry. Next, get bonus entries when you buy Killcliff at retail. Confirm your entry by uploading your receipt at killcliff.com. Then, repeat. The more you buy, the more chances to win. To find the retailer that sells Killcliff nearest you, check out the store locator at killcliff.com. Brinks TV. Loving on you. With lots of cash and prizes.
As a reward for making Killcliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Kill Cliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to killcliff.com to get your discounts on.
Oh yeah. From Kill Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
A long time ago, people used to watch TV and win. Jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor. Winning never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me, Freund. Whatever he or she or me calls himself, herself or knee self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
Brinks TV, winners, winners, and more winners.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson, Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime.
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
When your mask comes off, your breath comes out. Make sure it doesn't stink. Stay healthy and fresh. Soul and science. Immune Fresh. The all-natural breath mint. Vitamin D3, vitamin C, zinc, Wellmune. Save yourself, save us all from your breath. Go to immunefresh.com.
Oh yeah. From Kill Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
Absolutely. So how do you want to start, Michael? Do you want to start with the number 3 overall pick, the most talked about topic in the draft world these days? Yeah, it's really intriguing because this is something that's gone back and forth so much. We saw Mac Jones as the favorite coming out of the trade, and then it went to Justin Fields, and then Trey Lance moved back up after his second pro day. It's kind of bounced all over the place, but it is Mac Jones again. I believe minus 180 was the latest odds as of today. It's tough. I just have a hard time believing the Niners traded all of that capital to move up to 3 to take Mac Jones. I think Trey Lance would be a great fit for that offense. I think he can do a lot of things that Kyle Shanahan likes. There's some similarities in that North Dakota State offense, and there is with Shanahan's in San Francisco, but there's a lot of momentum that the league is much higher on Mac Jones than draft analysts or draft Twitter.
Good, great. What about him has you and other people so turned off?
Well, I don't know if it's completely turned off.
I just think it's a little high. Like he's in this weird range now because this conversation around the third pick has gotten so contentious that I think there's almost this weird semblance where Mac is overrated and underrated at the same time. Where he's probably he's not the second or third best quarterback in this class, but he doesn't suck either. But there's this, you can't have these nuanced conversations anymore. It's either a great pick or a horrible pick, and that's kind of where social media has taken us in general. I think the biggest thing is projecting upside, and I think that Mac Jones is always viewed as he's got a higher floor. He might be able to play more way. There's also a feeling of like, you've got a quarterback like that already in San Francisco. Is that what you traded all those future assets for? And I think a lot of this comes into a higher upside versus higher floor debate that always kind of happens outside the top quarterback.
Sure.
Where would you guys assess the odds right now on the as to who's going to go? It seems right now, my sense of things is it's kind of like 80-20 Jones to Fields, but Fields is definitely the people's choice. So I wonder if some of the betting is just inflated by sort of the fact that a lot of the public is wish casting Fields into this third spot of the draft.
Yeah, Michael, I would be very surprised if Fields is in here. And listen, again, I'm just listening to people like Daniel Jeremiah, people I respect, people like Mike Lombardi, people I respect, Mel Kiper, Todd McShay. Again, I don't pretend to be the smartest man in the room. This is their job to gather that information. They're the one who have the contacts. They're the ones who have the sources. They are all saying verbatim, and again, what advantage would the 49ers organization have of blatantly lying? I mean, gosh, I guess the only argument I was trying to come up with is maybe they're concerned that the Jets are so respect what Kyle Shanahan would do that if they say, oh, they love Josh Fields, oh, Shanahan loves him, we're going to take Josh Fields number 2 instead. Because I'm really trying to think outside of that, what's the benefit of all this smokescreen, making it seem as if Mac Jones and Trey Lance are the two guys? I would be shocked if it's Josh Fields. I put those odds, in my honest personal opinion, less than 5%.
And what about if it's Lance?
Right now in my head, I probably think in my own head, I think it's probably 85-15 in favor of Mac Jones. Right now, again, as Jamie said, you could still lay about minus 0.80 on Mac Jones. I still like that bet. I just believe, and again, maybe Trey Lance won them over in these workouts or whatnot. It's certainly possible. But considering what Shanahan has done in the past, the quarterbacks he's had, seems like Mac Jones is in that, though, the way he sees the field, the way he gets team lined up, ready to play. He just seems like that's his kind of guy. I'm going to be very, very surprised if it's not Mac Jones.
Jamie, what do your people think? I'm interested before we move on to the next prop. About there's a sense with Lance that, well, he's sort of like the shake and bake Mahomes. It's just like you draft Lance, you sit him for 1 year behind Garoppolo, you set it and forget it, and then boom, Patrick Mahomes, year 2. Is this sort of like an unrealistic thing just because we're sort of trying to fit Lance into this model that already exists, but it's not really something that's reasonable to expect?
No, I agree completely. Like setting those kind of expectations, and I know that's the time of year for it. It's completely unreasonable. He's a raw prospect. He shows a lot of flashes, a lot of things you like about his game, but he's going to have some growing pains. He's not somebody you expect to be a week 1 starter for you, whether he's taken by San Francisco at number 3 or goes a little bit later. Maybe, there's a lot of smoke that if he doesn't go at 3, the Patriots might be interested in a trade up for him. He's got all the talent in the world, but he's going to need a little bit more time. And look, to expect anybody to be in this quarterback class or any other, quote unquote, Patrick Mahomes by year 2, if that's what you expect, you're going to be disappointed.
So moving on to the first non-quarterback selected, what is your view on that? It seems like it's a 3-way race right now between the tight end Pitts from Florida. We have an offensive tackle in Sewell, and we have the wide receiver from LSU and Chase. And it seems that obviously a tight end selection with the 4th overall pick in the draft, if that's the slot that we expect the first non-quarterback to go, that would be extremely high historically. Probably the highest tight end ever drafted.
Yeah, it would be right. What did Kellen Winslow go back in the day? This is Kellen Winslow Jr.
I think he was like 7,
6.
and then you have
6. Okay,
6, and then like
I think he was 6.
I think Ditka at 5 was the highest, or something. I believe that was the highest tight end.
Good knowledge. I like that, Jimmy. I like Kyle Pitts here, guys, and the reason being is this. I know Jamar Chase is not going to get who's going to be picked first, right? I know those guys are going to go in the 4 or 5 area. So we know, and I'm pretty confident saying we know Jamar Chase is not going to go 4 with a great young receiver in Calvin Ridley, and with obviously an aging but still effective Julio Jones. I just don't see them going Jamar Chase. Even Russell Gage is a good serviceable pro. I just don't see that being the pick. So I say, okay, assuming it's not quarterback, I think that the most likely pick, in my opinion, is probably taking the tight end just because Hayden Hurst, okay, he's a decent, I don't want to say dime a dozen tight end, but he's not a game breaker. He's not a difference maker, guys. I think there's a real chance, and that's who I think Atlanta is going to take, is Kyle Pitts. But then again, if he goes to 5, I think there's a really good chance that the Bengals take him. So that's the only reason I like him the most, is I think there's 2 real chances, he's the first guy taken, as opposed to if you're taking Jamar Chase. I think you really have to hope that that the Falcons pass on Pitts, and that's your first chance to get that pick. I'm going to throw out Sewell. If he's taken 4, I'll take my medicine. I don't think it's going to be him.
Arthur Smith, actually, according to the Bet Prep data, when he was the offensive coordinator for the Titans last year, they were 3rd in the percentage of targets to the tight end position. So it seems like that's a really good fit for a player with Pitts's athletic pedigree, because one of the things is, what I'm told by the people who actually have run drafts is that it's very important that the team have a vision for the player. So I think the reason why there are a lot of busts historically at the tight end position is because you're trying to take a player at a position that's really not emphasized a lot in the modern passing game and make him a premier weapon. But I think the Falcons and Arthur Smith are kind of well positioned to do that.
Makes sense.
It's a rare combination of talent and team fit at the same time. And really, if you're making this bet, you're going to have to decide for yourself. Do you believe the Falcons are trading out of this spot or not? I don't think they're taking a quarterback there. I feel pretty confident that even whether it's Fields there or Lance there, I don't think they're taking the quarterback. So if they don't trade out of that spot, which they might have a hard time trading out of it because 5's not moving and 6 is not moving, at least in terms of taking a quarterback there. So you might not, the next trade partner is probably Detroit at 7. They're not taking Chase. They're not taking Sewell. So I think Pitts is still the clear bet. It's chalky, I get it, but I still think that's the clear bet. He fits the need. He's got the talent to be taken there. I know he's a tight end, but he's essentially a wide receiver in a 6'6" body. So to me, I think he's still clearly the pick there. And look, Arthur Smith is going to use the tight end. Like, that's not going to be an issue of finding targets for them. And with that, and when their defensive issues, they're still going to be throwing it plenty. So there's plenty of target share, whether or not Julio Jones gets traded, with Calvin Ridley still there, with Hurst still there, engaged. There'll still be plenty of room for Kyle Pitts to be highly successful.
Penei Sewell's slide down the draft board is interesting to me. It seems that it could be rooted in the concept of players having minimum requirements for a position, and his arm length measured in the 17th percentile for offensive tackles. So in sort of an old school way, that would take him off a lot of draft boards for consideration as an offensive tackle and move him to someone who projects more as a guard. And it's really hard to envision somebody taking a guard. It's happened before, but it's happened very rarely inside the top 10 picks.
Yeah, and he's somebody that I think is, it's funny because you go back to the beginning of the season, he was pretty much considered a number 2 or number 3 overall in mocks. And then you get to the point where in this process where we've heard surprised if Sewell falls into that like 8-9 range. I would not be shocked if that's kind of where he ends up landing. I would not be shocked if he's the second lineman off the board. And I know we'll get into that in a little bit, but those are very real possibilities. So to me, you're really on this overall first quarterback bet. Pitts is clearly the option. But if you believe the Falcons are trading it, then it's Chase going to Cincinnati at 5, because I don't think anybody's trading up to get Pitts. So if they're trading up to number 4, they're trading up for a quarterback. So that's really the debate here. Do the Falcons move out of 4 or not?
Jamie, you don't think, let's suppose that just did happen. You said something interesting there. You don't think Cincinnati would take Pitts just as soon as they would take Chase?
No, because I think the reason why they would take Chase in the first place over an offensive lineman is he's the franchise quarterback in the room. And I don't think there's a huge enough difference between him and Pitts for them to go, no, we're going to Joe Burrow's made it clear who he wants. And I think they're going to act Burrow.
Burrow pounding the table for Chase, I think, is a very big factor in this whole decision-making process. I mean, how many guys who have been drafted as high as Burrow in the history of the Bengals have actually wanted to play for the Bengals like Burrow has? So I guess they're trying to make him happy, it would seem.
Michael, my favorite player.
It is. Now, what about these Alabama wide receivers? Here is another situation where we have a situation with minimum requirements, similar to Sewell, hurting one of the Alabama receivers, the actual Heisman Trophy winner, and not necessarily hurting the other. And it seems that the expectation has flipped now, where we're going to probably get Waddle. I think it's fair to say that it's almost like chalky right now, or at least there's a consensus growing that Waddle will be the first Alabama receiver off the board. Where do you stand on that?
Yeah, it's funny, Michael, and I give you credit. You brought this to my attention, this bet last week. Right now, Waddle's around -200 and Devontae's around +165 to be the first Alabama receiver taken. And you brought this to my attention. I started researching it more, speaking to people in the industry who I respect, who also do this for a living like I do. And that was, they started put big bets down on Jalen Waddle. I was able to get Waddle, initiate even money. But another way I was able to do it was kind of, we talked about that Mac Jones, Lance Fields bet. I did a bet where I took Waddle to be the first receiver, which is a free square. And I took, I took Chase to be the first receiver, which is a free square. Then I took Waddle going second, Devontae going third. Instead of getting even odds at the time, I got +140. There's a way for me to flip the odds in the sports book just by putting Jamar Chase in first, which I knew was a free square. I do think for the reasons you outlaid, Michael, there's a better chance than not, and we're seeing it in his over-unders too. It looks like to me that Waddle has the better chances of today of being the first Alabama receiver taken off the board. Certainly not a slam dunk, certainly can go either way. But this is something I did bet, and the more I look at it, the more I really do think there's probably about a 2 out of 3 chance that Waddle.
Before we go to Jamie, I just want to highlight actually what that model showed, and that's this century with Smith being 6 foot tall and 166 pounds. That's a BMI of 22.5. There have been 3 wide receivers drafted in the first round this century with a BMI of 25 or less, and none of them had a BMI under 24.8. And the average draft position for those 3 players in the first round was 23rd overall. The highest any of them was drafted was 19th overall. So that would kind of lead you to believe that Smith not only is not going to be the first wide receiver for Alabama taken, but Smith could have sort of one of those surprising falls on draft night storylines. What are your thoughts,
I agree
Jamie?
completely. I agree 100%. I think that's the player that I think if you're maybe haven't been paying very close attention in the draft process, you kind of checked out at the end of the football season, and that's the player having the Aaron Rodgers green room moment. There are going to be teams that just simply do not have a first-round grade on him because of his size and because of his weight and because, quite frankly, a lot of general managers manage scared, and they don't want to be the first one to bet against history. They don't be the one to say, this has never really succeeded before. I'm going to invest really top 15 capital in this receiver. I think another reason why Waddle on the other side has been so much favored is because there's a clear connection with him at 6 with Miami. He provides an element to that receiving core they don't currently have. There's obviously the same Tua connection that Devonta Smith has, but that seems to be the kind of chalky pick right now. And I think that's the receiver they want, and that's probably why they were comfortable doing the move back and then move back up with Philadelphia, or with San Francisco and then with Philadelphia to move back up. Because I think Jalen Waddle fits very nicely in their offense, and they knew they didn't have to use the number 3 overall pick to get him. They can acquire more capital and move things around. So I think he's going to go there to Miami at 6, and I think Devonta Smith could fall out of the top 15. I would not be surprised if he's, goes maybe 16 to Arizona. Maybe he's got a floor in that upper, I guess early 20s. But I would not be surprised if he falls.
It's interesting. I read an article that the 2 in the last 10 years, the 2 and the entire of all receivers, the 2 best years since against press coverage, which is against a guy you would think with a smaller guy, maybe he struggles against press coverage. The 2 highest grades ever given were Devonta Smith in 2021 and Devonta Smith 2020 against press coverage. So while I may not agree with his fall, I think the fall may happen. I'm not so sure he's still a great player.
It would just be a situation where they have their minimum requirements, and if a player doesn't make it, they just can't draft them there. It just depends on sort of how strict they want to be with their own rules in a way. But I'm interested in what Jamie said as far as Waddle being the Dolphins receiver of choice. I felt that they made that trade thinking that they were going to get Chase at 6, which at that point was sort of a consensus view. And I view Chase as more of an alpha wide receiver, which it seems to me that the Dolphins lack right now with Fuller and Devonta Parker. They don't seem to be the guys that are going to be able to be that, sort of diva number 1 primary wide receiver who could command 150, 160 targets, where Chase seems to be that kind of player. But, clearly they'd be 3 quality receivers. So maybe in the modern passing game with so many 3 wide receiver sets, you don't need a guy to be the dominant target hog.
Jim, are you saying that because you thought that Chase wouldn't be there, or you think they would take Waddle anyway?
I think they would be close. That's my guess, is that they're probably not a big difference in grade between the two, and they knew if they moved the sticks, they'd get one of them. And I think they're pretty comfortable because, Chase is amazing. But I think if what you have with Waddle, with him being a slot, more of an electric receiver for them, they've got outside guys already. That's not to say they wouldn't take Chase necessarily if he falls that far, but I think they were comfortable with both receivers, and they knew they would get one of them there. And they knew they didn't have to spend the number 3 overall pick to get him. So I think now, as there starts to be a lot more momentum, because at that time we were still, and again, these teams always know more than we do sooner than we do about what other teams are doing and what they're thinking. There was still a lot of Penei Sewell momentum at the time that trade, those series of trades went down. Now it kind of feels like all momentum's on Jamar Chase, but I think they'll be perfectly fine getting Jalen Waddle. There probably wasn't much of a difference between the two for them.
Now, we talked a little bit about the offensive linemen at the top of the draft previously, but where do we stand right now? Let's put sort of a fine point on it, on Sewell versus Slater. Who's going to be the first offensive lineman taken? And also, how many offensive linemen do we expect to be drafted in the first round? It seems to me that this is a bet that's likely to go over, but I'm interested to see, especially what Brad thinks about that.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I do have a small bet, Michael. I did take Slater getting around 4-1 odds. I think it was plus 400 against Sewell in a head-to-head matchup. But if I'm being honest about it, I do think Sewell is still going to go ahead of him. But I did agree with what Jamie said earlier on. I could see Sewell, and I think you said it also too, Michael. I could see Sewell being a guy that actually does slide. I believe his over/under was 5.5 or 6.5. I like his over because I don't. Again, maybe Carolina at 8 is where I probably think is maybe the first chance I think will personally go. So I did make a small bet on Slater, small bet, because I was basically saying I think there's at least a 1 in 5 chance he's taken ahead of him. Yes, I do, but it actually is a bet. I do think I'm going to lose. Now, the offensive line bet's interesting. The over/under is 6.5, Michael. I've kind of flip-flopped on this one. We obviously have the two. We know that Sewell's going to be taken. We know that Slater's going to be taken. We know Vera Tucker is going to be taken. Darrisaw, Virginia Tech. Those 4, I want to say almost are 100% going to be taken in the first round. Now, if you take over 6.5, you got to get 3 more. Jalen Mayfield of Michigan, possibility. I don't think he's going to get there. Landon Dickerson, I'm a big fan of his. I actually think he's a really good player. I think he deserves to be a first rounder, but most of the mocks I've seen him go in the second round. Sam
2
Cosmi,
ACLs.
Yeah, exactly. Sam Cosmi of Texas. I've seen somewhere he's in there and somewhere he's not. And Tevin Jenkins of Oklahoma State. I've seen a lot where he is and a lot where he isn't. So I kind of actually think 6.5 is actually a fair number because to me, I think we have 4 free squares. And then I think there's probably about another 4 guys that it may or may not get there. I would probably gun my head at this moment be on the under, believe it or not.
Jamie, I'm curious as to what you think as far as these swing picks, these guys, offensive linemen with a first/second round grade. Are they going to be pushed into the first round, or do you think they're going to slide into the early second round?
Well, the Kansas City trade doesn't help for the over, put it that way, since that was a very common landing spot for one of them. I still slightly like the over here. I think Tevin Jenkins is going to add another name there. Is probably a lock to go in the back half of the first round. I would still be surprised if the Colts come out of round 1 without a tackle, whether that's Sam Cosmi, whether that's Jalen Mayfield, whatever their preference is. Landon Dickerson and Creed Humphrey are 2 wild cards. I think one of them goes in the first round. Maybe both of them go. Alex Leatherwood's another option. So I think between all the teams that kind of need this tackle help and all of those players being there, that I think we get to 7. When Kansas City was still picking at 31, I kind of thought maybe 8 would go.
Yeah,
I'm backing off that a little bit now because obviously they clearly made their play for the right tackle of the future in Orlando Brown. But I still like the over a little bit. But like Brad, I've got a ticket as well on that other bet, 4-1 on Rashawn Slater. I think there's a chance. Like if I had to bet my mortgage, you're probably still putting it on Sewell. But if you're going to bet like $50, I'm going to take the chance on those odds because I still think they're wrong. I still think they're not giving not giving Slater enough credit as a legitimate threat to be not only a top 10 pick, but the first lineman off the board.
I think Daniel Jeremiah is pretty well connected as an NFL Network person. Actually, has had Slater ahead of Sewell for a while now, for weeks, and he hasn't moved off of that position. I was interested. I'm interested in what you said, Jamie, as far as the trade with the Chiefs and the Ravens. See, I had kind of assumed that with the extra first round pick, they were going to have to replace the Ravens, that offensive lineman. Everybody has them clearly ticketed for a wide receiver with the first round pick that they kept, but you don't consider that. Your mocks don't consider that to be a reasonable assumption.
It's a possibility, but as of right now, there's multiple reports linking them to like Alejandro Villanueva and some other free agent options at that spot. You know, with needs at edge, with Matt Judon and Yannick Ngakoue gone, with a need at wide receiver, the opportunity to maybe take Rashad Bateman, and then one of the edges that starts to fall. Maybe they like Gregory Rousseau, maybe they like Joe Tryon, or somebody else falls a little bit further. I think that's kind of where they'll lean with those two picks in 27 and 31 there. They could address the offensive line. That is a sneaky spot for a center. I think that could be interesting for them, but I'm not sure that is number one or number two priority for them. If you believe they are, then obviously you're going to love the bet, because I think that puts you right back into the category where maybe 8 offensive linemen come off the board in the top 32.
Because now they don't have their second round pick either, right? The Ravens.
Yeah. Also, quite frankly, they might try to trade back. I know that everybody's trying to trade back. It's at that time of year, but they might consider, especially if somebody, if the Bucs maybe play hardball with 32, or maybe a running back or a receiver that falls and they don't want to move back, without having that second round pick, they might consider moving back a few spots, particularly if they're not in love with Rashad Bateman, because you're going to get a lot of options in those first 7-8 picks, whether you like Kadarius Toney or Elijah Moore or Rondale Moore or Amari Rodgers. There'll be a lot of options for them in that top half of the second round if they decide to go that route and trade back.
Now, and I think we should know that the Ravens actually, since 2010, have traded back 4 times, tried to trade back another time, and the Chiefs weren't able to get the pick in. And they did trade up once, but that was after trading down twice, and that was pretty much to finesse the 5th-year option with Lamar Jackson as a quarterback in case he popped. And obviously, they're glad that happened, and they protected themselves for that. So they're probably the number 1 trade down team as far as the analytics of trading down in the NFL right now.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at all. I think it'll be an interesting spot because everyone wants the Bucs to trade down too from 32, and
you can't just hit a button, right? You need a partner.
Everybody wants to trade back.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and look, it's analytically profitable more often than not to trade back, but you're gonna have to have somebody. And is a team gonna be in love with? Because to me, either somebody crazy has to fall, or a team has to fall in love with the Davis Mills, Kellen Monds of the world. I just don't see that happening. And there's a chance, I guess.
There is a chance, though, because they'll want that. They'd rather have him in the first round if they like him.
Team. And all it takes is one person to say, I like that guy. And by the way, if there's, I imagine there are going to be a few people in the NFL that think they could make Davis Mills something. Whether that proves to be true or not, we'll see. But I bet you there are more than a few people sitting around going, yeah, I can make that guy something. So I can't put it past them. I think right now it's like 3-1 or plus 325 on the over on 5.5 quarterbacks in the first round. I mean, if you want to have a little bit of fun, I do think part of the fun of draft prop betting is to have a couple of these long shots here and there that, might have a chance to pan out. And I wouldn't put it past one of these
Pittsburgh
teams for making that happen. They could. Saints could.
Yeah.
Just say what they are.
For the next one, what about the offensive versus defensive players drafted? I did the last 5 years, and it's not going to add up to 32 because, of course, we had the 1 year where the Patriots lost their first round pick over the Deflategate, but it's 16.4 defensive players, 15.4 offensive players on average. This year, according to pretty much a consensus of all the mocks, that is going to be radically flipped. And do you, Brad, do you ever have like a hesitancy to bet so significantly against like recent trends?
No, because Michael, to me, every year is its own dance. Every year is its own, its own separate entity. And look, for this bet, to me, we know we're going to get, I know, Jamie, certainly there could be a 6-1, but I'm sure you would agree it's probably going to be 5 quarterbacks. When I'm handicapping this, I'm going to say what I think is probably going to happen. If we have 5 quarterbacks, I think it's fair to say 1 running back. Now, maybe you get 0, maybe you get 2, but I would say 1 running back. I think 5 receivers is fair, maybe 6. And I think 6 offensive linemen is fair, maybe 7. So when I add that up, I think it's going to be between, 18 or 19, probably, maybe 20. I'd have a lean to the over because, again, I really do think we'll get 1 running back, 1 tight end, 5 quarterbacks, 5 wide receivers, 6 offensive linemen. That's 18. And me and Jamie talk, will there be 6.5 offensive linemen? If there's 7, boom, that's 19 right there. I'd be very surprised if we don't get 5 wide receivers. I'd be very surprised if we don't get 5 quarterbacks, 1 tight end, of course, being Pitts. And I really do think we'll get at least 1 running back. So to me, I would have a lean to the over, but you can see, again, I don't think it's a bad number because I think it's going to be right in that, 18 or 19 area probably.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think my latest one, I think it was 18-14 split in favor of the offense in the mock draft I just put out on the draftnetwork.com. It's going to be offense heavy. And I think a big reason why is we've never seen, I guess it's a never. In recent history, we haven't seen an edge class with so many question marks at the very tippy top.
Right.
This is a weak IDL class. I mean, so a lot of these players that we start to look at as, those guys are going to go in the top 10 or top 5, top 3 even are just not there anymore. Like, we could wait a while to find out where's the first linebacker going to go. If some of the off the field concerns with Michael Parsons start to rear their head, he could have a big slide down the board.
Jamie, how many offensive linemen did you have? Did you have one of the running backs going? I'm curious to get to your 18. Did you have it 6'5", 5'1", 1"? Did you have 7 linemen, only 4 receivers, or maybe no running backs? Do you remember how you had that out of curiosity?
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I know I believe I had 7 linemen. I had 1 running back, 1 tight end, so 7, 8, 9.
Probably only 4 receivers.
14, and then 4 receivers. Yeah.
Okay, that was Okay, that to me, it's like when you talk about president selection. There's like a swing state.
Yeah,
me,
that's the swing
thing
position.
is here is the offensive lineman and the wide receiver is the swing, in my opinion.
I could see 7 wide receivers. It wouldn't shock me.
Sure. I also could see 4, like Jamie said. I agree. Go either way.
And you know why I think there could be more wide receivers than are projected is because these 40 times, which may be inflated by the fact that they're not really official at the combine and just pro day derived, but some of these 40 times have been off the charts. And if there's one thing we've learned from the NFL draft, is teams will always reach for speed at wide receiver.
Sure.
So, Jamie, you mentioned the defensive line and the problems with the edge. So that brings us to how many defensive linemen and cornerbacks we expect to be drafted. I did an article for the Draft Network where I looked at how teams have drafted each position this century and especially in the last 3 years. And it's been pretty rough for the cornerback position. It's to the point really where there's actually no difference in expected outcomes between second-round cornerback picks and first-round cornerback picks. We just had one of the highest cornerbacks ever drafted last year in Okudah for the Lions. And according to Pro Football Focus's grading, he was 117th out of 124 qualifying cornerbacks last year. And that doesn't seem to me, and Jamie, maybe you disagree, it doesn't seem to me to be a position where you're going to get a lot better than you were to start with. It's almost like running back.
It's interesting because it's such a key need nowadays. And obviously the Okudah pick in year 1 did not work out as well as Detroit had hoped. There were some injury problems there that happened early on too that kept them off the field. But it's an interesting group because it's kind of moved around a lot. At TDN, our scouts had Caleb Farley as their number 1 cornerback, obviously, but then the microdiscectomy knocked him down a little bit. Still think he's a round 1 player, but I wouldn't be blown away if we're out here and not, going into Friday and he's still on the board. There's still 2 clear premier options right now. Both feel likely to come off the board in the first 12 or 13 picks, and that's Patrick Surtain and J.C. Horn. Greg Newsome, Caleb Farley are that next tier. And then it gets interesting because you've got Eric Stokes, who's got the speed. You've got Tyson Campbell, who does somebody fall in love with the tools because they haven't actually put together the puzzle yet and gotten you the player that the tools say that you have. Asante Samuel Jr. is somebody that it looks like and the league is a little bit higher on than maybe a lot of mock drafts. I've seen his over-under is like 37.5.
Yes.
He could sneak into the first round. Kelvin Joseph might be a player that is the apple of somebody's eye. There are a lot of those players that come in that back half, and you have to start to wonder. And this goes back to the offensive line conversation. Like some of the teams that have OL needs also have cornerback needs. So where would they go there? 21 with the Colts, 22 with the Titans, 23 with the Jets. I mean, there are a lot of options there of teams that might go, I'm between the two here, and then we'll kind of really see what those teams feel about this offensive line class. Because we heard how deep it is. If they're taking all these corners instead, it'll tell you how they actually feel about those tackle problems.
Right. Deeper into the second round, because we're talking about the back half of the round, and a team like the Jets is the exception to the rule because they pick at the back half of the first round, but then early in the second round too. So, but I think for most teams picking late in the first round, they're going to have to really believe that one of those positions is super deep to pass on that need in lieu of their second round pick, 30 picks later. Now, what about the running back position? Now, this is the sort of the bane of analytics, which is, just never draft a running back in the first round. And we do have a couple prospects this year who are in consideration for a first round pick, but I think the over under is it 0.5 or is it 1.5?
Yes. It's one of two ways, Michael. You could take over a half laying big juice, or you could take over 1.5 getting big juice. So it really depends on which way you want to.
Which way would you want to go about it?
I think there's a better. I think they were both kind of right numbers. I didn't bet any of the running back props.
Right.
This is actually a position I always say I do this to make money. I don't do it for the action. Not there's anything wrong with doing it for the action. Not at all. People want to enjoy themselves, have fun. I personally think Najee Harris is incredible. I'm surprised he's not. Again, I agree with you, Michael. I wouldn't be taking a running back necessarily when Leonard Fournette went for Christian McCaffrey earned a base spot, but I'm not saying I take him in the top 10. But to me, a guy like Alvin Kamara, you're telling me Alvin Kamara is not a guy. If you knew you were getting Alvin Kamara or Christian McCaffrey, you would not take him as a top 10 pick. I would in a second. Aaron Jones, I think those guys are incredibly valuable. I personally think Najee Harris is phenomenal. Every game I saw, he was the hardest. I thought he was the best player on their team. He was impossible to tackle. He's a really good receiver. He does I think he's a sensational player. To me, again, I think he has a lot of Derrick Henry's toughness, but I think he can catch the ball. I'll be stunned if this guy's not a great pro. I think he'll be the first running back taken. I don't agree that Travis Etienne is as good as him. And I know a lot of people I respect think he's as good, if not better. I'm going to put my reputation, whatever that reputation is, not that much, but that I think that Najee Harris will have the best career of any of these running backs, and I think he'd be a fine pick. Right now, there's been some juice on him. I think he's now over, he was gotten down to like closer to even money now. He's anywhere from, I see, minus 165 to even over minus 200 area. So there has been some real buzz that he's going to be the first running back taken.
Jamie, where do your experts come down on the Etienne versus Harris challenge?
They have them exactly one spot apart, so they're almost even on them. I believe the scouts had Etienne just slightly ahead, but they were negligible. I mean, they had them pretty equal. This is going to be a fascinating one because you could make a legitimate argument that there should be 0 running backs that go in the first round. But as of today, I've kind of switched on this. I feel like it's more likely we get 2 than 0. So I think we're definitely getting 1. But there's been a lot of smoke about, okay, the Bills are interested in a running back. And we already know, like, everybody is mocking Najee Harris to the Steelers. I think we're talking as early as potentially 18 to Miami or 20 to the Jets, with those second picks from each of those teams in that round have some running back needs. It's very fascinating. The Bucs could, if no backs are off the board, I would not be surprised if the Bucs say, screw it. We don't, we got Ronald Jones, we have Gio Bernard, we have Leonard Fournette, but why not? We don't have a long-term answer there. I think all of those are possible, and there's been some smoke today about reports, and it's smokescreen season, so you never know. But that Buffalo might want to move up and try to get ahead of the Jets, get ahead of the Steelers to go get a running back. So I think we're getting 1 for sure, but now I almost think we might get at least have more likely to get 2 than the whole first round goes out without any of them.
But don't you agree with me, guys? And now again, it's a big if. It's a big if. But if you know you're drafting I know you can say this about any position, but if you know you actually are getting a good running back, I think again, like if I told you we're getting Dalvin Cook or Aaron Jones or Alvin Kamara, like an elite or McCaffrey, I think these guys help your team a ton. That's just my opinion. So I think, in my opinion, some ways it's gone too far. Am I saying I would take Ezekiel Elliott fourth again overall or something like that? I'm not saying that, but I'm saying if you're telling me you're taking guy number 24, 26 area, and the guy is an all-pro, I just think it's a great pick, and I think sometimes the hate has gone too far.
It's interesting because, and Michael, I want your thoughts on this because it was in part of one of your articles you wrote for the Draft Network. There's two facets to this. There's the who can help us right now, who's got the most talent, and there's the other side of it, which is the financial and the cap side of things, of who gives us the most bang for our buck as you're trying to maneuver through the salary cap on a rookie contract. And as we're seeing, there's a lot of hesitancy. There's a lot of uneasiness when you get to some of these running backs in their fifth-year options that I think teams are going to go, you know what? Am I going to spend valuable? And right now, the fifth-year option is still a valuable cap piece for a lot of teams. Primarily with quarterbacks, but it doesn't have to just be for quarterbacks. But they're going, you know what? Unless I'm really, really in love with a player or I have multiple first-round picks, I'm not so sure I'm going to get that player. And, if you're the Jets or the Dolphins that are picking the first handful of picks in the second round, I'm not sure you just don't sit back and wait.
I think the analytics get better as you progress through the round. So you can't take one early because then you're making that player one of the highest paid running backs during his rookie contract. And then you're going to have to pick up his fifth-year option and franchise him at even higher numbers. But as you progress through the round, if you get into the mid-20s and later,
that's what I'm saying.
It becomes a little bit better because then the rookie contract is going to be relatively small. And then the fifth-year option isn't going to be crippling. And then you even have, if the guy pops and becomes, a Le'Veon Bell type player, you could just pick up his, like the Steelers did, you could just pick up his franchise tag. And then you basically have 6 years for a running back. And then the question is, do you even want more years from a running back than 6 years? So in a way, once you get into the 20s, I'm not saying that I would greenlight this if I was making the decision from strictly a analytics perspective. But I think that there is kind of an analytics argument for picking the running back later in the round.
I agree. Obviously, I think that's what I'm trying to say is, I get the whole analytics thing. I'm saying I understand maybe taking a guy the way it was when we saw Ezekiel Elliott go 4 and McCaffrey went in the top 10, Fournette went 4. And I don't think we're going to see that maybe for a while. But again, if you really believe you're getting an I'm saying you have to really believe the guy's really good. I'm not saying just take any run-of-the-mill guy, but if you really think Etienne or Williams from North Carolina or the running Alabama guy we were just talking about, if you think one of those three players, Najee Harris, if you think is going to be a great player, like I think Najee Harris has a chance to be one of the 5 best running backs in the NFL. Now, maybe I'm the only one who thinks that, but if I think he has that kind of chance, I think if you take him 25th, 26th, 28th, I don't think anything's wrong with that. Just for the reasons you said, you get him, even if you franchise him for one more year as a 6-year, great. That means it was a great pick, and then go on to the next battle after that.
Jamie, Brad brought up Williams, and I wrote an article for the Draft Network about age and how it has been sort of prioritized by GMs. Last year, 22 of the first-round picks were 21 years old or younger, but mostly 21 in calendar years as of September 1st of their draft year last year, and that's an all-time record. So you have Williams, who's 21. You have Harris, who's going to be well past 23 when the NFL season starts. Is that a factor in maybe in trying to assess some of these borderline players, just kind of looking at their birth certificate?
I think it is, but I think the point you made earlier about the number of years you actually want the running back kind of plays in the favor of it's not as big of a deal. I think you're looking almost like a pitcher. How many miles does he have on his arm? How many miles does he have on the legs? Because in reality, I think at this point, if you're drafting a running back for more than 5 years, you're just making a mistake. It's not happening.
Yeah,
we don't see these guys get second contracts a lot, and when they do, they're like these pseudo deals that are basically 2-year deals. Like the Derrick Henry deal, the Aaron Jones deal, they're both essentially 2-year deals with some options, depending on how the contract language works out.
It just means, Jimmy, you made a great pick.
That is a factor, but yeah, I think
it just means you made a great pick. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
The interesting thing from an age perspective, in addition to like how long you'll have the player, because obviously the older they are, the sooner they'll peak, and the less years you'll have them. But the other interesting question is whether or not an older player, like consider that offensive line prospect for BYU, who's like in his mid-20s already, right? Does the fact that somebody in Harris would fall into this category too, somebody who's a grown man playing against younger men, is that something like in baseball, we would always discount somebody who was 22 putting up great stats in a year where in a league where the average age was 20, we would be like, oh, that's not that big of a deal. He was old for his league. But we don't do that in football.
Yeah, I always think of Danny Watkins, old Eagles pick. The fireman, they took him. I don't remember, Mike was like 26, 27, something like that. That was one of the worst all-time picks the Eagles have ever made. And then I was Brandon Whedon, when he came in, same thing. The older,
I think he was 28.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem. But I will say this, Jamie, I think you made a good point in talking about Najee. In a bubble, I agree. You always want the younger guy. But if there's one spot where I'm going to say, okay, we're only going to want the guy probably for 5 years, maybe 6. If you're getting for 6 years, it means you made a home run pick, right? If Najee Harris is 23 or he's 22, not so sure it's really going to make that big a difference. I personally, in that one situation, probably wouldn't factor into my handicap. I guess I base everything on odds and probabilities. I don't think I would hold that against Najee. But Michael, your data was outstanding. The stuff that you showed, I was really surprised about just how age-driven so much of this stuff is.
It's definitely a tailwind. Like it's not. It shouldn't be the decision. But if you want to draft downhill and put the odds into your favor, like if the odds are 50-50, if you want to make them like say 55-45, then I think if players are rated closely, if you defer to the significantly younger one and
I think it was
kind
even
of push down the
55,
older
45,
one. Yeah,
to be honest,
I think it'll give you
data.
Yeah. I mean, it's a significant difference. It's small but significant. Like it shows up exactly as you would predict. So before we go, we have sort of a wild card section, and I have something to talk about as it relates to draft day trades and the Jimmy Johnson draft chart. But before I get into that, do either of you guys have anything that we haven't discussed that you want to address?
Well, look,
I'll cede my time to Brad. Brad's got five of his top bets that he supplied to us in advance. I'd love to. I think we have a graphic we can put up on the screen to kind of show everybody, some of the bets that he's made. And he said a couple. We've had to replace a couple because he was really savvy and on some things early that are just not even available anymore because they're automatic wins. But Brad, you want to talk about a couple of those bets that you had made?
Yeah, like one of the bets that I did, which again is just not available anymore. It was actually, I was very fortunate, very lucky / fortunate. I put this bet in, and then they, at least the site I put it took it down, but maybe it's available still somewhere. It's like this: who more players drafted, the SEC or the ACC in round 1? And Jamie, right now I'm seeing the SEC over under first rounders at 12.5. The ACC, I mean, gosh, it's really a struggle for me to get more. Obviously we have Trevor Lawrence, we have Christian Darrisaw, we have Caleb Farley, and Jalen Phillips. MTN maybe. Gregory Rousseau, I don't think is going to get there. Where are you going to come up with, like 12 first-round picks? I hate to say something's free money. I really, it's not my style. But I will say this: if I could bet 25% of my net worth on this bet, I would literally bet 25% of my net worth on this bet. I'm asking you, Jamie, how do you do this, and you know this stuff as well as anyone in the universe? Can you see a way in the world I would lose this bet? I mean, do you see any possible scenario where the ACC gets more than the SEC in this bet?
No, I don't think it's possible at all. I mean, even if you want to say, okay, we're going to keep Rousseau in the round, we're going to keep ETN in the round, we're going to put Asante Samuel up there. He's going to be a corner to go. I don't see it happening.
Just Alabama versus the ACC would be a good bet.
Versus ACC would be a
I would take favor Alabama. I would favor Alabama. Yeah. And another one I'd like to talk about, guys, because this one still is on the board, a bet that I think has value. It's just my opinion. all these props now you can bet which team will go first, offense or defense. And you see on the list, I took the Cleveland Browns minus 200. Now look, when I look at this team, we obviously know they're not going to go quarterback. We obviously know they're not going to go with tight end because they're not going to get Kyle Pitts, and they already got a tight end anyway. But they're not going to. Kyle Pitts will not be there. We know they're clearly not going running back. Offensive line they addressed last year in the first round, and they also saw Jack Conklin as well. I don't see that being a fit. So I say to myself, okay, could it be a wide receiver to replace Odell Beckham down the line? Possibly, but this is a team, again, I would really be surprised if they don't go defense. It's pricey at minus 200, but I handicapped it at closer to 75% chance. I think, Jamie and Michael, that the Browns go defense. So I think if you can lay minus 200, that has some value. And then we talked about a way to shift the odds into your favor. And it's a little tricky way of doing it. You think the Jalen Waddle's going to go ahead to Devonta Smith. Well, instead of laying a price, just say that Jamar Chase is going to be the first receiver taken, which if he's not, he became the first receiver, guys, since Calvin Johnson to get a unanimous top receiver grade among NFL scouts. First one since Calvin Johnson. I'm willing to say if Jalen Waddle goes ahead of him, I'll just take my medicine and just
right.
And I also say there's nothing wrong with winning a bet, and it's not listed on the site here, but you could still get about Jamar Chase minus 600, minus 700 to be the first wide receiver taken. He's going to be the first wide receiver taken. Yeah, I mean, you have to put up a lot of money to win a little bit of money, but sometimes, in my opinion, the most value in a bet can be actually taking a big favorite, because what do most people like to do, Jamie, and you talk about? People like to have fun. Like you even said it. They like to take that long shot bet because it's fun. I get it. But sometimes that actually leads to value in taking the big favorite. It's very rare, but in cases like this, I find value in taking some big favorites.
So I guess
I'll see the rest of my time to you before we sign off. You have some really fun stuff here.
In case there's any draft trades, this is something to keep in mind. Everybody refers to the Jimmy Johnson draft chart, and it's something that, for all I know, and for all we know, Jimmy Johnson maybe wrote this on the back of a napkin in like 1990, and now this is what everybody says has to be the case. So one of my the people that I've worked with very often for the past decade or so, Cade Massey, who's an behavioral economics professor at Wharton. He has a student, Zach Drapkin, who came up with a idea for a paper that would look at the Jimmy Johnson draft chart and compare it to like a hypothetical fortune teller, like a Madame Marie on the boardwalk, with a functional crystal ball, one that actually worked and could foresee the future. And so basically in every draft, the best guy in the draft, based on the Pro Football Reference analytics, the best player in the draft is the number one guy, no matter where he was picked. The second best player is the number two guy, and all the way down to the 32nd pick in the first round. If you charted that up, it would be less steep, meaning that there would be more uncertainty implied than the Jimmy Johnson chart. So the Jimmy Johnson chart expects there to be greater certainty with who you select with these picks than an actual person who could foresee the future and know where all these players actually were going to line up. It's the craziest thing probably that's been widely accepted in the history of sports, in my knowledge, because it's existed pretty much unchallenged for 3 decades now.
It's a great point by you, Michael. It really is. And I know you said it kind of tongue in cheek, but I actually think I read, and maybe you didn't say it tongue in cheek, I think I read that Jimmy Johnson actually did something similar to what you said.
Oh, he wrote it on the back of a napkin?
Like he really kind of did something like that. And he just kind of did it as a whatever. And then it became like, oh my gosh, this is now the way of the future. And you're right, like it's crazy that people just copy that, and that's the way that the things can be. But I agree with you. That's a really interesting point.
So that's why what I was saying, why Baltimore trades down. If you look at the trade, the Chiefs felt that they paid the Jimmy Johnson price for the trade that they made with the Ravens. But from the Ravens' perspective, since they're more heavily into analytics probably than any other team, they know that they just completely, hosed the Chiefs, and the Chiefs don't even know it. The Chiefs think it's a fair trade. So like, why would you disabuse teams of this notion? There's no incentive for the handful of teams that know that it's garbage to change it and to challenge it because you know that you could lean into this and just get great trades every year.
What a great point. That's so true. That really is so true. I love that.
That's awesome. Well, that's a great way to end the show, everybody. So check out BetPrep US for all this information. But make sure you also stick here with Brinks.tv for the rest of the night. We've got a really, really exciting show coming up with Mock Draft Roulette that you do not want to miss. Michael, Brad, thank you for joining me, and make sure everybody stays here on Brinks.tv.
This is where it starts.
Thank you so much, Jamie.
Where your story begins.
Thanks, Jamie.
Jamie, that was great.
This is the trail you blaze yourself. And step by step, you get stronger, faster, better. This is where it starts. How will you finish? Angles, we're with you every step of the way.
Thanks for coming, everyone. Laser Kitty and I, and the whole Killcliff team, that's a temporary name, are understandably upset that someone is claiming that Killcliff is not the world's first and best clean energy drink. Totally preposterous. Laser Kitty, the floor is yours. Let 'em have it. That was beautiful. Thank you, Laser Kitty. For the first and best clean energy drink, go to killcliff.com.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Thank you for coming today. I have important announcement. Killcliff is world's first and best clean energy drink. It come to my attention some people claim they are first clean energy. Fake. I hate fake people. Exhibit A. Here I am in secret lab making Joe Rogan Flaming Joe. Best-selling clean energy drink in world. Exhibit B. Type world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It's Killcliff.
Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning. All right, here is indisputable proof that Killcliff is the world's first and best clean energy drink. Now, in your interweb thingies, just type world's first clean energy drink.com or world's best clean energy drink.com. or world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It all leads to killcliff.com right there on the interwebs. Boom! Mic drop. Yeah. It's the Killcliff $1 Million Mega Stimmy Sweepstakes on Brinks.tv. First, register on Brinks.tv and automatically get your first entry. Next, get bonus entries when you buy Killcliff at retail. Confirm your entry by uploading your receipt at killcliff.com. Then, repeat. The more you buy, the more chances to win. To find the retailer that sells Killcliff nearest you, check out the store locator at killcliff.com. Brinks TV.
Loving on you.
With lots of cash and prizes.
As a reward for making Killcliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Killcliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch deep discounts and eternal awesomeness. Go to killcliff.com to get your discounts on.
Oh yeah. From Killcliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
A long time ago, people used to watch TV and win. Jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor. Winning never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me, Freund. Whatever he or she or he calls himself, herself or knee self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Brinks.tv, where winning is like a wiener. The bigger, the better.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my.
Thank you for coming today. I have important announcement. KillCliff is world's first and best clean energy drink. It come to my attention some people claim they are first clean energy. Fake. I hate fake people. Exhibit A. Here I am in secret lab making Joe Rogan Flaming Joe. Best-selling clean energy drink in world. Exhibit B. Type world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It's KillCliff.
Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning. All right, here is indisputable proof that KillCliff is the world's first and best clean energy drink. Now, in your interweb thingies, just type world's first cleanenergydrink.com or world's best cleanenergydrink.com. or world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It all leads to killcliff.com right there on the interwebs. Boom! Mic drop. Yeah. It's the Killcliff $1 Million Mega Stimmy Sweepstakes on Brinks.tv. First, register on Brinks.tv and automatically get your first entry. Next, get bonus entries when you buy Killcliff at retail. Confirm your entry by uploading your receipt at killcliff.com. Then, repeat. The more you buy, the more chances to win. To find the retailer that sells Killcliff nearest you, check out the store locator at killcliff.com. Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
As a reward for making Killcliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Killcliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to killcliff.com to get your discounts on.
A long time ago, people used to watch TV and win. Jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor winning. Never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me Freud. Whatever he or she or me calls himself, herself or knee self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
Freeze sleeve. Freeze it. Sleeve it. Relieve it. Go to freesleeve.com. Brinks TV. Winners. Winners. And more winners.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Thank you for coming today. I have important announcement. Killcliff is world's first and best clean energy drink. It come to my attention some people claim they are first clean energy. Fake. I hate fake people. Exhibit A. Here I am in secret lab making Joe Rogan Flaming Joe. Best-selling clean energy drink in world. Exhibit B. Type world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It's Killcliff.
Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning.
All right, here is indisputable
medical proof that Kill Cliff is the world's first and best clean energy drink. Now, in your interweb thingies, just type world's first cleanenergydrink.com or world's best cleanenergydrink.com or world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It all leads to killcliff.com right there on the interwebs. Boom! Mic drop. Yeah. It's the Killcliff $1 Million Mega Stimmy Sweepstakes on Brinks.tv. First, register on Brinks.tv and automatically get your first entry. Next, get bonus entries when you buy Killcliff at retail. Confirm your entry by uploading your receipt at killcliff.com. Then, repeat. The more you buy, the more chances to win. To find the retailer that sells Killcliff nearest you, check out the store locator at killcliff.com. Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
As a reward for making Killcliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Killcliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to killcliff.com to get your discounts on.
A long time ago, people used to watch TV and win. Jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor winning. Never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me, Freund. Whatever he or she or me calls himself, herself or knee self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance,
Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Draft, because you see what's behind us.
A wheel.
There's a wheel.
Yeah.
And there is a man who has the power to spin that wheel.
Is it you?
It is not me, it is Jamie. We don't have the Jamie cam, which we probably should.
We should
have a Jamie cam moving forward. So
he's just gonna be grinning at us menacingly.
So I'm gonna explain the rules because these guys don't even know the rules. I'm the only one on stage that knows the rules. We're each gonna have 8 picks in the first round of a mock draft. Okay. We have rules. The rules are on the board. We spin the wheel. For every one of your 8 picks, you have to follow the rule.
So you get a different rule every 8
No.
picks?
Oh,
never mind.
So if that rule says you can only draft quarterbacks, then you better get 8 quarterbacks ready to go.
For the whole thing?
For the whole thing.
The whole draft.
Be ready.
Okay.
The wheel has all the power.
Okay.
I don't like the wheel.
This
The
is
wheel
gonna
was
be
fun
interesting.
initially. It's not
So
fun
now,
anymore.
I ask the most important question.
Yes.
Who wants the wheel to be spun for them first?
Me. Let's do it.
Jamie, you heard the man. Spin the wheel
Do
for
it.
Trevor, please.
Do it.
Oh, gosh.
Spin the wheel.
Big money, big money, big money.
You can only draft Pac-12 players.
Lucky you, Pac-12.
I'm okay with this.
Early
conference
thoughts.
champions.
No, we got some good Pac-12 players.
Just call them.
Now
we got some.
you have the first pick because you're going first.
But you want me to go first, or are we doing?
So
the
you're
rules
picking
for
for Jacksonville. Like so, since you went first, you're picking for Jacksonville. So take your time. Think about what you want to do.
All right.
Just call him Howie Roseman, man. Just picking out of the Pac-12. Ignore the SEC entirely.
Davis Mills was a 5-star recruit.
I got his number, so I'll hit him up.
Brentley, you want to go next?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Jamie, please.
Go ahead and spin it for me.
Spin the wheel.
Big money, big money, big money.
What do we got?
You are only
Big
allowed to
Ten.
draft Big Ten players.
Can they get the same
slow
thing?
and unathletic.
Like if I get Big Ten,
No,
we're
if
just
one of us gets the
competing
same,
against one another
no,
for the best
that'd
Big
be
Ten
hilarious.
players.
You guys
Yeah,
maybe.
You're bottom of the barrel by pick 32.
We will let it play out. We will let it play out.
I would like Josh Amateur Bebe with a 32nd overall.
I'll leave the choice to you. Do you want me to go now, or do you want to go
Go
now?
ahead, take it in line. That's all
Jamie,
right.
spin the wheel for me.
All right. I hope you both get Big Ten players.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, I can do whatever I want.
This is rigged.
This is rigged.
He hosted a show with you earlier today. This is absolute collusion.
The best thing is
great.
whatever he wants can be sniping Pac-12 and Big
Oh,
Ten
this is
players.
gonna be fun.
He can just take him.
This
Dude,
is
he's
going to
making
be
it
great.
super limited.
All right, Jamie, can I get the wheel spun one
Get
more time
Briggs
for Ben,
TV on the
please?
line. I'm pissed.
Anything I want. Anything I want. Anything I want. Only draft wide receiver.
You can only draft wide receivers.
This is the Mel Kiper 30 wide receivers in the first 3 round challenge.
Last year, Mel Kiper said that there could be 30 receivers drafted in the first 3 rounds, which is an absurd number. So Trevor tried to get it done, and it was like impossible.
I did a 3-round mock draft, and we were like bottom of the barrel dudes in the 3rd round.
All right.
Yes.
We ready?
Yep.
Yes.
You've had a lot of time to think about it.
Not enough.
You can only take a Pac-12 player here, so no Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
What are you doing for the Jacksonville Jaguars? I have the mock draft in front of me, so if you need a certain position pulled up, because Pac-12 players are a little bit lower on the list here, so if you need me to scroll.
All right.
Is the best Pac-12.
I have a question.
You better chill out there, Chris.
Is BYU far enough west?
It's Mountain
to where
West.
we
Hold on.
can
Hold on. Let me check with the judges. Hold on. Let me check with the judges. Jamie,
conferences work?
that's gonna be a no. The judges say no.
You guys attacking me for asking questions.
Davis
I thought we were
Davis
right.
Mills is the only correct answer.
Davis Mills.
Yeah, we're going Davis Mills. Davis Mills.
Number one
former
recruit.
5-star recruit, baby.
This is the only place you're going to see Davis Mills go first in a draft.
Listen, look, played at Stanford. Okay, Brentley, you're up.
Pro-style offense.
This worked out well for you.
So this one did work out well. We're going to go Justin Fields, quarterback of Ohio State. I actually think this should be the pick in a normal situation. So, Jets fans, you're welcome. Maybe Joe Douglas has the wheel of fortune of himself. He can actually get a franchise
The
quarterback.
right quarterback. Yeah, I had too.
Guys, the San Francisco 49ers move all the way up to 3, and you love to see the way the board has fallen because we are running to the podium. Trevor Lawrence is coming to the San Francisco 49ers. I don't think I need to say anything else.
This exercise is hilarious.
All right, I've got Falcons at 4.
Yep, you can only take a wide receiver. I'll make this easy for you here. Here you go.
How liberally are we interpreting wide receiver?
Kyle Pitts, he's not a wide receiver.
He aligned more wide receiver than tight end last year.
Hold on.
Where is he in the categories?
Wait a minute. Judges?
And okay, if Atlanta's trading,
what do the judges say?
If Atlanta is trading Julio and then drafting Kyle Pitts, what do they think Kyle Pitts?
The judges say no. You cannot take a wide receiver.
Okay, well I'll just take Jamar Chase out of LSU. And either way, if we trade Julio
you're gonna
Jones,
like
we're gonna
it.
play. Oh darn, I have to take Jamar Chase. All right, Davis Mills. Let's see who you want for the Bengals. This one's perfect. Oh yeah, Pettis.
Oh, hey, that worked out for you.
It's honestly hard to remember. Like you have to do quick work to filter through who you can pick.
Oh, there's a rule up there that is you can only take seniors and you can only take underclassmen, and I know I'm gonna get the rule and I'm gonna forget it.
That'd be tough. Penei Sewell makes a lot of sense. I'd be picking Penei Sewell here at 5 if I had, the get out of jail free card that you got for 3rd. Yeah, sure, the wheel spoke. Collusion going on.
All right, so only Big Ten players for the Dolphins.
Yeah.
I actually think you can make 2 good picks here with Micah Parsons and Deshaun Slater.
That's what I was thinking.
These are working out well for you.
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm gonna go with Rashawn Slater. We're gonna stick him either at right guard or right tackle, then we'll kick Robert Hunt inside. I actually think that kind of makes a lot of sense. So we'll go with Rashawn Slater.
Right, he plays any of the spots for you. It's not a problem.
You know, guys, it's really difficult with this rule.
No one is interested.
I can just look at the board and do whatever I want.
What you have to say.
And I mean,
but you actually have a decision here because people have talked about if quarterback makes it to the Lions, you take one. And in the normal mock reality, we're normally kind of sitting here and be like, okay, there's no way a quarterback that they would want is going to drop to 7. But
it's a tough problem to have, you know, just to be able to just debate all these different things.
Zach Wilson on the
and then I can do whatever I want. I can just pick whatever player I'm interested in.
Look at the top of the board that's left. Kyle Pitts. None of us can take him. Jack Wilson.
No. How dare you? I can take him.
That's what I'm saying. None of the three of us. So the top of the board that's left is just your board. None of the three of us have access to these players.
I'd love to see it.
It's ridiculous.
If you leave him for the Kansas City Chiefs, no, they don't pick. They go to pick at 31. So
no first round pick, right?
We're okay.
I will say, Trev, you did bring up a really good point. This is a tough spot for me because there are different avenues that I can go in. But you know what? Let's give him a quarterback.
Okay.
Let's give him Trey Lance.
Or Zach Wilson. Trey could potentially actually be there at 7. There's like a non-zero chance of that happening.
Yeah, this feels like either than Penei Sewell, this is probably the most likely pick.
Right, realistic pick. All right, I have the Panthers.
Oh yeah, let me help you out here. Wide receivers.
Yeah, sweet, thank you. Yeah. All right, so DJ Moore's in the building, and Robbie Anderson's in the building. So we're good for speed. Waddle's still there. Devontae, but I want. How many slot reps am I going to have open? A decent amount if Curtis Samuel's the vacated player. What's up?
But you also need to think that you're taking wide receivers later on.
Yes.
Right? So you don't want to you're allowed to manipulate the board
Regardless, I'm taking a wide receiver off the board and screwing my future self. There's no other way I can do this. I'm just trying to think. I would imagine they would still take Waddle. I don't think the Curtis Samuel role is the best for him, but with the vacated short targets, with the backfield shenanigans, with the motion work, Waddle's going to be very dangerous in that.
So it's a Waddle?
Yeah, I think you put him in the Curtis Samuel role and also try to find a few more ways to get him some deep targets.
All right, I need you to scroll for me here.
Yeah, what's the approach here? Can you take me through it?
I mean, the approach is me looking for any Pac-12 player.
Right,
Vera Tucker's still there. Can you scroll down a little bit? Because I want to get reminded of
your best corners like Paulson Adebo, Elijah Molden.
Oh, Molden's there.
Yeah,
okay, I've got
Wazirike.
I've got Tryon. I've got Wazirike.
Yeah.
Okay, you have options.
I've got Walker Little later if I got to go to it.
You have to make 8 picks.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Odigizua, St. Brown, J. Tufele.
There's some games.
Talanoa Hufanga.
No.
All right, we're chilling. All right,
you feel better now? You feel a lot better now?
We're big chilling. I think that I like Vera Tucker the most for the Broncos here. Obviously, they're getting the higher Pac-12 talent, but also they could potentially need an upgrade along the interior or maybe at right tackle. It just depends how Juwan James kind of pans out for them this season. So, I think that Vera Tucker actually makes a decent amount of sense for as much as I could possibly spin it picking a Pac-12 player here at 9.
Brentley, you have the Dallas Cowboys here at 10. Again, can only pick a Big Ten player.
Yeah, again, we're thinking Micah Parsons. You know, Sean Lee just retired.
Could.
They're debating picking up.
They're arguing for a linebacker.
If you wanted to go corner, you could go Greg Newsome.
So many good SEC players.
We're going to go Greg Newsome.
No, they're not. Don't worry.
We're going Greg Newsome here. The corner's a monster need opposite Trayvon Diggs.
That's the right pick. Yeah,
so Greg Newsome makes a lot of sense for the Cowboys.
So now I get the Giants, and I get to do whatever I want. And, Rob, Giants fans, in earshot. He's very close by.
Yeah.
I'm taking Kyle Pitts. Florida Giants. It's going to make him extremely happy. I got him. I got you guys.
Throwing around a bone.
Yeah, no problem. Listen, this is easy. This is just the way the board breaks for me.
Oh, you got the Eagles.
Eagles at 12 with the wide receiver on the board.
Hold on. Here you go.
Actually, what they hope happens here.
Pull up the board here for you.
So I don't know if they'd love Devontae Smith personally because at 12,
he has
absolutely.
to.
But they have very little established wide receiver talent. It's not like Carolina where we have Robbie Anderson in this role and DJ Moore in that role. The Eagles have nobody established. Devontae Smith is at all 3 positions, all 3 levels of the field. He can be a possession receiver. He can be explosive for you. So this is great because no matter how the rest of your roster shakes out, he's going to have a role for you. So if they are comfortable with his 166-pound frame, it'd be a great pick come Thursday. Here on Monday with the conditions set, he's obviously the best available.
I want to do a little bit of reset for maybe people who are just joining us and they're very confused as to the way the board has played out.
We're losing followers by the second.
We're playing a little mock draft roulette. We've spun the big wheel behind us. Each of us has a rule that we have to follow for the 8 picks that we're going to have here in the first round. Trevor can only draft Pac-12 players. Brentley can only take Big Ten players. I can do whatever I want. I just get to just look at the board and pick just whatever great players I want can be on my team. And Ben has to only take wide receivers. We go again, another time around the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Trevor,
The Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah,
just take Kayvon Thibodeau. Just default to next year.
I don't
Kayvon Thibodeau.
Just trade the entire draft.
I mean, I would like to. Yeah, can I trade back? I just keep trading back with other players.
Make none of your 8 picks.
Paulson Adebo could make some sense here.
Could definitely
Walker
make
Little.
sense. I
need a tackle.
Feel like Walker Little is too.
Javon Holland.
That's
Talanoa
too
Hufanga.
much of a stretch. I'm looking at either Paulson Adebo,
Jordan
or
Scott?
Amon-Ra St. Brown. Those are the 2 ones for me. I guess I'm going to go Paulson Adebo because I think they have a better chance of taking a cornerback here at 13 than anything else. So,
right.
Yeah, I'll go with Adebo. And honestly, Adebo, you and I have talked about this on the podcast. Like, Adebo kind of had a monster sophomore season. People were like, oh my God, this guy's the greatest prospect ever. And then his junior year was fine. It was fine. And then people just totally forgot about it.
He felt like he was on that round 1 trajectory.
Yeah.
And then that tailed off a little bit.
I mean, he just didn't take that leap. He didn't take like a big leap that people thought.
I think he took the leap. He just took it before he was eligible.
Well,
and then he plays
so
another
jumped the shot a
year.
little
Yeah,
bit. But like, I
exactly.
still think Paulson Adebo is good. So I don't. Okay, yeah, I was about to say I don't hate him at 13, but he's not going to go in the first round. So I guess this is the best I can do.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When you woke up today and you got here to the studio and we
Yeah.
planned out the day,
Right.
and I was like, hey, you're going to be part of this mock draft roulette.
Yes.
Did you think that Paulson Adebo's name would come out of your mouth when we were doing a first round mock?
Yeah, I have on my iPhone over there just a little note, and it says Paulson Adebo, no matter what. Yeah, so that's up there. That's actually
Minnesota Vikings, only Big Ten players. Brentley, what's the thought process here? Micah Parsons again?
No, I'm going to go Kwity Paye.
You should have said that every time.
Keeping Micah Parsons is there.
I would, but in this circumstance, I actually think this could actually happen in real life. I do think Kwity Paye will be in play for Minnesota.
Totally.
They're in need of pass rush help. He's a great fit for their scheme. Runs a 4-3 scheme. I think he's an excellent kind of fit opposite Daniil Hunter.
Yeah,
he's explosive. Sure. He's technically sound. He's really good against the run. I think this would be a really good pick.
Well, this is enjoyable. I'm on the clock here at
all 4 of
pick
Brentley's
number
picks have been like kind of acceptable, and Trevor's picks are just so far falling off.
I'm not sure if that's an indictment against the Pac-12 or a compliment to the Big Ten.
It's definitely a down year for the Pac-12. It's definitely down.
There's not
a lot of opt-outs.
There's no prospect out of Utah. There's no prospect out of Colorado. No prospect out of Arizona State. Like they're missing a whole third of the conference.
Yeah, I know.
Let's have a very interesting conversation here. Not one that we're going to have on draft night, but there are 2 quarterbacks sitting on the board for the Patriots at 15. Mac Jones, who realistically could be there at 15, and then Zach Wilson.
Right.
Okay, of the 2 scenarios, Mac Jones being there at 15 is more realistic than Zach Wilson being there at 15.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
what's your point?
No, Trev made a face when I said Mac Jones is realistic.
Mac Jones realistic to get to 15, and it's like. Listen to Kyle Shanahan's presser. He talked about the world ending and basically being like, I'm going to
we might not make it
draft Mac Jones, and that's going to be my last hurrah before the asteroid comes or something. So
have we ever had a conversation about Zach Wilson and the New England Patriots? Like, it just never happened.
I feel like we did maybe in the fall.
Like September?
Before things really got out of hand with Wilson in terms of him being the unquestioned number 2 quarterback for whatever reason.
You're probably right.
Regardless, at this stage, he's just astronomically more talented. So you're not going to shackle yourself to Mac when you have the alternative not to. That's been the whole conversation around the Niners at 3. There's nothing wrong with Mac as the pick. It's just you have significantly better options.
better options.
Yeah. And that's what Wilson represents to the Patriots.
And again, there's a lot of players on the board I can take.
You guys stop trying to make your picks like, it's such a tough debate. Like, don't take Zach Wilson. It's so difficult for you.
Zach Wilson's going to be the pick here at 15. I will get the Patriots their quarterback.
Cardinals
at 16.
A team that might trade up for wide receiver.
Well, you can't trade up. You just have to stay here and pick a wide receiver.
All right. DeAndre Hopkins in hand. AJ Green in hand. Andy Isabella's been disappointing. Larry Fitzgerald retires. Christian Kirk is still there.
We don't know if he's retired yet. But.
Larry's not on the roster, though, yeah?
He's a free agent, but has not said that he is not going to come back.
I do not expect Fitz to play for the Cardinals, but whatever. So it feels like speed is what we need, right? We tried it with Andy Isabella. We weren't successful there. Bateman ran a 4.39, but I'm not sure how much I believe that. Elijah
Everybody
Moore,
ran 4.39.
Kadarius Toney, Terrace Marshall, Rondell Moore.
Yes.
Feel a slot separator feels interesting because you're going to have Green on one side and Hopkins on the other. Ball in hand player, somebody who can create with the ball in his hands, is also exciting. I do wonder if the route tree in Arizona is simple enough that Kadarius Toney makes sense, as opposed to like a guy like Elijah Moore, who's just not going to be running. Like Elijah Moore will be maximized by teams that give him complex routes. That's not really Arizona. Arizona just get to space quick. That's how we do it in the air raid. So I'll take Kadarius Toney. I feel like that gets clever and fun and interesting.
I think that pick.
Right. I'm thinking more about what the Cardinals might do at 49 if they were taking a wide receiver. Now looking at this board, and Kadarius Toney kind of stands out as the guy they might like.
Las Vegas Raiders at 17. We got offensive tackle needs. I'm not going to take Walker Little for them.
And too much dignity. Still a little bit too much.
Yeah,
dignity.
I mean, honestly, that's where we're at. Defensive
Javon
line
Holland.
is where I'm looking. Javon Holland also could be the guy there if they
free safety. Gus Bradley cover 3.
Are they going to put Javon at free safety all the time though? I don't know. I'm looking at defensive line, and I feel like with them moving on from Mo Hurst, I look at Levi and Wizarike, and I think that's the best pick here. This one's actually a little bit more streamlined than the last couple have been, so I'm thankful. I also had Joe Tryon on the board, and I think they need edge, so that was
again,
consideration.
it's kind of like, who might they target at round 2? This guy. We're going to take
Let's
the
accelerate it. So,
that
I'm gonna
happens
go
every year once or twice.
Levi Wizarike here.
Can you scroll up for me?
Sure. What do you want all positions?
Yeah, all positions.
Okay, I'll get you back to the big board. You're on the clock with the.
Who did the Dolphins take at 6?
Was that me? That wasn't me.
No, that was me. We had Rashawn Slater.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So again,
Not
only
bad.
Big Ten players, and this time it's going to be Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons still on the
And
board.
actually, if I'm a Dolphins fan, I'm pretty happy with this.
Yeah,
with
it's
this,
amazing.
with this
Dolphins are in a
draft.
whole regular
Honestly,
draft.
you get Rashawn Slater at 6, you get Micah Parsons all the way down at 18 to be the anchor of Brian Flores' defense.
Yeah.
That's actually a home run. So you're welcome, Dolphins fans.
They're Dolphins fans, after watching this, are going to just start writing letters to NFL, like the NFL Network and Roger Goodell himself. They're going to be like, "Do the wheel."
They want the wheel.
We will be pioneers.
They
in
want
that
the
regard.
wheel.
Everybody loves the wheel. I'm not going to make it as if this next pick is difficult, because again, I have the easiest rule up here.
Yeah.
But I think
we know you do.
There's a conversation to be had here with the way that the board is played out.
Okay.
Christian Darrisaw, and then I think the 2 corners falling how they have is an interesting conversation here as well.
Mac Jones not an option for you?
Could be. We could add him into the mix as well. And then you have Caleb Farley. This is it feels like this is a reasonable spot in a sort of range where his on Thursday night his fall, if there is one, could stop.
Yeah.
It was more of an open discussion for the room to see what you guys thought. But
I just never consider corner for them, just because
Right.
it feels like everybody's really off the board, and the offensive line room always falls to them better. But is J.C. Horn's on the board, correct?
Yeah.
So is Patrick Surtain.
Yeah.
You're
So,
going to kick Fuller inside to play the slot.
Yeah.
Play one of the guys on the outside, leave Will Jackson on the outside.
Yeah.
Jimmy Moreland becomes your 4th defensive back, which is just obnoxious. You
I
already
mean, I
have
think
great
that's
safety
great.
room.
That's a great
Yeah.
situation to
So
have.
like BPA, you can get him on the field.
Yeah.
It's just you got to be playing Fuller on the inside.
Are we discounting Mac Jones?
Bradley, please. I mean, if you'd like to sell me, that's.
This is Ryan Fitzpatrick's slander.
Yeah.
Look, Fitzpatrick. I like Fitzpatrick. I like Fitzmagic.
We
but
all do.
Rivera needs a young quarterback in the building that he can actually feel good about for maybe not this
This
year.
is
next
Taylor
year.
Heinicke's slander.
Taylor
Man
Heineke
still
my
feels
gosh.
good about Kyle Allen, despite all evidence. to the
Enough of
contrary.
Kyle Allen. Taylor
Yeah.
Heineke, yes, he played well, but I mean, come on. I think Mac Jones would honestly be a really good pick here at 19. I mean, Kyle Shanahan must see something. That's
He's a good point.
He's about to be a third overall
Made it to
pick.
19. I don't know.
I guess, do we feel that if Washington were to move up on draft night, and if they were to try to go after a quarterback, is Mac the guy that they come up for, or is it Justin Fields?
I feel like, again, we go back to this conversation where it's hard for us to sit in that chair and not look at Justin Fields and Trey Lance and go, I'd rather have them, even if you really like Mac Jones. And so it's a different conversation if both of those guys are off the board, because, again, as Ben alluded to earlier, Mac Jones is good. I think that he is a good cornerback. I don't think he presents the ceiling that these other guys do. So when you ask about a trade up, are they comfortable with taking the QB5 in this class, Mac Jones, and where are you trading up to go do it? So the short answer to your question is yes, I think they would be interested. I don't really think Mac Jones is enough for them to move up, though. I don't know that that's going to happen.
But in this scenario, Mac Jones has fallen to them.
Sure.
And Brentley has done a fantastic job of selling me on the idea of Mac Jones hanging out and
He's a
learning
good
from
salesman.
He's just
Ryan
saving Patrick
Fitzpatrick.
Surtain.
I'd buy a used Acura from him.
Yeah,
Was that an accusation?
Yeah,
was that an
absolutely
accusation
it
of
was.
me manipulating
Who else
the
you
board?
gonna
Would you call it an accusation?
Yeah.
You're not. You're actually. You're not allowed to make your next pick. That's your punishment. If you don't get to make your next pick.
Wow, you're taking away having to pick a Pac-12 player in the first round?
Dang it!
I'm gonna make another pun just as bad.
I'm going to take Mac Jones. Mac Jones will be the pick
There
here.
we go.
And Brentley, you made a good point. I think the ability to go in there and this board played out pretty uniquely with the corners falling. But if Mac Jones were to get there, man, he doesn't have to start right away. Whereas if he gets picked at 3, he's probably starting right away, right? That's
Exactly.
kind of the feeling.
I mean,
so
they traded 3 picks to get him.
right, so he's going to be your
better
starter.
start.
So this feels like a better fit for the player that we all think Mac Jones is. Oh, hold on. I forgot that this is wide receiver.
That's an easy one for
Cities
me.
Actually,
USA.
not too hard of a decision.
Chicago Bears at 20, and Rashad Bateman is still left, right?
Okay.
Rashad Bateman's a player who's received Allen Robinson comms. Allen Robinson is trying as hard as he can to get out of Chicago. He's there on the franchise tag this year. So is Anthony Miller, a player they're apparently trading. So just a dearth of wide receiver talent in Chicago. Darnell Mooney's your only long-term guy. He's a field stretcher for you. Rashad Bateman, all 3-level player, slot and outside. Going to be the best friend of the new quarterback, whoever that ends up being in the future.
Any consideration to taking a Big Ten player and messing with Brentley's ability to make picks?
Where does Rashad Bateman play?
Minnesota, Big Ten.
Oh, you're asking me if I tried to do it?
Yeah,
No.
that's
brutal.
I just took the good player.
Was that?
You could have been a Titan.
I know. I just
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I didn't know if that was at play. I didn't know if that was maybe a thought that it was a.
It is, but it is now.
Dang.
I'm taking Amon-Ra St. Brown as soon as possible. Let's go, baby.
So you have some time, Brentley. Don't worry. Mr. Pac-12, man.
Yeah, Joe Tryon. Okay, you're up, Brentley. No, I'm just kidding. I think that this is between Joe Tryon and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I feel like I could argue both of these. St. Brown plays more inside. You got Pittman on the outside. You hope that Paris Campbell can be the after-the-catch guy for you, but he hasn't been healthy. I think that St. Brown would honestly be a great target for the Colts later. Not at 21. I do feel like Edge is more important. I feel like Tryon's the better prospect. He's a better player, so I'm going to go with Joe Tryon here.
You draft Pittman last year, Amon-Ra St. Brown this year, Keaton Slovis next year.
Okay, keep going.
Lock it in.
Pick
USC
up Ronald
offense.
Jones when the Bucks don't re-sign him.
Well, no, your whole roster doesn't have to be Pac-12 players, just the draft picks.
Juju Smith-Schuster when he hits the market.
Guys who never played together.
Yep.
All right, Brett.
All right.
Tennessee, no Rashad Bateman here.
No Rashad Bateman, but we do got Benjamin St. Juste, who I'm a fan of.
Basically
I
the
think
same caliber of player.
Corner's a huge pick, a huge need for them. We have Jason Owe. I know the team signed Bud Dupree, but I do think edge is still a need. However, I'm a grudge holding kind of guy.
Oh,
Ben might have screwed me with Rashad Bateman a little bit.
Who are you gonna take?
I think there's a receiver out of Purdue. I think Purdue's in the Big Ten.
Okay, here we go.
Rondale Moore. I think he's actually a good fit with the Titans offense.
Not bad.
Does a lot from the slot. He can kind of be that gadgety guy in this offense. A lot of run after the catch kind of stuff, and I think that would be a good pick. So we run it with Rondale Moore.
This is good.
So I hope everybody can see that Ben is scrolling through some of the receivers to see.
Nico Collins, Amon-Ra St. Brown, they're gone.
Don't you dare take St. Brown.
Gone.
Please.
So I'm back up with my New York Jets, this has gone very well. Justin Fields is my quarterback, and now I get to add a corner.
Jeez.
Who we conveniently
Anybody
didn't
you want.
draft at Washington.
I get to add Patrick Surtain.
This is so annoying.
To Robert Saleh's defense.
This whole idea is
No,
so annoying.
worse.
No, you wouldn't feel if you got the rule that I have, you'd be skipping around.
Yeah, you'd be saying it's annoying.
Absolutely.
That's a good exercise then.
Great
Wide
stuff. We'd love to
receivers
see it.
for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
All right, so of the past years, they drafted Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson, James Washington, Juju Smith-Schuster. They obviously bring Juju back on the one-year deal. It's tricky. The main thread that connects those guys is they're good. Like the Steelers don't go for a particular body type. They don't go for a particular role. Right? Exactly. They're successful. So I really kind of my pick of the litter here, and my pick of the litter is Amon-Ra St. Brown, the wide receiver out of USC.
Please go right ahead. I'll allow you to push the button.
Absolutely, brother. Listen, they need a slot replacement for Juju. He's a good separator. He's more dynamic with the ball in his hands. I can't imagine a better player like Elijah Moore would still be available.
What is your beef, dude?
Friendly guys.
It's the last.
You started it.
I
don't think he did it intentionally.
I didn't realize I could do this,
But
and now
still.
that I know I can do this, I'm not gonna stop doing.
Like that's the whole point. Like you're supposed to. Jacksonville.
Yeah, great. Okay, so
Amon-Ra St. Brown not available.
I took Davis Mills for them at number 1 overall.
Can you say that one more time for everybody who's just tuning in?
Yeah, I took Davis Mills for them at number 1 overall. Their safety need is a single high safety need. I guess Javon Holland. Yeah, I'm going to go with Javon Holland here. I think that this makes the most sense. Actually would have liked Amon-Ra St. Brown here,
but sure you would have.
Yeah, so that's we're gonna go with Javon Holland here.
Big Ten.
Okay,
Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland. There's actually some good names on the board here. I'm thinking about Jason Owe,
Yeah,
letting him kind of develop behind Myles Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney. I'm also thinking Baron Browning, linebacker at Ohio State.
Good pick.
Yeah, you got some nice
that's some good.
He's got some good options.
Some good options.
know,
I'm
some
gonna
good
go.
passes.
I'm gonna
Nice.
I'm gonna go with Jason Owe. I
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
idea of getting a toolsy pass rusher, a guy with a lot of upside that can kind of come in on third down situations, kick Jadeveon Clowney inside, and really just kind of develop him slowly, right? And so I think that makes a lot of sense. So we're gonna go with Jason Owe.
I'm picking for the Baltimore Ravens. I once again can do whatever I'd like. I have the board is
it's
the world
great.
is my oyster.
It was funny the 6th time, even funnier the 7th time you mentioned you can do whatever you
Well,
want.
stay tuned because we'll say it an 8th time. I think they lose 2 pass rushers in free agency.
Just pick Jalen Phillips.
They have 2 picks. So they can do whatever they want here. And I'm not picking for Baltimore, I think, on the next pick. So we'll let whoever
I'm angry.
Whoever that is make the
you
pick.
have Baltimore twice.
I get Baltimore twice? Yeah. Oh, this is beautiful then. So Jalen Phillips is going to be the pick here, and then we'll probably take a wide receiver the next go-around before we get...
Oh, will we?
More than likely. Oh, this is wide receiver for the New Orleans Saints.
No,
Which isn't bad.
This is great. This whole time you could have been picking wide receivers, and you haven't been. You just figured it out, which is delightful. Okay, Saints at 28, Elijah Moore, Terrace Marshall, Amari Rodgers, De'Ami Brown. Right, like it's Elijah Moore. You lose Emmanuel Sanders. You have Thomas is already underneath guy, quick breaking routes. Marshall's the field stretcher. You have Jameis now.
Can I help you here?
What do you want?
So he's up next with the Green Bay Packers.
Do not do
Wide
that.
receiver is a need for them.
Yeah.
Do you maybe play the board out here? And
Who would you take from me?
The next best Pac
Frank
10
Darby.
Frank Darby.
I'm Thor out here. What more could I lose? You know,
Frank Darby.
Frank Darby.
Well, if he takes Frank Darby from me, well, then what more could I lose? That's where we're at right
Taking
now.
Amir Smith-Marset out of Iowa. Nico Collins out of Michigan. No, I'll make the good pick here. In that we're trying to build around Jameis, and I like Thomas already as a separating player. I'm gonna take Terrace Marshall.
Yeah.
Which I would be totally fine with Elijah Moore. I think it's just flavor here, and I know New Orleans doesn't really draft LSU players, but when they're good LSU players, they should, and that's the case with Terrace Marshall.
For as difficult as this has been for me at times, this one's easy. This one's J. Tufele, the interior defensive lineman from USC. I think that this actually makes sense for the Green Bay Packers. I think they've got to get more talent up front. Sure, they would love to add a corner, but after Paulson and Debo, I don't think there's a Pac-12 guy even worth mentioning here for 29, even in this exercise. I think that Tufele, yes, he's still raw. He still has a ways to go as a prospect, but he really presents a pretty high ceiling, especially if you put him next to a guy like Kenny Clark. So I actually really like this situation here with Green Bay.
So this is going to be, I think at the end what we'll do is we'll have all of us read our picks, what we did here,
yeah.
and we'll put your class together, what you've accomplished here tonight.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Brentley, your last Big Ten pick, you were picking for the Buffalo Bills.
I can't think of any talented Big Ten running backs off my top of my head. So running back.
Trey Sermon. Whoa, hold up.
Trey Sermon. I'm not the biggest Trey Sermon fan. Sorry if you're watching live.
Sorry, Trey.
I don't really see it. I think I'm gonna go corner.
Okay.
I might go Benjamin St. Juste. I'm a huge Benjamin St. Juste fan. I think he has really good length. I think, Sean McDermott really values length and size at the cornerback position. They're in a desperate need to improve over Levi Wallace.
Yep.
I think Benjamin St. Juste makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna go with him.
All right, there we go.
I'm up for my last pick. This has been a tough night for me. It's been really difficult having to make some of these picks.
That was it funnier the 8th time?
Hey Chris, can you do whatever you want? I can do whatever I want. I don't even know this. I'm not sure if anybody knows, but I can do whatever I want. I'm gonna just look at the board here because I have that ability.
Yes.
Just to be able to see what. So.
Just pick Tevin Jenkins.
Yeah,
Christian Darrisaw's still there too.
No, Tevin Jenkins, you plug him in the right
J.C.
tackle.
Horn.
I thought you said J.C. Horn, and I literally thought you said Jason Bourne. I thought you
might
said...
as well.
Not available.
I thought you
Jesus
said,
Christ, it's Jason Bourne.
I thought he said Jason Bourne, and I was like...
Is he available?
I was like, did he go to the Big Ten? I was like...
So I was debating between the two tackles. That was where my brain went immediately. The two corners, again, with the board has fallen in a way that I certainly am intrigued by it, but I'm going to take Tevin Jenkins, a player falling this far of his caliber that I can start right away.
So they got Jalen Phillips, right?
Yeah,
and
Tevin Jenkins. Worked out pretty well for Baltimore.
That's unbelievable. That's the best.
Wide receiver, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Don't blow it.
Who you want, Trev?
No, I'm not doing
Frank Darby.
I'm not doing you any favors.
Yeah,
I'm
Frank
not
Darby.
doing you any favors.
I screwed you over. Now you can pick of your litter. Who
Wait a
would
minute,
you
that's
like?
not how the game works. You have to follow the rules.
I'm not gonna listen to what he
Okay.
said.
Sorry,
Come
I
on,
should
Trev.
Nico Collins.
Yeah, I'm taking Amir Smith-Marset. No, Elijah Moore, which this is a pairing that's been made before. The Bucs don't typically go for shorter wide receivers. They did lose Antonio Brown, potentially, he's still free agent, whatever. But if you want to add a player who can take the slot role, who can be a separating player, then that's obviously Elijah Moore, who legitimately does have a chance, I think, to sneak into the end of the first round.
Yep, I agree.
All right, Trev, you had all Pac-12 players that you had to pick.
Yeah.
Do you want to read all?
No, you just read it.
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you took Davis Mills for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Naturally.
That worked out pretty well for you.
No, that's a no-brainer.
You took Penny Sewell for the Bengals. That's a win for you.
That was actually good.
That was a win
Objectively
for you.
good.
That you did well there. So I'm trying to scroll here so we can get the next one. You took. I have to scroll one more here.
Why does your computer
Your
scroll?
trackpad not work?
It's Jamie's computer. Don't blame me.
Wow.
Elijah Vera Tucker to
Jamie's
the Broncos at 9. You're right. I can't work a Mac. That's definitely. You got it. See, Trev, this is why I was going to let you do it.
Oh, you actually don't know how to do this?
No, I don't know how to work a Mac.
You put two fingers on the trackpad.
This is actually happening.
Elijah Vera Tucker at 9 to the Denver Broncos.
Great pick.
Paulson Adebo at 13 to Los Angeles Chargers.
Corner.
I don't know if it's a good pick.
Levi Wazurike at 17 to Las Vegas Raiders.
Great value.
21, Indianapolis Colts took Joe Tryon.
Okay, sure.
Javon Holland at 25 to the Jags.
Big need.
Big need. Jay Tufele, 29 to the Packers.
Listen, I crushed it. All things considered, odds against me,
Ben,
I crushed it.
you can work the trackpad because it's
All
going
right,
to take
you
us
put
3 years to get. No, you can't teach me now. It's not going to work.
Amazing. All right, Brentley with the
Yeah.
Big Ten players. Number 2, New York Jets, Justin Fields.
Should be the pick in a normal draft.
6, Miami Dolphins, Rashawn Slater.
Yeah.
10, Dallas Cowboys, Greg Newsome. So that
A little bit of a reach, but feels a good need.
It's still right. Yeah, you're
Newsome
right.
corner 1, baby. At 14, the Minnesota Vikings took Kwity Paye.
That's another good
Very
one.
realistic option.
Could
Could
happen.
happen.
18, Miami Dolphins took Micah Parsons. Literally a
Could
chalk.
also happen.
Potentially the steal of the
Yeah.
draft.
Tennessee Titans, Rondale Moore at 22. This is when we started sabotaging each
Yeah,
other
the
for
sabotage
fun.
began.
Still feels a need, I will
Yeah.
say.
It does, yeah.
Would have been Rashad Bateman, could have been Rashad Bateman. 26, Cleveland Browns, Jason Owe.
Yep.
That's good. And
If you
then
would have subbed out Bateman for Rondale Moore, like this would be a legit draft.
Yeah,
other
but,
than Newsome.
Like, no joke. It could be a realistic
I
draft.
didn't initially
Plus,
mean. Chris made the point. He was like, "Oh, you screwed over Brentley." I was like, "Oh, I did screw over Brentley. That's fun." But Bateman at 20 to the Bears is realistic. And then Benjamin St. Juste at 30 to the Bills.
Okay, yeah, no.
Do we want to go through mine, or do you want to just skip mine with all the good players that I got
We
here?
should just read his quickly.
Trevor Lawrence, San Francisco 49ers.
Yep.
7, the Detroit Lions took Trey Lance. 11, the New York Giants took Kyle
That was
Pitts.
for you, Rob. I got you.
Wow.
Man.
15, the Patriots took Zach Wilson. And Chris pretended Zach Wilson versus Mac Jones was a conversation. 19.
Then I took Mac Jones.
Washington football team,
You got all
Mac
the
Jones.
quarterbacks.
Yep.
Yeah.
23, the New York Jets took Patrick Surtain. Just a little bit of a fall for Patrick Surtain on draft day. 27, Baltimore Ravens took Jalen Phillips. And then at 31, the Baltimore Ravens took Tevin Jenkins.
again.
Yeah.
I'm giving myself an A+.
All right, who's the wide receivers? Let's recap the wide receivers.
Atlanta Falcons took Jamar Chase at 4.
Good.
Would be weird, but still value. Carolina Panthers took Jalen Waddle at 8. Would be
Good.
weird, but still value. Eagles took Devontae Smith at 12. Would not be weird, is appropriate. Arizona Cardinals at 16 took Kadarius Toney.
Would be weird.
Live your dreams, Cliff Kingsbury. All right, all the more power to you. Chicago Bears took Rashad Bateman at 20. Yes, could see it happening. 24, Steelers took Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I hate you.
Because I wanted to take a Pac-12 player off the board from Trevor. 28, New Orleans Saints took Terrace Marshall. And then at 32, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers took Elijah Moore.
That wasn't that unrealistic. When you really
That
think
was
about
fun.
No,
it.
he did pretty well.
That was a fun exercise.
Right. There's like a few picks here and there for each of us where it's like, what? But that happens in every first round.
Right.
So, and like, you can never project them. And then other than that, it's like, all right, these are all names I generally see in the first round, and also Benjamin St. Juste and Jay Tufele. So congratulations. But also, like, St. Juste is fun, so it's good to talk about.
We're doing this again,
I love
right?
him.
Or
So-
we're doing this exercise again?
There is going to be one every day of the week.
Oh,
We are going
nice.
to have this
Okay.
all week long.
Cool.
We'll have everybody rotate in and out and be able to take part in it. So, day one thoughts. How do we feel about this day one? Do you feel good? Do you feel now prepared with the knowledge of how the wheel is going to treat you to be able to be
This is
successful
good.
in the future?
I purposefully did not want to see, because I think you said before the show, you're like, oh, you want to see what's on the wheel, and I didn't. Like,
Yeah, no, I
just
didn't
wanted-
show you guys
I
what was
wanted
on
to
the
be
wheel,
fully
right.
random, and so no, this is good. This is a good warm-up exercise. I'm gonna regret saying this 100%, but I was like, I don't know how much
worse or more scarce it gets than only Pac-12 players. But now that I said that out loud,
Conference of Champions. Conference of Champions.
Sure, yeah.
There are some choices on this board that you are not going to like.
I'm going to regret.
Yeah, you are going to regret saying that. Brentley, final thoughts. How do you feel? You feel prepared for the next one?
I think I sleep on the Big Ten a little too much.
That's what we learned.
There's a lot of talent in the Big Ten.
Big Ten respect out
There's
here.
a lot of talent in the Big Ten.
Nice.
Listen, I didn't learn anything. I was just at the, you guys took players and I just reacted. That's basically how it went for me. The wide receiver draft. I'm just very thankful I got wide receiver. Like if wide receiver position, you can get that done. Corner, you can get that done. Tackle. If they were like interior defensive line, running back would have been a nightmare. Right, exactly.
Running back would be hilarious.
Running back would be ludicrous. Quarterback would be difficult. Right. Interior defensive lineman.
Shane Buechele.
We'd be
You
scraping the bottom.
get past DT3 in this class, everybody's playing maximum like 30% of the snaps. You know what I mean? It would be totally making stuff up. Right. So, wide receiver was fun. Other positions would not be as fun if you were stuck to them.
Well, this is just day one. We got the rest of the week, mock draft roulette every night to close out the night. We'll rotate guys in and out. We'll have the whole crew here at the mercy of the wheel, at the mercy of Jamie and the spinning of the wheel, and then we will do these mock drafts to close out every day. Thanks, everybody, for joining us all throughout the day here today. We will be back tomorrow, day 2 of TDN's draft week coverage right here on Brinks.tv. We will talk to you tomorrow.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Players born in the Eastern Hemisphere.
We've got some interesting ones on there. We're gonna do this I talked about this. This idea. We're gonna spin the wheel.